So Pure So Flirtatious Chapter 582 to Chapter 639. Xiaxua's mobile phone had a signal after leaving the base. She quickly contacted Qinfei. Qinfei was probably on his way to the hospital now. How did you catch Wang Shifan? While Zhou Jiejie entered the operating room, Xiaxua began to ask Yang Ming about the incident. The process is complicated. However, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai escaped. Yang Ming shook his head with regret. However, there was obviously no other choice. Even if Wang Jitao's case was settled, Wang Jitao would not be implicated. It was no longer the era where the whole family was executed. Therefore, Yang Ming did not deliberately keep Wang Jitao. If he wanted to retaliate against him, he had many means. He was not in a hurry. Obviously, the base was not a good place to do it. If he did something to Wang Jitao, the police investigation would definitely involve him. Yang Ming was not so impulsive. Oh. Xiaxua saw Yang Ming frowning and looking in the direction of the emergency room. She knew that he was not willing to talk about this now. His mind was not on this at all, so she did not ask more. She just said, in a while, if Captain Chen asks how we went to the base, how should we answer? Xiaxua was obviously afraid that Qinfei would criticize her for acting without authorization during her vacation. When Yang Ming heard it, how could he not understand Xiaxua's worries, so he said, if Uncle Chen asks in a while, just say that you found something suspicious. Then, both of us made a prompt decision to follow. Don't worry. Not only did you not make a mistake this time, but you also made a contribution. Didn't you catch Wang Shifan? Yang Ming winked at Xiaxua. This Xiaxua likes to make a big contribution. Yang Ming decided to give this credit directly to her. How should he say it? After all, Yang Ming had no use for this credit. Moreover, when they were in the room, Yang Ming was also somewhat guilty to Xiaxua. After all, he hit her there. It was compensation. Oh. Xiaxua listened to Yang Ming's words and immediately understood the meaning of Yang Ming, but she said with some embarrassment, is this okay? What's wrong with that? It's the truth. Yang Ming shook his head helplessly. Great. Thank you, Yang Ming. Xiaxua raised her small fist, her eyes filled with a strange look. I finally solved a case, and it's a big case. Let's see who will look down on me now. Yang Ming was a bit amused, but what Xiaxua said was also true. If Wang Shifan was really captured by Xiaxua, then the credit was indeed not small. It was just that the matter of Zhou Jiejie being shot was not easy to explain, but this headache was left to Xiaxua to explain. It was reasonable for the police to inform Zhou Jiejie's mother after receiving the news that Zhou Jiejie had been shot. When Mother Zhou heard the news, she almost fainted and rushed to the hospital. Where is my daughter? How is my daughter? Jiejie. Zhou Jiejie's mother actually rushed to the hospital faster than Qinfei. Yang Ming looked at Mother Zhou, who was in a daze and couldn't help but have some sympathy. Originally, such a noble lady was like a haggard middle-aged woman at the moment. Her speech was somewhat incoherent. Auntie, Jiejie is in the emergency room. The result hasn't come out yet. Yang Ming sighed and couldn't help but comfort her. It's you. You tell me. Is it because of you that Zhou Jiejie was shot? You tell me. When Mother Zhou saw Yang Ming, she immediately rushed over in anger. Yang Ming didn't know how to answer. Indeed, Zhou Jiejie was shot by Wang Shifan because of him, but this couldn't be blamed on Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't expect that this girl would be so infatuated to the point of sacrificing herself. It really is you. When Mother Zhou saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, she was more certain of the thoughts in her heart. She raised her hand and slapped Yang Ming's face. Enough. Yang Ming's original sympathy had disappeared at this moment. He couldn't help but say coldly, if you ask how it happened, then I will tell you. It was Wang Shifan who shot. It's ridiculous that you actually want to be in-laws with him? Wang Shifan, it's impossible. Where is he? I have to ask him. Why did he harm my Jiejie? Mother Zhou explained immediately after hearing it. Wang Shifan has been arrested because of suspicion of smuggling and intentional injury. You can't see him. Xiaxua suddenly interjected coldly. The deep feelings between Zhou Jieji and Yang Ming moved Xiaxue. So, facing this mother who didn't care about her daughter's feelings, Xiaxue was even more annoyed. Ah. Mother Zhou was stunned and said, "What? He smuggled?" "Humph, because the evidence of his smuggling was discovered by Zhou Jieji, Wang Shifan wanted to kill her." Xiaxue added fuel to the fire. "Anyway, what I said now doesn't represent any party. I'm currently suspended." "What?" Mother Zhou was suddenly stunned. She just received a call from the police. She was only told that Zhou Jieji was shot, but she didn't know the specific details. So, when she first came and saw Yang Ming, she thought it was caused by Yang Ming. She didn't expect it to be Wang Shifan. "Your daughter is harmed by you." Xiaxue added another sentence. Mother Zhou's face was even paler. "Okay, Xiaxue, don't say it." Yang Ming couldn't watch it anymore. In any case, the woman in front of him was annoying. She was Zhou Jieji's mother after all. With Zhou Jieji's affection for him, Yang Ming didn't want to have too much conflict with Mother Zhou. "Auntie, it's useless to be anxious now. Let's go over there and sit for a while." Yang Ming pointed to the rest area not far away. Mother Zhou nodded numbly. He didn't know what she was thinking, but her mood was obviously very unstable. Wang Shifan was brought back to the police station by Chen Fei, who came later. In the face of sufficient evidence, the arrest warrant was quickly approved. Wang Shifan knew his fate, so he didn't intend to hide anything. The process of the police's evidence collection and interrogation was unusually smooth. Wang Shifan confessed to what he had done, but he took all the blame on himself. After that, he didn't answer any questions. Huang Yukai, who was turned into a simple company secretary by Wang Shifan, did not participate in his smuggling. His only accomplice was Su Daji, but because he was afraid that Su Daji would betray him, he was killed by Wang Shifan. The killing process and the location of the body were all described in detail. Although Wang Shifan transferred most of the funds to anonymous accounts overseas, he still left an account in Huachi Bank in Hong Kong with a small amount of smuggled black gold. Even so, there were hundreds of millions. Because Wang Jitao knew that if he didn't spit out some of the money, the police would definitely not let it go. Even if he kept silent, they would still investigate Wang Jitao. It was better to simply give up some blood and pour out a sum of money himself. This part of the money was quickly taken out as evidence in court, and then it would be turned over to the state treasury. Wang Shifan's only requirement was that Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group was a legal enterprise with complete procedures and did not participate in smuggling. Smuggling was only his and Huang Yaocai's private behavior. At present, he had resigned from all positions in Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group. In order to keep this group. After a meeting to study and analyze, Wang's Century Xiongfeng Group did not participate in the smuggling business. Moreover, the survival of this group was related to the food and clothing of tens of thousands of families. Because Wang Shifan's guilty attitude was good, he didn't suffer much. After the evidence collection was over, he was waiting to be handed over to the judicial authorities for prosecution. For Xiaxue, she was the hero in this operation. Chen Fei had already sent a reward report to the bureau and was ready to reward her. "Who is the family member of the injured Zhou Jieji?" A doctor in a white coat came over and asked. I am her mother." Mother Zhou quickly stood up. However, Yang Ming also stood up with Mother Zhou and looked at the doctor anxiously. "Zhou Jieji's situation is temporarily stabilized, but now we need to do a craniotomy to remove the bullet. You need to sign a risk and responsibility agreement." The doctor explained. "However, there is a very important situation that I have to tell you in advance." "Doctor, is my daughter okay?" Mother Zhou asked incoherently. "Madam, don't be excited. Listen to me finish." The doctor frowned. Every day, he faced too many family members of such patients. He understood their feelings very well. "Madam, Zhou Jieji's bullet is located below the position where the nerves in the brain are the densest. There is no problem to remove the bullet, but it is hard to say whether it will damage the nerves in the brain. Because whether it is CT or other equipment, it can't capture the exact shape and location of the nerves." "What do you mean? Just tell me whether my daughter can be cured or not. Hurry up and say it." Aren't you telling me so much just to get more money? Say it. No matter how much money it is, as long as my daughter is cured. Mother Zhou had obviously lost her mind, and her emotions had become extremely agitated. Ma'am, that's not what we mean. This is not a matter of money, but the operation has risks. The doctor explained. What risks? Mother Zhou said anxiously, how much money is there no risk? Yang Ming couldn't bear it when he heard it. He couldn't help but interrupt her, Auntie. Can you wake up? Do you think you are done with money? Can you listen to the doctor? After being yelled at by Yang Ming, Mother Zhou also sobered up a lot. She couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed about her behavior. I'm sorry, doctor. I was impulsive. Then you can say it. The doctor nodded. He had seen a lot of family members every day, so he didn't care. Seeing that Mother Zhou's emotions were stable, he continued, because the bullet position of the injured person is special, we can't guarantee that the bullet will be removed without hurting the cranial nerves. Therefore, this operation is very risky. We need the family to sign before we can implement it. Ah. Mother Zhou was shocked. What will happen if the nerves are damaged? This is hard to say. The nerves of the brain are very magical. Each one has its own different role. If a nerve is damaged, it is possible to have quadriplegia or blindness, facial paralysis, and unclear speech. It is more likely to affect intelligence. The doctor explained. Is there no other way? Mother Zhou asked quickly. Even the best brain doctor in the country, Professor Zhong Hanlin, can't completely guarantee that there is no risk. The doctor said with some embarrassment. Then if I invite him here, can I reduce the risk? Mother Zhou said quickly. Yes, but as soon as possible. If you can invite Teacher Zhong, that is naturally good. But I'm afraid that the condition of the injured person is unstable and can't hold on for long. The doctor said. Okay. I know. No matter how much it costs, I will invite Dr. Zhong Hanlin. Mother Zhou said repeatedly. However, I still have to say in advance that Teacher Zhong is very busy, and he is now in Beijing. He can't be invited with a lot of money. Many rich businessmen want to find Teacher Zhong but can't. The doctor reminded tactfully. Ah. What should we do? Mother Zhou had a lot of money, but after listening to the doctor's words, she didn't know what to do. Then are you familiar with Dr. Zhong? Can you help me get in touch with them? I know Teacher Zhong, but Teacher Zhong doesn't know me. The doctor said self-deprecatingly, forgive me for being powerless. However, I heard that Professor Lu Weishan and Professor Zhong Hanlin of Songjiang Industry University were private schoolmates, and their relationship was very good. When Teacher Zhong came to Songjiang last time, Professor Lu accompanied him. If you have a wide network in Songjiang, you can try to contact Professor Lu Weishan and see if he can help you. What? Yang Ming was stunned. He didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. Lu Weishan, isn't he my godfather? Then I don't know him. Mother Zhou's business was in Donghai. In Songjiang, except for Wang Shifan, who was a relatively important figure, she didn't know anyone else. Doctor, Auntie, please wait a moment. I have something to do. Yang Ming heard that his godfather knew Zhong Hanlin and didn't dare to delay. He quickly prepared to call to verify. If you have something to do, just do it. Don't delay me. Originally, Mother Zhou was upset enough when she heard the news of her daughter. Now she was worried about inviting Dr. Zhong Hanlin. Yang Ming was still adding trouble. She thought that Yang Ming was adding trouble, so she said impatiently, the doctor has to treat Xianxia. What's the use of waiting for you? I will call my godfather and see if there is any way. At this time, Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with Mother Zhou. Who is your godfather? Mother Zhou asked. Yang Ming waved his hand and made a gesture to talk later because the phone had been connected. Godfather, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said to the other side of the phone. Yang Ming, what's the matter with you looking for godfather? It's almost Chinese New Year. Why don't you come to godfather's place? Lu Weishan's hearty laughter came through the phone. Godfather, I am looking for you this time because I have a very important thing to ask you. Yang Ming quickly talked about business because Zhou Jiejia's matter couldn't be delayed. What's the matter? Let me hear it. Lu Weishan became serious when he heard that there was a serious matter. Godfather, do you know Dr. Zhong Hanlin? Asked Yang Ming. Hanlin, I know him. What's wrong? Why are you suddenly asking this? Asked Lu Weishan. It's like this. I have a friend who is injured in the head. I want to invite him to do an operation. I heard that Dr. Zhong has a good relationship with you, so I called to ask. Yang Ming explained. Oh, I got it. Lu Weishan hesitated and said, it's not a problem for me to find Hanlin, but now it's Chinese New Year. If it's not something important, I don't want to bother him. After all, he is also a person of my age. What's your relationship with this friend of yours? Relationship. Very good kind. Yang Ming said, I can cure her at all costs. Well, I will contact Zhong Hanlin for you. Lu Weishan didn't say much because he already understood that this person must be very important to Yang Ming. Thank you, Godfather. Yang Ming smiled and hung up the phone. My godfather said to help contact Dr. Zhong. It shouldn't be a big problem. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming said to the doctor and Mother Zhou who were suspicious. Who is your godfather? Mother Zhou looked at Yang Ming strangely and asked. My godfather is Lu Weishan. Yang Ming said, it's a coincidence. Otherwise, there is really no way for a while. It's really a coincidence. The doctor also sighed. Madam, your daughter is really lucky. If you can invite Teacher Zhong to do the operation in person, the chance will be at least 50% higher. Yang Ming, this time I have to trouble your godfather. Mother Zhou was also very grateful at the moment. It was the first time she spoke so politely to Yang Ming. It didn't take long for Lu Weishan to call back. It turned out that Zhong Hanlin wasn't in Beijing, but he was preparing for the Chinese New Year in his hometown in Heilongjiang. Heilongjiang and Songjiang were neighboring provinces. The distance was relatively close. It was only an hour by plane. When Zhong Hanlin heard that it was Lu Weishan's matter, he naturally agreed and immediately booked a ticket in half an hour. He thought that he could reach Songjiang in a while. After hearing the news, Yang Ming and Mother Zhou were very happy. The doctor also breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, if Teacher Zhong didn't come, we really didn't have the confidence to do this operation well. Then let's go to the airport to pick up Dr. Zhong now. Mother Zhou was worried about the safety of her daughter. Naturally, she was anxious to pick up the doctor here. Let's take our car. Xianxia said, the police car is at the door. It can be faster and save some time. Yang Ming thought about it. He originally wanted to ask the hospital to send an ambulance to pick up Dr. Zhong because this special vehicle was not subject to the restrictions of traffic rules. Of course, the police car was the same, so when Yang Ming heard Xianxia take the initiative to ask, he nodded and agreed. After the research of the task force, it was basically determined that Wang Shifan's confession was true, but the amount of black gold was not so clear. Wang Shifan also belonged to the kind of fox-like character. What was recorded in the account book was the price and batch of imports. The price of shipment was not reflected above. Moreover, there were a variety of smuggled things, from cars to electronic products. It was scattered. It was not so easy to estimate the shipment price of each batch. However, after preliminary calculation, the number was almost the same. After all, Wang Shifan did not record the smuggling of some drugs and other prohibited items. And that sum of money was secretly transferred out by Wang Shifan. However, whether Huang Yukai was involved in the smuggling had become the focus of the task force's investigation. Xianxia did not see Huang Yukai participate in the whole incident. Although Yang Ming saw it, he was not willing to say anything. After all, Huang Yukai, a mad dog, was very difficult to deal with. Since Yang Ming had already said that Huang Youcai's leg was crippled by him, then if Huang Yukai was really caught by the police, it was difficult to guarantee that he would not say this matter. Therefore, Yang Ming simply pretended not to know and waited for a period of time to calm down before he personally dealt with Huang Yukai. Zhong Hanlin received Lu Weishan's invitation and rushed to Songjiang without stopping. He and Lu Weishan were classmates and friends when they were young. They studied in the same private school. Later, the two joined the army together, but Zhong Hanlin became a military doctor. After being demobilized, they went to teach at Zhejiang University together. Later, Zhong Hanlin was transferred to Beijing, and Lu Weishan was transferred to Songjiang. Although the two were in different places, their friendship had been maintained until now. They usually called each other to greet each other. After all, at their age, they didn't have many childhood friends left, and those who could keep in touch were even fewer. Therefore, they valued this friendship very much. Whenever there was a chance, they would definitely catch up with each other and reminisce about the past. Zhong Hanlin didn't have the air of an expert when his friend had something to ask. If it were another person, then Zhong Hanlin would never come before the new year. But Lu Weishan was different. Zhong Hanlin came directly with his wife and grandson this time. He was ready to celebrate the new year at Lu Weishan's house in Songjiang. Zhong Hanlin's son and daughter-in-law were abroad. The holidays were different from the domestic New Year's, so after coming back once on New Year's Day, they couldn't come back for the new year. However, Zhong Hanlin and his wife were used to it. Fortunately, there was a grandson accompanying them, so their life wasn't lonely. Zhong Hanlin knew the situation of Lu Weishan's family. His only son suddenly disappeared. The blow to him was quite big, but he also heard that he had recently accepted a good young man as his godson. He had long wanted to come and meet him. This time, he heard that his old friend's godson was begging him. Naturally, he didn't hesitate and ran directly to see this young man. Zhong Hanlin didn't look like a person in his 60s at all. Mrs. Zhong was the same. Maybe people who studied medicine were better at nursing their health. The two were as energetic as middle-aged people. At the airport exit, Yang Ming held the Zhong Hanlin sign, but it was difficult to connect the two people in front of him with his godfather's age. He couldn't help but shake his head. It was really sad to age. It seemed that his godfather had been sad for so many years because of his son's disappearance. It was also recently that Lu Weishan had some happiness after Yang Ming joined the family. "Are you Uncle Zhong?" Although Zhong Hanlin's age was old enough to be Yang Ming's grandfather, because Lu Weishan was his godfather, he couldn't mess up the seniority. Therefore, even if the age didn't match, he still had to call him uncle. In fact, Yang Ming didn't recognize him randomly. Although he saw Zhong Hanlin coming here, he also glanced at the ticket boarding pass in his jacket pocket in advance. He saw Zhong Hanlin's pinyin on it, so he dared to recognize him. However, compared to Yang Ming, Zhong Hanlin had already determined the identity of Yang Ming. There was no other reason. It was because Yang Ming was holding a sign with his name written on it. In this way, it must be the Yang Ming mentioned by Lu Weishan on the phone. "Is it Yang Ming?" Zhong Hanlin smiled and said, "Is your godfather's body okay?" "Godfather's health has been very good recently." Yang Ming quickly took the luggage in Zhong Hanlin's hand, and Xiaxia also took the things in the hands of Zhong Hanlin's wife. It seemed to be some local specialties. "This young man is not bad. You look talented. Is this your girlfriend?" Zhong Hanlin saw that Xia Shui also came to the airport with him, so he naturally regarded her as Yang Ming's girlfriend. "No." Yang Ming and Xia Shui defended almost in unison, but they had a tacit understanding. After Zhong Hanlin heard it, he smiled. "If it's not, then it's not. I just don't understand you young people. Just like that brat of mine, before he got married, he suddenly brought a girl home for New Year's Day. I asked him if she was his girlfriend, but they denied it and said they were just normal friends. I thought it was fine if they were just normal friends, so I prepared 2 rooms. But in the end, the 2 of them stayed together for the night. I thought that maybe I had been abroad for a long time. My mind was open, so I didn't think much about it. But I didn't expect that when I came back the next year, both of their grandsons were brought back to me. They registered their marriage in a foreign country, and I didn't even know about it. It really pissed me off. But fortunately, I brought back a grandson, so I didn't say anything. So, your godfather and I are old. We can't manage the young people's affairs." Zhong Hanlin subconsciously didn't treat Yang Ming as an outsider. The godson of an old friend, wasn't he a family member? Therefore, she started chatting with Yang Ming about their daily lives. However, these words made Yang Ming and Xiaxua blush. Yang Ming coughed twice. Xiaxue also lowered her head embarrassedly. "And? Why does it seem like I'm also living with Yang Ming, but I refuse to admit it?" "Oh. I didn't notice that your girlfriend is actually a policewoman? Then you have to be careful. Don't lose to your wife." Zhong Hanlin looked at the police car in the parking lot and laughed. Yang Ming didn't expect that this Zhong Hanlin not only looked young, but he also liked to joke like a young man. Yang Ming scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't want to continue this topic, that. "Uncle Zhong, should we first discuss my friend's injury? Look at me. I can't stop talking about family matters. I don't have a younger generation around me. I don't talk all day long. It's easy to see a younger generation like you, so I can't help but nag a few more words." Sitting in the car, Zhong Hanlin asked, "I heard from Wei Shan that your friend was shot in the head?" "Yes, but the doctor here said that Zhou Jiejia, the part where the injured person was shot has dense nerves. He didn't dare to operate on it easily. He was afraid of touching the nerves." Yang Ming explained. "Oh? That's a bit tricky." Zhong Hanlin nodded after listening. "Let's do this. Send me directly to the hospital in a while, and then let my wife and grandson go to your godfather's place to rest." That's too much trouble for you, Uncle Zhong." Yang Ming also knew that Zhong Hanlin was so anxious to come here. He must be very tired. It was a bit difficult for this old man to go to the hospital without rest. However, time was tight. Yang Ming could only apologize in his heart. "What trouble? I found out what's wrong with you, child. We are a family. With my relationship with old Lu, do I need to be polite?" Zhong Hanlin pretended to be angry. "If I have something to look for old Lu can fly to my place in the middle of the night." Yang Ming listened to Zhong Hanlin and didn't say anything more. It was because Zhong Hanlin had already regarded himself as the son of an old friend, so they were family. If he said anything more, it would be a bit fake. Immediately, he didn't say anything. He just briefly talked to Zhong Hanlin about Zhou Jiejia's injury. At this point, Zhong Hanlin also really understood that Xiaxue might be a policewoman who had a good relationship with Yang Ming. There was not much other relationship. However, listening to Yang Ming's tone, this injured girl seemed to be the main character. She was the one who had a real relationship with Yang Ming. In this case, Zhong Hanlin was more serious. After entering the hospital, he didn't even have time to take off his coat and rushed to the consultation room. Zhong Hanlin was a famous brain expert in China, so for his arrival, the brain doctors in the hospital warmly welcomed him. After all, sometimes listening to a few words from an authority was more important than anything else. Zhong Hanlin was led in the main seat. He took the CT film and handed it to Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin looked at the film and couldn't help but frown. After a long time, he said, "It's not easy." After the doctors in the room listened, they nodded. Indeed, the situation was very difficult. None of them were sure to do this operation well. Now, even Zhong Hanlin felt that it was not easy to do. Who else could do it? The difficulty of the operation is very high. I can try, but I can't guarantee whether it is successful or not, but I will do my best. Zhong Hanlin sighed and looked helplessly at Yang Ming next to him. "Child, it's not that uncle doesn't want to try, but it's really difficult." "Uncle Zhong, I understand." Yang Ming also sighed and said, "It's fine as long as you try your best." "I will." Zhong Hanlin shook his head and said, "The condition of the CT machine here is not good. I think if it was in Beijing, the film taken by the latest model of CT machine should be clearer than this, but we can't send the patient to Beijing. Uncle Zhong, as long as we can see the specific location of the nerves near the bullet in Zhou Jiejia's head, then the operation can be successful?" Yang Ming suddenly asked. "In theory, this is the case, but in fact, this is impossible. Most of our surgeries are based on feelings. We can't see the nervous system in the brain." Zhong Hanlin smiled bitterly. "Uncle Zhong, can we talk alone?" Yang Ming took a deep breath and made a very important decision. Yes, whether it was the CT machine or the naked eye, others couldn't see it, but someone could see it. This person was Yang Ming himself. Not to mention the nerves of the brain, even the capillaries and so on could be seen clearly by Yang Ming, and he could even zoom in. Yang Ming was now most comfortable with his control of his special abilities. Telescopic vision, X-ray vision, and after closing his eyes, he could still conduct a 360-degree scan in all directions. Of course, Yang Ming didn't make this decision out of thin air. Before making this decision, Yang Ming first used his special ability to scan the brain structure of the other people present. When he found that he could easily see the internal structure, he made such an important decision. It seemed that this time, if he wanted to let Zhou Jiejie be safe, he had to use his special abilities. However, in this way, the fact that he had special abilities would be exposed. At least, it couldn't be hidden from Zhong Hanlin. However, at this time, Yang Ming wasn't the time to calculate personal gains and losses. Zhou Jiejie could even give up her life for him. So what if he exposed his special abilities for her? A real man has to do something and not do it. If he was still overcautious, then it wasn't a real man at all. So thinking of this, Yang Ming also decided to fight. The relationship between Zhong Hanlin and his godfather, Lu Weishan, was not shallow. If he told him in advance, he shouldn't hurt him. But he was afraid that he would unintentionally tell others about his own matters. Then, he could only remind him more. Zhong Hanlin thought that Yang Ming had something to say to him alone. After all, he also knew that the relationship between the injured and Yang Ming was not shallow. Zhong Hanlin nodded and stood up. Let's go. Let's go to the small conference room next door. But time is limited. After all, time is life now. Let's make it short. In front of so many people, Yang Ming couldn't say much. He just silently walked into the small conference room next door with Zhong Hanlin. Yang Ming, if you have anything to say, just say it. Uncle Zhong and you are not outsiders, but you can rest assured that I will do my best. Zhong Hanlin comforted Yang Ming. Uncle Zhong, I'm looking for you. Actually, I have something important to tell you, but it's a big deal. Yang Ming hesitated and said, Uncle Zhong, can you keep it a secret for me? Oh? What is it? Zhong Hanlin had some doubts. He didn't understand why Yang Ming wanted to tell him an important secret before the operation. He couldn't help but wonder, it's not a problem to keep it a secret, but if it's not a particularly urgent matter, can't we talk about it after the operation? Time is of the essence. Time is tight, so I'll make it short. Uncle Zhong, if you have any questions, I'll tell you slowly after the operation is successful. But now, I hope Uncle Zhong can listen to me. Yang Ming's expression was solemn as he said solemnly. Well, you say it. Seeing that Yang Ming was so serious, Zhong Hanlin couldn't help but be moved. I can see the nerves and capillaries of the human brain. Yang Ming didn't have too many embellishments, but his words were shocking. What? Zhong Hanlin was stunned and looked at Yang Ming. Little nephew Yang, what are you talking about? Uncle Zhong, maybe you don't believe it, but I can see it. Yang Ming glanced at Zhong Hanlin and said, just like you, Uncle Zhong, you wear a gray-white plaid shirt under a cashmere sweater and a red underwear inside. The cashmere pants are smoky, and the underwear inside is also red. Ah? How do you know this? Zhong Hanlin was stunned and then said, Yang Ming, don't joke with Uncle Zhong. Did your godfather tell you that this year is Uncle's birth year? Uncle Zhong, at this time, do you think I look like I am joking with you? Yang Ming sighed and said, well, since you don't believe it, then I will continue. Your wallet is brown, and there are 3 bank cards in it. One is from the China Merchants Bank, and the card number is 6225. The other is from the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and the card number is 955,888. The other is from the Bank of Communications, and the card number is 601,428. If these are not enough, you now have 6,352 yuan in your wallet, and the number of the single 50 yuan bill is GY213. Okay, no need to say it. Zhong Hanlin had opened his mouth wide at this moment. It was impossible for him not to know his 3 bank card numbers. Seeing that Yang Ming said it word by word, Zhong Hanlin was completely shocked. If the news of the birth year was revealed to Yang Ming by Lu Weishan, then Lu Weishan absolutely couldn't know the information of this bank card. The 2 old men were not short of money. It was impossible for them to transfer money to each other, so it was impossible for others to know the card number. Especially his own VIP account of the Industrial and Commercial Bank, which had never been disclosed to the public. Not to mention Lu Weishan, even his colleagues in the unit didn't know. Moreover, there were more than these 3 cards in his account. He also had other cards such as the Pudong Development Bank, the Postal Savings Bank, and the Agricultural Bank, but he didn't bring them with him. Yang Ming could say what cards were in his wallet at once. Zhong Hanlin couldn't help but believe that Yang Ming had a special ability. You mean, you can see through things? Zhong Hanlin looked at Yang Ming incredulously. You can say that. Yang Ming nodded. However, I ask Uncle Zhong to keep it a secret for me. If you don't say this, I naturally know. Zhong Hanlin nodded with a serious expression. I am much older than you. I have seen a lot of things in society. Your ability is good for society, but bad for society. It will destroy the social order. If the outlaws threaten you to do some bad things, then it will be troublesome. Yang Ming didn't expect Zhong Hanlin to be so reasonable. He pointed out the pros and cons of the special ability. He quickly said, since Uncle Zhong understands, then I won't say more. However, it is good that you have this ability. If you tell me the location of the brain nerve, then the success rate of the operation will be greatly improved. However, there is still a very important problem. Zhong Hanlin hesitated and said, I came to Songjiang City People's Hospital as an expert to perform the operation. Naturally, there will be many doctors watching. Even if they are not allowed to watch, they will need the help of a few nurses, so it is impossible for there to be no one in the operating room. If you are next to me, your ability will inevitably be exposed. Uncle Zhong doesn't have to worry about this. Yang Ming raised his eyes and looked in the direction of the outside of the room. Then, he said, in the briefcase you brought, there is a magazine on brain science. In the first issue of this year, the 23rd page is your paper? Oh? Zhong Hanlin looked at Yang Ming in amazement. You can see such a small word from so far away? Yang Ming smiled and nodded. Well, yes, this is my ability. No matter how far away something is, it is like it is close at hand. It's amazing. Zhong Hanlin nodded and sighed. I have studied the human brain for so many years. I also know that there are some people in the world whose brain is more active than normal people. They are the so-called special ability people. I didn't expect you to be one of them. Uncle Zhong, other specific things, can I tell you in detail after we finish the operation? Now the most important thing for us is to prepare for the operation. Yang Ming saw that Zhong Hanlin wanted to continue to ask about his special ability, so he quickly reminded him. This is the case, this is the case. Zhong Hanlin touched his hair embarrassedly and said, look at me. When it comes to academic issues, I can't stop. Now, the operation is naturally the most important. Well, let's do it this way. Uncle Zhong, you will wear a pair of wireless headphones. Then, while you do the operation, I will tell you the situation. Yang Ming said. That's for the best. This way, no one will suspect anything. Zhong Hanlin smiled and nodded. I will prepare now. I wish us a happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Yang Ming also said with a smile. This kind of wireless headphones was easy for Xianxia to get. The people in the police system were naturally not unfamiliar with this kind of thing. They often used it when performing tasks. Although Xianxia wondered why Yang Ming wanted her to get this kind of thing, Yang Ming said that Zhong Hanlin wanted it. He didn't know what to do. Xianxia didn't ask much. She thought that it might be more convenient to contact other people during the operation. The receiving part of the wireless headphones was handed to Zhong Hanlin. Yang Ming sat in a separate lounge, which was also specially arranged by Zhong Hanlin. Xianxia was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming's disappearance before the operation, but she couldn't do anything if she couldn't find him. Sure enough, as Zhong Hanlin expected, not only did the brain doctors of the hospital come to watch Zhong Hanlin do the operation, but even the relevant doctors from the nearby hospitals who got the news rushed over. After all, the operation of the top experts in the country was not something that could be seen. Everyone hoped to learn something useful. Zhong Hanlin did not avoid it. He told everyone about the precautions during the operation, and then he went to change and prepare for the operation. This was the first time that Yang Ming used his special ability in a field related to medical treatment. Moreover, his every word was related to the safety of Zhou Jiejia's life. How could Yang Ming not be nervous? The operation had just begun, and it was not yet time to use Yang Ming's power. Yang Ming's forehead was already sweating. If Mother Zhou was just mentally nervous, Yang Ming was physically and mentally nervous. He didn't allow himself to make any mistakes, so he had to be highly focused. In the quiet lounge, Yang Ming held a cup of tea tightly with both hands. It seemed that he could hear his own breathing. Yes, Yang Ming was so nervous for the first time in his life. Including that time in the detention center, or being besieged by 2 killers, Yang Ming was not so nervous. Yang Ming took a sip of tea and tried to calm his mood. Uncle Zhong, can you hear me? If you hear me, just click on it. Yang Ming whispered after a long sigh of relief. Zhong Hanlin nodded slightly. It seems that the effect of this wireless headphone is still very good. The cranial nerve is also known as the cranial nerve. The left and right pairs of nerves are issued from the brain. The main pairs are the olfactory nerve, the optic nerve, the oculomotor nerve, the trochlear nerve, the trigeminal nerve, the abducens nerve, the facial nerve, the acoustic nerve, the glossopharyngeal nerve, the vagus nerve, the accessory nerve, and the hypoglossal nerve. Among them, the trigeminal nerve is composed of the ophthalmic nerve, the maxillary nerve, and the mandibular nerve. However, there are several branches on each main nerve. Now Zhong Hanlin is afraid of touching a branch of a nerve and some unknown part. The human brain is very complicated. Any top brain expert dare not say that he has completely studied the human brain. Yang Ming can see the subtle nerves of these branches. At first, Yang Ming's tone was still a little nervous, but gradually, he entered the state. As long as Yang Ming told Zhong Hanlin the approximate location, Zhong Hanlin would be careful. The 2 people cooperated very well. The tense 3 hours finally passed. When the bullet was completely taken out, Yang Ming and Zhong Hanlin both breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The mood of the 2 of them was also very excited. They completed the first operation in human history that combined abilities and brain. Although the operation was over unknowingly, Yang Ming was still scared with a cold sweat. Touching his wet back, Yang Ming smiled a little self-deprecatingly. I also have times when I am afraid. When Zhong Hanlin announced the successful completion of the operation, everyone burst into excited cheers. Mother Zhou was so excited that she shed tears, claiming that she must thank Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin smiled and waved his hand, saying that there was no need. What is there to thank for my own family? I and nephew Yang's godfather are closer than brothers. If you want to thank someone, thank nephew Yang. Zhong Hanlin was an expert academically, but he was not a blockhead in life. When he came here, he felt that Mother Zhou didn't seem to be so friendly to Yang Ming. Therefore, he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji must be in a romantic relationship, but Mother Zhou didn't agree. So he wanted to take this opportunity to matchmake Yang Ming and Zhou Jieji. As for why he thought so, it was entirely because Yang Ming was nervous about Zhou Jieji. This didn't seem to be the concern of ordinary friends. It was no wonder that he didn't know the twists and turns in the middle of things, so it was common sense to think so. Ah. Hearing Zhong Hanlin say this, Mother Zhou was stunned, but then she began to re-examine the identity of Yang Ming. Yang Ming's family background was indeed very bad, and it was quite bad. His mother was laid off and his father was a worker, and the factory was full of people. However, Yang Ming actually had a godfather? Was it Lu Weishan? Lu Weishan was also a celebrity in China. Although Mother Zhou wasn't in the jewelry industry, she had heard of this name. Obviously, he was an academic. It seemed that this Yang Ming wasn't so simple. Otherwise, he wouldn't have recognized such a powerful godfather. She should re-investigate the background of Yang Ming. Her daughter was now like this, and the bullet was said to be in the forehead. Let's not talk about whether it would affect her appearance in the future. Zhong Hanlin's words just now were enough to make Mother Zhou upset. Although the operation was very successful, it's hard to say when the victim will wake up. The human brain is the most mysterious place. Sometimes, a slight shock can cause a period of coma, not to mention a gunshot wound. Zhong Hanlin's words were powerful. During the operation, Mother Zhou also inquired about Zhong Hanlin's position in the brain academic community. Now that she heard Zhong Hanlin say this, her heart suddenly fell into the abyss. Although the bullet was taken out, it was still unknown when her daughter would wake up. What if her daughter didn't wake up for a lifetime? In that case, if this Yang Ming really liked Zhou Jieji, it was fine to let him marry Zhou Jieji. If Yang Ming knew about Mother Zhou's dirty thoughts now, he would definitely be furious. But now Yang Ming just wanted to rest for a while. He was too tired just now. He was more nervous than Zhong Hanlin. Zhong Hanlin had been on the battlefield for a long time. He was as steady as Mount Tai on the operating table. With the help of Yang Ming, it could only be said that he had a better helper, which made him more comfortable in the operation. But Yang Ming was different. It was Yang Ming's first time. It would be strange if he wasn't nervous. But it had to be said that Mother Zhou's idea was not wrong. After all, most people were selfish, especially people in the business field. In this matter, Mother Zhou's first consideration was her own gains and losses. Although Zhou Jieji had finished the operation, she was still in the intensive care unit. It would take some time before family members could visit her. However, Yang Ming was not limited by this. No matter how far away he was, he could see Zhou Jieji's current appearance. Looking at Zhou Jieji's shaved long hair wrapped with gauze, Yang Ming only felt a sharp pain in his heart. How should I face her? After she wakes up, what should I do? Should I fulfill the previous promise, or? Yang Ming shook his head and didn't dare to think about it. Now in Yang Ming's heart, there was a very difficult feeling. Is it gratitude? Is it sympathy? But is it love? Yang Ming didn't know. But what Yang Ming knew was that what he owed Zhou Jieji, he couldn't pay it back in this life. That is a life. How can I repay it? What a silly girl. Is it worth it? Zhou Jieji likes me, but I don't know it. But what made Yang Ming wonder was, when did Zhou Jieji start to fall in love with me? Junior high school? This possibility was obviously there, but Yang Ming didn't think it was big. University? That was even more impossible. There was nothing special between me and her. Although Yang Ming felt that his luck with women was good, it was also based on some special events to capture a girl's heart. Yang Ming was narcissistic, and he wouldn't think that he was a bastard when he stood there. A beautiful girl would take the initiative to come to him. That was impossible. If that was the case, why didn't a girl like me for 3 years in high school? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't think that he had any bastard aura. It seemed that this mystery could only be explained when Zhou Jieji woke up. Yang Ming rubbed his temples and drank the herbal tea in his hand. He got up and left the lounge. At this time, Zhong Hanlin was explaining the experience of the surgery to the doctors. When he saw Yang Ming coming over, he immediately nodded to him. Their eyes met, and everything was understood without words. However, Xianxia was very dissatisfied with Yang Ming's disappearance during the surgery. What did you do just now? Do you think it was easy for me? I just finished competing with you, and then I had to take Wan Shifan as a hostage under the threat of so many people. My physical strength was seriously overdrawn. I just asked Uncle Zhong to help me find a lounge for a little rest. Yang Ming explained in a low voice. Oh. It turned out to be like this. After listening to Yang Ming, Xiaxue no longer pursued Yang Ming's responsibility. After all, Yang Ming was telling the truth. At that time, Yang Ming could hold the injured Zhou Jieji and subdue Wang Shifan. It was really not easy. Xiaxue asked herself if she could do it. It seemed that the previous loss to Yang Ming was not an accident. Yang Ming did have his outstanding points. Thinking of this, Xiaxue's mentality was balanced, but the matter of being spanked by Yang Ming was still somewhat brooding. That was my private place. If it was spread out, how am I going to face others? However, when she thought about how she broke into the bathroom and saw Yang Ming taking a shower, these two matters were considered even. However, why did Xiaxue feel that she seemed to have suffered more losses? Xiaxue also knew that Yang Ming was very tired, but there were some things that couldn't be done just because he was tired. Yang Ming, as one of the important parties, must follow Xiaxue to the police station to record a statement. Yang Ming also knew that this was a necessary procedure, so he didn't refuse. Uncle Zhong, Xiaxue and I still have some things to do at the police station. You go back to Godfather first. I will go back later. Yang Ming and Zhong Hanlin greeted. Yang Ming, I guess both of us will go back later. I can't leave now. These doctors came to me to discuss knowledge and insisted that I stay here for dinner. Zhong Hanlin smiled bitterly. Well, let's keep in touch by phone. Long before Zhong Hanlin boarded the plane, Lu Weishan told Zhong Hanlin Yang Ming's phone number. Of course, he also told Yang Ming Zhong Hanlin's phone number. Zhong Hanlin nodded and continued to discuss academic issues with the doctors. Where is the gun? In the car, Xiaxue looked at Yang Ming and asked. What gun? Yang Ming asked knowingly. The gun in the hands of Zhou Jejia and Wang Jitao. Xiaxue snorted. Don't tell me that you didn't see it. Privately possessing a gun is a big crime. Hurry up and take it out. D*MN, you are talking about that gun. How do I know where it is? Yang Ming said indifferently. Yang Ming, I can tell you. Don't think about any luck. Captain Chen just called me. The gun was not found at the scene. Xiaxue threatened. Yang Ming shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands. There are so many people. Who knows who took it? If you don't believe me, you can search me. Why do you always suspect me now? What was the situation at the time? How can I pay attention to where the gun is? Well, I believe you. Xiaxue also knew that the situation was chaotic. The chances of Yang Ming getting the gun were slim. But now they had to go to the police station. If the gun was on Yang Ming, he had no place to hide. However, what did Yang Ming do? He was an assassin. The best thing for an assassin was to hide a gun. He could hide the gun in many places at will without being discovered. Just now, Yang Ming had hidden the gun in the hospital's bathroom. It was estimated that except for Yang Ming, if no one searched, it would be difficult to find it. The reason why Yang Ming secretly kept the gun was because the gun was smuggled. There was no record, so it was convenient to do things. Because after this matter was settled down, the bullet in Zhou Jiejia's head would be sealed as evidence. It would be difficult to check the ballistic traces. Another point was that he was going to give the gun to Hou Zhenhan and the others so that they could feel it. Even if they didn't use it, they could take it out to scare people. They could also be bad *SS when negotiating with people. Because the people who recorded Yang Ming's statement in the police station were all Chen Fei's men, and Xiaxue explained some things together, so it wasn't difficult for Yang Ming. Moreover, in just a short time, Wang Shifan had completely confessed to the crime. Therefore, the meaning of Yang Ming's confession wasn't very big. Wang Shifan knew that he definitely couldn't get out this time. He also had an attitude that he would definitely die. Although people with discerning eyes could see that Yang Ming alone had a great contribution in this matter, Yang Ming didn't have any intention to take the credit. He also repeatedly asked to handle it in a low-key manner and not let his parents know. In this way, Xiaxue couldn't take the credit even if she didn't want it. Yang Ming didn't want the credit, but the credit had to fall to one person, right? At that time, only Xiaxue was at the scene, so Xiaxue couldn't reject it even if she wanted to. Catching a smuggling crocodile, that was absolutely shocking news. Not to mention how it was caught, and no matter how tortuous the process was in the middle, there always had to be a hero in a major case. And Xiaxue became the hero who cracked down on the smuggling crime. It couldn't be helped. Even if others wanted to take this credit, they couldn't take it. Therefore, Xiaxue was not only rewarded by the municipal government, but she was also awarded the third-class merit by the provincial department and was awarded the rank of second-class police superintendent. However, because she was too young, she didn't get a promotion. But thinking about it, if she made more contributions in the future, promotion was definitely not a problem. In particular, Xiaxue was a young and beautiful policewoman, which was in line with the positive image of TV publicity. Therefore, for a time, the streets, TV, and newspapers were full of news about Xiaxue. Walking out of the police station, Yang Ming suddenly received a call from Bao Sanli. Hello? What's the matter? Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. I just got a gun and wanted to look for him. Why did this guy look for me first? Brother Yang. Gu Jianchao is here. He wants to see you at the Nightless Club. Bao Sanli's attitude toward Yang Ming was now respectful because he also knew that Yang Ming's identity was different at this moment. Yang Ming represented Mr. Y, which was his current big boss. Gu Jianchao? Yang Ming said, what is he doing here? I don't know, but he said that he has something important to see you, said Bao Sanli. Well, let him wait. I will go now. Yang Ming agreed after thinking about it. I looked for Gu Jianchao alone a while ago and asked him to help collect some evidence of Wang Shifan. Could it be that he collected these? No matter what he wants to do, I have to go to Bao Sanli's place anyway. As the direct boss of Bao Sanli, how could his underlings not have a gun? Even the boss of the Four Snakes gang had a gun. Bao Sanli was the boss of a city. He was much more powerful than Brother Snake. However, using a black gun wasn't a long-term thing. Yang Ming planned to ask Xiaxue and Chen Fei in a few days to see if he could apply for a gun license for Bao Sanli's security company. Yang Ming returned to the hospital and took out the gun that was hidden in. Advance. Then, he went straight to the Nightless Club. When Yang Ming arrived, Bao Sanli was already at the door to greet him. This made Yang Ming a little dumbfounded. He had already told Bao Sanli not to reveal his identity. This guy actually made it so obvious. However, Bao Sanli was a rough person with a one-track mind. His offer Yang Ming was also from the heart. It was quite difficult for him not to come out and greet him. However, Bao Sanli's respectful attitude made Gu Jianchao a little surprised. What is the identity of this Yang Ming? He actually let the boss of Songjiang City personally greet him? Originally, Gu Jianchao just thought that even if Yang Ming was very powerful, he was just a friend of Bao Sanli. He helped him to collect Wang Shifan's materials because of Bao Sanli and the video. But now he had to re-examine Yang Ming's ability. As for my plan, shouldn't I change the target of my cooperation? During this time, Gu Jianchao also heard a little about the changes in Songjiang's underworld. Today's Bao Sanli was no longer the same as before. He used to be just a powerful big pal, but now his identity was Songjiang's top boss. But what about the identity of Yang Ming? Is he more powerful than the boss of Songjiang? Gu Jianchao was only 30 years old, and he was already sitting in the position of vice president. It showed that his brain was good enough. He wasn't a fool, so he thought of a series of problems in a flash. He knew Sun Jia's identity. Sun Jia's father, Sun Hongjun, was the boss behind Dong Hai. Although the boss on the surface was the Tian family's master, Tian Dajin, Gu Jianchao secretly investigated and found that the one who really controlled Dong Hai was the Sun family. This also strengthened his belief in pursuing Sun Jia. And Yang Ming, a seemingly mediocre little punk, was Sun Jia's boyfriend. When he association with Bao Sanli's attitude just now, then the true identity of Yang Ming was obvious. Could it be that Yang Ming was also the young master of the boss behind Songjiang? Bao Sanli, the boss at the front desk, was also a worker similar to Tian Dajin? Thinking of this, Gu Jianchao's face twitched involuntarily. Mother asterisk Kerr, I'm really lucky. I was just raped by Yang Ming for a woman, and I didn't lose my life. That's really lucky. Thinking of this, then the conflict with the little waitress and the subsequent appearance of Bao Sanli and Yang Ming's help were not accidental. They were arranged in advance to mess with me. However, even if I figured it out, so what? Gu Jianchao didn't dare to say it. He was still young. He didn't want to die without knowing the reason. He had to admit that Gu Jianchao was actually able to guess Yang Ming's identity in just a few minutes. His brain was really not ordinary enough. It could only be said that this guy was a genius. Brother Yang. Gu Jianchao understood the identity of Yang Ming. He immediately became fearful. He nodded and came over to greet Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know why Gu Jianchao was suddenly so enthusiastic. When he asked Gu Jianchao to collect evidence last time, although this guy agreed without saying anything, he was obviously not as enthusiastic as now. Why are you looking for me? Asked Yang Ming faintly. Brother Yang, the last time you asked me to collect evidence of President Wang. No, Wang Shifan, I have collected some, but it's not very fatal. Gu Jianchao said carefully. Let's go in and talk. Yang Ming frowned. Now there was no need for this evidence. Wang Shifan's death sentence was basically a foregone conclusion. There was no suspense. The three of them found a small meeting room. Bao Sanli opened the door, but he didn't dare to go in first. He said to Yang Ming, "Brother Yang, please." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Brother Bao, what are you doing? You made it seem like a stranger. I'm not used to it." Brother Yang. Bao Sanli also scratched his head. He didn't have too many thoughts. He was straightforward. He only knew that Yang Ming's current identity was much more powerful than him, so he unconsciously showed respect. Forget it. Yang Ming looked at his embarrassment and waved his hand. In the future, don't be like this in front of outsiders. Today, only Xianxia was here. Otherwise, if this spread out, I wouldn't be able to go to school peacefully. Yes, Brother Yang. When he heard Yang Ming say this, Bao Sanli suddenly realized that Guo Jianchao couldn't be counted as one of his own people. If this guy went out and yelled, wouldn't it be bad? Previously, Bao Sanli felt that Guo Jianchao was also working for Yang Ming, so there was nothing to hide. So, he brought Guo Jianchao out to wait for Yang Ming. But now, it seemed that who knew if this kid was tight-lipped? Thinking of this, a murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Brother Yang, or... Guo Jianchao couldn't help but shudder. Oh my god, is he going to kill me to silence me? In fact, Guo Jianchao thought too much. Even if he was in the underworld, it was impossible to kill people casually. However, Guo Jianchao was bewitched by the Hong Kong and Taiwan movies. He thought that the people in the underworld didn't care about human life. How could he not be afraid? His legs went soft, and he almost knelt on the ground. Brother Yang, I didn't see anything. No, I'm already one of your people. Now, I'm also working for you loyally. Please don't kill me when I've outlived my usefulness. You are elegant, dignified, strategizing, decisive, condescending, irresistible, unparalleled, and unique. I have already crawled under your feet and decided to pledge my loyalty to you. Yang Ming held back his smile and thought, this guy really knows how to change the rudder according to the wind. Although Wang Shifan fell, the Wang's group didn't fall. Yang Ming also knew that Wang Jitao's matter couldn't involve the Wang's group. When the time came, if Wang Jitao inherited the Wang's group, maybe this kid would use some underhanded means to deal with him. It was better to simply leave a spy in the Wang's group and find an opportunity to take down this kid. However, for people like Guo Jianchao, there must be an absolute deterrent. Otherwise, this guy would obviously change his mind. Although there was a video in his hand as a threat, it was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't betray in front of a more powerful force. Thinking of this, Yang Ming's heart moved. He threw the pistol in front of Bao Sanli and said, "This is for you." However, Guo Jianchao was almost scared out of his wits. What does Yang Ming mean by taking out the pistol? Could it be that he wants Bao Sanli to kill me? Guo Jianchao slid to the ground this time and looked at Yang Ming blankly. Brother Yang. I am really sincere in surrendering to you. I will be your little soldier in the future. I will be at your beck and call. I will follow your orders. If I go back on my words, let me die a horrible death. Rocket will shoot into my ass. Okay. Yang Ming said, your mouth. Don't worry. That gun isn't used to kill you. Don't be like this in the future. You will work for me in the future. I won't treat you badly. I don't want my underling to be a coward. Yes. Brother Yang, you are invincible and powerful. You will definitely not lay your hands on a loyal little soldier. Guo Jianchao continued to flatter, I am only weak in front of Brother Yang's unparalleled spirit. I don't think others are as powerful as Brother Yang. Well, you remember what you said today. If I want to kill you, it's actually very easy. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, if you want to die, you don't need any rocket. A pen is enough. As Yang Ming said, he picked up the oil pen on the table and pointed to the peephole on the door. Look there. As he said, the oil pen flew out from Yang Ming's hand and pierced into the peephole. Apparently, it had penetrated through the door. A plastic oil pen can penetrate the glass peephole at a distance of more than 4 meters. How much strength and accuracy does this require? Not only was Guo Jianchao dumbfounded, but Bao Sanli also opened his mouth wide. The only thought in their minds was that Brother Yang was really fierce. The previous words used on him were also very appropriate. Guo Jianchao took a deep breath. Not to mention the rocket shooting into my ass, I can't even stand this oil pen. Wang Shifan is already finished. The evidence is useless. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, if my guess is right, the person who will take over should be Wang Jitao. Brother Yang, I came here this time for this matter. Guo Jianchao quickly flattered, I was collecting evidence of Wang Shifan, but I got such a document from the safe in his office. What document? Yang Ming frowned and asked. Equity transfer letter. Guo Jianchao smiled and said, Wang Shifan's equity transfer letter. There is Wang Shifan's signature on it. As Guo Jianchao said this, he handed a portfolio to Yang Ming. Equity transfer letter? What equity? Wang's group? Yang Ming asked in his heart. Yes, it's Wang's group. Guo Jianchao smiled and said, hee. In order to collect evidence of Wang Shifan's crime, I found someone to crack the fingerprint safe in Wang Shifan's office and took out this document from it. Oh? Yang Ming opened the portfolio and asked while looking, this document should be transferred to Wang Jitao, right? Even if we get it, it's useless, right? No. This authorization letter is blank. Guo Jianchao waved his hand and said, Brother Yang, look. Ah? Yang Ming flipped through the party B on the authorization letter. It was indeed blank. He was shocked. Why is this the case? At that time, Wang Shifan didn't finally decide whether to transfer the equity in his hand to Wang Jitao or his own wife. So after the contract was drafted, it was left empty. Later, I found out, so I forged a fake contract and put it in the safe. Perhaps, the fake contract is in the hands of Wang Jitao? Guo Jianchao smiled. In other words, through this document, we are likely to take down the Wang's group. A crazy idea suddenly appeared in Yang Ming's mind. If you don't eliminate the root of the problem, it will grow again when the spring breeze comes. Sometimes, you have to be ruthless. If the group is left to Wang Jitao, this guy may still be thinking of ways to harm me. Yes. This is feasible. Guo Jianchao nodded. If Wang Shifan didn't find out and gave the fake authorization letter to Wang Jitao, then we have the feasibility of the operation. Why don't you do it yourself? That's hundreds of millions of assets. Yang Ming looked at Guo Jianchao deeply. Brother Yang, I won't hide it from you. When I got this contract, it was impossible for me to not have any thoughts. But I also know that I'm just a vice president. If I don't have a backer, it's really difficult to handle this matter. But if there is a force in Songjiang that supports me, then it is very possible to take down the Wang's group in one fell swoop, said Guo Jianchao. Yang Ming nodded. I understand. In fact, you didn't come to me today. You wanted to find Bao Sanli before. You wanted to cooperate with him. To do this kind of thing, it's best to let the people in the underworld come forward. Other people wouldn't dare to say anything. Yang Ming slightly understood Guo Jianchao's meaning. Am I right? I don't dare to lie to Brother Yang. You are right. Indeed, I thought so at the beginning. But now, how can I be qualified to talk about cooperation with Brother Yang? Right now, I'm just a small soldier of yours. This is my gift to you. Guo Jianchao said honestly. Yang Ming nodded and was very satisfied with Guo Jianchao's answer. Well, you and Bao Sanli study the operability of this thing. Jianchao, you are a person in the business world. You should be more familiar with these rules than me. As for how to operate and cooperate, I will let Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan fully support you. If this thing can be successful, then you will be the hero. I will not treat you unfairly. Half of the shares will be yours. Yang Ming also knew that if you want a horse to run fast, you must give it enough food. You can't be too harsh on your own people. If there are enough benefits, then people will work for you. Moreover, the Wang's group was an unexpected windfall for Yang Ming. So what if he distributed a part of it? As long as he didn't let Wang Jitao get any benefits, it would be fine. I don't dare to take half. how about this? Brother Yang, I know you are good to me. Just 1/3. This is enough. Xianxia said quickly in fear. Okay, as you wish. Yang Ming saw that Xianxia wasn't a greedy person, and he was slightly gratified. Don't worry, Brother Yang. I will try my best to do this. Xianxia immediately expressed his loyalty. As for my identity, it is enough for you to know. Don't say it again. Yang Ming said faintly, the less you know, the less suspicious you will be. Xianxia was stunned. Originally, he wanted to inquire about Yang Ming's identity from Bao Sanli after Yang Ming left, but at this moment, he immediately dispelled this idea and didn't dare to think about it again. From the beginning to the end, Xianxia couldn't figure out the identity of Yang Ming. However, he didn't dare to ask. Who would want to live a long life? Looking at Bao Sanli fiddling with the gun, Xianxia couldn't help but shiver. What kind of people are they? I blame myself for being lustful. I wanted to pursue Xianxia, so I provoked such a strong person like Yang Ming. However, it was a blessing in disguise. If there was no such incident, I may not have the opportunity now. Without the support of Bao Sanli, he really didn't dare to plan this kind of murderous business. Thinking of this, Xianxia also felt balanced. He squeezed out a smile and said to Bao Sanli, Brother Bao, let's study it first? Okay, President Gua, I will call President Ho over. Let's discuss it together. Bao Sanli nodded. The thing that Yang Ming gave him was the same as what Mr. Y said, so Bao Sanli had to do it well. Brother Bao, you call me President Gua. Isn't this insulting me? Just call me Xiao Gua. Xianxia saw that Bao Sanli was so polite, so he immediately said in fear and trepidation. Ha, President Gua is too polite. Now that you and I are working for Brother Yang, there is no difference in seniority. It is only right for me to call you President Gua. Bao Sanli said with a smile, don't say this again. We are responsible for each other. That is a relationship of the same level. We will help each other in the future. Yes, Brother Bao is right. We are all working for Brother Yang. Xianxia was excited in his heart. Who is Bao Sanli? The boss of Songjiang is actually on the same level as me. It seems that it is good to work for Brother Yang. My status has also improved a lot. Although Xianxia felt that he used to be the vice president of the Wang's group, which was already very bad *SS, that was only the status in the business world. Now, with the relationship with Bao Sanli, Xianxia's social status had also improved. If he said that he was Bao Sanli's brother to the outside world, he would have a lot of face. But Brother Bao calling me Boss Gua is too polite. How about this, I'll call you Brother Bao, and you can call me Younger Brother Gua. Anyway, we're all working for Brother Yang, so we're no different from brothers. Awesome. Bao Sanli nodded and patted Xianxia's shoulder. You can rest assured. I will recognize you as my younger brother. In the future, if anyone dares to bully you in Songjiang, just tell me. That's right, that's right. If I were to be bullied, then Brother Yang's face would be affected as well. Xianxia was even more adept at playing along as he spoke. Not long after, Ho Zhenhan rushed over. When Yang Ming came just now, Ho Zhenhan was dealing with some affairs and couldn't get away. During the Chinese New Year, there were so many employees under him. Naturally, he had to give out some New Year's goods and bonuses. Bao Sanli definitely couldn't do these, so he had to rely on him. Now that he got away, it was because he heard that Yang Ming had something important for them to discuss. Otherwise, there would be no time at all. What's the matter? Is there anything important to discuss? Ho Zhenhan asked directly as soon as he entered the door. Let younger brother Gua introduce it to you. Bao Sanli wasn't very good at business, so he directly pushed it to Xianxia. Originally, this matter was handled by Xianxia, so he was familiar with many things inside. He took out the contract and began to talk about his plan. Brother Ho, things are like this. And, it sounds good. Ho Zhenhan's mind was very flexible. Otherwise, the Nightless Club and the Mingyang Security Company couldn't be run by him so well. When he heard Xianxia's plan, he knew that this matter was very promising. Yes, with the legal documents in hand, what was there to be afraid of? However, this also depended on how to operate it and who to operate it. If people without any foundation were to do this, the possibility of success was indeed not high. However, if Ho Junhan and Bao Sanli were to do it, the possibility of success would be much higher. Not to mention that the relationships in all aspects were very smooth, but the lawyers on his side were also ruthless people. Think about it. How could a lawyer for the underworld be good? Therefore, everything depends on human effort. This matter might not be possible for others to operate, but in Ho Junhan's hands, it wasn't very difficult. Ho Junhan found a few very bad *SS lawyers to come over and discuss how to operate this matter. Because they were all on the same side, these lawyers also belonged to the underworld, so they didn't avoid arousing suspicion. Ho Junhan directly said his purpose. These lawyers were also veterans in this field. They often dealt with some underworld inheritance issues. The underworld's property was the most troublesome. In many cases, some industries were written with the name of a certain underworld boss. Once the boss died, the ownership of the industry would be more troublesome. But these people specialized in dealing with this kind of trouble. In the beginning, Yu Xiongda's industry was taken over by a few of them. Therefore, when it came to this kind of appropriation of other people's property, these people were very handy. They immediately proposed a few very feasible ways. After Yang Ming came out from the nightless club, he took a taxi to Lu Weishan's home. But on the way, he also called his parents and told them that he was going to his godfather's house as a guest. He asked them not to worry. Zhong Hanlin's wife and little grandson were already at Lu Weishan's house. When Yang Ming entered the house, Xiaoqing was playing with Shuang Zhong. The two people were playing poker. It was a deck of cards. Each of the two people randomly pulled out a card and then compared the size of the card. Xiaoqing didn't know what kind of luck she had. She actually got a bigger card than Xiao Xiaozhong. She made Xiao Xiaozhong sullen and unhappy. I say, Sister Xiaoqing, can't you give in to him? He's just a kid. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. This thing, how do you expect me to give in? It's completely a lucky thing. Xiaoqing was helpless. My luck is really good today. If I go to Macau to gamble, won't I make a fortune? Ha, Xiao Xiaozhong, look at uncle coming over to play with you. Yang Ming smiled. What uncle? Obviously, you are my brother. I am 10 years old. Xiao Xiaozhong looked at Yang Ming unconvinced. Can you help me win against auntie? When Yang Ming heard it, he almost fell to the ground. Brother? Auntie? D**mn, you call Xiaoqing auntie, and you call me brother. Are you insulting me or Xiaoqing? Little brat, don't you know that this is very hurtful? Sure enough, Yang Ming looked up and saw a hint of helplessness in Xiaoqing's eyes. Xiaoqing did look very mature, but she wasn't old. Yang Ming glared at Xiao Xiaozhong and said, Don't talk nonsense. I am your auntie's younger brother. If you call me brother, won't you mess up the seniority? Well, then if you help me win against auntie, I will call you uncle. Xiao Xiaozhong said as he rolled his eyes. Well, this is what you said. Yang Ming nodded and said to Xiao Xiaozhong, Come on, let's see who is bigger, right? You see how uncle wins against your auntie. Let's talk about it after we win, brother. Xiao Xiaozhong was obviously not afraid of Yang Ming because his parents weren't around, and he was deeply doted by Zhong Hanlin and his wife. You draw first. Yang Ming gestured to Xiaoqing to draw the card first. Okay. Xiaoqing was helpless. When she saw that Yang Ming was serious, she had to continue to play. She also knew that Yang Ming was fighting for her, and she couldn't help but feel happy. Ah? When Xiaoqing turned the card in her hand, Yang Ming, Xiao Xiaozhong, and even Xiaoqing herself had their mouths wide open. Two of spades. According to the game of Northern playing Empress, this two was the biggest card in the ordinary cards. Above it was the king and queen. Ha ha ha. When Xiao Xiaozhong saw this scene, he immediately looked at Yang Ming proudly and laughed. The meaning was self-evident. You're done for. You're going to lose. Yang Ming scratched his head. It seems that Xiaoqing is really lucky. I can't accept it. Yang Ming sighed. It's me. If it were another person, I would just admit defeat. Yang Ming casually touched the pile of cards, pulled out a card, and turned it over on the table. What? Xiao Xiaozhong widened his eyes. This works too? The card that Yang Ming pulled out was actually a king. It was like a two of big and queen. Hee, is it okay? Call me uncle. Yang Ming shrugged at Xiao Xiaozhong. No, you're lucky. You two compete again. Xiao Xiaozhong felt that it was incredible. Isn't this Yang Ming's luck a bit too good? All right. Yang Ming didn't want to argue with a child, so he nodded and gestured to Xiaoqing to draw a card. This time, Xiaoqing's luck wasn't as good as last time, but the card was still very big. It was a king of hearts. Yang Ming simply pulled out a king of hearts this time. This time, Xiao Xiaozhong was completely dumbfounded. Although reluctant, he still called little uncle. Yang Ming responded happily and winked at Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing shook her head helplessly. On the TV over there, a cartoon was playing. Xiao Xiaozhong threw away the cards in his hand and ran to watch the TV. There was only Yang Ming and Xiaoqing left here. Xiaoqing tidied up the cards on the bed and said to Yang Ming helplessly, why are you arguing with a child? Who asked him to call you little aunt but call me brother? Isn't this obviously sarcastic that you are much older than me? Yang Ming said indifferently. How does he know about your relationship with me? Forget it. What the child said is also true. I am indeed more than 10 years older than you. Xiaoqing sighed and said. Sister Xiaoqing, are you unhappy? Yang Ming sensed that there was a trace of melancholy between Xiaoqing's eyebrows. No, what is there to be unhappy about? Xiaoqing's emotions were well controlled. In the blink of an eye, she had a smiling expression. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming reached out and held Xiaoqing's soft little hand. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid that others will see it? Xiaoqing was anxious and wanted to withdraw her hand. What are you afraid of? Don't forget your husband's ability. Yang Ming blinked and smiled. What husband? Don't talk nonsense. If Godfather hears it, it won't be good. Xiaoqing said shyly, I guessed that you used your special ability to bully children. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to continuously draw a king of hearts. If I don't use some tricks, how can this child be so obedient? Yang Ming said, isn't it because I am afraid that you will be sad? In fact, you are young enough. It is normal to say that you are 25 or 26 years old. I don't know who it was that called me auntie. Xiaoqing complained. Sweat. Yang Ming touched his chin and said, didn't I already explain it? Who asked you to say that I am a pervert? Aren't you? Xiaoqing glared at him and looked at Yang Ming with a smile. You cannot admit it, but don't come to me in the future. Ugh. Sister Xiaoqing, let's not talk about this. Yang Ming was embarrassed. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Time makes people grow old. I don't have many years of youth left. As long as you don't ignore me in the future, it will be fine. Xiaoqing stood up and turned to walk out of the house. Sister Xiaoqing. Yang Ming wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Xiaoqing. I am going to help Mom. Don't say it. I understand. I am just lamenting. Your sister's youth is invincible. I am still like this at 50 years old. Xiaoqing smiled. Hey. Yang Ming widened his eyes. It was rare for Xiaoqing to joke with him, but it could be seen that Xiaoqing's mood was still good. Yang Ming was relieved. When dinner was ready, Zhong Hanlin still rushed back. It seemed that he had pushed away the social interaction and came to catch up with his old friend for many years. Lu Weishan seemed to have known that he would come back. He had prepared a bowl and chopsticks for him. When the two old men met, they hugged. Yang Ming and Xiaoqing stared. Lu Weishan, who had always been steady, also had such a passionate and unrestrained time. Lu Weishan and Zhong Hanlin chatted while eating. They recalled the interesting things when they were in school and the anecdotes when they joined the army. Yang Ming and the others also listened with great interest. Listening to Lu Weishan and Zhong Hanlin talk about how they used to catch grasshoppers and fight crickets together when they were young, it really had the flavor of the articles from the 100 Herb Garden to the 3 Flavors bookstore. After dinner, Yang Ming was ready to get up and leave, but he was stopped by Zhong Hanlin. "Old Lu, do you mind if I talk to your godson?" Zhong Hanlin asked with a smile. "If you want to talk about it, then talk about it. Do you think you can snatch it away?" Lu Weishan revealed a rare childlike side as he joked. Yang Ming knew why Zhong Hanlin was looking for him, so he didn't ask much. He came to Lu Weishan's study with Zhong Hanlin. Since both of them were guests, they sat on both sides of the sofa on the coffee table. No one sat in the boss chair behind the desk. "Yang Ming, today's operation was very successful. It was the first time in my life to do such an operation." Zhong Hanlin sighed. "Hee, Uncle Zhong, I have no other way. It's also a coincidence that I have this ability." Yang Ming nodded. "Yang Ming, your godfather still doesn't know about this, right?" Zhong Hanlin asked. "Yes, I didn't tell my godfather. Even my parents don't know," Yang Ming said. "So that's the case." Zhong Hanlin hesitated and then said, "Then don't let old Lu know. The fewer people who know about this kind of thing, the better." Yang Ming nodded and said, "I think so too. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. It seems that you still trust me. Aren't you afraid that I will say it?" Zhong Hanlin smiled. "Uncle Zhong and my godfather can be said to be best friends. After so many years of relationship, they are like brothers. It should be said that they are closer than brothers. I think Uncle Zhong can't harm me anyway." Yang Ming said. "You are right. Weishan and you are his godson. In fact, there is no difference between you and my godson." Zhong Hanlin nodded and said, "If it were another person, I would find a way to bring him to Beijing and give him a brainwave or something. But you don't have to. I don't want you to be targeted by people with bad intentions. This matter ends here. You know, I know. Don't let a third person know. You can rest assured that Uncle Zhong is a person who is about to enter the ground. I won't talk so much." "Thank you, Uncle Zhong," Yang Ming said quickly. "I don't know what your relationship with the injured girl is, but as an elder, I still have to remind you that you should think twice before you do anything in the future. Don't be so impulsive." Zhong Hanlin reminded, "Today, the person you told is me. That's fine. But if you change it to an unfamiliar person, you are likely to be in trouble in the future." "I know, Uncle Zhong. I will be careful in the future," Yang Ming said humbly. "Weishan's son has already had an accident. I don't want anything to happen to his godson. We are old. We can't afford to be hit too hard." Zhong Hanlin said, "You see, Weishan and I are about the same age, but he is obviously much older than me." "Why? Isn't it because of that matter?" "So, Yang Ming, you have to remember that you are not only living for yourself, but also for the people around you." Yang Ming nodded deeply. Zhong Hanlin waved his hand and stood up. The two people went out of the study together. "Old Zhong, what did you say to Big Ming?" Lu Weishan saw the two people coming out and asked casually. "Nothing. I just told him about the situation of the injured so that he could be mentally prepared." Zhong Hanlin said naturally. "Oh, that's it. Let's go. I have cleaned up the bedroom for you. Let's sleep together tonight and talk about the old days." Lu Weishan was in good spirits today. He was very excited. "Even if you don't say it, I have to disturb you. I don't know if sister-in-law will agree?" Zhong Hanlin joked. "You go. We are an old couple. Do we still need 1 or 2 nights?" Chu Huifeng said as she prepared the bedding. Yang Ming said goodbye to Lu Weishan and his wife, as well as Zhong Hanlin and his wife. He was ready to go home. Xiaoqing also came over and said, "It just so happens that I am going back. Let's go together. Otherwise, the road is dark. I am still a little scared." "Right, Big Ming, you send your sister directly to her door." Chu Huifeng immediately said, "It is before the Chinese New Year. The students in the school are on holiday. It is not safe." "I know, godmother." Yang Ming nodded. "Don't worry. I will take care of this mission of protecting the flower." Xiaoqing heard Yang Ming talk about protecting the flower. She was shocked. How can you say this casually? However, when she saw that Chu Huifeng and others didn't have a different expression, she knew that Yang Ming was joking. Xiaoqing glared at Yang Ming angrily. You made me worry so much. Yang Ming pretended not to see it and continued to say, when the bad guys see that your boyfriend is so tall and strong, they will definitely not dare to act rashly. Xiaoqing was so angry that she gritted her teeth. But everyone just took it as a joke and smiled. Yang Ming was happy verbally, but then came the problem. When he arrived at the door of Xiaoqing's house, Xiaoqing didn't let him in. Instead, she said coldly, well, I am home. You can go back. Sister Xiaoqing, are you really angry? Yang Ming had to ask with a smile. No, who is angry? The flower protecting the flower has reached home. It is time to go back. Could it be that you want to steal what you are guarding? Xiaoqing said. Am I not joking? Well, good Qing Qing, don't be angry. Yang Ming said. Forget it. I am too lazy to argue with you. Xiaoqing was older than Yang Ming. It was okay to be coquettish occasionally. After a long time, she felt that her face was a little hot, so she moved aside and was ready to ask Yang Ming to enter the house. However, when Yang Ming entered the house, Xiaoqing was about to close the door, but the door was locked by a hand. Yo, the young couple is quarreling. Don't rush to close the door. A burly black-faced macho man looked at Xiaoqing and said with a smile. Who are you? Xiaoqing was shocked and shouted. What are you shouting for? Mother Fasterus Kerr, don't you want to live? The black-faced macho man wasn't alone. There was a bald man next to him, so he was unwilling immediately. Schwa, he showed his knife. If you don't want to die, don't be noisy. Qing Qing, what's wrong with you? Yang Ming heard Xiaoqing's exclamation and turned around abruptly. Just now, he only cared about flirting with Xiaoqing, so he didn't pay attention to where these two guys came from. Shut up. Stay here honestly, or else I will stab your wife to death. The bald man was a much more ruthless character than the black-faced macho man. However, he didn't put Yang Ming in his eyes. In his opinion, the two of them could completely deal with this family. What do you want? Yang Ming frowned. Why are these two people so blind? Don't they know that I want to do something with my beloved Xiaoqing Qing? Why are they bothering me? Nothing much. We brothers are just looking for money. Take out the cash and gold and silver jewelry. We want digital cameras and cell phones. Give us the things, and we will leave. We won't hurt you, said the black-faced macho man. Oh? Yang Ming suddenly felt a little funny. Robbing me? These two guys are really unlucky. However, after the incident with Zhou Jiejia, Yang Ming particularly hated people who used women to threaten him. So, when the bald man said that he was going to stab Xiaoqing to death, Yang Ming's heart had a murderous intention. Threatening the king of assassins? Do you think you don't want to die fast enough? Both of you come in and lock the door. It won't be good for you if the neighbors see it. Yang Ming said, let her go. We can talk about it. Humph, at least you know what's good for you. When the bald man heard Yang Ming's words, he thought, this kid is really smart. We don't want to stand at the door like this. If the neighbors see it and call the police, we will be done for. After entering the house and closing the door, the bald man didn't care about Xiaoqing. In his opinion, this couple didn't have the ability to resist at all. Now it was like catching a turtle in a jar. Hurry up. Don't waste time. After I finish this job, I still have to go to someone else's house. I can tell you that I came from the south. I killed 3 people there. The bald man threatened. Really? Hee, but you only have 2 people. 2 against 3, it is still a bit of a loss. TSK. Seeing that the 2 people closed the door, Yang Ming immediately changed his tone and said condescendingly. What did you say? The bald man was stunned. He didn't understand Yang Ming's words. What do you King mean? Nothing. It's just that you are going to die soon. Yang Ming's voice fell, and he made a move. No, it should be his feet. He kicked the black-faced and bald man's temples. Yang Ming didn't show mercy at all, so these two people would be disabled even if they didn't die. As for the reason why Yang Ming was so ruthless, first, it was because these two people used Xiaoqing to threaten Yang Ming. Second, it was because these two guys saw Yang Ming and Xiaoqing flirting at the door. If they went to the police station and made a fuss, it wouldn't look good on Xiaoqing. Therefore, Yang Ming directly had the idea of silencing them. It couldn't be said that Yang Ming was vicious, but these two guys really deserved it. Yang Ming was not afraid of any trouble. Robbery in a house was very bad in nature. He was justifiable self-defense. Besides, he just kicked like that. It couldn't be said that he did it deliberately, right? Who can kick someone to death with one kick? Unless it was a mistake. If it was a mistake, then he couldn't be blamed. However, Yang Ming still controlled his strength. At most, one would be in a vegetative state, and the other would die on the spot. What happened? Xiaoqing was scared and hugged Yang Ming, looking at everything in front of her in horror. Who knows? Are they dead? Yang Ming smiled and said, "It's okay. Just two thieves. Let's hurry up and call the police. Don't wait for these two people to wake up and retaliate against us." Xiaoqing said immediately. I think so too. Yang Ming said as he took out his mobile phone to make a call. Xiaoqing was afraid that these two people would wake up and hurt people, so she went to the kitchen to find a rope to tie the two guys' hands and feet. Yang Ming didn't care about her. It was better this way. It seemed that he didn't know the life and death of these two people. "Xiaxue, I'm Yang Ming." The phone call was for Xiaxue. After it was connected, Yang Ming said directly. "What's wrong?" "Yang Ming?" Xiaxue picked up the phone in a daze. "I'm a little tired. I slept in the station. My sister's house was robbed just now. The two robbers were knocked down by me. You bring people over to take a look." Yang Ming said. "What? Your sister's house was robbed?" Xiaxue was stunned. "Is it true? Why would I lie to you?" Yang Ming said, "Hurry up. I was a little heavy-handed. Don't blame me if these two people die." Xiaxue knew Yang Ming's skill. Therefore, the police car and the ambulance arrived almost at the same time. When the doctor looked at the bald man, he shook his head directly and said, "This person is already dead." Looking at the black-faced man, he was still breathing weakly, so he was carried out. "This is..." Xiaxue looked at Xiaoqing and asked. "This is my godsister, Lu Weishan's goddaughter." Yang Ming explained. "Oh, hello, I'm Xiaxue from the Municipal Criminal Investigation Team." Xiaxue said quickly, "Please come with me to the station to make a statement." "Okay." Xiaoqing nodded. "I say, can't you be gentler?" On this side, Xiaxue had already determined the identity of these two guys through the police. They were both wanted criminals on the internet. Although they were dead, Xiaxue felt that it was better to get something out of their mouths. "I only gave each of them a kick. Who knew that they were so weak?" Yang Ming said as he spread his hands. Xiaxue also knew that Yang Ming was stronger. Wang Shifan had so many men protecting him, but he could still be captured by Wang Shifan. Obviously, he wasn't an ordinary person. Coupled with the previous incident with Ji Shuixing, she didn't think that it was strange for Yang Ming to kill them. Things were easy to determine. Both of them were wanted criminals in the south, and they were armed with weapons. They had no grievances with Yang Ming and Xiaoqing. It was obviously a robbery. According to the new criminal law, Yang Ming's behavior was justified self-defense. The police station would not file a case. However, things were so big that it was impossible to hide it from Lu Weishan. The yard was full of police cars and ambulances. Lu Weishan naturally called Xiaoqing to ask if they were okay. Xiaoqing's home phone was unmanned, so he naturally called. This time, it couldn't be hidden. Xiaoqing said that she and Yang Ming were robbed, but the bad guy had been knocked down by Yang Ming. Both of them were making a statement at the police station. When they just came out of the police station, they saw Lu Weishan, Chu Huifeng, and Zhong Hanlin. His grandson, Xiao Xiaozhong, wasn't there. Obviously, the child had fallen asleep, but the adults rushed over. "How is it? Are you okay?" Chu Huifeng asked worriedly. It's okay, godmother. It's just two little thieves. Yang Ming was afraid that Chu Huifeng would be worried, so he didn't say that they were wanted murderers. It's okay. Listen to me. Luckily, I asked Yang Ming to send you, or else, something would have happened. Chu Huifeng said with fear. However, Chu Huifeng insisted on not letting Xiaoqing return to the apartment, but because Zhong Hanlin came, there was no space at home, so Lu Weishan suggested, do you want to stay in the hotel? It's okay, godfather. Isn't Lan Ling's and my room empty? Why don't we ask Sister Xiaoqing to stay there for the night? Yang Ming suggested. Yes, I'm still worried about staying in the hotel. Let's stay there. Chu Huifeng nodded immediately. Yang Ming, aren't there 2 rooms? Why don't you tell your parents not to go home at night? Stay there with your sister. Your sister is still a girl. I'm a little worried. No problem. Godmother, I will accompany Sister Xiaoqing. You can rest assured. When Yang Ming heard it, it was exactly what he wanted. He couldn't help but smile. Xiaoqing secretly pinched Yang Ming's waist. How could Yang Ming's little action be fooled by her? After closing the door, Yang Ming held Xiaoqing's waist and said with a smile, this time, it's legitimate for us to live together. Isn't this the house of love between you and Lan Ling? Xiaoqing said with some jealousy. After all, Xiaoqing was also a woman. She was usually very generous, but now in this house, it was full of memories of Yang Ming and another woman, which made her a little melancholy. Yang Ming sighed. Yes, Lan Ling, how is she now? Seeing Yang Ming's disappointed look, Xiaoqing immediately felt that she shouldn't have said those words. She quickly said, I was joking with you. Sister Xiaoqing. Do you think I'm very fickle? Yang Ming said with some pain. Is it wrong to be fickle? Xiaoqing smiled and said, well, don't think so much. Sister won't fight with your woman. I'm going to take a shower. Yang Ming looked at the furnishings in the house in a daze. After a long time, Yang Ming woke up from his melancholy. Looking at the familiar decorations in the room, he had a myriad of thoughts. Sometimes, Yang Ming could confidently admit that he was a playboy, but sometimes, he felt that he shouldn't be such a playboy. People are always contradictory. If you get something, you have to lose something. Yang Ming stood up and shook his head helplessly. Lan Ling didn't restrict me from looking for other girls, right? In many cases, Yang Ming blamed his playfulness on the strange voodoo. He comforted himself by saying that the reason why he became like this was all because of the voodoo. However, only Yang Ming knew deep down that this was just an excuse for him to cover it up. Before the voodoo, Yang Ming had feelings for both Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying. At that time, he also had Suya in his heart. Sigh. Yang Ming sighed and went to the bedroom where he had spent countless spring nights with Lan Ling sitting on the big bed. He only felt a little bored. His eyes glanced at everything in the room in boredom. Unconsciously, he used his X-ray vision. It wasn't that Yang Ming used his ability intentionally. It was completely unintentional. Just as Yang Ming's eyes scanned the drawer of the desk, he was attracted by a contract and an appraisal report. Yang Ming walked to the desk and opened the drawer. He took out the contract and appraisal report. After a few glances, he began to frown. This appraisal report was a copy of the evaluation report on the value of the jadeite. The original report wasn't in the drawer and he didn't know where it went. Of course, if it was a normal appraisal report, Yang Ming wouldn't be interested. However, the photo of the jadeite on the appraisal report was the one that Yang Ming lost in Tingchong and later passed to Yun Guangdou. Yang Ming was afraid that he saw wrongly. However, after looking at it carefully for a long time, he realized that the jadeite in the photo was indeed the one that he lost. Yang Ming immediately fell into deep thought. Why was this thing in Lan Ling's room? With doubts, Yang Ming opened the contract. Yang Ming guessed correctly. This was a contract for the transfer of jadeite. The buyer was Yun Guangdou. It seemed that Yang Ming's guess was right. This was indeed the one that he lost. The name of the person who transferred the jadeite was Chao Jian. Chao Jian? Who is this? Yang Ming was baffled by what he saw. Chao Jian, Lan? Because he found the contract at Lan Ling's place, Yang Ming couldn't help but think that this so-called Director Chow was Lan Ling's surname, Lan. Could it be that Lan Ling stole my jadeite and sold it to Yun Guangdao? Once Yang Ming had this thought, he immediately wanted to give himself a big slap. How could he have such thoughts? Why would Lan Ling steal from him? What a joke! Yang Ming shook his head and instantly dispelled this thought. From the beginning until now, Lan Ling didn't show that she was a greedy girl. Even when Yang Ming said that he wanted to give the jadeite to Lan Ling, she didn't agree. How could she steal it? Moreover, Yang Ming was very clear about Lan Ling's ability. That was foresight. Although she couldn't predict certain things in detail, she could at least guess good or bad luck. So, if Lan Ling wanted to make a fortune, she could just buy a lottery ticket or gamble on a few stones to achieve this goal. Why would she need to steal the jadeite? Moreover, his current relationship with Lan Ling belonged to the same body. Lan Ling could be said to be something that he couldn't do without. Without Lan Ling, then Yang Ming would be done for by the voodoo. Lan Ling asked for money. How could he not give it to her? She would steal the jadeite? Moreover, what made Yang Ming feel inconceivable was that this document was definitely not in this room before, because after Lan Ling left, Yang Ming had thoroughly explored this room. Well, even if I wasn't careful at that time, Lan Ling came back with me from Yunnan. How could I not know if she had the jadeite? Seeing each other naked every night, there was no place to hide the jadeite. Not to mention that Yang Ming had X-ray vision. Moreover, what made Yang Ming puzzled was that even if Lan Ling wanted to steal, she would never sell the jadeite to a buyer in the city. Not only that, but she even signed the contract with her name. Isn't this exposing my identity? There isn't such a stupid person in the world. Moreover, Lan Ling is very strange. How could she make such a low-level mistake? Could it be? Yang Ming's heart was moved. He couldn't believe his own thoughts. But the facts were in front of him. He had to believe it. That is, it seems that someone is deliberately destroying the relationship between me and Lan Ling. Everything seemed to be a trap waiting for me to be hooked, to make me misunderstand Lan Ling, and to cause a conflict between the two of us. It had to be said that Yang Ming had grown rapidly during this time. He was more thoughtful than before in considering problems. He could consider problems from a variety of different perspectives. Lan Ling was brought back from Yunnan by me, and the jadeite was lost in Yunnan. Now, the jadeite actually appeared in Songjiang. Moreover, the transfer of this jadeite was actually placed in Lan Ling's drawer. What does this mean? Lan Ling is a thief? Yang Ming shook his head. What is the purpose of this person? It can be said that if Lan Ling was just a plaything or a mistress that he kept, then the success of this trick was unknown. But now, there are many secrets between Lan Ling and me that are not known to outsiders. Using this trick to provoke the relationship between me and Lan Ling is very stupid. This person doesn't know about the voodoo, and he doesn't know about Lan Ling's aloof character. However, I have to say that his trick is quite brilliant. If it were other people, they might be furious, right? Are you ready to break up with your lover? Yang Ming flipped through the document and then threw it back into the drawer. He pressed his temple and fell into deep thought. Someone wants to deal with me? Or this person doesn't want me to be with Lan Ling? Everything is an unsolved mystery. Yang Ming was not used to this feeling. This feeling of the enemy in the dark made him feel uneasy. During this time, Yang Ming had been accustomed to being strong and used to the feeling of having everything under control. However, this potential enemy made Yang Ming a little irritated. After checking the other places in the room, there was nothing suspicious. It seemed that the person just put down this document in the room and left. But, who is this person? What is his purpose? When Yang Ming opened the door with the key, he found that the door lock was intact, and the window had no trace of being opened. How did this person come in? Could it be that he has the key? Yang Ming made a bold assumption. That's not right. Only Lu Weishan and I should have the key to this room. If Lu Weishan did this, Yang Ming would not believe it even if he was beaten to death. Everything had become confusing. However, there was one thing that Yang Ming could be sure of. This was not done by Lan Ling, because if you love her, you have to trust her, right? Yang Ming shook his head and decided to put this matter to the back of his mind. At present, it seemed that this matter did not constitute a direct threat to him. Is he trying to sow discord? No matter what his purpose is, I won't be fooled. If he dared to stand up and provoke me, Yang Ming was not afraid of him. This was exactly what Yang Ming hoped for. Yang Ming adjusted his mood. Xiaoqing had already taken a shower. Yang Ming didn't want her to see that he was troubled by this matter. I'm done. Do you want to take a shower too? Xiaoqing came over with a bath towel and said softly. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. Although he had taken a bath in Wang Shifan's base, he was covered in dust because of the fight and the capture of the thieves. Looking at Xiaoqing's wonderful body, Yang Ming's desire was also aroused. Let's take a shower together later. Yang Ming smirked and pounced on Xiaoqing. Yang Ming told his parents that he stayed at Lu Weishan's house yesterday, so his parents didn't doubt it. Because the new year was coming, Yang Ming couldn't stay at Lu Weishan's house for too long. He had to say goodbye to his godfather and Zhong Hanlin's family regretfully. Zhong Hanlin patted Yang Ming's shoulder with a deeper meaning and said, "Little nephew Yang, we are quite congenial. Keep in touch in the future. Don't worry, Uncle Zhong. I will go to Beijing with my godfather to see you when I am free." Yang Ming nodded. However, little Zhong had a good relationship with Yang Ming because of what he did yesterday. He was reluctant to let Yang Ming go because of his relationship with Yang Ming. However, his words carried little weight, so he had to shut up. Coming out of Lu Weishan's house, Yang Ming took a taxi to the People's Hospital. Because he was worried about Zhou Jiejia's situation, Yang Ming couldn't feel at ease if he didn't take a look. Zhou Jiejia was lying quietly on the hospital bed. Her expression was very peaceful. However, her brain waves were very weak and not very active. It could only mean that Zhou Jiejia was not in any danger for the time being, but it was hard to say when she would wake up. As long as Zhong Hanlin had finished the surgery, the rest was recuperation and rest. Other doctors were also competent. At this moment, in addition to Mother Zhou, there was a middle-aged man standing in the ward. When he saw Yang Ming come in, he gently looked at Yang Ming and then said, "Are you Yang Ming?" Yang Ming nodded, looked at the middle-aged man, and looked at Mother Zhou. The identity of this man was not difficult to guess. He should be Zhou Jiejia's father. However, he still asked politely, "You are?" "I am Zhou Jiejia's father, Zhou Tianxiang." The man's tone was very majestic, but there was no trace of emotion. Unlike Mother Zhou, when she spoke, the contempt and disdain in her tone were revealed. Yang Ming's guess was not wrong. This person was Zhou Jiejia's father. Yang Ming looked at the man in front of him. There was an invisible domineering aura of a superior, but it was not arrogant. How to say, this feeling was a bit similar to Sun San. "Hello." Yang Ming also nodded in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. During this period of time, Yang Ming had seen many big shots and experienced many things. There was nothing to be nervous about on such an occasion. "Let's talk." Zhou Tianxiang glanced at his daughter on the bed with some pity, then turned to Yang Ming and said, "Of course." Yang Ming nodded. "Where are we going?" "Just outside." Zhou Tianxiang pointed outside and said. Zhou Jiejia's ward was a luxurious intensive care unit. It was divided into 2 rooms. The inside was the patient's ward, and the outside was a small hall prepared for family guests. "How is Zhou Jiejia?" Yang Ming asked as he walked. Zhou Tianxiang glanced at Yang Ming and was surprised. Ordinary students were always very restrained when they walked with other people's parents, let alone taking the initiative to talk. Seeing that Yang Ming was so relaxed, Zhou Tianxiang also sighed at Yang Ming's calmness. In particular, Yang Ming was completely unaware of the aura that he had cultivated for a long time. "She is temporarily out of the critical period, but I don't know when she will wake up." Zhou Tianxiang was also a parent. When he talked about his daughter, the expression on his face changed involuntarily. Yang Ming nodded. He knew that this was the best result. As for when Zhou Jiejia would wake up, it would depend on her luck. "Tell me, Yang Ming, your relationship with my daughter." Zhou Tianxiang received a call from Mother Zhou yesterday, saying that his daughter was injured. He rushed back by plane and just arrived this morning. As soon as he got off the plane, Mother Zhou kept complaining about Yang Ming, but at the same time, she told Zhou Tianxiang about her thoughts yesterday. It was about the problem of what to do if her daughter couldn't wake up. Zhou Tianxiang frowned when he heard it. Now it was unclear what the relationship between Yang Ming and his daughter was. It was really a woman's view to be anxious to match up with him. Uncle Zhou, Zhou Jiejia, and I were junior high school classmates. Now, we are college classmates. As for whether there is any other relationship, it is a relatively good friend. Yang Ming hesitated and could only explain it this way. Oh? However, I heard from Jiejia's mother that you and Jiejia are lovers. Zhou Tianxiang cheated. Lovers? Yang Ming was stunned and then smiled. She was talking about Wang Jitao, right? Before that. Zhou Tianxiang waved his hand. I don't like to beat around the bush. Jiejia was compromising in front of Wang Jitao because of you, right? In the end, she took a bullet for you, right? Humph, Yang Ming, you really disappoint me. I didn't expect my daughter to like such an irresponsible man. Don't worry. I don't want you to be responsible for Jiejia. Even if Jiejia doesn't wake up, I don't intend to let her cling on to you. The police had already told Zhou Tianxiang and Mother Zhou about these things, so Zhou Tianxiang still understood the general situation. However, the relationship between Yang Ming and Zhou Jiejia, he was also half speculating and half blackmailing. Uncle Zhou, you are wrong. Yang Ming was not angry. Zhou Tianxiang's words were right. If he was really Zhou Jiejia's boyfriend, then he was indeed irresponsible. But he really wasn't. Zhou Jiejia and I are just good classmates. How should I say it? Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. But as for taking care of Zhou Jiejia, I will do it even if you don't say it. Zhou Tianxiang looked at Yang Ming for a long time and then said, so, my daughter thinks too much? Of course, you can say that I'm slow to realize it. Yang Ming shrugged and smiled. Well, it's up to you. But young man, I hope what you said today is true. If I find that you are perfunctory, then you have to bear the consequences. Although Zhou Tianxiang felt that Yang Ming didn't lie, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. Who could say for sure? He just scared Yang Ming. Bear the consequences? Yang Ming was amused. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? However, Yang Ming didn't say much. He nodded and got up to leave the ward. Zhou Jiejia's parents were the kind of rich people, so Yang Ming simply didn't mention any medical expenses. There was no need. After research and discussion, Huang Yukai was listed as a wanted target. Various evidence showed that the possibility of Huang Yukai not participating in smuggling was slim. Because of Huang Youcai's administrative position in the Wang's group, it was easy to investigate clearly. Many people in the group claimed that Huang Yukai was Wang Shifan's private secretary. He usually didn't manage the group's affairs. Most of the affairs were handled by Vice President Gua. Therefore, Huang Youcai's identity was immediately apparent. This guy was likely to be Wang Shifan's smuggling arm. Moreover, the more Wang Shifan wanted to remove Huang Yukai from the case, the more the police felt that there was a problem with Huang Yukai. You can't even protect yourself now. Do you still have the time to argue for the innocence of others? Well, even if you don't want to implicate others, why don't you defend Guo Jianchao and the like? Why are you targeting Huang Yukai? Moreover, as the context of the case gradually became clear, Huang Youcai's role in it gradually emerged. Especially in the case of Su Daji's murder, Wang Shifan's testimony had many contradictions, so the police unanimously determined that the real suspect of Su Daji's murder was Huang Yukai. Unfortunately, Su Daji's corpse had mysteriously disappeared. The police went to the place where Wang Shifan claimed to dump the body, but they didn't find Su Daji's body. This made Wang Shifan very puzzled. Logically, even if the body had mutated, shouldn't it still be there? Did someone move it after that? Or did the body run away by itself? Wang Shifan Association thought of the horrible and strange scene he saw that night. Wang Shifan had a chill, but he was also a person who was about to die. The deterrence of ghosts and gods wasn't so obvious to him. As for Huang Yukai, he had tried his best, but the police weren't so easy to fool. They still found a flaw. This wasn't something that Wang Shifan could control. But what he was most worried about was his son, Wang Jitao. If there was no assistance from Huang Yukai, it was likely that he would be finished. Moreover, now, not only was Huang Yukai wanted, but Wang Jitao also fell into the police investigation list. After all, his father was a smuggler, and he had an unclear relationship with the base and Huang Yukai. He was also the focus of attention. Of course, what the police were most concerned about was whether Wang Jitao was hiding any smuggled black gold. Now, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai were like frightened birds. They found a remote warehouse to hide. Wang Jitao didn't want Huang Yukai to be taken away by the police. In that case, he would become alone. There was no need to talk about a comeback. Huang Yukai was now his only reliance. How is it? Huang Yukai sat awkwardly in the deformed wheelchair and looked at Wang Jitao, who came in and asked. The police are looking for us. This is today's newspaper. You have become a wanted criminal. Wang Jitao handed the newspaper in his hand to Huang Yukai and sighed. D***MN, you are like a stray dog. Huang Yukai took the newspaper and threw it aside after a few glances. Then he said, Jitao, you don't have to suffer with me. The smuggling has nothing to do with you. The police must be looking for you to assist in the investigation. You are suffering with me here. Why bother? Uncle Huang, I am leaving. What are you going to do? Wang Jitao threw a bag of steamed buns bought at the snack stall to Huang Yukai, then he opened another bag and ate it. He was used to a life of luxury. Now that he was like a homeless person, he was really not used to it. But what could he do? Wang Jitao was very clear that if he didn't care about Huang Yukai, then Huang Yukai could only wait for death or wait for the police to catch him. Huang Yukai was a disabled person. Not to mention that his life was a problem. If he showed up as an obvious target, he would definitely be sent to the police station. Moreover, the police may not have any good intentions looking for me. They must want to get something from me. The money that my dad left me can't be given to them. Wang Jitao swallowed a big steamed bun and said. That's true, but Uncle Huang really thanks you. Jitao, you are a loyal child. Huang Yukai said very emotionally. Don't say it, Uncle Huang. Eat it. Wang Jitao finished eating the steamed bun in his hand and took off the cheap sunglasses on his face. His current outfit was no different from the little ruffian on the street, but no one would think that he was the rich young master, Wang Jitao. What about the Wang group? Huang Yukai finished eating the steamed bun, then he discussed the business with Wang Jitao. President Wang gave you the legal documents. As long as you sign it, you will be the heir of the Wang group. If you don't show up now, I am afraid that there will be another change. AI, it's not that I don't want to show up, but at this time. Wang Jitao said helplessly, we have the legal documents in hand. What are you afraid of? Besides, even if there is a change, there is no other way. How much is the Wang group worth? The total assets are only 100 million, but the cash that my dad left me in the Swiss bank is 20 million US dollars. That's true. Huang Yukai nodded and said, with money, we are not afraid that we can't make a comeback. Yeah, Yang Ming, I will definitely let him pay the price. Damn it, I want him to remember that if he offends me, Wang Jitao, I will let him die a horrible death. Wang Jitao sneered arrogantly. Huang Yukai nodded secretly. It seems that Jitao's character is very different from Wang Shifan's. Jitao's character is similar to mine. They are the kind of people who do things ruthlessly. It seems that if we grasp it well, the two of them may be able to make a comeback and do something big. So, he quickly echoed, yes, don't worry, Jitao. I will help you kill him. Wang Jitao nodded. AI, is there no place for us to stay in such a big city? It can't go on like this. Jitao, don't worry. After a while, the situation won't be serious. Let's find a good place to hide and leave Songjiang, but now we still have to endure for a few months. Huang Yukai looked at the shabby environment here and said helplessly. Wang Jitao clenched his teeth and sighed. I don't know if she can come. AI, I guess she should be laughing at me now, right? After all, our Wang family is sorry for her. How can she help me in this kind of crisis? Moreover, it is this kind of thing that is easy to get into trouble. Jitao, although President Wang has no feelings for her, he still gives her family a lot of money every month. It is more than 1 million in a year. He is also loyal. Huang Yukai said, maybe, we will come back from the dead. Forget it. I don't have any hope. If she wanted to come, she would have come already. Wang Jitao smiled bitterly. It seems that we have to spend a new year here. In the evening, there was a knock on the door of the shabby warehouse. Wang Jitao was alert and looked at Huang Yukai. Huang Yukai also shook his head. At this time, who would come to this shabby warehouse? Could it be the police? Wang Jitao asked with some fear. I don't think so. The police will smash the door. Our broken lock will open easily. Huang Yukai said. Wang Jitao also felt that it made sense. He breathed a sigh of relief and came to the door of the warehouse. He hesitated for a long time and whispered, Who is it? It's me. It was a female voice, a plain female voice. Sister. Wang Jitao quickly opened the door of the warehouse and said with some excitement, Sister, it's you. You finally came. I knew you would definitely not leave me alone. I'm just here to see if you're dead or not, and also to consider whether or not to tell the police about your whereabouts. The girl in front of the warehouse was unmoved. She glanced at Wang Jitao and said coldly. Sister, you can't just leave us in the lurch. You see that Uncle Huang and I are so miserable now. We don't even have a place to stay. Can you let us go to your place to hide for a while? Wang Jitao didn't care about his face. Regardless of the girl's attitude, he quickly begged. This was his only life-saving straw. Sister, I know that Auntie doesn't live in Songjiang. The house is empty. Why don't you let us stay for a while? Auntie? Now you know to call my mom Auntie? What did you call her before? Didn't you call her by her name? The girl said coldly. That, sister, you see, I'm your brother. We have the same blood in our body. You can't just watch your brother die. Wang Jitao didn't want to spend the new year in this broken place. When did you treat me as your sister before? The girl said disdainfully, We are more unfamiliar than strangers. How could that be? Didn't our relationship ease before? Wang Jitao said shamelessly. Before? Hee, that's funny. You had a purpose before. If it wasn't for me and, forget it. Let's not talk about this. The girl shook her head. I came this time to bring you some food and warm electrical appliances. They are outside. Move them in yourself. I have done my best. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Sister. Wang Jitao still wanted to say something, but the girl had already turned around and was about to leave. Well, even if you don't care about me, you don't want to see father's revenge? Don't you know? Wang Jitao shouted. Father? Did he treat me as his daughter? The girl's body trembled and said. No matter what, blood is thicker than water. You are Wang Shifan's daughter and my sister. Now that father was harmed by Yang Ming, don't you care? Wang Jitao said passionately, there is a saying that no matter how wrong parents are, they are still your parents. They gave you life. That is enough. As a son, if I don't avenge my father, I won't die in peace. The girl stopped and was quiet. No one knew what she was thinking. Wang Jitao didn't speak. He stood quietly and waited for the girl's decision. He knew that his words had an effect. Yes, this sister of mine may not have a good impression of me, but I'm playing the family card now. It's the hatred card. The hatred of killing my father. After a long while, the girl took a long sigh of relief. Wasn't she struggling in her heart? Even if she didn't have a good impression of this elder brother, or that nominal father of hers, her mother loved this man without any complaints or regrets, from the beginning to the end. Now, something happened to her father in name. Her mother must be very sad. For her mother, this hatred must be avenged. The girl lived in a single-parent family since she was a child. Her heart was slightly twisted. Once she hated someone, she would retaliate by any means. What do you want me to do? The girl said faintly. Get close to Yang Ming, gain his favor, and inform him of my whereabouts. That's enough. Leave the rest to me. Wang Jitao knew that the girl finally made a choice in her heart. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. That's it? Asked the girl. That's it. Wang Jitao nodded. Of course, it wasn't just that. After the girl got close to Yang Ming, she might play some unexpected role. At the critical moment, she would be a vital chess piece. But Wang Jitao didn't say these words. Let me think about it. The girl didn't give a definite answer. She left such a sentence and strode out of the warehouse. After the girl left, Wang Jitao and Huang Yukai moved the things sent by the girl into the warehouse. It seemed that the girl was well prepared. Electric heaters, electric mattresses, and so on were all available. There was also a lot of fast food. It was winter now. They were not afraid of spoiling. It was just that Wang Jitao had some regrets that he couldn't go to the girl's house. What's the matter? There is still no news of Wu Ming? Although the Black Widow's tone was flat, her face was slightly frowning. Boss, Wu Ming seems to have been caught. He Shu hesitated and said. Caught? Is there a master around Bao Sanli? Wu Ming's skills are better than yours. How could he be caught? The Black Widow frowned and asked, is this news reliable? This is just a guess. He Shu said, however, that Yang Ming seems to have some relationship with Bao Sanli. I am afraid that the person who made the move is him. Last time, He Shu and Feng Dao were injured by Yang Ming. After returning to the headquarters, it was obvious that they couldn't hide it. They could only confess to the Black Widow what they had done, but they didn't expect the Black Widow to ask them not to care about Yang Ming in the future. This made He Shu and Feng Dao feel a little strange. Does their boss know this Yang Ming? However, they knew the Black Widow's means. She was a woman of her word, so they didn't dare to look for Yang Ming again. Therefore, when the matter involved Yang Ming, He Shu was very careful to speak about it. Yang Ming, why is it him again? Black Widow muttered to herself, I have fought with him, and I don't think he is very powerful. Fought with him? Both He Shu and Feng Dao were stunned. Did their boss fight with Yang Ming? However, Black Widow's kung fu was super terrifying. In her opinion, it was normal that Yang Ming was not very powerful. Well, you should investigate Wu Ming's whereabouts and see if he is in the hands of Bao Sanli. Black Widow said, but that Yang Ming, try not to confront him head-on. It is best not to have any conflicts. Yes. He Shu and Feng Dao replied. After the two of them left, the Black Widow sighed faintly and said, that's all I can do. He was so busy in the past few days. 2 days before the new year, Yang Ming had nothing to do. He was bored, so he spent every day with Li Cheng and taught them some kung fu and training methods. These people had a good foundation, so their progress was very fast. It could be said that they were faster than Yang Ming at that time. This made Yang Ming a little ashamed. However, when he thought that these people were his apprentices, Yang Ming's heart was still balanced. Yang Ming had one thing that they could never match, that was eyesight. Yang Ming could accurately shoot a target far away with a dagger, but these people couldn't. Their accuracy was far worse. They were improving, and Yang Ming was also improving. Therefore, if they wanted to catch up with Yang Ming, they couldn't catch up with him. What's more, Yang Ming did not pass on all his skills to them. This was not that Yang Ming was stingy, but he was still the apprentice of the king of assassins. Without Feng Tian's permission, it was inappropriate to teach others. The most important thing was that the king of assassins' skills were passed down one by one. During this period of time, Yang Dashan's Tianjiao entertainment city business had been booming, but there were also many corresponding problems. Yang Dashan had never opened a similar entertainment place before, so he didn't have a good grasp of the daily food supply, resulting in a lot of waste. Moreover, Yang Dashan was a very prideful person, so there were a lot of free orders in the entertainment city every day. The seemingly popular business scene was actually not profitable at all. After deducting the abandoned and personnel expenses, it could not even break even. Yang Dashan thought that this situation would last for a while, but many people were not satisfied with taking advantage of him. After getting benefits once, they came for the second time. Moreover, these people felt that Yang Dashan's business was big, and they didn't lack a share of it. Yang Dashan couldn't say some things because of his face. People said it nicely, they were here to support him. However, when there were many people who gave him a free bill, Yang Dashan began to complain incessantly. In the end, he could only put down his pride and say that he would give a 50% discount and charge the cost price. At this moment, these people were a little unwilling. They were all good buddies. But in contrast, some people did not come. But the cost price was not good. The entertainment city was so expensive every day. If it did not make money, it was equivalent to losing money. Yang Dashan had no choice but to cancel the 50% discount policy and change it to 10% discount. As a result, the people who had been eating here all day immediately exploded. We are all your good brothers and good friends. Coming here to eat is giving you face and supporting you. You said that it was okay to charge the cost, but you actually want to make money? You want to make money on your own people's heads? Aren't you a bit too much? With the same price, isn't it the same no matter where we eat? Isn't it the same no matter where we eat? Why do we have to come here? When these people were angry, they immediately left. They spread the news that Yang Dashan was not a good person. He was crazy about money. He actually had the idea of making friends. Although Bao Sanli had a lot of weight in the underworld, gossip was a fearful thing. No matter how powerful he was, he couldn't control these people's occasional crooked mouth. In the past, the emperor couldn't control what the people under him said, let alone Bao Sanli. Therefore, those who felt that Yang Dashan was not a good person began to spread it in their small circle of friends. Let me tell you. Don't go to Yang Dashan's Xianxia entertainment city. Why? Aren't you familiar with Yang Dashan? As for why, I will whisper it to you. Don't tell others. Yang Dashan wasn't being honest. You said that I was quite familiar with him. We were already buddies. When I went to his place to eat, it was fine if he didn't give me a free meal. He could have charged me the cost price. However, he only gave me a 10% discount. He was the same as other customers. This kind of person who is blinded by greed, let's not bother with him anymore. Therefore, everyone nodded. The reputation of Yang Dashan's Tianjiao entertainment city was getting worse and worse. At first, it was not obvious. After a long time, the business was worse. Business was like this. The more popular it was, the more people would come because people who had never been here would watch. This place was so popular, so it must be good. So, people came. But if it was deserted, people would think that this place was definitely not good. It was better not to go. Yang Dashan began to worry, but there was no way. He thought that after the Chinese New Year, there would be more people coming out to play during the Chinese New Year. Maybe the business would be better. The annual festive day had finally arrived. January 25, 2008. Today was Chinese New Year's Eve. Early in the morning, Yang Ming's family took a taxi to Chen Mingyan's home. Before this, the parents of the two families had contacted each other countless times by phone. They were very familiar with each other. They didn't feel estranged when they met. Looking at the gift in Yang Ming's hand, Chen Fei gave him a slap on the head. You brat, you even brought something to Uncle Chen's place. Isn't this the white wine I brought? My dad said that in a while, you two will be finished off. Yang Ming smiled. Huh, okay. I haven't had a break this year. It's rare to have a holiday. Today, I have to drink to my heart's content. Chen Fei looked at Yang Dehai, who followed Yang Ming into the door, and said, Old Yang, we have been friends for a long time. Chen. Big brother Chen. Chen Fei was 1 year older than Yang Dehai, so he felt that it was more polite to call him Big Brother Chen. What Big Brother Chen? I call you Old Yang, and you call me Old Chen. You don't have to be so serious. Chen Fei smiled. This is sister-in-law, right? She looks so young. Mother Chen also smiled at Mother Yang. Because the two families were very satisfied with the two children together, the atmosphere was very harmonious. There was no sarcasm from one side. However, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan didn't show any excessive intimacy. They just nodded to each other. After all, the parents of both sides were there. Even if they missed each other, they couldn't overdo it. Old Yang, sister-in-law, sit in the house. Mingyan's mother and I just woke up not long ago. We are pasting the couplets. Chen Fei said, I said that you can just buy 2 of these couplets, but my mother-in-law didn't let me buy it. She wanted to write it herself. The old lady is versatile. So, she wrote a few more couplets. You can take them back and paste them. Then, help me thank the old lady. Yang Dashan said quickly. In Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Dashan felt that he had received unprecedented respect. In the factory, he was a worker. He had to be humble when he talked to the section chief. But Chen Fei was a deputy section chief. He was also friendly with him. Chen Fei and Mother Chen went to paste the couplets. Yang Dahai and Mother Yang also followed to help. Only Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan were left in the living room. Did you miss me? Asked Yang Ming. No. Chen Mingyan glanced at the adults who were pasting the couplets in the kitchen and said. Hee, I don't believe it. Yang Ming smiled and hugged Chen Mingyan's shoulder. Chen Mingyan was shocked. What are you doing? They are all over there. Chen Mingyan widened her eyes. What's wrong with that? We have already met each other's parents. What's wrong with being intimate? Yang Ming said indifferently. Aya, let go. Chen Mingyan saw her mother coming out of the kitchen. It seemed that she was going to the bathroom to find something. Cough cough. Mother Chen coughed twice. Although she knew that the young people were more open now, they couldn't just hug each other in the living room, right? Yang Ming, Mingyan, why don't you two go out for a walk? Right, Mingyan, don't you want to get a haircut? Let Yang Ming accompany you. Mother Chen said it quite tactfully. Yang Ming still heard the hidden meaning in Mother Chen's words. She wanted them to avoid it. He couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He was too careless just now. He didn't notice Mother Chen coming over. Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded with a blush. She glared at Yang Ming. Yang Ming was also a little embarrassed. He smiled and stood up. Then, Auntie Chen, Mingyan and I will go out first. And, just come back at noon. Let's do this. We will call you when the meal is ready. Mother Chen said. Mom, do you want me to help you? Asked Chen Mingyan. Forget it. The kitchen is a little crowded with 4 people. You don't have to do it. Mother Chen shook her head. You go get a haircut. If you don't cut it today, you won't be able to cut it in the future. Your uncle is superstitious. He will die if he cuts his hair on the first lunar month. All right. Chen Mingyan smiled helplessly. Her uncle was indeed very superstitious. He looked at the imperial calendar when he went out. She remembered that last year, her uncle scolded her uncle for cutting his hair in the first month of the lunar month. It's all your fault. Out of the house, Chen Mingyan complained, can't you be more honest in my house? I was just careless. Yang Ming shrugged. But don't you have to come out to get a haircut? These are 2 different things. Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. The 2 people came to a hair salon near Chen Mingyan's house. Nowadays, hair salons like to have some strange names, such as haircutting workshop, hairstyling beauty salon, and so on. There were a lot of people who came to get a haircut today. It seemed that it wasn't only Chen Mingyan's uncle who was superstitious. Many people had the habit of cutting their hair on Chinese New Year's Eve. Hey! Chen Mingyan? As soon as they entered the hair salon, a young man on the sofa immediately greeted them in surprise. Li Yixuan? Chen Mingyan was also stunned. She looked at the young man on the sofa with surprise. What a coincidence. Yeah, what a coincidence. This is. Li Yixuan stood up and looked at Yang Ming next to Chen Mingyan. Hello, I am Chen Mingyan's boyfriend, Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't know what this young man did, and he didn't know what the relationship between him and Chen Mingyan was. In order to prevent this guy from saying anything inappropriate, Yang Ming had to declare his sovereignty first. Oh? Li Yixuan was stunned. Then he looked at Yang Ming and looked at Chen Mingyan. Then he smiled and said, hello. Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Yixuan. I am Chen Mingyan's junior high school classmate. We used to sit at the same table. Our relationship is pretty good. Of course, don't get me wrong. We are just ordinary friends. Hee, hello. Yang Ming looked at Li Yixuan suspiciously and nodded to him. Who knows if this kid is telling the truth? Are you also getting a haircut here? Chen Mingyan looked at Li Yixuan and asked. No, I am accompanying someone else. Li Yixuan smiled bitterly and pointed at a seat not far away. Girlfriend? Chen Mingyan glanced over there and asked. That's good. Currently, she is just a pursuer. Li Yixuan shook his head. Yang Ming didn't pay attention to his girlfriend. She was far away, and her back was facing here. Yang Ming didn't use his special ability, so he couldn't see clearly. No way, right? Then you have to work hard. Chen Mingyan laughed. Obviously, the relationship between the two people was good, so they weren't estranged. It's a long story. Li Yixuan said helplessly. Sir, miss, are you getting a haircut? As they were talking, a waiter came over and said to Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. She is getting a haircut. I am accompanying her. Yang Ming pointed to Chen Mingyan. Then, please come with me. The waiter said to Chen Mingyan, there is a seat over there. I am going to get a haircut first. Let's talk later. Chen Mingyan nodded to Li Yixuan and left with the waiter. Yang Ming saw that this guy wasn't his love rival, so he didn't have any vigilance and sat next to him. Bro, you are quite bad *SS. After Chen Mingyan left, Li Yixuan immediately began to warm up to Yang Ming. How am I bad *SS? Yang Ming was a little puzzled. Chen Mingyan, our junior high school's campus belle, you even got her. Bro, you must have something unique, right? Li Yixuan looked at Yang Ming with envy and asked, can you teach your bro a few tricks? This? Chen Mingyan and I were high school classmates. Maybe we developed feelings over time. Yang Ming wasn't willing to tell his emotional history to others. This kind of thing belonged to personal privacy. That's not it. In junior high school, there were many people who pursued Chen Mingyan. Why didn't they develop feelings over time? Bro, you must have something unique. Li Yixuan patted Yang Ming's shoulder and said. Yang Ming glanced at him. He thought, I'm not familiar with you, right? You are touching me and asking about my private affairs. Isn't it a bit unethical? In fact, it's nothing. Yang Ming wasn't willing to talk to him more, so he said perfunctorily. Unexpectedly, Li Yixuan didn't know it and continued to ask for advice. Bro, you can't be like this. My relationship with Chen Mingyan is also good. Aren't her friends also your friends? You can teach your bro a few tricks. It's not that I don't want to teach you, but there is nothing to teach. Yang Ming was annoyed by his questions, so he frowned and said. No way, are you not willing to teach? Li Yixuan said, you can rest assured, bro. I have no competition with you. Although Chen Mingyan is as beautiful as a fairy, I don't have chemistry with her. I won't steal your girl. Yang Ming was speechless. He thought, how can there be such a shameless person in this world? Am I afraid that you will steal my girl? If you have the ability, then do it. However, Yang Ming couldn't say this, so as not to let it reach Chen Mingyan's ears. Bro, you can't be so bad *SS, right? When Li Yixuan saw that Yang Ming didn't speak, he thought that he was moved by him, so he continued, just give me some advice. I promise that I will be grateful. Donghai Sea Ferry Pavilion is owned by my family. I will give you a VIP card. You can enjoy 3 free orders a year. As Li Yixuan said this, he took out a VIP card from his pocket and handed it to Yang Ming. Oh? Yang Ming took the VIP card and glanced at it. Sea Ferry Pavilion? What the *CK is that? Yang Ming had never heard of it, but he was really annoyed by this Li Yixuan, so he made up a story. I can teach you, but you have to tell me who you want to pursue first. Tell me the simple situation of that person. You also know that everyone is different, and the pursuit method is different. That is. Li Yixuan thought that the VIP card had an effect, so he quickly struck while the iron was hot. Bro, let me tell you. I am pursuing this girl. Her character is a bit cold, but she is very cute. Her family isn't here. She goes to university here alone. I have been pursuing her for a semester, but there is still no effect. You are now pestering her all the time? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, I think she is a little annoyed with me. What should I do? But if I ask her normally, she won't come out. Li Yixuan said with a sad face. This way. Yang Ming's mind wasn't on this at all. He said casually, is her family rich? Her family? Li Yixuan was stunned. I don't know about this. My family is rich. I don't care if her family is rich or not. Who asked you if you don't care? I'm asking you if her family is rich. In other words, how much can she live on in a month? Yang Ming said as he waved his hand. This, probably more than 1,000. Li Yixuan scratched his head and said. Don't estimate. How much is it? This is very important, said Yang Ming. Ah? Li Yixuan was a little confused. This doesn't seem to have much to do with it, right? Why not? Do you want to learn? Yang Ming glared and said, if you don't want to learn, then forget it. Yes, yes. Bro, don't be angry. I think her usual expenses should be about 1,000. Li Yixuan said quickly. About 1,000, right? Yang Ming nodded and said, then I will teach you a way. Aren't you pestering her now? My method can make the current situation the opposite. Opposite? Li Yixuan said, how is it opposite? You mean to let her pester me? Is this possible? Possible. Why is it impossible? You do it according to the method I said. I guarantee that you will succeed, said Yang Ming. Brother, what are your tricks? I hope you don't mind giving me some advice? Li Yixuan was overjoyed and asked quickly. It's like this. My trick is for you to borrow money from her. Yang Ming's words were shocking. What? Li Yixuan opened his mouth wide and looked at Yang Ming stupidly. After a while, he said, me, borrow money from her? My family is so rich. Why do I need to borrow money from her? There are many reasons to borrow money. For example, your family is imposing economic control on you, or your friend is sick and needs money urgently, etc. It depends on how you say it. Yang Ming explained, moreover, if you want to borrow money from her, you must inquire about how much her monthly living expenses are. Then, you must borrow all of it at once. Don't leave a penny for her. Then. Although Li Yixuan was confused, he didn't dare to question it easily. He had to ask carefully. Then? Then you disappear. Don't look for her again. Yang Ming said firmly. Disappear? Li Yixuan said, I disappear after borrowing money? Isn't that a liar? Besides, I borrowed all her money. How is she going to live? If I didn't say that you are stupid, I would be too lazy to guide you. Yang Ming snorted. Brother, I admit that I am stupid. Otherwise, I wouldn't ask you. Li Yixuan said, can you tell me what is going on? You see, you borrowed her living expenses. She must have problems with her daily life, right? Asked Yang Ming. Yeah, this is what I am worried about. Li Yixuan nodded. You still don't understand? You are an idiot. Yang Ming shook his head and said, she has no money. Naturally, she has to look for you, the debtor, for money, right? If you don't look for her, this time she will definitely take the initiative. To look for you. If you don't return her money, she will have to stick to you all day to ask you for money. That's right. Li Yixuan slapped his thigh and said, this is indeed the case. However, isn't this a bit too much? It's almost like a rascal? What do you rely on to pick up a girl? Yang Ming rolled his eyes and asked snappily. Thick skin. Li Yixuan said without thinking. Then it's fine. The winner takes all. When you get the beauty, who cares what method you use to get her? Yang Ming said disdainfully. Yes. Yes, brother, I admire you. It's really a smart move. I have learned a lot today. Thank you so much. When we go to Donghai next time, I will treat you to a big meal. Li Yixuan said excitedly. Oh, then let's talk about it later. Yang Ming waved his hand. The move just now was completely nonsense. It would be a miracle if it was successful. However, it didn't rule out the situation of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. I didn't expect this Li Yixuan to be like a treasure. Yang Ming was full of bullshit. He was annoyed by Li Yixuan's questioning, so he simply said such a method. Li Yixuan was excited. He was probably strategizing at the moment. AI, wait for me. Li Yixuan suddenly stood up and ran in the direction of the door. It turned out that the girl he had been waiting for had finished cutting her hair and was ready to pay the bill and leave. She didn't even look at Li Yixuan. Yang Ming shook his head. This Li Yixuan, the hope is slim. Even if it's an ordinary boyfriend and girlfriend, the relationship isn't so tense, right? Why does this girl look so familiar? Wang Xiaoyan? Yang Ming blurted out. Yang Ming? Wang Xiaoyan turned her head following the sound and saw Yang Ming. You know each other? Li Yixuan looked at Wang Xiaoyan and Yang Ming with some confusion. It has nothing to do with you, right? Wang Xiaoyan didn't give Li Yixuan any face. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. This is a delinquent girl. Li Yixuan, aren't you too unlucky? You can't even handle a delinquent girl? That, is Zhaoing back? Yang Ming and Wang Xiaoyan had some misunderstandings before, so it was awkward after meeting, so he changed the topic. Not yet. If there is nothing, I will go first. Wang Xiaoyan looked at Yang Ming and secretly gritted her teeth. Taking advantage of me. If it weren't for Zhaoing, I would have already settled the account with him. Hee, consider yourself lucky. Then we will go first, Yang Ming. When Li Yixuan saw that Wang Xiaoyan was leaving, he quickly chased after her. As he walked, he said to Yang Ming, help me to say goodbye to Chen Mingyan. N. Yang Ming waved his hand and thought, this annoying guy is finally gone. But isn't this guy too tasteless? He actually pursued a delinquent girl? Chen Mingyan was just trimming her hair, not cutting it, so it didn't take long for it to be done. It was just to get some of the New Year's joy. Yang Ming paid the money, and Chen Mingyan didn't stop him. The relationship between the two people now didn't need to be so clear. Li Yixuan left, asked Chen Mingyan. He left. He asked me to inform you. Yang Ming nodded. Why did you talk like that just now? Chen Mingyan was somewhat dissatisfied with Yang Ming's behavior. Li Yixuan and I are junior high school classmates. There is no other relationship. Heh. I'm afraid that this guy has ideas about you. Yang Ming smiled. Come on. Do you think I'm so popular? Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Why aren't you popular? Don't you know? Our school's BBS has a campus bell ranking list. You are on the list, said Yang Ming. It's all done by some bored people. Chen Mingyan also heard about this from her roommates, but she didn't care. If she paid attention, she would find that Lin Jiyun was also on the list. What are we going to do now? Yang Ming looked at the time. It was still early. Most probably, going back to Chen Mingyan's house would be a nuisance. The adults were busy preparing the meal, so they didn't need the two of them. I don't know. Let's just walk around. Chen Mingyan suggested, we haven't gone shopping for a while. Then let's go. Yang Ming nodded. The two people strolled along the street hand in hand. The shops on both sides were full of the festive New Year with lights and decorations. They strolled down the shops, not to buy goods, but to enjoy the warmth of this moment. It was unknown when it started to snow. Chen Mingyan was like a child. She looked at the snowflakes that fell on her scarf excitedly. Oh, when I was young, I especially liked the snow. When it snowed, I liked to look at the snowflakes outside the window. Chen Mingyan said with emotion, I didn't expect it to become so big in a blink of an eye. Yeah, you're almost becoming someone else's wife. Your child is almost like you, looking at the snowflakes on the window. Yang Ming smiled. You're so annoying. What are you talking about? Chen Mingyan said with annoyance, I'm reminiscing about my childhood, but you just have to mess it up. Just kidding. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand. Then I'll tell you about my childhood. When I was a child, every time I saw snow, I liked to step on the snow. Step on it in a certain order. After stepping on it, it was like a car wheel running over it. It was very neat. Hee, I played that too. Chen Mengyan smiled happily. The two people recalled the interesting things of their childhood, from elementary school to junior high school. Yang Ming, what do you think Suya is doing now? Speaking of junior high school, Chen Mengyan couldn't help but think of Suya again. Although it was disappointing to mention it, Chen Mengyan couldn't help but ask curiously. I don't know. Yang Ming sighed, and then said slowly, maybe, she is like the two of us, strolling in the snow with her other half. I'm sorry. Chen Mengyan saw that Yang Ming was a little sad, and she regretted asking this question. Originally, the two people were very happy just now. It's okay. Men should get married when they are of age. It's nothing. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and shook his head. Chen Mengyan also sighed softly. It seemed that Suya still had a place in Yang Ming's heart. Perhaps only time could change all of this. Unknowingly, the two people actually walked to the seaside. The seaside in winter was very deserted, and the cold sea breeze blew the hair of the two people. Suya and I have been here before. Yang Ming pointed to a reef monument not far away. Date? Asked Chen Mengyan. Hee, not really. One day, after school ended early, we had nothing to do. We wanted to walk home together. Who would have thought that once we started talking, we didn't want to separate? Just like today, we accidentally came here. Yang Ming shook his head. How would a child know what a date is? That is also a good memory. Chen Mengyan wasn't jealous this time. This kind of jealousy was not necessary at all. Suya had now disappeared from Yang Ming's life. It could only be regarded as a good memory. How could Chen Mengyan be jealous of a memory? Yang Ming nodded and said, let's go and have a look. I remember that Suya and I engraved our names on it. I don't know if it is still there. Okay. Chen Mengyan nodded. Although her heart wasn't very comfortable, there was no other way. Moreover, she was also somewhat curious. She was trying to understand Yang Ming's past. If you love someone, you have to accept all of him, right? Including his past and the past. The two people came to the front of the monument. Yang Ming's eyes were sharp. He found his and Suya's names among the countless names. Although the traces were already very faint, it could still be seen clearly if you looked carefully. It's here. Yang Ming pointed to the names on it and said. Vandalism. Chen Mengyan glanced at it and thought about it. She used this sentence to vent the imbalance in her heart. That's right, anyone who saw their lover's name together with another girl would feel uncomfortable. So many people have engraved it. It doesn't matter if I am one more. Anne? What are you doing? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan in surprise and said, didn't you say that it was vandalism? Why are you? Chen Mengyan picked up a small stone by the side of the stone tablet and started carving on the stone tablet with all her might. Chen Mengyan wanted to cross out Suya's name and write her name next to it, but she hesitated and didn't do so. Instead, she engraved her name under Suya's name. If she crossed out Suya's name, Yang Ming would definitely think that she was stingy. Being angry with an illusory person might destroy the original warm atmosphere. However, Chen Mengyan was unwilling to let Yang Ming and Suya appear side by side on this stone tablet, so she could only add her name under Suya's name. At first glance, it seemed that Yang Ming had two wives. Suya was the first wife, and Chen Mengyan was the second wife. However, there was no other way. Chen Mengyan gritted her teeth and endured it. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan's action, but there was a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This stone tablet was called the Three-Life Stone. It was said that as long as a man and a woman engraved their name on it, they would be together forever and never be separated. This was also the reason why many couples left their names on it. However, legends were legends. There was no scientific basis. Yang Ming was just looking for psychological satisfaction. He didn't think that Suya and Chen Mengyan would be with him forever. Chen Mengyan was possible, but he didn't know where Suya was now. At that time, little Yang Ming and little Suya didn't know what love was. Engraving on the stone tablet was completely for fun. Being together forever? There could be many explanations. Good friends could also be together forever. There are so many people who destroy it. I'm not the only one left. Chen Mingyan threw the stone in her hand aside and looked at her masterpiece with satisfaction. When she finished engraving her name, she also drew Yang Ming's name a lot heavier. In contrast, Suya's name was very faint. If one didn't look carefully, it could almost be ignored. Yang Ming looked at the name on the stone tablet and sighed. Chen Mingyan still liked to play some tricks, but this was much better than the original little vinegar jar. Yang Ming didn't care too much. After all, Suya could only be a part of his memory. Only the current Chen Mingyan was really with him. Yang Ming took Chen Mingyan's hand and said, I hope we can fulfill the prophecy on this stone tablet. N. Chen Mingyan nodded vigorously and held Yang Ming's hand. We will. Seeing that Yang Ming wasn't angry because of her actions, Chen Mingyan was relieved. When she saw Yang Ming's gloomy face, Chen Mingyan even had the impulse to draw Suya's name again. She didn't know why, but Chen Mingyan felt that she was more and more concerned about Yang Ming's thoughts. Do I love him too much? Have I lost my own personality? As she was thinking, Chen Mingyan's cell phone rang. She took it out and saw that it was a call from home. Your mother? Is it because the meal is ready and they want us to go back? Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID and asked. It should be. Chen Mingyan nodded. Pick it up. Yang Ming smiled and said, just say that we will check out and go back immediately. Go to hell. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming and picked up the phone. Hello? Little Yen, what do you mean go to hell? What are you talking about? Mother Chen asked, baffled. Ugh. Chen Mingyan sweated and said, Mom, I wasn't talking about you. I was talking about Yang Ming. That won't do. How can you talk about him like that? A girl can't be too arrogant. You have to be gentle. When did I talk to your dad like that? Mother Chen reprimanded seriously. Chen Mingyan couldn't say anything. She could only stare at Yang Ming desperately. It couldn't be helped. She couldn't ask her mother to repeat what Yang Ming said. Well, girls should behave themselves in the future. The meal is almost ready. Where are you and Yang Ming? When will you come back? Mother Chen asked. We are at the seaside. Let's go back now. Chen Mingyan said. Okay, you guys take a taxi. Hurry up. Mother Chen said. After hanging up the phone, Chen Mingyan was so angry that she really wanted to kick Yang Ming, causing her to be scolded by her mother. What are you laughing at? Seeing Yang Ming snickering, Chen Mingyan was even angrier. She snorted and said, What are you laughing at? You were scolded, right? Yang Ming finally couldn't help but laugh. Yeah, I will go back and tell your mother that you bullied me and wanted to take me to the hotel. Chen Mingyan threatened. Huh? Yang Ming was stunned. He was a little dumbfounded. Really? Don't. Aren't you trying to kill me? Heh. Seeing that Yang Ming was scared, Chen Mingyan said happily, Let's see if you still dare to talk nonsense in the future. The two people stopped a taxi, told the driver the location, and then got in. Come on. Yang Ming put his arm around Chen Mingyan's shoulder and let her lean in his arms. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan struggled and said. Shoo, there won't be a chance after we go back. Yang Ming whispered. Oh. Chen Mingyan listened to Yang Ming's words and thought about it. In front of the parents of both sides, the opportunities to be intimate with each other were pitiful. Now, it was also an opportunity to be intimate, right? Although Chen Mingyan was a girl with a very reserved character, she also missed Yang Ming. This kind of intimate moment was very enjoyable, so she lay in Yang Ming's arms obediently. The two people enjoyed this moment of warmth, but there was someone who spoiled the scene. After a long time, they still hadn't reached home. Yang Ming couldn't help but look out of the window strangely. As a result, the car actually drove to the outer ring. Yang Ming was immediately unwilling. Where are you going? Aren't you going to the community on Wenqing Road? The driver said indifferently. I am going to the community on Wenxing Road, but where are you driving from? Yang Ming said coldly, we are already in the outer ring. Are you going out of the city? Oh, there is a road construction there, so I have to take a detour. The driver said shamelessly, it's Chinese New Year. It's a festive occasion. Aren't you thinking of speeding up? Yang Ming looked at this guy who was lying with his eyes wide open and was a bit speechless. Is there anyone who earns money like you? It's true that it's a festive occasion. If you honestly send us to the place, I may give you 100 yuan. You don't have to keep the change. But now, isn't it a bit unreasonable? Road construction? We walked to the beach. Why didn't I see a road construction? Yang Ming snorted. It was just built. Big men should be more straightforward. Don't be so calculative about these small things. The taxi driver said. What is just built? Chen Mengyan was unwilling. Aren't you making a detour for me? The taxi driver thought that this young man and woman who were dating, the man would not be calculative in front of the woman for the sake of face. But he didn't expect the woman to be unwilling. He had been driving a taxi for many years. He had already developed a pair of discerning eyes. Generally, young men and women who came out to take a taxi and sat casually on one side were generally married couples. It was difficult to scam them. But people like Yang Ming who sat together after getting in the car were generally men and women who were in love. Generally, the man would show his generosity in front of the woman. There were few who would care about the fare. Therefore, he directly classified Yang Ming into this category. Today was Chinese New Year. He felt that Yang Ming would not be calculative because of this little money. But he didn't expect that Chen Mengyan was also unwilling. How could he know that Chen Mengyan was a very principled girl? 1 is 1, 2 is 2. How could she allow others to cheat her? So the taxi driver was also a bit speechless for a while, but he calmed down and said, it's Chinese New Year. Don't be so troublesome. Well, I'll give you a round number when we get there. Hey? Yang Ming was immediately amused. You are making a big circle for me. You are delaying our time. Do you think I will give you money? You don't want to pay? The taxi driver glared and stopped the car on the side of the road with a screech. Then, he said, if you don't want to pay, get out of the car. You guys get out here. The taxi driver had a look of victory over Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan. Because this was the outer ring bridge, except for some vehicles going out of the city, there were few taxis passing by. If Yang Ming got out of the car, it would be difficult to stop another car. Moreover, this was a high-speed road section. It was extremely dangerous for pedestrians to walk on it, so the taxi driver was not afraid that Yang Ming would not comply. What's with your attitude? We complained to the Transportation Bureau's rental management office. Chen Mengyan liked to use laws and regulations to defend her rights because of her family background. Huh, you call? You know a lot, but it's useless. The taxi driver was amused. Today is Chinese New Year's Eve. The Transportation Bureau is on holiday. Who are you looking for? Hurry up and drive. Otherwise, you have to bear the consequences. Yang Ming wasn't like Chen Mengyan, who liked to talk about big principles. If he didn't agree, he would just hold his fist. This was Yang Ming's style. It's fine to drive, but... The taxi driver patted the meter in front of him. Do you see the number above? When we arrive at the destination, we will pay in full. Can you say it again? Yang Ming sneered at the taxi driver. Even if I say it 10,000 times, it will still be the same. Because Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan were sitting at the back of the car, there was a protective window between them and the driver. He wasn't afraid that Yang Ming would do anything to him. If Yang Ming dared to get off, then he would drive away directly. Yang Ming punched the protective window of the taxi, and a big dent immediately appeared on the protective window. The taxi driver was shocked and said, "What are you doing? Do you believe that I can hit your head with my next punch?" Yang Ming said coldly, "Hurry up and drive. Don't dawdle. Just drive. You can't destroy my car." The taxi driver was obviously scared by Yang Ming's action, so he had to whisper. "Do you believe that I will destroy your car?" Yang Ming heard his whisper and said with a glare. I'll drive. I'll drive. The taxi driver thought that he was unlucky. He went for wool and came back shorn. He didn't expect Yang Ming to be so fierce. He punched a big dent in the hard protective fence. You see, it's useless to reason with this kind of person. He just needs a beating. Yang Ming pointed at the taxi driver and said. In fact, he was also explaining to Chen Mingyan. Sometimes, using violence was a last resort. He didn't want Chen Mingyan to always say that he was violent. Chen Mingyan sighed. What Yang Ming said made sense. When she said that she wanted to complain about him, he was not afraid. On the contrary, when Yang Ming made a move, he became obedient. What kind of person was he? When the taxi driver heard Yang Ming's words, he immediately got angry. He was not a good person either. There were scums in every industry. For example, the current driver, Su Songshu, was originally a ruffian. Later on, when he got older, he couldn't mix around anymore, so he found a job as a taxi driver. However, he still kept in touch with some gangsters in society. Usually, when he was driving, he would bluff and cheat. He would cheat as much as he could. Especially for foreign guests and young couples like Yang Ming, he was even more merciless. He didn't expect to encounter a problem today. However, Su Songshu was not willing to be bullied by Yang Ming. While he was driving, he secretly took out his mobile phone and sent a text message to a few of his friends. He asked them to wait for Yang Ming when they arrived at the destination. He wanted to teach them a lesson. Along the way, Su Songshu didn't dare to be rash. He acted like a coward. He thought that when he arrived at the entrance of Wenxing Road, he must teach Yang Ming a bloody lesson. He wouldn't stop until he had squeezed all the money out of him. The car drove to Huaxing Road. Su Songshu saw that his few friends were on the roadside. He immediately calmed down and stopped the car directly next to them. Dang, the back door was opened by several of Su Songshu's friends. One of them, a guy with a watermelon head, bared his teeth at Yang Ming and said, "You get out of the car." Changzi, this kid not only didn't pay for the car, but also broke the protective fence inside the car. Su Songshu was full of energy now. He looked at Yang Ming proudly and said, "Hey, kid, you have a lot of courage. At such a young age, you learned how to drive an overlord? You even broke the protective fence of the car? I didn't expect that you, kid, are so fierce." The watermelon head called Changzi stared at Yang Ming and said, "Who are you?" Yang Ming looked at Changzi with disdain and said, "This is none of your business. Go away. F***ck. Changzi reached out and slapped Yang Ming's face. "Little brat, how can you talk like that? You don't want face, right? Are you asking for a beating?" Yang Ming tilted his head and casually avoided Changzi's slap. Then he said impatiently, "I'll say it one last time. This is none of your business. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences." Then he turned to Su Songshu and said, "And you, I saw that you were so honest, so I thought about giving you a few more coins to make up for your loss. I didn't expect you to dare to call people to trick me." "Then I'm sorry, there is no money." "Io?" Changzi was amused. "Kid, you are quite stubborn. Did you see how many people I brought here? I admit that you have some ability to make the protective fence like this, but no matter how bad *SS you are, can you beat the four of us? Do you want to be a hero in front of a girl? Don't end up being a coward, right?" After that, he said to Chen Mingyan on the side, "Your boyfriend wants to show off. Seeing that you look good, I will give you face and obediently bid 5,000 yuan. Then, we will call it quits. Otherwise, your boyfriend may have to spend this Chinese New Year in the hospital." Yang Ming saw that this guy was dawdling, and he was a little annoyed immediately. Originally, he didn't want to cause trouble in front of Chen Mingyan's house. After all, his mother-in-law was nearby. It wasn't good to spread the news, so he wanted to drive these people away as soon as possible. However, he didn't expect this guy to take advantage of him. He immediately frowned and said, "I will give you 300 yuan. I don't want to dawdle with you during the Chinese New Year." "What? 300? Changzi saw that Yang Ming was willing to pay, so he thought that Yang Ming was soft. He immediately became arrogant. 5,000 yuan. Don't think about leaving with a penny less. F*CKU. Yang Ming was really impatient this time. He slapped Changzi and directly hit him until he spun around and fell to the side. Go. Woo-woo. Go, beat him. Changzi spat out a front tooth, and his speech was a little leaky. These people all thought that Yang Ming was the one who took advantage of Changzi's unpreparedness. They didn't think that Yang Ming was very powerful. They thought that they had 4 people on their side. Why would they be afraid of him? So, they all stood up and surrounded Yang Ming. Ai! What are you people doing? Are you gathering to fight? These people just wanted to make a move, but they heard a loud shout. When they turned around, they saw 2 uniformed policemen coming over. They didn't dare to make a move and stood aside obediently. Although there were many people on this side, how could the gangsters dare to make trouble with the police? What's the matter? Asked one of the policemen. This brat is riding an overlord. We are stopping him to ask for money. Su Songshu hurriedly explained. Is that so? Asked the policeman. No, this driver took us on a detour. We refused to pay the extra fare, so he found these people to not let us go. Chen Mingyan was immediately unwilling. Eh? Are you the daughter of Captain Chen's family? Another policeman looked at Chen Mingyan and suddenly asked. You, are Uncle Kai? Chen Mingyan also recognized the policeman in front of her. He was the deputy chief of the security department in her father's unit. He also lived in this community. Sometimes he went to work with her father. Chen Mingyan naturally recognized him. Hee, what's the matter? These fellows actually dared to kill you? The policeman named Kai said to another policeman beside him, take them back to the station first. Ah? Su Songshu was suddenly dumbfounded. He didn't expect this to be a big mistake. This young man is not a good person. Why is this woman so powerful? Listening to the policeman's tone, he must be an inner disciple of the police station. His father is a captain. That, misunderstanding. Brother police, I was just joking. It's fine. Su Songshu quickly changed his words. It was Chinese New Year. After entering the police station, they had to eat Chinese New Year's Eve dinner. How could that be? Misunderstanding? You didn't say that just now, right? The previous policeman asked, didn't you say that someone took a taxi? No, I was just joking. Su Songshu's sweat flowed down. What a bad day. The policeman named Kai saw that he gave in, so he didn't want to argue with him. It was Chinese New Year. Forget it. So he waved his hand and said, you should be careful next time. I remember your car number. I will inform the traffic department. If I hear about you taking advantage of a customer, then you will be unlucky. Yes. Su Songshu nodded quickly, but during this time, he didn't dare to take advantage of a customer. Seeing that Su Songshu left, Chen Mingyan breathed a sigh of relief and said to the policeman named Kai, Uncle Kai, you don't know. This person is too hateful. He took us around the outer ring. The face of the people of Songjiang was lost by such a guy. The policeman named Kai said, you can rest assured. I will find someone to watch him. If this guy dares to take advantage of a customer, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Hey! This is... The policeman named Kai looked at Yang Ming and asked. Hello, Uncle Kai. I'm Mingyan's boyfriend. I came to Uncle Chen's house with my parents for the Chinese New Year. Yang Ming said quickly. Oh? This young man is not bad. You look like a talent. Especially just now, you were fearless in the face of danger. You weren't threatened by those evil forces. You're not simple. The police officer with the surname Kai praised. Uncle Kai is overpraising me. Yang Ming smiled. Okay, then I won't bother you. The police officer with the surname Kai said to Chen Mingyan, send my New Year's greetings to your dad. Because of this little episode, the sweet mood of the two people was a lot worse. When they returned home, Mother Chen couldn't help but ask why they were so late. Chen Mingyan wasn't willing to say too much. She just explained that there was a traffic jam on the road. The meals at home were all made by themselves, but there were a lot of different dishes and they were delicious. During the Chinese New Year, Chen Mingyan's family would go to Chen Mingyan's grandmother's house to celebrate the Chinese New Year, but this year's situation was different. Naturally, they couldn't go. But even if they went to her grandmother's house to celebrate the Chinese New Year, they would eat outside instead of cooking at home. They hadn't enjoyed the warmth of eating at home for many years. Chen Mingyan felt very warm. Yang Ming's family cooked at home every year, but it wasn't so sumptuous. The three of them couldn't eat too many dishes. Therefore, today was the first time that the two families had cooperated for the Chinese New Year, but it seemed that the effect was still very good. The two families sat together and clinked the wine glasses in their hands. This also indicated that the matter between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was settled. Chen Fei and Mother Chen were both people on the scene, especially Mother Chen. She worked in a state-owned enterprise and was a senior executive. There were many social occasions. Although Yang Dehai and Mother Yang were a little restrained at first, the atmosphere was soon stirred up. "Sister-in-law, I heard that you were laid off." "Of course, I don't have any other meaning." Mother Chen said, "Why don't you come to our unit? My company's benefits are good. Although I can't guarantee to arrange a small official position for you, you will be a formal employee." "Oh?" Yang Dehai was immediately interested when he heard it. In the eyes of his generation, an iron rice bowl was the most important. Nothing else was better than it. When he heard that Mother Chen had this ability, he quickly said, "Sister-in-law, that's great. If I can enter your company, that would be great. Brother Yang, you don't have the final say in this matter. You need sister-in-law's approval." Mother Chen smiled and said, "I heard from Mingyan that Yang Ming is now running a company with friends outside. Sister-in-law might want to enjoy life at home." "Look at what you are saying. What's there to enjoy? Isn't it still not done yet?" When she heard Mother Chen praise her son, Mother Yang was very happy. "Isn't that about the same? I can't do it. I still have to work hard for a few years." Mother Chen said. "Sister-in-law, this isn't right. Isn't Big Ming's Mingyan's? Isn't that yours?" Yang Dehai said quickly. "Hee, that's also true." Mother Chen nodded and smiled. "Mom, what are you talking about?" Chen Mingyan suddenly felt embarrassed. "We are talking about you and Yang Ming. You aren't young anymore. What is there to be shy about? Aren't you shy about cuddling on the sofa?" Mother Chen said mischievously. Mom." Chen Mingyan lowered her head. Her face was as red as the big crab shell on the table. This meal could be said to have started at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and continued until 6 o'clock in the evening. What the two families wanted was the cheerful atmosphere at this dinner table. It wasn't specifically for eating. In the end, it was just a chat. Of course, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan had already eaten. They weren't willing to be the target of the adults' teasing. The two young couples went directly to Chen Mingyan's room. Yang Ming locked the door. Chen Mingyan frowned and said, "What are you doing? If you lock the door, Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Auntie will misunderstand. Hurry up and open it." "It's okay." Yang Ming said with a smile, "They are chatting in full swing. How can they take care of us? Besides, if they look for us, they will definitely knock on the door first." Yang Ming said as he lay on Chen Mingyan's small bed. "Get up quickly. It's so dirty. Take off your clothes." Chen Mingyan said angrily, "I changed the sheets this morning." "Take off my clothes?" Then I'll take them off." Yang Ming said as he began to take off his pants. "You really piss me off." Chen Mingyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. "Can't you be serious? Do you want to leave a bad impression on my parents?" "Just kidding." Yang Ming put away his smile and said, "Don't worry. I won't do anything excessive." "That's more like it." Chen Mingyan nodded and sat on the bed. "Right, Yang Ming, how is Zhou Jiejia's injury?" In Chen Mingyan's heart, she had always been full of sympathy for Zhou Jiejia. "Yes, I also love Yang Ming, but my treatment is completely different from hers. I put in the effort, but I got the due reward." "But what about Zhou Jiejia?" Chen Mingyan knew that this girl's love for Yang Ming was no less than her own. Moreover, she put in more than her own. For Yang Ming, she even sacrificed her life. But, what did she get? Cold bullets and a lonely hospital bed. On this day of national celebration, she was lying in bed and hadn't woken up yet. Every time she thought of this, Chen Mingyan had an unprecedented feeling. Indeed, women are selfish animals, but at the same time, women are also the most sympathetic. Chen Mingyan's heart now only had sympathy for Zhou Jie. She didn't have any thoughts of competing with her. Yes, sometimes Chen Mingyan even thought that if possible, even if Yang Ming gave a little love to Zhou Jie, she wouldn't mind. Chen Mingyan was careful to guard against Lan Ling. Although she had no choice but to accept this fact, she still wanted to dominate Yang Ming deep in her heart. But, for Zhou Jie, it was a different idea. On the second day of Zhou Jie's hospitalization, Chen Fei took Chen Mingyan to the hospital to visit Zhou Jie. Looking at the bed, the girl who was originally beautiful and not inferior to her had now become thin and haggard with a pale face. Chen Mingyan secretly shed tears. She cried. She cried for a girl who also loved Yang Ming. Zhou Jie was really pitiful. God had pity on her. Yang Ming would go to Zhou Jie's ward every day no matter what happened. He would hold her hand and talk to her for a while. Because the doctor also said that Zhou Jie's injury was now in the recovery period, but whether she could wake up wasn't something that could be solved by the medical field. Only people who were familiar with Zhou Jie often talked to her, maybe she would wake up faster. Therefore, whether it was effective or not, since the doctor said so, Yang Ming would insist on doing it every day. Now, he could only do so much. It's still the same. Yang Ming said with a sigh. Don't blame yourself. No one wants such a thing to happen. Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's mood instantly drop and quickly comforted him. Yeah, no one wants it. I don't know when she will wake up. Yang Ming shook his head and said, but when she wakes up, the trouble comes again. What's wrong? Why is there trouble when she wakes up? Chen Mingyan asked, baffled. Yang Ming didn't intend to hide it from Chen Mingyan, so he repeated what he said to Zhou Jie on the way to the hospital to Chen Mingyan. This was his promise to Zhou Jie. I understand. After Chen Mingyan listened, she took a long sigh of relief. After a while, she said, in the situation at that time, your promise was the only hope for Zhou Jie to live, so I understand. You don't blame me for saying that? Yang Ming smiled bitterly. I don't blame you. Even if I am by your side, I won't be angry after. Listening to it, because you did the right thing. Chen Mingyan nodded firmly. Ai. Yang Ming said helplessly, I now hope that Zhou Jie will get better soon, but I don't know how to face it after she wakes up. This promise is too heavy. I can't breathe under the pressure. Chen Mingyan was silent. Yeah, what should I do after Zhou Jie wakes up? Should Yang Ming keep his promise? Or? Chen Mingyan subconsciously didn't want Yang Ming to keep the promise, but when she thought of Zhou Jie's disappointed expression when she heard Yang Ming telling her the truth after she finally woke up, Chen Mingyan couldn't bear it. Isn't this a bit too cruel? After going through a life and death situation, I finally got a promise, but it's a lie. What should I do? Chen Mingyan couldn't help but think about it. If I were Zhou Jie, what would I do after hearing this situation? Lose the meaning of life? Commit suicide? A horrible idea appeared in Chen Mingyan's mind, making her shudder. Let's talk about the future in the future. Chen Mingyan said faintly, Zhou Jie is really pitiful. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan with some astonishment. For the first time, this was definitely the first time that Chen Mingyan was not angry about the entanglement between him and other girls. She was not even jealous. You mean? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan and felt a little incredulous. Let's not talk about this, okay? Chen Mingyan shook her head and said, everything, let's wait until she wakes up. Okay. Yang Ming replied, however, I have to go to the hospital to visit her often during this time. You won't be angry, right? Of course not. Chen Mingyan smiled and said, what kind of person do you think I am? Why would I be angry with a patient? Thank you, Mingyan. Yang Ming said, thank you for understanding. Why are you saying this? She is injured because of you. If I have time, I will go and visit her. Chen Mingyan said. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the program with the highest rating on CCTV, the Spring Festival Gala, began to broadcast live. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan came to the living room and sat with the four old people to watch the Spring Festival Gala. Although many people said that the Spring Festival Gala's programs were getting worse year after year, the ratings were still very strong. It couldn't be helped. The Spring Festival Gala had become a must-watch TV program on New Year's Eve. People from all walks of life were sitting in front of the TV at this moment, watching the same program. Since CCTV held the Spring Festival Gala in 1983, for more than 20 years, the Spring Festival Gala was the most important and happy event. Everyone always had an early New Year's Eve dinner and quietly waited for the unveiling of the Spring Festival Gala at 8 o'clock. This had become a kind of expectation, a kind of waiting, a kind of habit, a kind of New Year's sentiment that could not be erased. Every year, the Spring Festival Gala was watched and disappointed. However, when the two families watched the Spring Festival Gala together, it was lively. Every New Year, although Yang Ming's family would also watch the Spring Festival Gala, the three of them would sit on the sofa and watch quietly. They rarely talked. Because they were already too familiar with each other, they had already said what they needed to say, so they naturally watched the television in peace. However, it was different now. The two families were watching the Spring Festival Gala, commenting on each other's shows on TV, eating snacks and drinks, and enjoying themselves. However, at this time, Yang Ming's cell phone rang at the wrong time. Sorry, I have to take a call, Yang Ming said to everyone with embarrassment, then got up and walked to Chen Mingyan's room. The caller ID was an unfamiliar number. Yang Ming picked up the phone strangely. Did he call the wrong number? It wasn't like this had never happened before. It often appeared in the newspapers. When people called their friends during the New Year, many people inexplicably received New Year calls and text messages from unknown people. When they asked, they found out that there were too many people who wanted to pay New Year's greetings, and some unfamiliar friends pressed the wrong number. Hello? Hello, who are you looking for? Yang Ming picked up the phone. Hello, are you Yang Ming? The other party asked directly. I am. May I ask who you are? Yang Ming saw that the other party was looking for him, but the other party's voice was very strange. It was a woman's voice. Yang Ming felt very strange. I am Zhao Ying's mother, said the other party. Oh? Hello, Auntie. Happy New Year. Yang Ming said quickly. Originally, he was thinking of calling to give New Year's greetings, but he didn't expect Zhao Ying's mother to call him first. Are you Zhao Ying's boyfriend? Asked Zhao Ying's mother. I am. Yang Ming suddenly broke into a sweat, but he quickly admitted it. Hurry up and come over. There's an emergency. After Zhao Ying's mother confirmed, she immediately said anxiously. Come over? Where am I going? What's the emergency? Yang Ming asked strangely. Come to my place. Zhao Ying's mother explained. Zhao Ying was injured by a neighbor's child with a firecracker. Now she is in the hospital. What? Yang Ming exclaimed, injured by a firecracker? What firecracker? I don't know. Maybe it's something like the big god cannon. Zhao Ying's mother said, you come quickly. The situation is very dangerous now. Yang Ming didn't know what the Great Divine Cannon was, but the power was definitely not small when he heard the name. So, he quickly said, okay, then I will buy a ticket and fly over now. Tell me the detailed address. After you come to L City directly, just call me. Zhao Ying's mother said. Okay, then I will book the earliest ticket as soon as possible. Yang Ming said in a hurry. What's wrong? Seeing Yang Ming hang up the phone, Chen Mingyan on the side immediately asked. Just now, she saw Yang Ming answer the phone for a long time, so she came in to see what happened. She vaguely heard the other side of the phone saying something like a boyfriend, so she couldn't help but ask. Yang Ming hesitated and felt that there was no need to hide this from Chen Mingyan. He was now pretending to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend. If he hid it from her, it would be more suspicious. Moreover, it was Chinese New Year, and he was in a hurry to buy a ticket to fly to L City. If there was no suitable reason, it wouldn't work. So Yang Ming explained, Ming Yin, the phone call was from Sister Ying's mother. Sister Ying? Why did her mother call you? Asked Chen Ming Yin. This is the case. Zhao Ying's parents introduced a boyfriend to her. She didn't like him, but her parents thought that the man was good, so Zhao Ying discussed with me and used me as a shield. She said that I was her boyfriend, so her parents wouldn't introduce a boyfriend to her. Yang Ming said. Then why are you going to L City? Don't tell me you're going to visit her parents? Although Chen Mingyan felt that this matter was nothing, it was still very uncomfortable to lend her boyfriend to others. This is not the case. Just now, Zhao Ying's mother called me and said that Sister Ying was blown up by a neighbor's child with firecrackers and was admitted to the hospital. The situation is very serious. She asked me to go there immediately. Yang Ming said. Ah? He was injured by the explosion? Chen Mingyan was shocked after hearing it. What happened? Is it serious? I don't know, but it is said that she is in the hospital. The situation should not be good. Yang Ming said, Mingyan, no matter what, Sister Ying is good to me. It is reasonable for me to go and see her. This is good, but if you go now, how will you tell your family? Chen Mingyan asked with concern. Chen Mingyan never thought that there was something between Zhao Ying and Yang Ming. Zhao Ying was her and Yang Ming's teacher in high school. She was like a big sister. No matter how Chen Mingyan association, she would not connect the two people together. Moreover, Chen Mingyan and Zhao Ying were also very familiar. She didn't think that Zhao Ying had any feelings for Yang Ming. So she wasn't worried about this. She was just worried about how Yang Ming would tell his family. To be honest, Sister Ying is my teacher in high school. She is very good to me. It can be said that she gave me a lot of help before the college entrance examination, so it should be normal for me to go and see her. Yang Ming said. This is true. Then you go and say it. Let my father book a ticket for you. His unit is relatively special. It is more convenient to book these things. Chen Mingyan said. N. Let's go. Let's go out. Yang Ming nodded and said with some gratitude. When they came to the living room, the adults of the two families were watching TV and didn't pay attention to them. After Yang Ming sat down, he said first, Dad, Mom, I want to go to L City. Go to L City? What's going on? Yang Dehai said, Are you kidding me? What are you going to do there? Dad, Yang Ming was indeed a bit embarrassed to explain. Although Zhao Ying was his high school teacher, it was normal for him to visit her. But the key problem was that Zhao Ying was injured by the firecrackers. How did he know in the first place? For this kind of thing, if it wasn't a particularly close person, he shouldn't have received the news, right? Of course, this kind of absurd thing of pretending to be Zhao Ying's boyfriend was absolutely not to his parents and Uncle Chen. Otherwise, he would definitely be scolded. First of all, his father wouldn't forgive him. Seeing that Yang Ming was in a dilemma, Chen Mingyan said, Let me say it. This is the case. Just now, Yang Ming and I thought that we should give a New Year's greeting to our high school teachers and classmates, so we called them one by one. But when we called teacher Zhao Ying, her mother answered the phone. She said that teacher Zhao Ying was injured by the firecrackers of the neighbor's child. The situation was very serious and she was in the hospital. In high school, teacher Zhao Ying was very helpful to me, especially to Yang Ming. Miss Zhao was also very approachable. We all called her Sister Ying. Our relationship with her was very good. Now that she has such an incident, Yang Ming and I think that we should visit her as soon as possible. Oh? Zhao Ying? Yang Dehai thought about it and said, Is she the teacher who gave you voluntary tutoring every day in high school? Dad, that's her. Yang Ming nodded quickly. It turned out to be her. Then you really have to go and see her. Without her, you can't get into Songjiang Industry University. Yang Dehai nodded and said. Dad, Ming Yan also helped me a lot. Yang Ming reminded him. You can't say that. What is the relationship between you and Ming Yan? It's normal for you two to study together, but it's the teacher's obligation to help you. Chen Fei continued, since she's your teacher, you should go and see her. Meng Yan and I also think so. I was just about to discuss it with you. Yang Ming didn't expect things to go so smoothly. He looked at Chen Mengyan gratefully. But it's too late today. Let's do this. I will book a ticket for you tomorrow morning. You and Mengyan go and see. Chen Fei said, I have a classmate from the police academy in L City. I will ask him to take care of you. Okay, then I will have to trouble Uncle Chen. Yang Ming said happily and nodded quickly. Yang Ming couldn't be helped. It was unrealistic to find Xiaoying now. He could only wait until tomorrow. So he sat with Chen Mengyan. The two families continued to watch the Spring Festival Gala, but Yang Ming's mind wasn't on the TV at the moment. Xiaoying and Chen Mengyan only cared about her as friends, but Yang Ming was different. His feelings for her were more than friends. There was some love in it. Therefore, when Xiaoying had an accident, Yang Ming was immediately upset. The phone rang again. Yang Ming shook his head. Usually, he didn't have many phone calls. How come there were more calls on New Year's Eve? Yang Ming took out the phone and saw that it was Zhao Ying's mobile phone. Yang Ming took it for granted that it was Zhao Ying's mother calling. He took the phone to Chen Mingyan's room and picked it up. Hello? Auntie? Yang Ming, it's me. I am Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying's voice came from the phone. What? Sister Ying, it's you. How are you? Are you in the hospital now? Yang Ming quickly asked with concern. What hospital am I in? I'm watching the Spring Festival Gala at home. Why would I be in the hospital? Zhao Ying said helplessly, it's all because my mom told you nonsense. Ah? Nonsense? So, you weren't injured by the neighbor's child's firecrackers? Asked Yang Ming. What? At this time, everyone is watching the Spring Festival Gala at home. Who would go out and set off firecrackers? Zhao Ying said, besides, I am an adult. How can I not pay attention to safety? How can I go? In front of the firecrackers? Sweat. Yang Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It really scared me. Meng Yan and I had to buy tickets to see you. I'm sorry. I've troubled you. Zhao Ying said softly. Forget it. It's good that you are fine. Yang Ming said, but Auntie's joke is a bit too much, right? Today isn't April Fool's Day. AI. My mom called you behind my back. She just wanted you to come over and meet you. In fact, she also wanted to test the authenticity of our relationship. Seeing you so worried, she was relieved. Zhao Ying said with some embarrassment. It turned out to be like this. Then, do I still need to go over? Asked Yang Ming. Of course, you don't have to come over. My dad scolded my mom after he knew about it. He said that she didn't know the severity of the matter. How can this kind of thing be joked about? Zhao Ying refused. Well, the most important thing is that you are fine. This is better than anything. Yang Ming said, Happy New Year. Send my regards to Auntie. N. Happy New Year to you too. Send my regards to Chen Mengyan. I am hanging up. I will go back in 2 days. Zhao Ying said. After hanging up the phone, Yang Ming was helpless for a while. What is this? Not only did I scare myself, but my family was also worried. AI, it seems that this time it is difficult to explain. Mengyan. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mengyan with some depression. The phone receiver was quite loud. I heard it. Chen Mengyan also smiled bitterly and said, this matter is really complicated. However, Chen Mengyan apparently also heard Zhao Ying's last sentence to send her regards to Chen Mengyan, so she didn't have any doubts about Zhao Ying. Now she was thinking about how to explain it to the parents of both parties. Yang Ming, aren't you the best at making up lies? Chen Mengyan said, you think about it quickly. How are we going to explain it? When did I make up a lie? Yang Ming sweated. When we were in high school. At that time, you skipped classes all day and found a way to fool me with lies. Chen Mengyan rolled her eyes at Yang Ming. Hee hee, you are talking about that time. Isn't that an insignificant lie? Now we are talking to your and my parents. I can't make it too outrageous, right? Besides, I don't want to lie to them. Yang Ming sighed. Really, who would have thought that such a thing would happen? Chen Mengyan was also very annoyed. How about we say that we made the wrong call, and the other party was joking with us? Yang Ming held it in for a long time and finally came up with such an idea. That's the only way. Chen Mengyan nodded and agreed. So, the two people tried to pretend to be happy and angry as they went out of the room. Chen Fei saw the strange expressions of the two people and asked, "What happened to you two?" "It's really annoying," Chen Mengyan said as she sat on the sofa angrily. "What's wrong?" "Mengyan?" Mother Yang quickly asked, "Did this kid, Big Ming, bully you? Do you want me to help you beat him?" "No, Auntie. It has nothing to do with Yang Ming." Chen Mengyan shook her head and said, "It's the phone call just now." "What happened to the phone call?" Mother Yang wondered. "Just now, didn't Yang Ming and I call teacher Xiaoying to wish her a Happy New Year?" In the end, it was her mother who answered the phone. That person wasn't her mother at all. Chen Mengyan said angrily. "Not her mother? Then who is it?" Chen Fei was a bit puzzled. "It's a liar. She has nothing to do." Chen Mengyan said, "When I called teacher Xiaoying, I accidentally dialed the wrong number." In the end, it was a middle-aged woman who answered the phone. "I said that I was looking for teacher Xiaoying. In the end, this woman told me that she was Zhao Ying's mother. Xiaoying was injured by firecrackers. It was all her nonsense." "Oh? Then how did you know that she was a liar?" Chen Fei continued to ask. Later, this woman's son called back to Yang Ming. It was just now. He apologized to Yang Ming. He said that his mother was old and like a child. She liked to joke and asked us not to mind. Chen Mengyan said. It turned out to be like this. It was a false alarm. Yang Dehai said, "It's fine as long as it's fine." "Dad, do you think that the woman before is considered breaking the law?" Chen Mengyan naturally had to act seriously. Breaking the law. This is hard to say. Even if it was found, at most, it would be criticism. And education. Forget it, Mengyan. It is said that old children are old children. Since there is such a sentence, it means that the old people are similar to children. Chen Fei said with a smile, "Besides, you are missing one. She must be from L City. How can I find her? Is it because of this matter that I asked my classmate to catch an old lady?" Hee, that's true. Yang Ming also smiled. Forget it, Mengyan. The most important thing is that teacher Xiaoying is fine. This is better than anything else. Because the two people said it like it was real, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. In the view of Chen Fei and Yang Dehai, there was no need to lie about this kind of thing. Yang Ming was relieved. He was relieved to watch TV. Especially when he saw the skit of Zhao Benshan and little Shenyang, the two families laughed happily. At midnight, the New Year's bell rang. Mother Chen stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, let's go. We are going to cook dumplings." Eating dumplings in the middle of the night. The dumplings were made in the morning. 6 people couldn't eat much. It was just enough. After eating the dumplings, Chen Fei proposed to go out and set off firecrackers. This was already a custom for many people. They would cook dumplings at midnight and set off firecrackers after eating the dumplings. At this time, the sound of firecrackers could be heard outside the window. A new year had come. After putting on their down jackets, the 6 people took a great earth-red firecracker that was prepared in advance and went downstairs. In the courtyard of the community, there were already many neighbors setting off firecrackers. Most of the people in this community knew each other. When they saw Chen Fei's family coming out, they greeted them warmly. Chen Fei also took the initiative to introduce Yang Ming's family to others. This was also an affirmation of Yang Ming's identity. However, Chen Mengyan was also a college student. It was not surprising that she had a boyfriend. Everyone expressed their blessings. "I'll go and light it." In addition to the elders, Chen Mengyan was a girl, so the task of lighting the firecrackers fell on Yang Ming. "You be careful," Chen Mengyan said. Hee, Big Ming, you see, Mengyan cares about you. Mom didn't remind you, but she took the lead. Mother Yang smiled. Aya, Auntie. Chen Mengyan blushed. What is there to be shy about? You care about Yang Ming, so we are relieved. Mother Chen also smiled and interjected. Yang Ming picked up the firecrackers happily and found a branch to hang it. Then, he said, everyone be careful. I'm going to light it. N. Chen Mingyan nodded and covered her ears with her hand. Yang Ming picked up the incense in his hand and lit the lead of the firecrackers. Then, he ran back quickly. Not long after, the sound of the firecrackers sounded. There was a saying that a fool would listen to the sound of firecrackers, but it wasn't the case. Setting off firecrackers in your own home and watching others setting off firecrackers were two completely different states of mind. Chinese New Year was a festive occasion. If you didn't set off a string of firecrackers, your heart wouldn't be very comfortable. After the firecrackers were set off, they returned home. Although it was more popular to stay up late on Chinese New Year's Eve, there weren't many people who really stayed up late. Most of them went to bed after 12 o'clock. Chen Fei's home had 3 rooms. Chen Fei and Mother Chen shared one. Chen Fei's study room was now a temporary bedroom. Yang Dehai and Mother Yang slept here. However, the problem of Yang Ming sleeping had become a problem. Although both parents felt that it was fine for Yang Ming and Chen Mengyan to sleep together, if the 2 children wanted something to happen, it couldn't be prevented. What's more, as early as when Chen Mengyan was in high school, Mother Chen found some clues on her little windbreaker. However, although this was the case, as adults, they couldn't encourage their children to live together without marriage, right? Therefore, where Yang Ming was going to sleep became a problem. At night, shall I sleep on the sofa? Yang Ming didn't want to embarrass Chen Mengyan too much, so he took the initiative to ask. After all, in this kind of situation, it was not suitable to do other things, so Yang Ming might as well be generous. Since Yang Ming took the initiative to ask, then everything was easy to handle. However, how could Yang Ming be so honest? After everyone fell asleep, Yang Ming tiptoed to Chen Mingyan's room. Originally, he wanted to show off his skill of picking the lock, but he didn't expect that Chen Mingyan simply didn't guard against him. She just closed the door and didn't lock it at all. With a click, the door opened. Unexpectedly, Chen Mingyan was still awake. She was leaning on the bed, reading a women's magazine. When she saw Yang Ming coming in, she frowned slightly. What are you doing? Nothing. I just miss you a little. Yang Ming smiled. How about I also sleep in your room? How can you be like this? Didn't you say that you would sleep on the sofa in the hall? If our parents see you like this, it won't be good. Chen Mingyan complained. Hee, it's fine. I'll just get up early tomorrow morning, and then go back to the sofa and pretend to sleep for a night. Yang Ming said. I really don't know what to say to you. You are a hypocrite. I just thought that you were a gentleman. Chen Mingyan sneered. Yang Ming didn't care what Chen Mingyan said. He wore a sweater and got into Chen Mingyan's bed. Chen Mingyan had changed into her pajamas. Her bra and other things were taken off. She was softly attached to Yang Ming's body, which made his heart beat faster. Mingyan. Yang Ming felt a little confused. He wanted to eat Chen Mingyan several times, but he was disturbed by inexplicable external factors. It was really difficult to say. Not today. Be honest. Chen Mingyan said, my house's soundproofing performance is not very good. If you don't want to be beaten, then do it. Chen Mingyan immediately shook her head. Yang Ming was helpless. He thought about what Chen Mingyan said. Especially after a woman's first time, it would be difficult for her to move the next day. Yang Ming didn't want to let each other's parents see anything. However, even if they didn't have sex, Yang Ming still had some dirty thoughts. He whispered a sentence in Chen Mingyan's ear. Humph, why? Now there is no Lanling? Chen Mingyan sneered. I was wondering how you could bear it. It turned out that you have Lanling. Now it's over, right? When he was in high school, Yang Ming tasted the sweetness in the cinema once. He thought about how to let Chen Mingyan help him again, so he always tried to trick Chen Mingyan into his house with flowery words. However, the plan never succeeded. After going to university, the relationship between the two people became closer. There were more opportunities to be together, but Yang Ming didn't have a similar request. This made Chen Mingyan very puzzled. With the current relationship between the two people, even if Yang Ming asked, Chen Mingyan felt that she wouldn't refuse. Later, she found out that the reason why Yang Ming didn't have a similar request was because he had Lan Ling. He slept with Lan Ling. Did he still need her to help him solve it with her hands? Therefore, when Yang Ming made this request, Chen Mingyan remembered the previous matter again. She was very annoyed. Lan Ling is gone. Do you still need me? I won't let you get what you want. So, she said fiercely, why don't you suffocate to death? Yang Ming also knew that Chen Mingyan was angry in her heart. This matter was indeed his fault, so there was no other way. He could only secretly smile bitterly. Fortunately, after Chen Mingyan mocked him, she no longer scolded him. Instead, she continued to read the magazine. Yang Ming didn't dare to make this request again. He could only hold Chen Mingyan and take advantage of her. However, after a while, Chen Mingyan put the magazine aside and turned off the desk lamp. She didn't say anything, but her small hand went to Yang Ming's lower body. The land of tenderness, the tomb of heroes. This sentence was not wrong at all. Holding Chen Mingyan's fragrant body, Yang Ming slept very soundly. As a result, he slept until dawn. The two people were awakened by the sound of firecrackers outside the window. Glancing at the alarm clock on the bedside, Chen Mingyan was shocked. Yeah, it's already 8 o'clock. Why haven't you gone back yet? Yang Ming patted the back of his head. This is bad. He used his special ability to look at the living room outside the house. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Chen Fei, Mother Chen, Yang Dehai, and Mother Yang had already woken up. They were sitting on the sofa watching TV. My parents must have woken up. It's over. It's over. Chen Mingyan quickly took off her pajamas. She didn't have time to avoid Yang Ming. In front of him, she put on her underwear and put on her coat. Yang Ming looked at her and drooled. Wow, her figure is so good. I didn't see it. Chen Mingyan's figure is much fuller than it was a year ago. From a young girl in the past, she had become a young and beautiful woman now. At that time, Yang Ming had just obtained his special ability and caught a glimpse of Chen Mingyan's figure. Yang Ming also made a comparison with that time. Don't worry. I can hear the sound of the TV. Yang Ming also put on his clothes. You, really? Aren't you trying to kill me? Chen Mingyan said with a sad face, what should I say later? However, at this point, there was no other way. Yang Ming could only brace himself and say, I will say that I woke up early and came to talk to you. Up to you. Chen Mingyan was also helpless. What was the use of being angry? The two people went out of the room. Although Yang Ming awkwardly said the words that he had prepared before, it was a bit of a confession. Yang Dehai glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Chen Fei also looked at Yang Ming strangely. On the first day of Chinese New Year, it was the day for relatives and friends to visit. Chen Fei's friends and colleagues would come to visit. Yang Ming's family wasn't very good here, so after breakfast, Yang Ming's family said goodbye and left. Along the way, Yang Dehai kept scolding Yang Ming. How can you, kid, do this? This is someone else's home. You went to someone else's daughter's room. What would Chen Mingyan's parents think? What would they think of you? Your mother and I have lost face with you. Okay, old Yang. Mother Yang waved her hand and said, forget it. The children's matter can't be explained clearly. What's the use of you scolding him? But this is also good. The two children have a reality. This matter is really settled. Otherwise, I am afraid that people will look down on us. You see, Brother Chen is a division leader, and sister-in-law is also a senior executive in a company. What about our family? During Chinese New Year, people are queuing up to visit other people's houses. Who would come to our house every year? Mom, what are you talking about? When Yang Ming heard this self-deprecating words, he was a bit unwilling. He said, what's wrong with our family? I think it's good. You can rest assured. Sooner or later, there will be people queuing up to visit both of you. Oh, I know you are promising. Mother Yang listened to Yang Ming's words and smiled. Mom is most proud of having you as a son in this life. He said that his house was deserted, but today, someone came to his door. Yang Ming's family returned home. Before they sat down, there was a knock on the door. Yang Dehai was still very puzzled. He said to Yang Ming, "Who is this? Coming on the first day of Chinese New Year? Could he be your classmate or something?" "My classmate?" Yang Ming was also very puzzled. "My classmate, other than Zhang Ben and Chen Mingyan, no one else knows our address?" Yang Ming looked up at the direction of the door. He couldn't help but be surprised. The people who came were actually the factory director and the union president of his father's factory. What's going on? These people have never come to Yang Ming's house. Could it be that it's a popular trend for leaders to give New Year's greetings to employees? Dad, maybe it's your colleague? Yang Ming hinted a sentence. My colleagues? Yang Dehai shook his head and turned to open the door. Who is it? Old Yang, it's me, Old Liang from the union. Factory manager Feng and I are here to see you, said the union president, Liang Yanjun. Ah? Yang Dehai was immediately shocked. He quickly opened the door and saw the smiling factory manager Feng Wanjiang and chairman Liang Yanjun. He said with some fear and trepidation, Factory manager Feng, Chairman Liang, why are you here? Isn't it Chinese New Year? Factory manager Feng brought me to greet the excellent employees in the factory. Old Yang, you are also an old man in the workshop. You are good at work and your reputation is very good. The factory director and I came to your place first, said Liang Yanjun. So that's the case. I'm so sorry to let factory manager Feng and chairman Liang come in person. Come in and sit. Yang Dehai said very happily. Okay. Feng Wanjiang said, then I will sit with old Liang for a while. Old Liang, move the things in. Okay. Liang Yanjun nodded. He walked to the door and moved a box of fruits in, and a bag of swordfish. You see, what are you doing? There is no shortage of things at home. I'm very happy that you came to see me. Yang Dehai was at a loss. Usually, it was the employees who gave gifts to the leaders. When was there a leader who gave gifts to the employees? Old Yang, you are an outstanding worker in the factory. As leaders, we naturally have to express our concern. Feng Wanjiang said, also, this is a 200 yuan Song Jiang Zinmate supermarket shopping card. You can go and buy some New Year's goods. This can't be done. I can't accept this. Yang Dehai quickly declined. Factory director, what happened to you today? What's wrong with that? This is the welfare provided by the union. Just take it. Liang Yanjun also interrupted, Old Yang, this is the welfare that you outstanding employees deserve. All right then. I'll accept it. Thank you, factory manager Feng and chairman Liang, for your concern. After Yang Dehai received the shopping card, he quickly thanked them. Mother Yang poured tea for Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun. The two of them quickly thanked her, making Mother Yang somewhat uncomfortable. Why did he feel like it was the opposite? Her own Old Yang was like a leader, while factory manager Feng and chairman Liang were like soldiers who came to give their New Year's greetings to the leader. Even Yang Ming, who was watching the TV at the side, was also confused. Aren't these two people a bit too humble? Generally, even if the leader came to express his concern, it wouldn't be like this, right? Why do these two people look like they are here to ask for help? After chatting for a while, factory manager Feng suddenly sighed and said, AI, our factory is also quite difficult. There are hundreds of workers in the factory. The wages are already difficult, let alone bonuses. Ah? Yang Dehai didn't expect factory manager Feng to lead the topic to the current development of the factory. He was a little shocked. He didn't understand what the factory director meant, but listening to this tone, it seemed that he was complaining to him, so he quickly said, since the factory has difficulties, then I can't take this shopping card. This apple and hairtail are also the same. My family's living conditions aren't very difficult. Factory director, you should take it to other employees who have difficulties. Of course, your family has no problem. Factory manager Feng said a sentence with a smile, and then said, compared with the number of workers in our large factory, this thing is simply a drop in the bucket. It can't solve any problems at all. Yang Dehai didn't understand the meaning of factory manager Feng, but he still said, if you can solve it a little, then it's a little, right? Old Yang, let's not beat around the bush. Factory manager Feng waved his hand and said, Old Yang, you are also an old worker in the factory. You have worked in the factory for more than 20 years. You should be very clear about the current situation of the factory, right? Yang Dehai didn't understand, so he nodded in doubt. He knew the situation in the factory. It was getting worse and worse. Songjiang Bus Factory, in the 1980s, was a good enterprise. The buses it made sold well all over the country, and even exported to neighboring countries such as North Korea. At that time, the buses, trolleybuses, and motorcycles running on the streets were all produced by Songjiang Bus Factory. The commuter buses of major enterprises and institutions in the northern provinces were also Songjiang buses. It could be said that it was famous at that time. However, with the progress of the times, the practice of Songjiang Bus Factory's closed-door bus manufacturing was obviously eliminated. With many bus manufacturing enterprises introducing imported production lines, the buses of Songjiang Bus Factory seemed to be a lot older. Not only the style was not good, but the craftsmanship could not keep up with the development of the times. Gradually, the bus market was replaced by brands such as Dongfeng, Jinlong, and Huanghai. Songjiang Bus Factory's annual bus production was now less than 100 units, and they were all sold to remote mountainous areas. Obviously, they didn't have the advantage in performance and appearance. So they could only suppress the price. In fact, in the country, there were several car manufacturing enterprises that were in a similar situation as Songjiang Bus Factory. In order to survive, they could only play the price card. Therefore, the profit of this kind of low-end bus was pitiful, and the sales were not optimistic, so it was almost impossible to support such a large factory. The wages of the workers were also intermittent. When a batch of cars were sold, some money was given. If they couldn't be sold, they had to hold on. So, it's hard for me to be the factory director. I can't even have a peaceful Chinese New Year. Just before the Chinese New Year, I went to several departments to ask for emergency wages. I persuaded the government to buy a few of our buses to solve the urgent situation. Factory manager Feng shook his head. Factory manager Feng, you have worked hard. We all know that you are a good leader who thinks for the factory, but what is the use of you saying these words to me? Yang Dehai hesitated and said. Old Yang, are you part of our Songjiang Bus Factory? Factory manager Feng said, you don't want to see the Songjiang Bus Factory go bankrupt, right? This is natural, but... Yang Dehai still didn't understand what factory manager Feng wanted to say. When Yang Ming heard this, his heart moved. This factory manager Feng wouldn't really ask my dad to do something for him, right? So, he couldn't help but pay attention to the situation here. Old Yang, only you can help our factory now. Feng Wanjiang slapped his thigh and said, Old Yang, you see. Why isn't our factory as good as other factories? In the end, it's because of the backward technology. The buses that we produce are rarely used by people. The universal parts that we produce simply can't be sold. It's difficult. Me? Help the factory? How can I help? Yang Dehai was inexplicable. Old Yang, now, what our factory lacks most is funds. As long as there are funds, we can immediately carry out technical improvements and restart the production line. Then, we can launch excellent products. Feng Wanjiang continued. Funds? Factory manager Feng, this seems to have nothing to do with me, right? Yang Dehai asked. How is it not related? Factory manager Feng said, Old Yang, the fate of our factory is all tied to you. You can't just ignore it. This? What do you mean? Yang Dehai looked at factory manager Feng in confusion. I don't know anyone in the bank. I can't get funds for the factory, right? You don't know the bank, but don't you have a particularly capable big brother? Feng Wanjiang said, your big brother, President Yang Dashan, is a famous big boss in Songjiang. He invested tens of millions to open an entertainment city. He's rich and overbearing. If he is willing to help our factory can be saved. Moreover, I heard from the retired old factory manager that President Yang used to be an employee of our Songjiang bus factory. Our bus factory can be considered as President Yang's maiden home. Old Yang, can you see if you can lobby from the middle? This? Yang Dehai smiled bitterly. Factory manager Feng, aren't you making it difficult for me? Although my big brother is rich, he can't simply invest. Our bus factory, I'm afraid it can't be started without hundreds of millions of funds. No need, no need. I calculated that day. We can cooperate with other car manufacturing companies. We can only import the production line and provide parts for others. In this way, 20 million is enough. Feng Wanjiang said. 20 million? Yang Dehai shook his head helplessly. Factory manager Feng, I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Old Yang, you haven't tested it yet. How can you say that you can't help? Moreover, this isn't for free. We can exchange shares. The shareholding reform of the factory is imminent. As long as it is profitable, it will be a lot of income. Feng Wanjiang said. Factory manager Feng, I really can't help with this. Although Yang Dehai didn't understand it in detail, he also knew that his brother had recently owed a lot of money to the bank in order to set up the entertainment city. How could he take out the spare money to invest in the bus factory? Moreover, this bus factory was simply a bottomless pit. At present, it seemed that no matter how much he invested, it would be a waste. Old Yang, President Yang didn't refuse, but you refused first. Is it because your family is so powerful now that you began to forget your roots? Factory manager Feng was a little unhappy. You should at least ask him first. Why did you reject him so straightforwardly? Factory manager Feng, I am very clear about my family's situation. Although my brother opened the entertainment city, he actually owes money to the bank. This entertainment city was also opened by him and others. How could he have the money to invest in our factory? Yang Dehai smiled bitterly. It turned out to be like this. Today, Feng Wanjiang also came prepared. He probably inquired about these things before. What Yang Dehai said was also a fact. He didn't intend to ask Yang Dashan to invest. Yang Dashan's matter was just a prelude. There were other things to be said later. So he continued, you and Yang Dashan are just brothers after all, and you have been separated for many years. Your words may not be useful. This is indeed the case. Thank you, factory manager, for your understanding. Yang Dehai breathed a sigh of relief. He was really troubled just now. Everyone understands each other. If it's your family's matter, you definitely can't refuse. But for your brother's matter, you can't decide, right? Factory manager Feng said with a smile. That is. Yang Dehai said quickly. Feng Wanjiang waved his hand and pointed to Yang Ming. Is that your son? Yeah, my son, Yang Ming. Yang Dehai said, when he was young, he always came to the factory to play. How old are you? Factory manager Feng nodded and asked with a smile. Oh, 19. Yang Ming was secretly on guard. Who knew what Feng Wanjiang was up to? 19? Not bad. That rascal of mine is already 25 years old, but he's still muddling along. He's already a postgraduate student, and now he's going to study for a doctorate. He's gambling so much that he's lost his mind. I wonder when he'll stop. Feng Wanjiang sighed. Old Liang, how's that rascal of yours? Forget it, don't mention it. He's AF***Ker. He only knows how to play computer games all day long. He doesn't even work properly at work. I asked someone to find him a public institution and he's just fooling around all day long, Liang Yanjun said. Look, old Yang is really good at teaching his son. Feng Wanjiang said, I can't help but admire him. What's so good about this kid? You don't do your job all day long. Although Yang Dehai said so, who wouldn't be happy to praise their own child? I heard that he's starting a company with his friends, right? The investment is huge. It's a company that sells jewelry. Feng Wanjiang finally got to the point. This was the real purpose of his visit today. He's just making a small fuss. Yang Dahai waved his hand after listening. What small fuss? Jewelry company. I heard that it's a total investment of tens of millions, right? Feng Wanjiang said, this scale isn't small. This? I'm not very clear. Although Yang Dahai was honest, he also heard the meaning of factory manager Feng at the moment. He wanted to get investment from Yang Ming. I have a friend who is also in jewelry. He told me all about it. Feng Wanjiang said with a smile, Yang Ming, you're really young and promising. You're even better than Uncle. Uncle Feng, you're overpraising me. Yang Ming also felt that something was wrong. Why is it related to me? Yang Ming, now Uncle's factory is in trouble. Can you help Uncle? You see, the jewelry company can be opened at any time, but the restructuring of Uncle's factory is imminent. Without funds, no matter how it is restructured, it will go bankrupt. Feng Wanjiang said very sincerely, moreover, this doesn't mean that the money invested is in vain. The factory can give you shares. If our factory is good, you will make money. Isn't this better than you working hard to start your own business? Yang Ming was speechless. Do you think I'm a child? Can these words coax me? If the bus factory's situation is really good, then is there a need to rush around? There would already be companies to acquire or invest. Is there a need to wait until now? However, Yang Ming couldn't say this. After all, the person in front of him was his father's leader. He could only politely refuse, Uncle Feng, my company is run by me and my classmate. How can I just stop running it? Besides, the procedures have been approved, and the house has been found. It is impossible to give up halfway. Yang Ming, you are also a child of the bus factory. How can you be like this? Feng Wanjiang pretended to be unhappy. So what if your company is small? The factory is depending on you. I'm sorry, Uncle Feng. Forgive me for not being able to do anything. Investment isn't a game. My money isn't my own. It was given by my godfather. I can't decide what to do with it. Yang Ming shook his head and declined. Old Yang, didn't you just say it? You can decide your own family matters. I won't force you to do anything about your brother's family matters, but Yang Ming is your son. Won't he listen to you? Feng Wanjiang thought, you don't agree? That's fine. As long as I can convince your father, let's see if you invest. Feng Wanjiang subconsciously regarded Yang Ming as a child. Therefore, he believed that as long as Yang Ming agreed, Yang Ming had no reason to object. This? Yang Dahai was suddenly stunned by Feng Wanjiang's words. Yes, he did say such a thing before, but he didn't expect factory manager Feng to use this as an excuse. Big Ming, you can't just watch this factory go bankrupt for no reason, right? Feng Wanjiang continued, we have so many workers. They are all waiting to eat. Before your family became rich, you can imagine how hard it was to live, right? I think it's okay. Yang Ming said, I didn't feel that I couldn't live before. My life was very happy. Yang Ming naturally couldn't say anything else. He could only say that the situation was good. What's good about it? You, kid, don't know how expensive the daily necessities are. Chairman Liang said, you ask your dad. Is this life hard? Old Yang, you have to be honest. How is the living standard of the employees in our bus factory? This is really not very good. Yang Dahai sighed and said. Yang Ming shook his head. His father is honest. If he said so, how can I refuse? Indeed, the life of the employees in the Songjiang bus factory was very hard. Take himself as an example. It was a luxury to eat a few dishes in the restaurant. Yang Ming also understood this, but he wasn't a philanthropist. Although he had some money in his hands, he couldn't waste it, right? Look, young man, your father is still honest. Liang Yanjun said, Yang Ming, you can't just ignore it this time. Seeing that Yang Ming's face was very difficult, Yang Dahai didn't feel good. After all, it was related to his own unit, so he said, well, factory manager Feng, let's not talk about this first. I will discuss with Yang Ming later, and his godfather's side. Well, then I will trouble you, old Yang. You must succeed. Factory manager Feng saw that Yang Dehai relented and immediately said, "Then this matter is settled. Old Liang and I will not bother you anymore." As they spoke, the two people stood up and were ready to leave. Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun also knew that this matter couldn't be pursued too closely. It was best to end it here. Old Yang was a person who valued relationships. He had a special feeling for the bus factory, so as long as they did his work, this matter wouldn't be difficult to solve. Factory manager Feng, take care. Yang Dehai got up to send them off, but Yang Ming and Mother Yang didn't stand up. Mother Yang wasn't willing to let Yang Ming invest. Wasn't this money equivalent to wasting it? After Feng Wanjiang and Liang Yanjun left, Yang Dehai just closed the door. Mother Yang said, "Old Yang, you can't promise them this. This Songjiang bus factory is simply a bottomless pit. It's useless no matter how much money you invest. Our Big Ming finally has some money and wants to start a business. You can't harm him. I naturally know this." Yang Dehai sighed and sat back on the sofa. But now. What's the but? I'll tell you this, but it's not okay. Mother Yang refused. Don't even think about it. Yang Ming, go back to the house quickly. Don't bother with your dad. Ai. Yang Dehai sighed heavily. He picked up a cigarette on the table and put it in his mouth. After lighting it up, he started smoking. Yang Ming was pushed into his room by Mother Yang, but he could still see the scene in the living room with his special ability. His father was smoking, and his mother kept scolding him. Yang Ming was also upset. He simply didn't want to participate in this matter. This kind of state-owned factory had too many drawbacks. How could it be improved by investing money? Yang Ming shook his head and simply didn't think about it. He picked up the phone book on the table and prepared to give his friends a New Year's greeting. Although Yang Ming had already sent a group text message last night, he still had to call some of his close friends. Yang Ming first dialed Lu Weishan's number. This was his elder, so naturally, he had to give priority. However, the person who answered the phone was actually Xiaoqing. Yang Ming smiled and said, "Wife, Happy New Year." Yang Ming? Xiaoqing was stunned, and then whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. This is the phone number of Dad and Mom's home." Hee, isn't this the phone call that you answered? It's okay. No one heard it. Yang Ming said. Forget it. Are you calling Dad? Xiaoqing asked. The reason why she asked this was because if Yang Ming was looking for her, he couldn't call Lu Weishan's home phone. He would directly call her mobile phone. "And I will give a New Year's greeting to Godfather." Yang Ming said. "Okay, you wait. I will call Dad." Xiaoqing said. After a while, Lu Weishan's voice came over. Yang Ming gave a New Year's greeting to him and Chu Huifeng. He also gave a New Year's greeting to Zhong Hanlin and Aunt Zhong who lived here before hanging up the phone. According to the degree of intimacy with him, the rest were Sun Jia and Lin Jiyun. As for Chen Mingyan, he had just separated from her, so he didn't need to give a New Year's greeting again. Yang Ming first called Sun Jia. It didn't take long for Sun Jia to pick up the phone. "Hello, Yang Ming?" Hee, it's me. It seems that you are quite familiar with my number." Yang Ming smiled. "Don't tell me that you don't know that the caller ID can show the name in the phone book." Sun Jia said with some anger, "Why are you looking for me? Say it." "Sweat, do I have to look for you for something?" Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. "I remember it seems to be so, right?" Sun Jia joked. "This time, it's really nothing. I just want to give you a New Year's greeting. Happy New Year." Yang Ming said. "It turns out to be a New Year's greeting. Happy New Year to you too." Hee, I just wanted to call you, but you called me first." Sun Jia said, "Right, you didn't forget what you promised me before, right?" "What?" Yang Ming was stunned by Sun Jia's question. "It's the matter of pretending to be my boyfriend during the New Year." Sun Jia reminded him, "Don't tell me you don't want to admit it." "Oh, you're talking about this. No problem." Yang Ming didn't care. He was now experienced in pretending to be someone else's boyfriend. It was almost real. He didn't need Sun Jia to do it. It was just that Sun Jia's family was different from Lin Jiyun's parents. Was Sun Hongjun an ordinary person? Yang Ming was afraid that he would be exposed. Then I will call you in a few days. Sun Jia said, I still have something to do, so I won't talk to you first. Be prepared. Don't expose me, or else you will be in trouble. Yang Ming was speechless. Wasn't it me who helped you? Why are you blaming me when you are exposed? However, Yang Ming couldn't reason with her because Sun Jia had already hung up the phone. After that, Yang Ming called Zhang Bin, Tian Donghua, Ho Zhenhan, Bao Sanli, and others to wish them a happy new year. Finally, he dialed Lin Jiyun's phone number. Why was it Lin Jiyun's turn last? In fact, it wasn't that Yang Ming was biased, but Yang Ming decided to ask Lin Jiyun to go out with him today. After all, his current identity was her boyfriend. It was reasonable for him to go to her house. Fortunately, he spent the new year at Chen Mingyan's house yesterday. Otherwise, he really couldn't be at two places today. Yang Ming didn't call Lin Jiyun's cell phone, but he dialed her home landline. Auntie, Happy New Year! Yang Ming said to the other side of the phone. The person who answered the phone was Lin Jiyun's mother, Xianxia Ping. When she heard Yang Ming's voice, she immediately became enthusiastic. It's Yang Ming. Hee, you are also celebrating the new year. Are you looking for Yunair? I will call her over for you. Don't worry. Auntie Shen, are you and Uncle Lin okay? Asked Yang Ming. We are all good. Very good. Since Yunair met you, our family is much happier than before. Shen Yueping smiled and said, You wait. Yunair is coming over. Yunair, the phone call is from Yang Ming. After a while, Lin Jiyun picked up the phone. Yang Ming, are you looking for me? I wish you a Happy New Year. Happy New Year, said Yang Ming. Happy New Year. When Lin Jiyun heard that Yang Ming was only looking for her to wish her a Happy New Year, she suddenly felt a little lost. Other couples would go to the temple fair together during the new year. Just now, the TV was playing the grand scene of the temple fair in previous years. Lin Jiyun was envious. Coincidentally, Shen Yueping also asked, Aren't you and Yang Ming going to the temple fair? Lin Jiyun didn't dare to answer. Although she was looking forward to Yang Ming asking her out, she also knew that the relationship between Yang Ming and her was just a fake boyfriend and girlfriend. Yang Ming still had another girlfriend, so Lin Jiyun couldn't force anything. Therefore, although Lin Jiyun's heart was full of expectations at this moment, she still didn't ask for anything from Yang Ming. She just said, Happy New Year. I will go to your house in a while. You don't have anything else to do, right? Yang Ming said suddenly. Ah? Lin Jiyun was surprised. In a while? Come to my house? What's wrong? Are you really going out? Asked Yang Ming. No. Aren't you going to accompany your girlfriend? Lin Jiyun lowered her voice and asked. Aren't you my girlfriend? Yang Ming said very naturally. Huh? Lin Jiyun opened her mouth wide and didn't say anything for a long time. What does Yang Ming mean by this? Does he think of me as his girlfriend? Or is it just a casual act? If it's the first case, then what is Chen Mingyan? Lin Jiyun was unconsciously dazzled. This kind of impact of being loved was really a bit strong. Wait for me. I will go over right away. Let Auntie Shen know. Yang Ming smiled. Now, he seemed to be able to imagine Lin Jiyun's surprised and cute look. Oh. Lin Jiyun said a word in a daze, and then Yang Ming hung up the phone. Of course, if he wanted to put on an act, he had to go all the way. Yang Ming found the couple's vest that he bought with Lin Jiyun in the closet and put it on. When he walked out of the room, he saw that his father was still smoking on the sofa. The ashtray was full of cigarette butts. His mother was probably tired from talking, so she was watching TV and no longer paying attention to his father. Yang Ming suddenly felt a little heartache. Dad is too honest, and he values relationships too much. If it were other people, what does the factory have to do with him? If the factory is not good, he has to take out his own money and throw it in? Not only would this not solve the problem of the factory, but people who didn't know would say that this family was stupid. It seems that I can only ask my dad to calm down and think about it. Yang Ming said goodbye to his parents and said that he was going to see a friend. Then, he went out of the house. There were very few cars on the street today, but there were a lot of taxis. He stopped a taxi and went to Lin Jiyun's house. Xin Yueping had already gotten the news from Lin Jiyun that Yang Ming was coming, so when Yang Ming knocked on the door, Xin Yueping opened the door. Auntie Shen, Uncle Lin, Happy Chinese New Year. Yang Ming said to Lin Jiyun's parents who were standing in the house. Happy Chinese New Year, come in. It's warm inside. Xin Yueping pulled Yang Ming into the house and then gave Yang Ming fruits and peanuts. You don't have to, Auntie Shen. I don't want to eat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. What's the difference between this and a son-in-law? He looked up at Lin Jiyun. This girl was also blushing and lowering her head. He didn't know what she was thinking. Hey? Xin Yueping suddenly looked at Yang Ming's waistcoat with some surprise. Then she said in surprise, Yang Ming, why does your waistcoat look so familiar? It seems that Yunair also has one, right? Is it like this? Yunair? Lin Jiyun didn't expect her mother's eyesight to be so good. She could see that Yang Ming's vest was the same as hers. I usually don't wear it many times, right? Probably, maybe there is one? Lin Jiyun said embarrassedly. Then you quickly find it and change into it. Xin Yueping said, you and Yang Ming should wear the same outfit. There's no need. Isn't it not good to be seen by others? Lin Jiyun didn't want to trouble Yang Ming. She was only Yang Ming's girlfriend in name. If Chen Mingyan, the real girlfriend, saw it, wouldn't she be done for? What's wrong with this? Both of you are wearing couple outfits. Who can say anything? Xin Yueping said disapprovingly, isn't this a normal thing? Go and change into it. Be obedient. Lin Jiyun was helpless. She had to stand up and go back to her bedroom to change. After a long time, she was scolded by Xin Yueping again. Only then was she done changing. However, Lin Jiyun, who wore the same style of waistcoat as Yang Ming, was very compatible with Yang Ming. They were really a pair of golden boy and jade girl. They were even a bit like the stars in the advertisements on TV. Uncle Lin, how are you recently? Yang Ming sat on the sofa and chatted with Lin Jiyun's parents. I'm fine. I just don't know what to do. I was almost cheated by Wu Qiren a while ago. I have been resting at home during this time. But I can't stay idle. I'm going to find some work after the spring festival. You said that I'm a man with hands and feet. I can't always stay at home. But it's good to rest for a while. Yang Ming nodded. If you are short of money, you can tell me. I still have some. How can I? Lin Chongqing quickly refused. You have helped our family a lot. How can I trouble you again? Uncle Lin, you are treating me like an outsider. With my relationship with Lin Jiyun, you are my future father-in-law. Said Yang Ming. When Lin Jiyun heard Yang Ming's words, she was shocked. She didn't know why Yang Ming said that. Future father-in-law? Was that really the case? Just as Lin Jiyun was in a daze, Yang Ming had ended the conversation with Lin Chongqing. He stood up and said to Lin Jiyun, let's go. Let's go to the temple fair. I saw on TV that it was pretty good. Okay. Lin Jiyun was watching the introduction of the temple fair on TV. When she heard Yang Ming's words, she was immediately surprised and happy. Xin Yueping naturally agreed. She told Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun to have fun. Out of Lin Jiyun's door, Lin Jiyun asked, why are you wearing this? What if others see it? See? Didn't your mother say that she was fine? Yang Ming smiled. I am fine, but you are not. Lin Jiyun said angrily, I'm worried about you. If your girlfriend sees it, let's see what will happen to you. It's fine. She won't go out today, Yang Ming said with a smile. I deliberately dressed like this to let your mother see how much I value you. Ai. Lin Jiyun suddenly sighed, Yang Ming. What do you think we are like this? What should we do in the future? What do you mean by what should we do in the future? Yang Ming didn't quite understand Lin Jiyun's meaning. I mean, you have made my family think that you are my boyfriend. What should we do in the future? Lin Jiyun explained hesitantly with a red face. What do you mean by making them think that I am your boyfriend? Yang Ming blinked and asked knowingly, didn't you ask me to act more realistically? Besides, do you want your parents to suspect that I am a fake? I didn't mean that. Lin Jiyun was somewhat incoherent. Really? I mean, aren't you acting a bit too much now? Isn't it good to be similar? Don't you want this effect? Yang Ming smiled. But, now, my parents think that you are very good. They treat you as my husband in the future. Lin Jiyun said anxiously, if this continues, it won't be a problem, right? Why won't it be a problem? Yang Ming asked deliberately. Really, you piss me off. Lin Jiyun said with a red face, what should we do about Chen Mingyan? What should we do? What does she have to do with you? Yang Ming said with a blank face. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You really don't understand. Lin Jiyun was so angry that she almost rolled her eyes. Does this Yang Ming really not understand, or is he pretending not to understand? Hee, I understand what you mean. You mean that the relationship between us is fake after all. If there is a day when the truth is revealed, you can't explain it to your parents, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. So you deliberately pissed me off before. Lin Jiyun subconsciously stretched out her small fist and punched Yang Ming. You are really annoying. However, Lin Jiyun stopped immediately. Her actions and tone were a bit too ambiguous. It would be fine if they were a couple, but the key is that we are a fake couple now. Hee, I didn't piss you off. I just suddenly realized. Yang Ming made an excuse. Forget it. I'm too lazy to pursue it with you. Yes, I mean this. In the future, what should we do? Lin Jiyun said. Then say that we broke up and you dumped me. Yang Ming deliberately teased Lin Jiyun. You are really not serious. If that's the case, my mom will beat me to death. Lin Jiyun said with a bitter face, I told you that my mom is very conservative. She knows that we are like that. She definitely can't ask me to break up with you. Besides, you are so good. Even if I want to break up with you, I need a reason, right? Lin Jiyun said it ambiguously. It was both true and false. She thought that Yang Ming wouldn't think much about it, but in fact, Yang Ming understood everything and understood what Lin Jiyun was referring to. You fell in love with someone else? Yang Ming suggested. How am I falling in love with someone else? Lin Jiyun shook her head. Isn't your reason too far-fetched? Then, why don't you say that I fell in love with someone else and dumped you? Asked Yang Ming. Then my mom will come to you and fight with you. My mom hates unfaithful men the most. Lin Jiyun said helplessly, Yang Ming, can't you say something more feasible? That's all I can think of. Why don't we just say that we broke up peacefully? Yang Ming looked at Lin Jiyun and asked. Besides breaking up, is there no other way? Lin Jiyun sighed. My parents definitely can't accept it. I can only think of these now. Yang Ming said regretfully, besides these, it's either you die or I die. There is really no other way. It's Chinese New Year. Can't you say something auspicious? Lin Jiyun said angrily. Okay, look at the car in front. It's really nice, said Yang Ming. What does this have to do with Geely? Lin Jiyun was speechless. Yes. That car is a Geely brand. Yang Ming said seriously, Geely Freighter. This car is very good. Lin Jiyun's face was full of black lines. I'm just kidding. Let me think about it. There is always a solution. Yang Ming said, anyway, I'm not in a hurry. Let me think about a moderate way. In fact, Yang Ming had already had a way in his heart, but now wasn't a good time to say it. The way was very simple. That was to let Lin Jiyun become his real girlfriend. Anyway, I have already hinted to Chen Mingyan. Although it wasn't easy for her to accept it, at least there was a possibility. It depended on how hard I work. Okay. Lin Jiyun nodded. Now it seemed that this was the only way. The location of the temple fair wasn't far from Lin Jiyun's home. It was near the commercial street. In fact, it was composed of several different markets. In the past, the so-called market was similar to the temple fair. The temple fair was divided into 4 parts: the commercial street, entertainment street, performance street, and snack street. In fact, the 4 streets near the commercial street were temporarily turned into the temple fair. The first day of the new year was the day with the most people at the temple fair. It was very crowded. However, the atmosphere was very lively. In this cold weather, there was still a hubbub of voices. Lin Jiyun followed behind Yang Ming and followed the crowd into the commercial street at the front of the temple fair. Yang Ming looked back at Lin Jiyun behind him. He was afraid that she would get lost in the crowd, so he reached out and held her hand. Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red, but she didn't struggle. She didn't know if Yang Ming was intentional or unintentional, but what could she do if it was intentional or unintentional? The 2 people wore couple outfits, holding hands, and shuttled through the temple fair like other couples. Yang Ming had come to the temple fair once when he was young. At that time, his parents brought him. After that, he went to school and was busy, so he never came again. However, Songjiang's temple fair was getting better and better. Even the provincial capital, Donghai, couldn't be compared. However, the current temple fair was completely different from the past. The commercial street was filled with a dazzling array of stalls, windmills, rattles, glass pendants, small jewelry, cow-horn-shaped hats, clown masks, sugar figurines, and so on. There was really everything one could think of. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming's situation was similar. Although she was a native of Songjiang, she hadn't been to the temple fair for many years. Previously, when she saw the Grand Temple Fair on TV, she was envious. Now that she was in it, how could Lin Jiyun not be excited? Lin Jiyun was a little dazzled. Yang Ming, I want to see if it's okay to sell small jewelry over there. Lin Jiyun saw many girls chattering around a small stall that specialized in selling jewelry. She couldn't help but be a little moved. Everyone loved beauty, especially girls. Lin Jiyun usually didn't buy these things, but this time there was such a rare opportunity. Naturally, she wanted to look at it happily. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. What do you want to see? Do you still need to ask me? It seems like I'm very strict with you. Lin Jiyun didn't care about Yang Ming. At this moment, she was completely attracted by these beautiful little jewelry. These things were actually not expensive, but they were very beautiful. They were sought after by the young girls. How about this necklace? Lin Jiyun looked around and finally saw a crystal pendant necklace. It was said to be a crystal pendant, but it was actually plexiglass. It was just beautifully made. It's very beautiful. Yang Ming nodded. If you like it, then buy it. Okay then. Lin Jiyun really liked this necklace, so she asked the boss who sold jewelry, "Boss, how much is this?" That, the heart of the ocean, 20 yuan. The boss glanced and said. It's so expensive. Lin Jiyun frowned. Can it be cheaper? 18. I'll give you 2 yuan. This thing isn't profitable. The boss said. 15. Lin Jiyun felt that 18 was a bit expensive, so she continued to bargain. If 15 is not enough, I won't make money. 18 is the lowest. The boss shook his head and said. 15. Lin Jiyun said. No, at least 17. The boss said. 15. 17. Yang Ming shook his head and interrupted, must be 17. Ah? Lin Jiyun was stunned. Is there anyone who bargains like Yang Ming? Yang Ming was also stunned. He originally wanted to say must be 15, but he didn't expect that he would say must be 17. Unexpectedly, after the boss heard Yang Ming's words, he said, it must be 15. Okay, deal. Yang Ming reacted quickly this time and said quickly. The boss only reacted after he finished speaking. Originally, he was arguing with Lin Jiyun about 15 and 17. When Yang Ming said that it had to be 17, he naturally subconsciously said that it had to be 15. As a result, they made a deal. Hee hee. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming and the boss in front of her. She couldn't help but laugh. Yang Ming really hit the jackpot. It was the first time that she saw such a bargain. Forget it. 15 is 15. The boss shook his head with a bitter face. Next time I won't bring you along. The two of you have different opinions. I'm so confused. Yang Ming also smiled and paid the bill. I was wrong before. I didn't expect you to be wrong with me. Huh. Forget it. The boss also smiled. Although it doesn't make money, there is a topic to talk about when drinking with friends at night. This is really funny. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming paid. She originally wanted to say that she would pay, but she didn't have the courage. In the end, she had to leave it unsettled. After buying this small necklace, Lin Jiyun didn't buy anything else. Most of the time, she just looked at it. After coming out of the business street, it was the entertainment street. The activities here were even more varied, but they were all fun activities, such as darts, goldfish fishing, ring throwing, rock climbing, and so on. In the entertainment street, the game coins were used. The game coins were exchanged at a special store at the end of the street. All the entertainment activities inside could be played with different amounts of game coins. She didn't know how the organizer calculated the bill with each stall, but this had little to do with Yang Ming. The game coins were 2 yuan each. Yang Ming directly bought 100 yuan. A total of 50 game coins, and then he entered the entertainment street with Lin Jiyun. Why did you buy so many? It's really a waste. Lin Jiyun shook her head with some distress. 100 yuan was a lot for her. It was the income of 2 tutoring sessions. It's not easy to come out to play during the Chinese New Year. Naturally, I have to play to my heart's content. Hee hee. Yang Ming said, anyway, we have already exchanged. Let's play. Lin Jiyun couldn't stop him. She could only let Yang Ming go. Look, there are so many people over there. Lin Jiyun pointed to a game stall not far away. Let's go. Let's go and see. Yang Ming nodded. He and Lin Jiyun squeezed to the front. It turned out that this was similar to a fishing game. There were many people participating, and it looked very interesting. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun looked for a while and roughly understood the rules of the game. The game merchant placed 4 rows of small bags on the counter. There were 10 bags in each row. There were a total of 40 bags. Inside the bags, there were many plush toys and prizes. However, in these bags, there was a bag that contained a red card. As long as you caught the bag with the card inside, you could get a super big bear cub. The bear cub was a special limited edition of a very big pony bear. It wasn't sold on the market at all. Only a few sellers sold it on Taobao, but the price was extremely expensive. It generally cost 700 to 800 yuan. Therefore, this prize was still very tempting. Moreover, the business projects of the temple fair were supervised by the Industry and Commerce Bureau. The game merchant couldn't cheat. Therefore, there must be a red card in these bags. For those bags without cards, they could only get the plush toys in the bag. Most people got small plush toys. From the morning until now, no one had caught a red card. Do you want to try? Yang Ming saw that Lin Jiyun seemed to be very interested, so he asked. I want to, but I'm afraid I can't catch a red card. Lin Jiyun said with some worry. Huh, how can this thing be so easy to catch? Yang Ming smiled and said, you see, so many people didn't catch it, right? Because after everyone caught it once, the waiter would fill another bag, and then casually change the order and put the bag back, so there was basically no trick. Fortunately, 10 game coins could be caught once. It wasn't very expensive, only 20 yuan. Those who couldn't catch it would be treated as entertainment. Boss, let's play once. Yang Ming gave the boss of the game stall 20 game coins and said. Okay. The boss asked the waiter to hand the hook of the bag to Lin Jiyun and then taught her how to operate it. Lin Jiyun was very nervous. 40 yuan. If she caught a bag with a card, naturally, everyone would be happy. But if she didn't, Lin Jiyun would be a little distressed. The operation was very simple, and Lin Jiyun learned it quickly. But when it was her turn to operate, Lin Jiyun hesitated again. She took a deep breath and made up her mind on which bag to catch. However, Yang Ming had already used his special ability to look at the things in the bag. If he didn't use his special ability now, when should he use it? Although he felt that it was a bit overkill, it seemed that his special ability was used to pick up girls, gamble, and seduce the beautiful teacher, right? Yang Ming used his special ability to look at all the bags and found that there was only one bag with a red card in the 40 bags. But the position of this bag was very strange. It was in the middle of the first row, just opposite the tourists. Yang Ming pondered a little and understood the key. On the surface, this bag seemed to be placed in the most conspicuous position, and it was also the easiest place to catch it. But this involved a problem of psychological effect. People tend to ignore things that are in front of them. Instead, the bags at the back were the focus of everyone's attention. Because everyone believed that the harder the bag to catch, the higher the probability of a red card appearing. Therefore, no one touched this bag when it was placed here. Recalling the scene of a few people playing before, no one touched the bag in this position. However, these were ineffective for Yang Ming. Yang Ming didn't care about any psychological hints. These bags were transparent in Yang Ming's eyes. The game merchants grasped this psychological characteristic and put the red card in the most conspicuous place, but it was also the most unlikely place. Isn't there a good saying? The most dangerous place is the safest place. At this moment, Lin Jiyun finally made up her mind. She wanted to use the hook to catch a bag in the second last row. Wait. Yang Ming quickly stopped her. What's wrong? Lin Jiyun stopped and asked. Let's catch a simpler one. It's so far away. I'm afraid you can't hook it and drop it again. Then, it will be a waste of an opportunity. Yang Ming said. Ah? Then what do you think we should catch? Asked Lin Jiyun. This one. Yang Ming pointed to the bag in front of them. This? Can there be a card in it? Lin Jiyun shook her head in disbelief. You are wasting an opportunity. Be good, be obedient. Yang Ming said. Oh. Lin Jiyun listened to Yang Ming's tone that was similar to a lover's. She suddenly felt a little dizzy. She picked up the hook and caught the bag that Yang Ming said. When the bag was in her hand and she opened it, Lin Jiyun couldn't help but exclaim, yeah. We got it. Yang Ming, we got it. Yeah, I told you to be obedient. Look, you listened to me, didn't you? Yang Ming smiled. Lin Jiyun nodded and happily handed the red card to the waiter. The waiter didn't expect that someone would get a big prize when they just opened in the morning. All the money they earned wasn't enough. But there was no other way. Credibility came first. There were still a few days before the temple fair. If they didn't fulfill their promise on the first day, then they wouldn't be able to do business in the future. What's more, this temple fair was personally supervised by the Consumer Association. The boss didn't dare to be rash. He handed the super big bear to Lin Jiyun and said a few words of blessing. Then, the boss put another big prize on the table. It was also a very big toy. Lin Jiyun happily took the prize and left the game stall with Yang Ming. Right, Yang Ming, how did you know that there was a red card in the bag? While she was happy, Lin Jiyun asked curiously. I don't know. Yang Ming naturally wouldn't reveal that he had special abilities. He and Lin Jiyun hadn't reached the level of Xiaoqing, so this kind of thing couldn't be said easily. But, my guess should be pretty close. How did you guess? Lin Jiyun asked curiously, why can't I guess? Hee, it's actually very simple. Yang Ming laughed. Previously, I observed the habits of many people when playing this game. They always looked at the bags in the second row and ignored the bags in the first row. So, I used reverse thinking here. I thought, if I were the boss, what would I do? Since the customers were looking at the second row, I would put the red card in the first row. And in the first row, the most unlikely position was the bag that the customer was facing. That was because it was too obvious. Everyone saw it at first glance, but it was also the first to be eliminated. Most people wouldn't think that the bag in front of them contained a red card. Therefore, the most dangerous place was often the safest place. The boss was using this reverse thinking. I'm just reverse engineering it a bit based on his foundation. Ah? After Lin Jiyun heard it, she was surprised and impressed. Yang Ming, you're too good. You can even think of this. Hee, I also thought of it on the spur of the moment. Yang Ming said, I saw that you were so distressed about the 10 game coins, so I suddenly came up with an idea. Nonsense. Lin Jiyun shook her head helplessly. The two people continued to walk forward. Although there were some small games to play on the roadside, because the price was cheap, there were many people waiting in line. The two people didn't wait. These small games were not very interesting, and the prizes weren't very generous. Yeah, that's rock climbing, right? Lin Jiyun pointed to a rockery not far away and asked, I saw it on TV. It said that it was a very special game project that was newly launched this year. And I also saw the introduction. This thing is already very popular in the southern cities. We just have it here. Yang Ming nodded. Let's go and see. Okay. Lin Jiyun said. She was also curious about this novel thing that she had never seen before. Following the crowd, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun came to a large air mattress. In front of the air mattress was a very steep stone wall, almost at a 90-degree angle with the ground. Rock climbing originated in Europe in the 18th century, and it became an independent sport in 1970. Freehand. Rock climbing referred to the climbing process without relying on any external assistance. It only relied on the climber's own strength to complete the climbing process. Freehand rock climbing required people to continuously complete thrilling movements such as turning, pull-ups, shifting, and even jumping on rock walls at various heights and angles. It combined fitness, entertainment, and competition. It was an extreme sport that was exciting and beautiful. It was called ballet on the cliff by rock climbing fans all over the world. Although rock climbing had gradually become a popular outdoor extreme sport in recent years, more and more people experienced unique fun from rock climbing. Freehand rock climbing had extremely high requirements for people's physical fitness, courage, body coordination, and flexibility. For those beginners who had not undergone systematic professional training, it was undoubtedly dangerous. However, the rock climbing here was not so dangerous because the stone wall was specially made, so there were no edges on it. Moreover, the people who played the game would also wear special climbing gloves and clothing, which would not hurt the body. Even if they fell from above, there was an air mattress to support them. In this way, the risk factor was reduced to a minimum. But even so, there would be accidents. If you fall headfirst, you might get hurt. Therefore, people who participated in this game had to sign an agreement separately. They couldn't participate directly with game coins, but they had to buy tickets and insurance separately. However, the person who climbed to the highest point would also get a very powerful prize. It was a pair of cartoon golden bowl necklace pendants made of pure gold. This year was the year of the ox. Moreover, this kind of jewelry was obviously for couples and was very popular. Because rock climbing was a new game project in Songjiang, the boss didn't want to make money. He only wanted to make a name for himself, so he spent a lot of money to make several sets of pendants and awarded them to those who could climb to the highest point. However, the boss really overestimated those who had not played these projects. From the morning until now, there were very few people who could climb half the height. But even so, many people were still eager to try. Not for anything else, but to show off in front of their girlfriends. If they could get the prize in person and give it to their girlfriends, it would be a proud thing. In particular, the advertising slogans in TV commercials were very provocative. Are you a real man? Are you brave? This was a game for the brave. The winner would get the prize and give it to his girlfriend personally, and so on. Therefore, when many couples came here, the men would take the initiative to try it. Even if they failed, there was nothing to be ashamed of because everyone was the same. But if they won, they would show their face. Everyone had this idea, so rock climbing was unusually popular. Lin Jiyun naturally saw this TV commercial. When she saw other couples, the men took the initiative to win the prize for the women. She couldn't help but look forward to it. However, Lin Jiyun also knew that this game had a certain danger. She also didn't want to ask Yang Ming to take risks for her. It was a very glorious thing to win a prize for your girlfriend. There were always people who failed in front, and there were always new people who rushed up. Looking at the women who cheered for the men above, Yang Ming smiled and asked Lin Jiyun, "Do you want that pair of golden bowls?" Ah. Lin Jiyun was stunned and then said, "You mean, you want to participate too?" "Yeah, how about it? If you want it, I will get it for you," Yang Ming said. When Yang Ming said this, many people directly treated it as a joke because many people had said this to their girlfriends before, and the result was that they all failed. This rock climbing seemed to be very simple, but when it was really done, it wasn't so easy. However, that was only for ordinary people. For Yang Ming, this was simply too easy. Not to mention that there were so many safety precautions, there were also good handhold positions on the rock wall. When he was in school, Yang Ming didn't use anything. He climbed Chen Mingyan's dormitory with his bare hands. It was a very touching thing to win the final prize for one's girlfriend. One by one, the girls were cheering for their boyfriends above, and the boyfriends who were climbing above were working hard to get the most favorite thing for their girlfriends. Yang Ming belonged to the kind of male chauvinist person. When he saw others working so hard, he naturally didn't want to be outdone. He also wanted to get the final prize for Lin Jiyun. Let's not. Lin Jiyun saw a lot of people fall from half the height. Although there was an air cushion below, and it was okay to fall, it was scary enough. Lin Jiyun didn't want to ask Yang Ming to take risks. If Yang Ming was really her boyfriend, then it was okay to do so. But what qualifications did she have to ask Yang Ming to do this? Therefore, Lin Jiyun was hesitant. After thinking for a long time, she decided not to let Yang Ming take risks. "It's okay." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "It's a small matter. You just wait to be envied by other girls later." "Ah? Why?" asked Lin Jiyun. "Because your boyfriend can help you get the final prize," said Yang Ming shamelessly. Lin Jiyun blushed and lowered her head. Yang Ming laughed, then went to the registration office and filled in a contract form. The contract was very formal. One needed to fill in their real name and ID number. Otherwise, they would have to bear the consequences if there was a problem. In fact, this contract also included an insurance company's insurance policy. If there was an accident during the rock climbing, they could get a claim from the insurance company. Yang Ming hesitated and left a fake name. It was better to be careful with this thing. If he brought Chen Mingyan or other women here tomorrow, it would be hard to say if they were discovered. Therefore, Yang Ming made up a name of Wang Hu. The ID number was also made up. Yang Ming paid the rock climbing fee of 150 yuan, and then received a set of protective clothing and gloves. In fact, Yang Ming didn't need these things, but in order not to be too shocking, Yang Ming still wore these things. As the people in front of him failed to climb the rock, it was finally Yang Ming's turn. Yang Ming waved to Lin Jiyun and then climbed up the rock wall easily. In order not to let others be suspicious, Yang Ming climbed very slowly. Although Yang Ming could climb up in an instant, it might cause too much attention. Yang Ming didn't need to look back. He could see Lin Jiyun's expression below when he closed his eyes. It seems that Lin Jiyun is still very concerned about me. She stared at me without blinking. Her face was full of worry and excitement. All along, Yang Ming wasn't sure what kind of feelings Lin Jiyun had for him. Although he initially wanted to compensate Lin Jiyun with an attitude of wanting to be with her, now, Yang Ming found that he had fallen in love with this somewhat stubborn and somewhat weak girl. Yang Ming also wanted to go further with Lin Jiyun, but there was no suitable opportunity. Yang Ming was now just Lin Jiyun's fake boyfriend. Although the two people sometimes had some intimate actions, it wasn't too out of the ordinary. It was limited to holding hands. This time, the reason why Yang Ming was so determined to climb the rock for Lin Jiyun to get the final prize was to further determine Lin Jiyun's attitude towards him. He wanted to see if she had him in her heart now. Thinking of this, Yang Ming deliberately shook his foot, pretending that he didn't step on it, and exclaimed. In fact, Yang Ming's hand was steady. He had firmly grasped the position on the rock wall. Although his legs were suspended in the air, there was no danger. Yang Ming didn't look back. He didn't need to look back. He could see Lin Jiyun's current expression with his special ability. Sure enough, Lin Jiyun was so shocked that her mouth was wide open. Her eyes were full of worry. Even her body had begun to move. Once Yang Ming fell, she might rush forward. Pretend to be boyfriend and girlfriend? Hee, how can it be so easy to pretend? How many pairs of pretend couples have become real couples in the end? It seems that Lin Jiyun can't be spared. In addition to being happy, Yang Ming couldn't help but be secretly proud. It seems that my charm is good. I actually subdued Lin Jiyun unknowingly. As long as Lin Jiyun's feelings were confirmed, then things would be much easier in the future. Before, Yang Ming wasn't sure if Lin Jiyun had him in her heart, so he had been hesitant and didn't dare to go further with Lin Jiyun. Now, it was much better. As long as he took the initiative, Lin Jiyun shouldn't reject him. After confirming this, Yang Ming wasn't ready to let Lin Jiyun worry anymore. His feet that were suspended in the air stepped back on the rock wall and continued to climb up. Lin Jiyun below, on the other hand, let out a long sigh of relief and patted her chest. She was obviously frightened. Lin Jiyun below also had mixed feelings in her heart. She didn't know when it started, but Yang Ming's every move had begun to affect her heartstrings. Just like just now, Lin Jiyun was so worried. She was afraid that Yang Ming would fall. She was really scared. Lin Jiyun didn't know what to do. Just like a song, I fell in love with a man that I shouldn't have fallen in love with. In the beginning, Lin Jiyun kept reminding herself to keep a distance from Yang Ming, but some things couldn't be done just because you said so. Especially emotional things, it was very subtle. Moreover, good feelings and love were produced unconsciously. Suddenly, when you looked back, you would find that there was already a shadow of another person in your heart. Now, Lin Jiyun was like this. When she carefully recalled the bits and pieces of Yang Ming, the sweetness, attachment, and happiness all emerged in her heart. Including the awkwardness when they first met, Yang Ming's fury when they met for the second time, these became a sweet witness in Lin Jiyun's memory. It was because of the awkward meeting for the first time that there was a story between the two people. The second time, Yang Ming did those things to her, Lin Jiyun had long lost her hatred. Sometimes, Lin Jiyun would even think about it. If the two of them did the same thing again, what kind of scene would it be? Although this idea was very shameful, Lin Jiyun did think so. Lin Jiyun wasn't a blank piece of paper. In this kind of environment, especially in some TV series, there were often similar R18 plots. Seeing the couples on TV doing that thing so crazily and enthusiastically, Lin Jiyun had such a shameful idea. However, the current situation was that Lin Jiyun didn't dare to have further development with Yang Ming. The current situation had been unexpected. Yang Ming was a person who had a girlfriend. It was impossible for her to have any relationship with him, so Lin Jiyun could only use this matter to constantly remind herself not to be lost. But what about the actual situation? Sometimes, people who were lost didn't feel that they were lost at all. This was the so-called situation where the onlooker couldn't see clearly. Just now, her concern for Yang Ming really reflected Lin Jiyun's current mentality. Lin Jiyun shook her confused head and thought about her future with Yang Ming. She couldn't help but be a little confused. Previously, when she asked Yang Ming that question, she actually wanted to know the answer herself. She even had a little bit of hope that this matter could continue like this. So what if she pretended? What was the difference between pretending to be forever and the real thing? Of course, Lin Jiyun also knew that this was just her own wishful thinking. Sooner or later, the truth would be revealed. And that day would be the time for her to break up with Yang Ming. Although there was a lot of reluctance in her heart, Lin Jiyun also knew that Yang Ming was always the boyfriend of the girl named Chen Mingyan, not Lin Jiyun's. Of course, if Lin Jiyun used the past to threaten Yang Ming, she might force Yang Ming to break up with Chen Mingyan, but Lin Jiyun wasn't such a person. Even after so long, she still didn't mention it to Yang Ming because she was afraid that Yang Ming would have a psychological burden on her. Suddenly, there was a burst of exclamation, pulling Lin Jiyun's messy thoughts back. Following everyone's gaze, she looked up and saw that Yang Ming was actually leading all the climbers. He was about to reach the top of the rock wall. Ah! Lin Jiyun covered her mouth with her hand and looked at the scene in front of her in disbelief. Yang Ming succeeded. He actually climbed up. Looking at Yang Ming moving up with difficulty, Lin Jiyun seemed to have seen the sweat on Yang Ming's face. Was he really doing all of this for her? Obviously. Looking at the young people present, almost all of them climbed the rock wall to please their girlfriends. But, is it worth it for him to do this? For a fake girlfriend like me? Even if he is acting, he doesn't have to do this, right? My parents aren't in front of me. Oh. There was another exclamation. Yang Ming finally climbed to the highest point of the rock wall. Lin Jian looked up and saw Yang Ming waving at her. Looking at Yang Ming's face that was a little red because of overwork and the sweat on his forehead, Lin Jian couldn't help but be a little dazed. Her tears flowed down unconsciously. If Yang Ming was really my boyfriend, how good would that be? As soon as this thought came out, it was an uncontrollable sigh. Yang Ming shouldn't be a heartless person. He wouldn't break up with Chen Mingyan. So, my thoughts are a bit too extravagant. Under everyone's envious eyes, Lin Jiyun had to smile bitterly. This happiness that seemed to belong to me was actually very far away from me, very far away. When Yang Ming came down from the rock wall, he used the rope, which was much faster than when he was climbing. When he was climbing, Yang Ming also deliberately made himself look very tired and laborious. At this time, when he came down, he tried to show a cautious look. At this time, the organizer of the rock climbing game also appeared in a timely manner. Yang Ming was the first person to climb to the peak, so he could be the target of a live promotion. Congratulations! Young man, you are the first person to climb to the highest point since the beginning of the game. The organizer took a microphone and walked to Yang Ming. He said as he walked, "Who is this young man's girlfriend? Please stand up." Ah? Lin Jiyun was stunned. She didn't expect the organizer to have such a request. Just now, Yang Ming waved to her, and everyone saw it. So, at this moment, everyone's eyes were looking at Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun had no choice but to bite the bullet and go forward. "Hello, beautiful lady. Your boyfriend has won the ultimate prize of this game for you. How are you feeling now? Can you tell everyone?" As the organizer said this, he handed the microphone to Lin Jiyun. Ugh. Lin Jiyun really didn't know what to say. If it were other people, they might say something like "I love you" loudly. But Lin Jiyun couldn't. Her relationship with Yang Ming was a bit out of place. She really couldn't say such words. After hesitating for a long time, she had to say, "I am very touched, thank you, really. I can see that this beautiful lady is still very reserved. It just so happens that our hero also came down. Let's let him say a few words." The organizer looked at Yang Ming and said. The people next to them looked at Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun in the middle. They were very envious. However, they couldn't do anything about it. Who asked them to be useless and couldn't climb up? This wasn't something that could be achieved by luck, so although everyone was envious, they weren't jealous. Since his skills were inferior, he could only rely on logistics and hard work. Yang Ming took the microphone, then glanced at Lin Jiyun, who was blushing next to him, and said, "I have nothing to say because everything I did was what I should do. Now, I will give the prize to my girlfriend." Yang Ming was originally very eloquent. He could talk for half an hour in a martial arts competition, but at this moment, he was afraid of being discovered by people he knew, so he only said a few words and ended it. However, these few short words were full of affection for his girlfriend. Hug her." Below, someone shouted, and as a result, other people followed. "Both of you, do you want a hug?" The organizer also joked. Ah? Lin Jiyun was somewhat overwhelmed. She was originally forced to come up. She already felt very awkward, but at this time, everyone actually made such a request. Yang Ming didn't care so much. He was eager to have such an opportunity, so he didn't care what Lin Jiyun said and directly hugged her. If it wasn't because he was afraid that things would turn out the other way, maybe Yang Ming would even kiss her. While Yang Ming felt the softness of Lin Jiyun's body, Lin Jiyun's head suddenly went boom, and she was dizzy. Although she had physical contact with Yang Ming in the hotel in Donghai. Before, that was in private. Now, Yang Ming actually hugged her in public. The impact on her was too big. When Yang Ming let go of her, Lin Jiyun was still a little dizzy and didn't know what to do. Everything felt like a dream, allowing her to truly experience the craziness and passion between lovers. Let's go. Let's continue to look at the front. Yang Ming put the prize handed over by the organizer in Lin Jiyun's hand and said. Oh. Lin Jiyun followed behind Yang Ming stupidly. Apparently, her thoughts were still immersed in the shock just now. Yang Ming wanted to leave here as soon as possible. After all, he was in the limelight just now. If Chen Mingyan knew about it, it would probably be another war. Yang Ming already had plans to have a showdown with Chen Mingyan, but this kind of thing had to be a little more skillful. The effect of being seen and explaining himself would definitely be different. Thinking of this, Yang Ming couldn't help but speed up his pace. Lin Jiyun still hadn't recovered. She held the prize that Yang Ming got in her hand, and her heart was filled with emotions. Why? Yang Ming is so good to me and let me lose myself in happiness again and again. Why? It's obviously a fake, but I'm addicted to it and can't extricate myself. Lin Jiyun felt very troubled. What does Yang Ming mean by this? As she thought about it, when she looked up, she saw that Yang Ming, who was in front of her, had disappeared. She was suddenly shocked and blurted out, Yang Ming, where are you? Lin Jiyun's mind was full of Yang Ming just now. She suddenly found that Yang Ming was missing. She suddenly felt like she lost something, and she was a little flustered. Yang Ming, after quickly walking away from the rock climbing place, said to Lin Jiyun, how was it? I did what I said, right? I got the final prize, right? After he finished speaking, no one responded to him. When he looked back, he found that Lin Jiyun was gone. Yang Ming was shocked. I just walked in front, but I ignored Lin Jiyun behind me. There were so many people, but she actually got lost. Yang Ming frowned. Although this temple fair was lively, there were also some bad guys. Could it be that they saw Lin Jiyun holding the small golden bowl made of pure gold in her hand and had evil intentions? Yang Ming quickly used his special ability to search for Lin Jiyun in the crowd. Thanks to the super function of his eyes, Yang Ming finally saw Lin Jiyun, who was at a loss, not far behind him. Seeing that Lin Jiyun was fine, Yang Ming was relieved, and then walked quickly to Lin Jiyun. At this moment, Lin Jiyun was very anxious. It was reasonable to say that she was such an adult, and she wasn't a child. Although she got lost with Yang Ming at the temple fair, it wasn't that she couldn't find her home. However, she just felt that something was wrong in her heart. There was a feeling of melancholy and panic. It was like the feeling of not being able to find her mother when she was young. This was a kind of instinctive dependence on family members. Girls rely on their parents when they were young. When they grow up, they rely on their boyfriends. Of course, Lin Jiyun hadn't thought of such a deep problem. Otherwise, she definitely wouldn't know what to do. Just when Lin Jiyun wanted to call Yang Ming, she suddenly felt that her hand was held by a warm big hand. Lin Jiyun didn't resist because she could feel that this hand was so familiar. Yes, it was Yang Ming's hand. Lin Jiyun turned her head and saw Yang Ming, who was standing beside her with a smile at the moment. Where did you go? Lin Jiyun subconsciously acted coquettishly. But she didn't notice that her tone was no different from a lover's questioning. Sorry, I walked a little faster. I only found out that you were lost when I turned around. Yang Ming said apologetically, you're not afraid, right? I'm not. Lin Jiyun naturally denied it, otherwise, it would be really embarrassing. Hee. Yang Ming had already seen Lin Jiyun's expression before, but now he just didn't expose it. Let's go. Let's go to the front and see. Okay. This feeling of regaining what she had lost made Lin Jiyun's mood become very good all of a sudden. And her hand was naturally placed in Yang Ming's hand. She didn't deliberately refuse, nor did she mention this matter. She completely pretended not to know. Yes, sometimes, it's rare to be confused. Just muddle along. On the performance street, there were some acrobatic or magic performance groups. This place was completely free. They were all voluntary performances by some drama or film school students. Of course, occasionally, there would be celebrities who would make a guest appearance here to wish everyone a happy new year. Therefore, the performance street was the most crowded. Lin Jiyun and Yang Ming didn't come early, so they could only stand behind the crowd. Yang Ming had no problem. He could see the performance in front clearly no matter how far he stood, but Lin Jiyun couldn't. She looked up and tiptoed, but she still couldn't see the performance in front. Looking at Lin Jiyun who wanted to see but couldn't see, Yang Ming smiled, then he squatted down and said gently, "Come on, come up. I will carry you." "Hey." Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in amazement. "Am I being carried by him?" "Hurry up," Yang Ming urged. "Oh." Lin Jiyun looked around and saw that no one was paying attention to them. Then, she carefully leaned on Yang Ming. Her chest was attached to Yang Ming's back, and there was a strange feeling. Yang Ming enjoyed it even more. He reached out and held Lin Jiyun's butt and carried her on his back. "I want you to carry me too." Not far from Yang Ming, a girl said to the boy next to her. "Why do you have to carry me? Just watch." The boy was very thin, but his girlfriend was very strong. "No, you look at other people's boyfriends. They are carrying their girlfriends." The girl obviously didn't want to do it. "Ai." The thin boy couldn't help it. He had no choice but to lean down and let his girlfriend, who was a size bigger than him, lie on his body. Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun, who were watching this, both covered their mouths and snickered. The combination of the two of them is really a perfect match." Yang Ming smiled. "Why do you say that?" Although Lin Jiyun found it very funny, she still felt that it wasn't very good to see Yang Ming openly commenting on others. "Why don't we be a good match? Why do we have to play this kind of difficult action?" As Yang Ming spoke until here, he suddenly had an evil idea. Then, he said, "Come, let's play a more ruthless game." "Ah? What?" Lin Jiyun hadn't reacted yet. She felt that her butt was held up by Yang Ming's powerful hand until it was at the height of Yang Ming's shoulder. She couldn't help but panic. "What are you doing?" "Nothing. Come, sit on my shoulder." Yang Ming held Lin Jiyun's legs forward and let her ride on his neck. Lin Jiyun suddenly blushed. "This is a bit too intimate, right? My private part is attached to Yang Ming's neck. Isn't it a bit too much? That's not good, right?" Lin Jiyun said shyly. "What's wrong with that? You mean them?" Yang Ming pretended not to understand and said, "If they want to imitate, then let them. We didn't force them to imitate." "Haha. This is called Jiang Taigong fishing, those who are willing to take the bait." "You." Sigh. Lin Jiyun didn't know whether Yang Ming really didn't understand or not, but seeing that Yang Ming didn't agree, she didn't say anything more. Sure enough, when the girl over there saw Lin Jiyun riding on Yang Ming's shoulder, she immediately followed suit. She argued with her boyfriend for a long time. In the end, her smaller boyfriend finally compromised. However, at the moment the girl sat on him, the boy below suddenly lost his balance. With a bang, the two people fell to the ground together, causing a burst of laughter. Yang Ming laughed even more, but in order to prevent the recurrence of the tragedy, he still carefully supported Lin Jiyun, so that she wouldn't fall because he laughed too much. Lin Jiyun also covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. She laughed for a long time and said, "Yang Ming, you are so bad. What does this have to do with me? They don't have that figure, but they want to play with such a bad *SS style. It would be strange if they didn't fall." Yang Ming looked like it had nothing to do with him. After watching the show on the street for a while, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left. Originally, Yang Ming still wanted to leave like this, but Lin Jiyun wasn't willing. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming had to put her down. "Right, you still have some game coins that haven't been used, right?" Lin Jiyun suddenly remembered that Yang Ming still had some game coins in his pocket. "Oh? If you didn't mention it, I would have forgotten." Yang Ming put his hand into his pocket and touched it. Then, he said, "There are still 30 coins. Let's return it. Otherwise, it will be a waste." Lin Jiyun was a very careful girl. She didn't like to be extravagant and wasteful. Although she knew that Yang Ming was very rich and didn't care about this, she still liked to be careful. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded. Anyway, the entertainment street was not far behind. It wasn't far. The two people turned and walked to the back. However, when they arrived at the place where the entertainment street sold game coins, they were told that once the game coins were sold, they couldn't be refunded. It turned out that in the entertainment street, there were several games where the reward was game coins. If the game coins could be exchanged for money, then it was a bit like gambling. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming said to Lin Jiyun, "If you don't want to return it, then don't return it. Then let's play some games." Lin Jiyun saw that the game coins couldn't be returned. She could only do it according to Yang Ming's words. The two people just wanted to spend the game coins, so they just stopped at the nearest dartboard stall. "I want to try this," Lin Jiyun said to Yang Ming. "Okay." Yang Ming nodded quickly, then gave the boss 5 game coins and bought 10 darts. The rules of the game were very simple. Use the darts to shoot at the balloons on the template over there. The more you hit, the better the prize. Of course, if you didn't hit one, there would be no prize. The prizes ranged from an ordinary ballpoint pen, a couple's keychain, to the best Swarovski crystal brooch. There were all kinds of prizes. However, the gap between each balloon was very large. It was difficult to hit all 10 balloons, but it was also difficult to miss one. Therefore, almost everyone had a prize, but very few people got the best one. Lin Jiyun took the darts and began to throw them. Unfortunately, after 10 darts were shot, only 3 darts were hit. The prize was a pair of keychains. If it was bought in the wholesale market, it would only cost about 3 yuan. This was equivalent to the boss earning 7 yuan. Therefore, this kind of game generally earned more than lost. "Do you want to play again?" Yang Ming didn't care about what the prize was. The key was that Lin Jiyun was happy. "Let's not play again?" "I don't know how to play." Lin Jiyun felt that it wasn't worth it. Although it was fun, the prize was too bad. "If we don't play, the game coins are useless. Just use them all," Yang Ming said as he handed the remaining 20 game coins to the boss. He bought 4 rounds of darts, a total of 40 darts. Seeing that Yang Ming had paid the game coins, Lin Jiyun had no choice but to continue playing. However, the next round was a little better. She hit 5 darts out of 10. The prize was a cup. Although it was less than 10 yuan, it was at least better than before. However, for the third round, Lin Jiyun's luck was a little worse. She still only hit 3 darts out of 10. The prize was still a pair of keychains. Lin Jiyun sighed and handed the remaining 20 darts to Yang Ming. "You should do it." "I can't do it." "Hee, okay." Yang Ming smiled and took the darts. Then he asked, "What do you want?" "What? What do you want?" Lin Jiyun asked, baffled. "I'm asking you what prize you want." Yang Ming explained with a smile. "Isn't this prize based on the number of balloons hit? You haven't shot yet." "How can you choose the prize?" said Lin Jiyun. "Hee, which prize do you like?" "I will hit it a few times." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "Then I said that I want the Swarovski crystal. Is that okay?" Lin Jiyun thought that Yang Ming was joking, so she went along with it and made a joke. Unexpectedly, Yang Ming said seriously, "Okay, no problem. These balloons, tsk. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. They were so close to him, and the darts were so heavy. Wouldn't it be easy to hit them? Even if they were a little further away and the darts were lighter, Yang Ming would still hit them. Even if he wasn't afraid of causing a sensation, Yang Ming could throw 5 darts at the same time. However, Yang Ming still picked up a dart and threw it out in a low-key manner. Pa, it hit a balloon. The second one was the same. After that, every dart would hit a balloon. When the last dart was thrown, Yang Ming smiled and turned to Lin Jiyun. "How was it? I didn't disappoint you, right?" However, Lin Jiyun, who was watching from the side, was completely dumbfounded. "No way? Is this possible? Could it be that Yang Ming is a legendary martial arts master? Otherwise, how could he be so accurate?" The owner of the dart stall was sweating profusely. Although it was his first day setting up a stall on the entertainment street, he had been setting up a stall in the amusement park for many years. He had not encountered many people with such accuracy like Yang Ming. However, this was fine. At most, he would lose a crystal. However, Yang Ming still had 10 darts in his hand. Lin Jiyun happily selected a beautiful crystal brooch from the boss's counter. The price of this brooch in the mall was 599 yuan, which was 600 yuan. Therefore, Yang Ming had won 600 yuan with 10 yuan. What else do you want? Yang Ming weighed the dart in his hand and asked Lin Jiyun. The boss of the dart stall was sweating. Sure enough, this guy is a fierce person. He let his girlfriend choose anything. That air humidifier is good. I want it. Lin Jiyun saw that Yang Ming was so powerful, so she simply pointed at the prize of 8 darts. Okay. But what if my hand trembles and I get 10 darts? Yang Ming joked. Then you can only get another crystal. Lin Jiyun also smiled happily. Ugh, that little brother, you wait a minute. The boss of the dart stall quickly stopped Yang Ming, who was about to throw the dart. He said, little brother, can we discuss it? Discuss what? Yang Ming frowned. He thought that the boss couldn't afford it and wanted to ask him to stop. If so, Yang Ming wouldn't listen to him and would complain to the temple fair management office. Little brother, look. Doesn't your girlfriend like that humidifier? I will give her one. It doesn't matter if you throw the dart well or not. The boss of the dart stall wanted to reduce the loss as much as possible, so he took the initiative to let Yang Ming choose the humidifier. Otherwise, he would have to pay another crystal. What do you think? Yang Ming turned and asked Lin Jiyun. Lin Jiyun nodded. Yang Ming said, well, you take the humidifier. The boss breathed a sigh of relief. This humidifier only cost more than 100 yuan. It was much cheaper than the crystal. He got a big bargain. After getting the humidifier, Yang Ming and Lin Jiyun left the entertainment street. The game coins were spent. Naturally, they wouldn't stay here. After eating some snacks with Lin Jiyun at the snack street, Yang Ming received a call from his mother. Big Ming, come back and take a look at your father. Just now, factory manager phone called him again. Your father is sitting there alone. I tried to talk to him, but he didn't respond to me. I'm afraid that he might be sick. Mother Yang worriedly said. I know, I'll be back in a while. Yang Ming sighed and said. How could he not know what his father was worried about? After hanging up the phone, Lin Jiyun noticed that Yang Ming seemed to have something to do, so she asked, Yang Ming, is there something wrong with your family? Let's go back first. Anyway, we're almost done here. Besides, it's not convenient for us to go shopping with so many prizes. Alright, I'll send you back first. Yang Ming nodded. He was also very worried about his father. His father wasn't young anymore. Sometimes, people at this age tend to take things too hard and have a serious illness. Yang Ming didn't want anything to happen to his father. Filial piety came first. Although he was happy with Lin Jiyun, these things were nothing compared to his father's matters. It's okay. If you have something, you can go first. I can go back by myself. Lin Jiyun said. There are so many things. It's not easy for you to carry them yourself. Let me send you back. It's not far from your home. As Yang Ming said this, he reached out and stopped a taxi. Huh. Brother Yang, it really is you. When the car stopped, Sun Kuan poked his head out from the driver's seat. Do I look like you from afar? So, I came in your direction. It turned out to be Brother Kuan. Yang Ming was a little surprised. I was wondering. There are pedestrians near the temple fair. It's not easy to drive. There are very few taxis. I just saw you and came over. It turns out that you saw me. Get in the car. While Sun Kuan was talking, he looked at the girl next to Yang Ming in surprise. Why did he change to another one? Jiaoying, Chen Mingyan, Zhou Jejia. How many people is this Brother Yang stepping on? However, it was just a thought. Before he understood Lin Jiyun's identity, Sun Kuan didn't dare to talk casually. After getting in the car, Yang Ming simply introduced Sun Kuan and Lin Jiyun to each other. He didn't say much. Yang Ming was also afraid that Lin Jiyun would be embarrassed. After all, the relationship between the two people was more troublesome to introduce. When they came to Lin Jiyun's door, Yang Ming said to Sun Kuan, "Brother Kuan, wait for me. I will be back soon." "No problem." Sun Kuan nodded and said. After getting out of the car, Yang Ming sent Lin Jiyun back to the door and said, "I won't go in. Help me tell Auntie Shen that I have something to do at home." "Okay." Lin Jiyun nodded and said, "If you have something to do, you can go back first." And, "Oh yeah, Jiyun," Yang Ming suddenly turned to look at Lin Jiyun. "Oh yeah, I suddenly thought of a good idea." "What good idea?" Lin Jiyun looked up at Yang Ming inexplicably. "It's the solution to the problem that you asked me before." Yang Ming smiled. "Ugh. What good idea did you think of?" Lin Jiyun's face was slightly red. She suddenly knew what Yang Ming was talking about. It must be the problem of what to do after being exposed as a fake couple. It's very simple. Let's turn the act into reality. Yang Ming said seriously. Ah. Turn the act into reality? Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in amazement. Yeah, if you really become my girlfriend, wouldn't these problems be solved? Yang Ming smiled and pinched Lin Jiyun's face. It was unspeakably ambiguous. Lin Jiyun looked at Yang Ming in a daze. She was somewhat overwhelmed. What is he talking about? Isn't this a joke? But, how can a joke be made like this? It's too outrageous. Turn the act into reality? Be his girlfriend? But what about Chen Mingyan? Really, you can even make this kind of joke? Lin Jiyun shook her head. When she looked up again, Yang Ming had already gone far away. Yang Ming returned to the taxi. His mouth was full of smiles. Is this a confession? I wonder what Lin Jiyun will think. Yang Ming wasn't in a hurry to know the answer. He wanted to give Lin Jiyun some time to consider it carefully. Yang Ming seized this good opportunity and told Lin Jiyun about it. Today, he really felt Lin Jiyun's heart. Lin Jiyun should have feelings for him, so Yang Ming decided to take the initiative. Just now, she was. Sun Kuan asked curiously. How should I say, the relationship is a bit complicated. Yang Ming shook his head and said, she can be considered as my girlfriend. Ugh. I really don't understand the feelings of you young people. I'm old. I can't do it. Sun Kuan was a bit confused. What do you mean by considered? Seeing that Yang Ming seemed to have some difficulties, Sun Kuan didn't ask more. Yang Ming also changed the topic and talked about the incident of the taxi driver that day. When Sun Kuan heard the car number, he scolded, that guy. He is such a disgrace to the taxi driver. He is notorious in the industry, but he seems to have disappeared in the past 2 days. It is said that someone notified him and he was targeted by the traffic police. I didn't see him at the train station or other places. Yang Ming found it funny. It seems that Chen Fei's colleague that I met that day must have notified him. This guy is unlucky. Back at home, Yang Ming saw his father smoking on the sofa. He sighed, then came to his side and sat down. Dad, what's wrong? Big Ming, you are back. Yang Dahai looked up and said with a bitter smile, Dad is fine. You don't have to worry about it. Go and play in your own room. Dad, are you reluctant to part with the Songjiang bus factory? You don't want to see it go bankrupt? Yang Ming shook his head and said very seriously. This? Yang Dahai hesitated, then nodded slowly. Big Ming, I am indeed a little reluctant. After all, your dad has worked here for more than 20 years. He has seen the bus factory go from glory to decline. If the factory closes down, don't mention how uncomfortable it will be in his heart. Dad, what kind of person is factory manager Feng? Why do so many factories go bankrupt? Yang Ming continued, isn't it because of these factory managers in action? Inaction is considered good. There are even some who fill their own pockets and empty the factory. How can it not go bankrupt? Big Ming, I don't dare to say about others, but factory manager Feng is definitely a good factory manager. Yang Dahai said excitedly, old Feng was the workshop director when I first joined the job. I watched him get to the position of factory manager. You see, old Feng has been a factory manager for so many years. His house is still the same as ours, with 2 bedrooms and 1 living room. The factory's profits weren't good, so he sold his car. Well, let's not talk about him. Yang Ming waved his hand. These things on the surface didn't explain anything. Yang Ming just said it casually. Now he just wanted to see his dad's thoughts. Dad, what do you think are the drawbacks of the factory now? Drawbacks? AI, how should I say it? There are some words that I shouldn't say, but since you asked, I will talk to you. Yang Dehai said, factory manager Feng is a good person, but he doesn't know how to reform and innovate. When he understands this, it is already too late. The factory has no funds, and it has to bear such a large staff expense. How can it be reformed? Although everyone understands this truth now, no one mentioned it at the time, including your father. I didn't think of any reform and innovation at that time. Yang Dehai said with shame, at that time, the factory was so prosperous. The supply of cars couldn't meet the demand. Who would have thought that there would be today? Dad, there is no right or wrong in this. You don't have to blame yourself too much. Yang Ming comforted, the system and economic development at that time were the same. All factories are the same. However, do you think that if the factory is reformed now, it can reverse the current situation? Yes, it definitely can. Yang Dehai nodded heavily. Factory manager Feng has contacted several imported car companies. He can entrust us to produce some of the parts, but we have to build the production line ourselves. Well, I will think about it. Yang Ming said after a moment of hesitation. Big Ming, what do you mean by think about it? Do you want to invest in the factory? Yang Dehai said, don't be impulsive. Although I don't want to see the factory go bankrupt, it isn't something that can be solved with your money. I know that production line. It can't be done without 30 million. Hee. Yang Ming smiled and said, of course, I know, but Dad, you can rest assured. I won't be so impulsive. Yang Ming now had nearly $400 million. Investing in the bus factory was really a piece of cake. However, Yang Ming had to do a comprehensive investigation of the bus factory before the investment. If there was really an investment prospect, then there was no harm in investing. Anyway, the money was just sitting there. It was better to let the money make more money. It could also make his father happy. Yang Ming could also understand his father's mood at the moment. Since he started working at the Songjiang bus factory, he had contributed half of his life to the factory. He had a deep relationship with the factory. If the factory went bankrupt, his heart would definitely not feel good. Now, his son Yang Ming had the ability and opportunity to save the factory. Even if the opportunity was very slim, Yang Dehai still had some expectations. However, reason told him that his son's money belonged to Lu Weishan. He couldn't use it for himself. After patting his father's shoulder, Yang Ming returned to his room and called Ho Zhenhan directly. Big Marquis, I am Yang Ming. Yang Ming said. Brother Yang, what's the matter? Ho Zhenhan gave a short and direct answer every time. However, Yang Ming liked his straightforward tone. Although he could also call Bao Sanli always talked to him for a long time, which made Yang Ming feel that it was a bit of a waste of time. Help me investigate the director of the Songjiang bus factory, Feng Wanjiang, and see what this person's character is like. Yang Ming instructed, then, see what he has been doing recently. Report to me. Understood, Brother Yang. Is there anything else? Ho Zhenhan replied. No, that's all, Yang Ming said and hung up the phone. Just as he hung up Ho Zhenhan's call, another call came in. However, when Yang Ming glanced at the caller ID, his eyes suddenly shrunk. The call was actually from Feng Tian. The number was Feng Tian's house. Phone number. Is it Yang Ming? When he picked up the phone, he heard Feng Tian's voice. Old man Feng, are you back? Yang Ming said with some surprise. I just came back. Feng Tian said faintly, just now, I saw you send the girl from the Lin family home. I wanted to call you, but who knew that you would leave so quickly and disappear after getting in the car? Sweat. Then you could have called me. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. Forget it. It's the same to say it on the phone. Fong Tian said faintly, get ready. Go abroad with me on the 4th day of Chinese New Year. Is there any problem? What? Go abroad? Yang Ming really suspected that there was something wrong with his ears. Old man, are you mistaken? You want to take me abroad? Yes, I will take you to experience it. I helped you to take a mission. Fong Tian said, if there is no problem, then get ready. But I don't seem to have a passport yet, right? Asked Yang Ming. We are going to kill someone. Do you want to leave something on the entry and exit record? Said Fong Tian. Illegal immigration? Asked Yang Ming. Yes, by water. Fong Tian said. How many days? Asked Yang Ming. About 10 days. Fong Tian smiled. It mainly depends on your level. Okay. I got it. Yang Ming felt that his breathing was a bit rushed. Fong Tian actually took me out for a mission. In other words, this time I am really stepping into the assassin industry. Going abroad to kill someone? It was exciting to think about it, but Yang Ming's heart was not very dark after all, so he asked, who are you killing? A drug dealer. Fong Tian said, don't worry, I won't let you kill the innocent. Only then did Yang Ming hang up the phone in relief. If he was asked to kill an innocent person, he really couldn't do it. However, it was a bit difficult to explain to his parents during his disappearance. It seemed that he could only lie and say that he went to the company. Ho Zhenhan's efficiency was very fast, but this was also thanks to his current identity. He could directly understand Feng Wanjiang's situation by calling a few people in Songjiang City who had a good relationship with Feng Wanjiang. Although these people had a good relationship with Feng Wanjiang, in the face of Ho Zhenhan's inquiry, who dared to hide anything? If there was anything, they would say it directly. Who knew if Ho Zhenhan had a grudge with Feng Wanjiang? The other party was the underworld boss. Who dared to offend him? These people also truthfully evaluated Feng Wanjiang's character. However, this was not the end of it. Ho Zhenhan could actually find the colleagues of Feng Wanjiang's son, Feng Chuan, in a short time and inquire about Feng Chuan's situation. Brother Yang, this Feng Wanjiang is very upright. People who know him say that he is more serious in his work. Moreover, he is in contact with several foreign automobile groups. It seems that he wants to discuss a business. It's just that the funds are insufficient. He has discussed the issue of financing with many people, but these people know that the factory is useless without a large amount of funds, so they are waiting. Ho Zhenhan said, however, Feng Wanjiang's son, Feng Chuan, is quite interesting. Oh? What's wrong? Yang Ming suddenly became interested. Feng Chuan once drank too much in the unit. He complained to several colleagues in the same department. He said that his father's brain was short-circuited. He didn't know how to make money, but he also used his family's savings to pay for the workers' expenses. He and his mother were so angry that they wanted to cut ties with him. Ho Zhenhan said. Really? Yang Ming was stunned. Is this Feng Wanjiang really like what my father said? It's probably true because the colleagues saw it. Feng Chuan is very careful in his daily life. He doesn't look like a child from a cadre family. It seems that Feng Wanjiang doesn't give him any subsidies. Ho Zhenhan said. I got it. Big Ho, you did a good job. Yang Ming nodded. Brother Yang, you're too polite. This is what I should do. Ho Zhenhan said, right, Brother Yang, are you interested in the Songjiang bus factory? Hee, you saw it? Yang Ming didn't hide it because he and Ho Zhenhan didn't need to hide it. It's not me. It's a little brother who works for me who saw it. Ho Zhenhan said, this kid is very clever. He is a good material for business. I am going to promote him to the company's marketing manager. Oh? Yang Ming's heart moved. This kid isn't simple. He actually saw my intentions from my investigation. So he said, what is the character of this kid? His character is good. He is a brother in the underworld. He climbed up from the bottom and knows the rules. Ho Zhenhan quickly said, Brother Yang, if you want to use him, you can rest assured. I said that he is clever. I think you are not bad. I haven't said a few words, and you saw my intentions. Yang Ming suddenly smiled. Brother Yang is joking. Ho Zhenhan smiled honestly. Okay, you help me to train this kid. If possible, I will put him in an important position. Yang Ming said. Don't worry, Brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan nodded. Hanging up the phone, Yang Ming sighed in relief. Feng Wanjiang was a problem for him. He had been operating in the Songjiang bus factory for more than 20 years. His relationships were complicated. Even if he invested in the bus factory, he couldn't completely remove his position. There were still many things that he needed him for. If he had ulterior motives, then his investment would most likely go down the drain. Although I can promote my father to be the factory director, I don't have enough experience. Secondly, those foreign car manufacturing groups are contacted by Feng Wanjiang. I can't do it without him. Therefore, Yang Ming asked Ho Zhenhan to investigate Feng Wanjiang's character. If this person is really very upright and wholeheartedly for the factory, then I am relieved. In terms of technology, Feng Wanjiang obviously knows more than me, so I will let him be in charge of this. In terms of management, I can use my own people. The person recommended by Ho Zhenhan is good. I can consider it. My father will be in charge of the overall situation. Thinking of this, Yang Ming confirmed his idea. Well, since my father likes it, why not let him do something big? Dad, I want to talk to you. Yang Ming opened the door and said to his father who was sitting on the sofa. Oh? Yang Dehai was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming strangely. Big Ming, are you saying that you have something to say to me? Yes, Dad. Come to my room. Yang Ming said. What's the matter? Why are you being so mysterious? What can't you say in the living room? Although Yang Dehai said so, he still stood up and walked to Yang Ming's room. Yang Ming decided to confess some of his own things to his father this time. It was time. Now, in the eyes of his parents, there was a world of difference between the past and him. Moreover, this time, Yang Ming mainly wanted to tell his father about Lan Ling's matter. No matter what, Yang Dehai was his father. Lan Ling, as one of his women, couldn't always live in a state that couldn't be exposed, right? Although Lan Ling didn't ask for anything, if she could visit the house like a normal daughter-in-law, then she would be very happy. Which girl didn't want to get the affirmation and recognition of her boyfriend's family? Therefore, Yang Ming decided to talk about Lan Ling's matter first. Dad, in addition to Chen Mingyan, I have a girlfriend. Yang Ming said slowly. Oh, what? Yang Dehai was immediately shocked. He almost jumped up from the chair. Big Ming, are you talking nonsense? Yang Dehai thought that Yang Ming still wanted to comfort him about the bus factory, but he didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly say such a sentence. No. Dad, you didn't hear wrong. I still have a girlfriend. Her name is Lan Ling, Yang Ming said word by word. Big Ming, you. Yang Dehai immediately frowned. What are you doing? Chen Mingyan is so good to you, and you actually play this game? Are you worthy of Chen Mingyan? Dad, listen to me first. Yang Ming smiled bitterly and said, let's not talk about whether I am worthy of Chen Mingyan. Because no one is worthy of the other in this kind of thing. Before I confirmed my relationship with Chen Mingyan, I already had a relationship with Lan Ling. How should I say it? It's a fact. Dad, do you understand? Brat, are you serious? Yang Dehai was furious. You have a girlfriend and you're still with Chen Mingyan. Aren't you cheating on her feelings? You're committing bigamy, which is illegal. Let's see if Chen Mingyan's father doesn't arrest you and send you to jail. Dad. In fact, the situation here is very complicated. Yang Ming explained. Moreover, Chen Mingyan also knows the existence of Lan Ling, and she accepted Lan Ling. Yang Dehai suddenly felt that his brain began to short-circuit. After a while, he said in horror, you said that Chen Mingyan knows? And she accepted Lan Ling? What the hell is going on here? Dad, do you believe that voodoo exists in this world? Yang Ming suddenly asked. Oh? Are you talking about the voodoo of Yunnan's Miaojiang? Asked Yang Dehai. Yes, do you know? Yang Ming was a little surprised. His father really knows a lot. I probably know a little. Yang Dahai said, when I was in college, I had a classmate. He fell in love with a woman from Miaojiang. It was said that the woman gave him a special voodoo to prevent him from having a change of heart. If he had a change of heart, he would suffer retribution. At that time, we didn't believe it. We just thought it was a joke. Later, when it was time for graduation assignment, the daughter of one of our department heads took a fancy to him. On the condition that he could stay in school, she asked him to break up with the Miaojiang girl. As a result, he was greedy for vanity, so he broke up with the girl and married the daughter of the department head. He also got what he wanted and stayed in school in the name of a worker's child. However, a year later, he inexplicably bled to death. No cause could be found in the hospital. The students said that it was because he had a change of heart, which caused the voodoo to flare up. But he also reaped what he sowed. Yang Ming heard it and felt a chill. Fortunately, it was a wise choice to bring Lan Ling back. If I just left after sex, I would probably be dead by now. Dad. I met Lan Ling in Yunnan. Yang Ming sighed and said. Yunnan. Yang Dahai wasn't stupid. He looked at Yang Ming and then asked anxiously, you mean, she is also from Miaojiang? Yes, and I, your son, am very unfortunate. I also got voodoo. Yang Ming smiled bitterly. It is probably similar to your classmate. Ah? Yang Dahai was stunned. He looked at Yang Ming at a loss. He had personally experienced this kind of weird thing. He couldn't help but believe it. Moreover, voodoo was very evil. It couldn't be detected in the hospital. His classmate was like that at the time. He was also afraid that there was a problem with the voodoo, so he came to the hospital for a thorough examination. There was a blood test and a urine test. In the end, nothing was found. He didn't take it seriously. He thought that the girl made it up to scare him in order to keep his heart. But, unfortunately, he fell for it. Looking at his father's horrified look, Yang Ming quickly said, Dad, you don't have to worry. I am sincere to Lan Ling, and I won't betray her. But, does she know about the matter between you and Chen Mingyan? Yang Dahai was still very worried about his son's safety. After all, this wasn't a joke. She knows, and she also acquiesced. Yang Ming nodded and said, Chen Mingyan also knows about my voodoo, so she also accepted Lan Ling. The current situation is like this. Big Ming. You wait. Why am I so confused? You mean that Lan Ling knows about Chen Mingyan, and Chen Mingyan also knows about Lan Ling? My God, what are you doing? Yang Dahai felt a little confused. Dad. The situation is probably like what you said. Yang Ming nodded and said, as long as you know, I have more important things to tell you. Oh? Is there anything else? Although Yang Dahai still had a lot of questions in his heart, when he heard Yang Ming say this, he could only stop asking. This is the case. When Lan Ling and I were in Yunnan, we gambled a few pieces of jade. Yang Ming said, do you know what jade gambling is? I have seen it on TV. Right, didn't you tell me before? Yang Dahai nodded. Yes, Lan Ling has another ability. That is, her sixth sense is particularly strong. So, in the few stones that Lan Ling and I chose together, we all had good jade. Yang Ming said, previously, I told you that the money to start the company was given to me by Godfather. In fact, it is and it isn't. What do you mean? You mean, the money is yours? Yang Dahai was shocked enough before, so his psychological endurance at the moment was much stronger. This was also the reason why Yang Ming told him these things step by step. You can say that. After my jade was processed by Godfather, I sold it. At a good price, so it was also the money that Godfather gave me. Yang Ming said. It turned out to be like this. Why didn't you say it before? Yang Dahai suddenly realized. Previously, wasn't there a matter with Lan Ling? Besides, at that time, you and Mom were a little skeptical about my ability. Now that you have changed your view of my previous image, I dare to say it. Yang Ming said innocently. You kid. Yang Dahai shook his head and said, but, what are you going to do in the future? Do you want to continue like this? You have to make a choice between Chen Mingyan and Lan Ling, right? Yang Dashan was still more concerned about Yang Ming's life safety. Dad, let's talk about this later. Why don't you ask me how much the jade was sold for? Yang Ming waved his hand and said. How much? Isn't it the money you used to start the company? Isn't it 5 million? Yang Dahai asked. It's not 5 million. Dad, in fact, 5 million is just a small part. Yang Ming opened his laptop and logged into the online bank. Then, he pulled up his deposit record and said, Dad, this money is now mine. What? 1 0, 2 zeros, 3 zeros, 38 million? Yang Dahai was dazzled, but he still missed one. He thought 380 million was 38 million. Is this true? Big Ming, you have more than 30 million. Yang Dahai stood up in shock and looked at Yang Ming with a stunned expression. Looking at his father's expression, Yang Ming could only smile bitterly. 30 million. He was so shocked. If it was 300 million, what would it be like? Moreover, it was in US dollars. Big Ming, are you kidding me? I heard that the current computer Photoshop technology is superb. Could this be photoshopped by you? Yang Dahai still couldn't believe his eyes. Dad, in fact, you didn't see it wrong. This money is all mine. Yang Ming nodded, then closed the account on the computer and said, I didn't tell you and Mom before because I was afraid of scaring you. But it seems that you are still surprised. Nonsense. Yang Dahai slapped Yang Ming's head and said, who wouldn't be surprised? You, kid, made such a big move. My heart can't stand it. Dad, then why did you slap me? Yang Ming was really hurt by his father's slap. I want to see if you are in pain to prove that you aren't dreaming. Yang Dahai smiled. Yang Ming also smiled after listening. It was rare for his dad to smile. This was rare. Dad, who was always very serious, actually had a time to joke with me. It seems that Dad's mood is really good now. Dad, have you guessed the purpose of me showing you the money? Yang Ming put away his smile and said in a slightly serious tone. I guessed a little. Big Ming, are you really going to invest in the bus factory? Yang Dahai hesitated and asked uncertainly. Yes, Dad, I decided to invest in the Songjiang bus factory. Yang Ming nodded and said. Are you serious? Big Ming, don't be impulsive. This isn't a joke. Seeing that Yang Ming had money and agreed to invest, Yang Dahai's mind calmed down. That's right. After all, this was a huge sum of money. 30 million. What if he lost money after investing it? Dad, I have seriously considered it just now. Moreover, I told you so much because I want to tell you that I have the strength to save the bus factory. Yang Ming nodded and said solemnly. Big Ming, have you really thought it through? Besides, didn't you earn this money with Lan Ling? She also has a share. Can you use it privately? Yang Dahai hesitated. Dad, why wouldn't she agree? She is mine, not to mention the money. You'll know when you see her. She's a well-behaved little girl. Oh right, I have a photo of us together in Yunnan on my computer. I'll show it to you. Yang Ming smiled and opened a folder in the D drive of the computer. Then, he opened the picture file inside and pointed at the LCD screen of the computer. Dad, she is Lan Ling. Oh? Yang Dahai was stunned, but the expression on his face immediately became very strange. He looked at Yang Ming and said, Big Ming, how old is she? Yang Dahai's subtext was to ask, is this Lan Ling an adult? However, in consideration of his son's face, he didn't say it out loud. 16 years old. I've seen her ID card. Dad, don't worry, I won't do anything stupid like destroying a flower, Yang Ming said, sweating. Lan Ling was indeed a little too young. That's good, Big Ming. You have to pay attention to this kind of thing. Yang Dahai sighed. I know it's useless to say more. You are such an old child. Many of you have intimate relationships before marriage, but you have to pay attention to safety. Dad. I know. Let's not talk about this anymore. Yang Ming was sweating profusely. How can we not talk about it? You see, now the newspapers and TV are reporting that some children lack sexual knowledge. You have to know about safety measures. Yang Dehai said, you see, how many girls are pregnant before marriage? It's so painful to go to the hospital. You have to be careful. Dad, I know, but Lan Ling, how do I say it? She is different from normal people. She has her own way. Yang Ming explained, so you don't have to worry about it. Oh? Yang Dehai was stunned, but then he said, are you talking about her voodoo? Is there any way to avoid this? Probably. Yang Ming nodded. Well, then I won't say more. Yang Dehai said, however, this Lan Ling is really cute. She is very likable. Since Chen Mingyan didn't say anything, then your mother and I can't say anything. Bring her home one day, and I will take a look at her with your mother. I'm afraid it won't be possible in the near future. Yang Ming talked about how Lan Ling was taken away by her grandmother to learn voodoo. Yang Dehai didn't say anything after listening. He didn't understand this. Therefore, the topic turned back to the Songjiang bus factory. Big Ming, how do you want to invest in the factory? Invest all 30 million yuan? Yes, I plan to invest 30 million yuan in the initial stage. Yang Ming nodded and said. Initial stage? What do you mean? Do you want to add more in the future? Do you still have money? Yang Dehai was baffled. Dad, Lan Ling and I brought back more than one piece of jade from Yunnan. There are many pieces stored in Uncle Zhang's warehouse. When Zhang Ben and I open our jewelry company, we will definitely make a lot of money, so it's not impossible to invest more, said Yang Ming. It turned out to be like this. I thought that you and Zhang Ben were just doing a small business. I didn't expect it to be so big. Yang Dehai suddenly said, that's really amazing. Dad, in fact, how do I say it? Godfather is a living advertisement. With his reputation, the jewelry company will definitely rise in reputation. Yang Ming said, with Godfather's appraisal, the value of the jewelry will double. Hee, I don't understand this, but I'm really happy to hear what you said. Yang Dehai said, since you agreed to invest, then I will tell factory manager Feng and let him be happy. Dad, I have a request. Yang Ming hesitated and said. What request? If you have something to say, just say it. What's the request? Yang Dehai was baffled. This is the case. I don't know much about the operation and management of the factory. I want to find a friend to come over and let him discuss with Uncle Feng. And this investment, let's say that it's from my friend. What do you think? Yang Ming suggested. Yang Dehai thought about it. Yang Ming's words were indeed reasonable. Although he trusted Feng Wanjiang's character, such a large amount of money was indeed not reassuring if there was no one who knew about it. Moreover, it was said that one shouldn't reveal one's wealth. Yang Ming's movement in the company was already quite big. Now he wanted to invest in the bus factory. Yang Dehai was also afraid that it would cause trouble. So he said, this is also good. Then do as you say. How is your relationship with your friend? Don't worry, Dad. I have a sense of propriety. Yang Ming said, at that time, the legal person after the factory's restructuring will write your name. As for him, I just want him to find someone to assist in managing the factory's operation. You mean, you want to make factory manager Feng a mere figurehead? Yang Dehai was shocked and asked quickly. That's not it. I think Uncle Feng is still weak in management and marketing. It's good to let him negotiate and be in charge of technical matters. Yang Ming said, my idea is that you command the overall situation, and then let my friend be in charge of marketing. Uncle Feng is in charge of technical production. I command the overall situation? Yang Dehai was shocked. Big Ming, are you kidding? The legal person of the company can write my name. After all, it's our family's money. Naturally, it has to be written in our family's name. But if you let me be the factory manager, isn't that? Not the factory manager. Yang Ming waved his hand. It's the chairman. Chairman? Then I can't do it. I'm just a worker in the workshop. At most, I've been a model soldier a few times. How can I be the chairman? Yang Dehai shook his head and refused. Hee. Yang Ming looked at his dad's expression and couldn't help but smile. Dad, you don't have to be nervous. It's actually very easy to be the chairman. That won't work. I don't know how to do business at all. If you ask me to be the chairman, what if I ruin the factory? Yang Dehai still didn't agree. In fact, the chairman doesn't need to know how to do business. You just need to command the overall situation. To put it bluntly, you just need to look after your subordinates and let them do it. You can ask Uncle Feng to be in charge of technical matters. You just need to check. On the marketing side, most of the components in our factory are OEM orders, right? There's no need to worry about it. As for the export, let my friend be in charge. Yang Ming explained. So it's like this. Yang Dehai listened to Yang Ming's explanation. Although he still had some doubts, this worker can become the chairman just like that? Isn't this world too crazy? But he still nodded and agreed. Since you said so, then I'll do it first. If it doesn't work, you quickly replace me. I still have to go back to my workshop. Dad, I really haven't seen someone like you. Yang Ming said helplessly, I don't want to be a chairman, but I like to be a worker. Aren't these two different things? Yang Dehai also smiled. That's fine. That's settled. I will call factory manager Feng now and tell him the good news. Dad, you can tell Uncle Feng that my friend intends to invest 30 million yuan, but he must have the ownership of the factory. Ask him if he agrees. Yang Ming said. Okay, I will go and say it. Yang Dehai responded and got up and left Yang Ming's room. The reason why Yang Ming added this sentence was actually to test Feng Wanjiang. In Yang Ming's words, there was a hint of meaning. That was, my friend wants the ownership, and you can't be the factory director anymore. If Feng Wanjiang was really the kind of leader who wanted the best for the factory, then he would definitely not care about this condition. If he really wanted to get any benefits, then he would definitely hesitate. If he really didn't care, then Yang Ming would still entrust him with a heavy responsibility. After all, such a career-minded person was really hard to find. It was hard to find such a person. Therefore, Yang Ming came up with such an idea temporarily. But it was also the most effective idea. Once it was related to personal interests, it was the best time to reflect a person's character. After his dad went out, Yang Ming called Ho Zhenhan and told him about his idea. After Ho Zhenhan wrote it down, he said that there was no problem and he could just hand it over to him. Feng Wanjiang went to Yang Dehai's house today. He was full of hope, but when he came back, he was disappointed. It could be seen that there was probably no hope for this matter. He just felt a little distressed for the fruits and swordfish. These were bought with his own money. Feng Wanjiang could be said to have broken his heart for this factory. However, he mostly blamed himself. In the past, when the factory was doing well, he didn't see the future direction of development clearly. He didn't reform the technology and innovate the old, leading to the current situation where the factory was about to close down. Now, he was researching new technologies day and night, looking for new developments. He had also tried to contact many imported car manufacturers. They had also agreed to cooperate, but what he lacked now was money. Feng Wanjiang sighed. During this period of time, he had gone to all the places and people he could find. However, the shortage of funds was too big. The factory could not take out any money now. They still owed the bank more than 10 million in foreign debt. Although it was a local enterprise with the support of the local government, the current situation of the factory couldn't be solved at all. Without the injection of large funds, they could only wait for bankruptcy. Moreover, Songjiang wasn't a first-class city. The financial situation was already very tight. How could they have the money to solve the problem of the factory? Therefore, Feng Wanjiang could only rely on himself to solve the problem. At this moment, Feng Wanjiang was sitting in front of the computer at home and smoking. He was looking up the latest automobile parts manufacturing and supply and demand information on the internet, and then thinking about the factory's solution. At this time, the phone on the table rang. Feng Wanjiang picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Hello, I'm Feng Wanjiang. Feng Wanjiang picked up the phone and said politely. Recently, he had called a lot of people for help, so he didn't know who was calling at this moment. Factory manager Feng? I'm Yang Dehai, said Yang Dehai. Ah, it's old Yang. Feng Wanjiang's heart moved. Could there be some good news? He quickly said with enthusiasm, hello, hello. Factory manager Feng, just now, I talked to Yang Ming for a long time about the factory. Said Yang Dehai. How is it? Is there any news? Asked Feng Wanjiang eagerly. It's like this. Yang Dehai thought about it and said, Yang Ming doesn't have much money. His godfather gave him more than 5 million yuan to start a company, and he has already used up most of it. If that's the case, then it's fine, hee. Feng Wanjiang smiled bitterly with some disappointment. However, a friend of Yang Ming heard about the current situation of the factory and expressed the intention to invest. Yang Dehai changed the topic. Oh? Is this for real? That's great. Where's this friend? I will go to see him now and talk to him in detail. Feng Wanjiang said quickly. Wait. Factory manager Feng, Yang Ming's friend has a condition. If you can see it, he will invest. Yang Dehai said according to Yang Ming's instructions. What is the condition? Let me hear it. Feng Wanjiang said without thinking. His condition is that he wants the ownership of the factory. After Yang Dehai finished, he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. However, when he thought that Yang Ming would still put factory manager Feng in an important position in the future, he was a little relieved. Ownership? Feng Wanjiang frowned and said, how much can he invest? The fixed assets of our factory are more than 20 million yuan. Even if there are more than 10 million foreign debts, there is still nearly 10 million left. Of course, the equipment is said to be worth this money, but in fact, it isn't worth it. But at the very least, the investment can't be less than 20 million yuan, right? He said that he can invest 30 million yuan, said Yang Dehai. 30 million? Feng Wanjiang exclaimed, and then immediately said with joy, really? Old Yang, if it is 30 million yuan, that is great. Then the big problem will be solved. Factory manager Feng. But that person's condition is the ownership of the factory. Then you will. Yang Dehai hesitated and reminded him. What about me? Am I not the factory manager? Feng Wanjiang suddenly smiled and said, what's the big deal? If you aren't, then you aren't. As long as the factory can be done well, let me go back to the workshop to be a worker with you. It doesn't matter. But the premise is that the factory must be a legitimate investment. It may be some fake accounts. In the end, it is just for the land. That naturally can't be. Yang Dehai listened to Feng Wanjiang's words and his heart was touched. It seems that Feng Wanjiang is still a good person. By the way, old Yang, can I meet this person now? Feng Wanjiang's heart felt like it had grown grass, and he couldn't wait any longer. This? I will ask Yang Ming's friend. Isn't this a bit too fast? Yang Dehai didn't expect Feng Wanjiang to be so anxious. It's not fast, not fast. The sooner this kind of thing is finalized, the better. The factory can also get out of the predicament earlier, said Feng Wanjiang. After hanging up the phone, Yang Dehai couldn't help but shake his head. Feng Wanjiang is really impatient. I don't know if Big Ming's friend is ready. When he came to Yang Ming's room, he found that Yang Ming was checking the news on the internet, so he said, Big Ming, factory manager Feng is impatient. He wants to see your friend now. What should we do? Now? Yang Ming also smiled helplessly. It seems that he is really anxious. But what did Uncle Feng say about that matter? Factory manager Feng agreed to the request you said, but he said that you must invest sincerely. You can't actually get the factory's land in the name of investment, said Yang Dehai. I know this. Are you still worried about your son? Yang Ming said with some amusement, isn't the reason why I invested in this factory because of you, Dad? You have feelings for the factory, and your son has the ability, so it is like this. Yang Ming also knew that some businessmen would invest in a factory, saying that they wanted to invest. In the end, they only wanted the factory's land. It didn't take long for the factory to close down, and then they could use the land to do other things. There was also a precedent for this. But he was different. He did these things because of his father's face. Moreover, when he came back from Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Ming also clearly felt his father's sense of loss. Although Chen Fei and Mother Chen didn't despise his father's identity, his father's heart was also uncomfortable. After all, other people were cadres and leaders, but he was a workshop worker. Therefore, this was one of the reasons why Yang Ming planned to invest. It was to let his father have some confidence in the future. In fact, Yang Ming also had a little thought. That was, the words of Suya's father were deeply imprinted in his heart. Imagine, if my father was the chairman, would Suya's father still treat me like this? Would Wu Qiren deal with the matter between me and Suya like this? Probably, it would be another situation, right? I will call my friend to discuss it. Anyway, there is nothing to do now. Yang Ming said, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. That's fine. You make the call. I will go and prepare. Yang Dehai was at home today, and he hadn't washed his face yet. Yang Ming said that it was a discussion, but it was actually an order. After listening to Yang Ming's words, Ho Zhenhan immediately agreed. 10 minutes later, he drove to Yang Ming's house to pick up Yang Ming. Right, bring the person you mentioned. I want to see him. Yang Ming thought about it. If you think this person is okay, you can hint to him about my identity. Okay, I got it. Ho Zhenhan agreed. The reason why Yang Ming asked Ho Zhenhan to do this was also out of consideration for his father. If he were to manage the bus factory in the future, he wouldn't dare to do anything with Ho Zhenhan's order. But after all, he was working under his father. If he knew Yang Ming's identity, he would be more respectful to his father. 10 minutes later, Yang Ming received a text message from Ho Zhenhan, saying that he had arrived downstairs. It seemed that Ho Zhenhan's efficiency was still very high. Yang Ming walked out of the room. His mother was wiping the floor. When she saw Yang Ming coming out, she immediately asked, Big Ming, what are you and your father doing so mysteriously? Hee, it's nothing. I'll let Dad tell you tonight. Yang Ming felt that it was better to let his dad tell his mom personally. Otherwise, not only would he waste his time explaining, but he would also scare his mom. This child, well, I will ask your father tonight. His mother didn't take it seriously. She thought that even if there was something between the father and son, it wouldn't be a big deal. You are wearing a coat. Are you going out? I am going out with Dad. We may not eat at home tonight. Yang Ming said. Oh? Well, I won't prepare the meal. Mother Yang nodded. In the bathroom, he saw his father washing his face and combing his hair. Yang Ming whispered, Dad, my friend is here. He is downstairs. Oh? Then I have to hurry up. Yang Dehai said as he sped up the combing speed. It's okay. Let him wait for a while. Yang Ming smiled and said, he is my buddy. You don't have to be too polite. You kid, I don't know what kind of friend you have. How can you say that? He is helping us, and you still want him to wait? Yang Dehai shook his head. Okay, I am done. Let's go down. Right, Dad, Mom just asked me what happened. I didn't say. You should tell her personally tonight. Yang Ming said as he walked. Let me say it. Yang Dehai was stunned, then he said helplessly, well, you kid. The father and son went downstairs. Yang Ming saw Ho Zhenhan from afar. He was standing beside a black BMW X5. Yang Ming thought, this Ho Zhenhan really understands my mind. He knows to drive a good car to pretend to be a boss. Otherwise, if he drives a broken Jetta, he will look like a liar. Dad, that's my friend. Yang Ming brought his father to Ho Zhenhan's side and then introduced, Big Ho, this is my dad. Dad, this is Ho Zhenhan. Hello, President Ho. Yang Dehai didn't know what Ho Zhenhan did, but since he was driving a BMW, he naturally knew that Ho Zhenhan was a rich man, so he directly called him President Ho. What President Ho? Uncle, you can just call me Little Monkey. My mother calls me that. Ho Zhenhan said humbly. He didn't dare to pretend in front of Yang Ming's father. However, the underling, Wang Jinda, who was standing next to Ho Zhenhan, felt like his eyes were about to explode at this moment. What the F***ck? The high and mighty brother Ho actually became a little monkey in front of others at this moment? Although Ho Junhan had told Wang Jinda before that he would take him to meet a heavyweight character today, and let him follow this person well in the future. However, Wang Jinda thought that Ho Junhan was just exaggerating. Although he didn't dare to disobey Ho Junhan's arrangement, he still felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. He thought that he would be promoted faster by following Ho Junhan. However, seeing the scene in front of him, Wang Jinda understood that the young man in front of him was obviously a ruthless person. Not only did he call Brother Ho as Big Ho, but Brother Ho was also respectful to him. "Brother Yang, uncle, get in the car," Ho Junhan said respectfully. Wang Jinda had secretly made up his mind at this moment to follow the footsteps of Yang Ming. God, the person who is Yang Ming's brother, what kind of character is that? Therefore, Wang Jinda quickly opened the back door for Yang Ming and Yang Dehai. Yang Ming let his father get in the car first, and then he sat next to his father. "Brother Yang, let me introduce you. This is Wang Jinda. He is very clever and business-minded. I was going to promote him to the company's marketing manager, but it seems that I am still wasting his talent. Brother Yang wants to put him in a more important position." Ho Junhan said, "However, this kid is too young. I am afraid that he can't carry the heavy burden." "Hee, one's ambition isn't dependent on one's age." Yang Ming said with a smile, "Big Ho, you don't seem to be old, right?" Hee. Ho Junhan was embarrassed by what Yang Ming said. He quickly said, "That is, Brother Yang is right." Wang Jinda was secretly amazed. Sure enough, Brother Yang is a ruthless person. However, what does Brother Yang do? Wang Jinda wasn't quite sure. Today, he followed Ho Junhan to familiarize himself with him, so he didn't dare to ask more. He had to listen respectfully at the side. "Aren't you going to greet Brother Yang?" Ho Junhan patted the back of Wang Jinda's head. "Brother Yang, Uncle Yang," Wang Jinda said quickly. Feng Wanjiang was naturally very happy. Yang Ming hadn't arrived yet, so Feng Wanjiang was waiting downstairs. Yang Ming's house wasn't far from his house. It was separated by a few family buildings. The car arrived after turning a corner. "Factory manager Feng." Yang Dehai pushed the door open and then walked quickly to Feng Wanjiang. "Old Yang." Feng Wanjiang was naturally a person who knew the goods. When he saw the BMW luxury car in front of him, he was naturally overjoyed. "Who is President Ho, Boss Ho?" "Hello, Ho Junhan." Ho Junhan came over and reached out to shake hands with Feng Wanjiang. "Hello. Feng Wanjiang excitedly shook hands with Ho Junhan and said, "I don't know what kind of business Boss Ho does." Feng Wanjiang was the director of a state-owned factory, so he had little contact with people like Ho Junhan. Naturally, he didn't know what Ho Junhan did. "Oh, I'm the general manager of the Mingyang Security Company." Ho Junhan handed a business card to Feng Wanjiang and said, "Yang Ming once saved my mother's life, so when he told me that his father's factory was in trouble, I was thinking of doing something to help. It turned out to be like this." Feng Wanjiang thought, "No wonder. It turns out to be a life-saving grace. I didn't expect that the kid from the Yang family really has such a life. His friends are all big bosses. President Ho, then can we find a place to discuss the specific matters?" "Well, factory manager Feng, let's get in the car." Ho Junhan nodded and made an inviting gesture. The BMW X5 had a lot of space, so it wouldn't be crowded with 3 people in the back row. Yang Ming, Yang Dehai, and Feng Wanjiang sat in the back row. The car slowly drove to the nightless club. Along the way, Feng Wanjiang kept introducing the current situation of his factory. He also knew that if he said it, the other party might not believe it. They would definitely investigate it. Therefore, Feng Wanjiang was basically telling the truth. However, Ho Junhan also understood everything that Feng Wanjiang said before. But he still pretended not to know and asked some questions from time to time. Feng Wanjiang was also an old man in the business field. He could also see that Ho Junhan seemed to be interested in the factory. He wasn't being perfunctory, so he was full of energy and kept talking about his plan. Wang Jinda, on the other hand, didn't say a word. While he was driving, he was listening quietly. Yang Ming also secretly paid attention to this person. He felt that he was okay, so he was ready to test him. When Feng Wanjiang learned that the nightless club was also Ho Zhenhan's industry, his face suddenly changed color. Although he didn't know Ho Zhenhan and didn't know about the Mingyang Security Company, he still knew about the nightless club. It was said that the background of this nightclub was deep. The boss was the underworld boss of Songjiang City. Several times, his friends invited him here. His friends also told him these things. They said that it was the safest place to play because no one dared to make trouble here. When he knew about Ho Zhenhan's background, Feng Wanjiang became cautious when he spoke. His heart was also drumming. This is a cooperation with the underworld boss. He can't tarnish my reputation, right? The factory was already in a slump. If they were targeted by people from the underworld, they would really have no way to survive. However, when they were eating later, Ho Zhenhan said a sentence that made Feng Wanjiang feel relieved. Ho Zhenhan said that he was going to set up a new company under the name of Yang Dehai. Why? Money can be earned again if it's gone, but if one's life is gone, it's really gone. Yang Ming saved his mother in the past. This was something that couldn't be exchanged with money. Moreover, Ho Zhenhan had been looking for opportunities to repay Yang Ming, but there was no suitable opportunity. Now that there was an opportunity, naturally, he couldn't miss it. After listening to these words, Feng Wanjiang immediately felt relieved. He was still clear about Old Yang's character. Even if he wasn't the factory manager, Old Yang wouldn't do anything bad to the factory when he took over. That night, there was a big earthquake in the Yang family. When Mother Yang learned that Yang Ming planned to invest in the Songjiang bus factory, her face immediately changed. Regardless of whether she was going to sleep at this time, she jumped up and said firmly to Yang Dehai, "No, this is definitely not possible." Mother Yang didn't have Yang Dehai's affection for the Songjiang bus factory. She was the first batch of laid-off female workers in the bus factory. It was good enough that she didn't hate the factory. How could she have a good impression of it? So, she directly blew up. That wife, this was decided by Big Ming himself. Why don't you ask him? Yang Dehai also didn't know what to do. He knew his wife's mind. Women were always calculating. Seeing that 30 million yuan was going to be invested in an illusory bus factory, it was naturally not as practical as holding a passbook in his hand. I won't ask. How old is Big Ming? What thoughts can he have? It must be you who instigated it. Mother Yang said, "No, I have to go to Big Ming now and tell him that this is not possible." Then you go. This is really Big Ming's own idea. Yang Dehai said, "Right, wife, it's so late. Don't disturb the child. Tomorrow is the second day. According to the custom, it is the day to return to the mother's house. Big Ming is going to Chen Mingyan's house as a guest. He has to wake up early." "Oh, yes, you are right. Then I will wait for him to come back tomorrow night and look for him again." Mother Yang thought, this investment isn't something that can be solved in 1 or 2 days. One more day won't make a difference. How would she know that tonight, Ho Zhenhan and Wang Jinda began to discuss the restructuring of the factory with Feng Wanjiang? "Right, Old Yang, you haven't told me yet. How did Big Ming suddenly have so much money?" When Mother Yang heard that he was going to invest in the bus factory, she was confused. At this moment, she reacted. Where did her son's money come from? This? I have to start from the beginning. Yang Dehai deliberately kept her in suspense and diverted Mother Yang's attention to this. So, he talked about his son going to Yunnan and gambling on stones. Of course, he also talked about Lan Ling's matter. Sure enough, Mother Yang's interest in Lan Ling was far greater than the money. She asked curiously and eagerly, "Old Yang, what happened to Lan Ling? Is she beautiful? Do you have any photos?" Yang Dehai smiled bitterly after listening. There are photos, but they are in Big Ming's computer. However, I think this little girl, Lan Ling, is not bad. She looks quite smart. But that's not important. The problem now is that our son has been poisoned by someone else's goo. He can't not be with her. This Big Ming, I didn't expect him to have some skills. Chen Mingyan actually agreed. Mother Yang couldn't help but be overjoyed. Then, wouldn't I have 2 daughters-in-law? Not bad, not bad. Yang Dehai was a little dumbfounded. What kind of logic is this? After listening to this, his first thought was anger, but Mother Yang seemed to be enjoying it, thinking that her son had done a great thing. However, seeing that she had changed her target and no longer continued to ask about the factory investment, Yang Dehai also let her be. He even echoed a few words and praised his son against his will. Yes, Big Ming is better than me. He is full of manliness. However, this sentence that was meant to flatter the horse hit the horse's foot and immediately poked the hornet's nest. After listening, Mother Yang raised her eyebrows and said, Yang Dehai, what do you mean by this? Do you think that one of me is not enough? Do you want to find another one? Are you envious of your son? Do you also want to have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Yang Dehai was wronged. This is so bad. Yang Dehai couldn't wait to give himself a big slap. It's over. It's not easy to say something against my will, but I'm still misunderstood. What about you? You have to make it clear to me today. What the hell is going on? Mother Yang said unrelentingly. I say, my wife, aren't I just following your lead? I have just scolded Big Ming, saying that what he did was wrong. I said that he was sorry for Chen Mingyan and sorry for Lan Ling. But now that the situation has happened, it's useless for me to scold him. I can only accept it. Yang Dehai quickly explained. Wow, Yang Dehai. You still want to scold your son? You still accept it? What accept? Other people can't do this even if they want to. By then, I will have 2 grandsons. Haha, it's exciting just thinking about it. Mother Yang glared and said, Yang Dehai, I'm telling you, don't bother about your son's matters. Yang Dehai really wanted to cry that day. I'm more wrong than Doi. Yang Ming had a panoramic view of the war in the house. However, Yang Ming didn't go to stop the fight. Beating was a sign of affection and scolding was a sign of love. Besides, it wasn't a fight between his parents. It was just a different point of view. Moreover, with his father's surrender, the 2 of them could increase their relationship as husband and wife. I can't watch it anymore. It's a bit of a restricted level. Yang Ming withdrew his gaze with a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. I thought I was 2 timing. Ugh, it should be 3, or 4. Anyway, my parents only know about 2. I thought that when this matter was exposed, I would definitely be criticized, but I didn't expect my mother's thoughts to be different from my father's. She's a woman. She actually has such thoughts? But it's no wonder when you think about it. My mother only has eyes for me now. My mother will naturally support anything that is beneficial to me. What's wrong with having 2 daughters-in-law? In her opinion, the more the better? It shows that my son is powerful. He picked up the phone on the table and called Chen Mingyan. In fact, Chen Mingyan also wanted to call him. But she was hesitant. According to our folk customs, the 2nd day of the new year was the day to return to one's mother's home. Since Chen Mingyan had established a relationship with Yang Ming, she naturally wanted to invite Yang Ming to visit her home. But she also knew that Yang Ming spent New Year's Eve at her home. Everyone had a lot of things to do during the new year. There were many relatives and friends to visit. She was afraid that Yang Ming wouldn't have time to reject her. That would be a loss of face. Therefore, Chen Mingyan simply didn't ask Yang Ming and let nature take its course. However, when she picked up Yang Ming's phone call, she was slightly happy. They just broke up in the morning, and Yang Ming called at night. Mingyan, are you asleep? Yang Ming said gently. Not yet. I was just talking to my parents. Now I'm calling you in my room. Chen Mingyan said obediently. Did you miss me? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Chen Mingyan didn't hide it. Anyway, there were no outsiders nearby. I missed you. How about you? Me too. That's why I called you. Yang Ming said, are you free tomorrow? Tomorrow. What are you going to do? Chen Mingyan's heart moved. Isn't tomorrow the 2nd day of New Year? It's the day to go back to your parents' home. Naturally, I have to go to your house as a guest. Yang Ming explained. Ah? What? We haven't gotten married yet. Chen Mingyan was happy, but when she heard Yang Ming say it so directly, she couldn't help but be a little shy. Then, I'm not going? Yang Ming teased Chen Mingyan. You dare. Chen Mingyan was immediately unwilling and blurted out. But then, she felt that she was too straightforward. Wasn't it obvious that she wanted to ask Yang Ming to come? So, she quickly changed her words. It's up to you whether you want to come or not. Hee, I won't joke with you anymore. Let's be serious. Is there anything at your home tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. Tomorrow, my dad will accompany my mom to my grandmother's house. Chen Mingyan said this and only felt her face blush. Yang Ming went to her house, and her father went to her grandmother's house. What kind of logic is this? Oh. Yang Ming said with some disappointment, then why am I going to your house? There's no one there. I can't go. I'm at home. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming wanted to back out and said quickly. That's fine, but just the two of us? Staying at your house? Yang Ming felt that the two of them couldn't just stay at home. I saw on TV that the Songjiang New Year's Temple Fair is good. Why don't we go together? Asked Chen Mingyan. Ah? Temple Fair? Yang Ming immediately complained. I just went there with Lin Jiyun today. Do I have to go again tomorrow? I thought that I would just have a meal at the Chen family's house tomorrow. Who would have thought that Chen Fei actually went to visit his father-in-law? Yang Ming, let's go. I heard that there is a rock climbing project. The winner can get a couple of Taurus necklaces, said Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was even more miserable. It can't be? Rock climbing? Isn't this asking for my life? If I knew it would be like this, I wouldn't show off today. Really? If someone found out that I took another girl to rock climb tomorrow, I don't know what the consequences will be. So, he quickly said, Mingyan, that rock climbing is said to be very dangerous. Let's not play. Danger? Humph, now that you've gotten me, you're not treating me well, right? Chen Mingyan was immediately angry when she heard it. How did you climb from downstairs to our dormitory? You could climb up there, let alone rock climbing? After that, Zhao Sisi told Chen Mingyan about Yang Ming's ability to leap over roofs and vault walls, so Chen Mingyan remembered that Yang Ming was extraordinary. Besides, rock climbing was much simpler than climbing, and there were safety measures below. Therefore, Chen Mingyan naturally felt that Yang Ming didn't value her. He didn't cherish things that were too easy to get. Now, I haven't done it with him yet, but Yang Ming has already begun to not be as attentive to me as before. If I do it with him, won't he throw me aside? Chen Mingyan thought angrily. It was no wonder that she would think this way. Once, when they were in high school, Yang Ming was obedient to her, but now. Ai. Chen Mingyan shook her head. It was really like the saying, before falling in love, it was the girl who had the boy under control, but after falling in love, it was the opposite. When Yang Ming heard Chen Mingyan say this, he secretly thought that it wasn't good. How could I forget this for a while? With the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Zhao Sisi, she would definitely tell Chen Mingyan what she saw and heard when she saw me climbing the wall that day. Now that I'm giving all kinds of excuses, it would be strange if Chen Mingyan wasn't angry. Thinking of this, Yang Ming could only brace himself and say, well, then I will definitely get that pair of necklaces for you. I will not be afraid of difficulties and go forward bravely. That's more like it. When Chen Mingyan heard that Yang Ming agreed and wanted to get the ultimate prize for her, she felt a lot more comfortable. Then you come to my house tomorrow morning. Earlier, you can still see my parents. That's fine. Then I'll be there at 7:30. Yang Ming sighed in his heart. Tomorrow, what will happen? Early the next morning, Yang Ming deliberately made a hairstyle for himself. He used gel to make his hair stand up. But it looked quite cool. Yang Ming wasn't a person who was shameless, but this was also a last resort. He was afraid of being recognized. Moreover, Yang Ming also deliberately changed his coat today to make himself as different as possible from yesterday. However, familiar people could still recognize him at a glance. It couldn't be helped. Yang Ming could only do this. If he was recognized by someone, then he really couldn't do anything. It was really inconvenient to not have a car. It seemed that when Car City opened after the Chinese New Year, he had to get a car to drive first. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to go back and forth. Chen Fei and Mother Chen deliberately waited for Yang Ming to have breakfast together today. After the food was prepared, the family sat in the living room and chatted. When I first had Xiaoyan, our family took her to my mother's place. In a blink of an eye, it was almost 20 years later. Xiaoyan also brought her boyfriend to our house to be a guest. Mother Chen said with some emotion. Yeah, time and tide wait for no one. It passed in a blink of an eye. Chen Fei smiled after listening. You have been a daughter-in-law for many years. You have become a mother-in-law. You should be happy. Yes, hee. It turned out that I went to visit others every year. Now, someone finally came to visit me. Mother Chen smiled. Chen Mingyan lowered her head and didn't dare to interrupt. It was no wonder. Her parents were joking with her. How could she dare to interrupt? As they were talking and laughing, the doorbell rang. Chen Mingyan quickly stood up and looked at the door. Sure enough, she saw Yang Ming standing at the door with a smile. He was holding a bag of gifts in his hand. You are here? Chen Mingyan said with joy. Where are your parents? Have they left? Asked Yang Ming. No, they are waiting for you to eat breakfast. Chen Mingyan said and took the gift in Yang Ming's hand. Then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I haven't eaten in the morning. Yang Ming said casually. Yang Ming is here? Chen Fei also came out to greet him. Look at you now. You are learning this from me. Just come. Why do you have to bring gifts? Uncle Chen, I am different. First, I am not asking you to do anything. Second, I am not trying to curry favor with you. It is purely a visit from a younger generation to an elder. Why can't I bring gifts? Yang Ming smiled. You are full of nonsense. But don't bring gifts next time. Your auntie's unit gave out food every year. I still want to bring some to your family. Chen Fei smiled. Go and wash your hands. Let's have breakfast. The Chen family's breakfast was very simple. It was plain porridge and pickles. However, Yang Ming was full of praise. Auntie, your cooking is really good. The porridge and pickles are so good. It seems that Uncle Chen has good food. If I can eat this delicious breakfast every morning in the future, I will be happy. However, after Yang Ming said this, he found that Chen Fei's family was looking at him strangely. However, after a while, Chen Fei and Mother Chen suddenly laughed. Chen Mingyan also lowered her head shyly. Yang Ming wasn't stupid. He immediately understood what was going on. This breakfast was made by Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming, you will really have such good food in the future. Chen Fei said with a smile, this breakfast was made by Mingyan. How is it? The taste is good, right? NN. Yang Ming quickly said, not bad, not bad. It seems that I will be happy in the future. But what about Uncle Chen in the future? Hee. Chen Fei said with a smile, what you eat is only the apprentice's cooking. I have a master here. As Chen Fei said this, he pointed at Mother Chen. Yang Ming suddenly realized that Chen Mingyan's craftsmanship had been passed down by Mother Chen. After breakfast, Chen Fei and Mother Chen packed up and prepared to go to Chen Mingyan's grandmother's house. Seeing the bags of gifts in Chen Fei's hands, Yang Ming couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Chen, I found that you are really funny. What's wrong with me? Chen Fei was somewhat inexplicable by Yang Ming's sudden laughter. We are really the pot calling the kettle black. Look at yourself. You said that I saw you bringing gifts. Then what are you doing now? Yang Ming said mischievously. Ugh. Chen Fei was suddenly speechless. He looked at the things in his hands and blushed. Mother Chen, who was on the side, couldn't help but laugh. The family was happy and harmonious. There was no estrangement at all. Chen Mingyan was very happy that Yang Ming could get along so well with her parents. Okay, Yang Ming, don't insult your Uncle Chen. I won't talk about you next time. Chen Fei shook his head helplessly. Sometimes it's just talk, but when you really do it, you have to follow the custom. After Chen Fei and Mother Chen left, there were only two people in the house, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan was busy going to the bathroom to put on makeup. Yang Ming was bored watching the cultural program on TV. Before the Chinese New Year, there were a lot of cultural performances held by various associations in these places. He couldn't watch all of them. He casually changed the channel of a party program, and it was actually a broadcast of Xia's performance. Yang Ming put down the remote control and watched the program on TV. He didn't know why, but Yang Ming had a special interest in this Xia. Yang Ming couldn't explain why. Was it because her name was similar to Suya, or was it because she had the ring that he gave to Suya? Maybe it was both of these reasons. After Chen Mingyan cleaned herself up, she went out of the bathroom and saw Yang Ming watching TV. She asked curiously, "Oh? Do you like Xia?" "I'm just watching." Yang Ming smiled. "Why? Is she your idol?" "Kind of. I like her very much." Chen Mingyan said, "She is beautiful and her voice is good. But, even if you like her, I won't be jealous." "Why?" Yang Ming asked, baffled. When did Chen Mingyan become so generous? "Haha, it's very simple. Even if you like her, it's in vain. You and her can't have any intersection." Chen Mingyan said indifferently, "She is a big star. There are many people who like her." "Who knows you?" "Hee, that's right." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. "But, if you can really pursue her, I will accept it." Chen Mingyan didn't believe that Yang Ming and Xiyu would have any intersection, so she said this. "What do you mean?" Yang Ming's heart moved. "Nothing. If you want to find a mistress, you can find a star that I like. In that case, I won't be angry." Chen Mingyan said with a smile. "Are you serious?" Yang Ming didn't believe it. "Of course, it's true." Chen Mingyan said seriously, "But, I'm afraid you can't find one." In fact, Chen Mingyan did think so. Yang Ming couldn't find a star to be his wife. So, in order to show her generosity, she deliberately said this. Anyway, she wouldn't lose anything from this promise. However, Chen Mingyan didn't know that it was the words she said today that made her regret it in the future. However, she couldn't do anything about the person who said it. "Well, then I will work hard." Yang Ming smiled. "Okay, you work hard." Chen Mingyan also smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." However, Chen Mingyan was still a little worried. She changed the topic and said, "We are talking about Xia. We can't change it to someone else. If you find a small celebrity who isn't famous, I won't do it." When Chen Mingyan said this, she limited the candidate to only one. As a result, Yang Ming's chance was even slimmer. She was really afraid that Yang Ming would find a starlet in the future to fulfill her words. Therefore, Chen Mingyan deliberately added another sentence. She felt that Yang Ming wouldn't find Xia to be his concubine. Was it simply impossible? Xia was a big celebrity who was eye-catching, and Yang Ming was just a small character. Xia could marry anyone. How could she marry Yang Ming? Moreover, even if she was willing to marry Yang Ming, could she bear to share a man with others? It was completely impossible. It was 10,000% impossible. Therefore, Chen Mingyan was so generous this time. "Okay, it will be Suya." Yang Ming said with a smile. "It's not Suya, it's Xuya." Chen Mingyan wasn't a fool. She certainly heard the ambiguity in the middle of Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming was speechless. He wanted to be vague, but he didn't expect Chen Mingyan's ears to be sharp. She heard what he said. He had to say, "Okay, okay. It will be Xuya. Is that okay?" Okay. Chen Mingyan nodded. "But you have to set a time limit. From now on, it will be invalid within 1 year." Chen Mingyan saw Yang Ming's lewd expression and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Therefore, she added a time limit. Yang Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry after hearing it. The conditions kept shrinking. From the beginning, it was only a celebrity to Xia. The time limit changed from indefinite to 1 year. 1 year? What kind of joke is this? I'm still in college, and I'm busy with the jewelry company and bus factory. How can I go to Hong Kong to flirt with a celebrity? Even if I take a step back and say that I have the time to flirt with some celebrities, I still haven't figured out my harem. Let's not talk about Lan Ling and Xiaoqing who I pushed down. Even if I didn't push down Lin Jiyun, it seems that I pushed her down too. There's still Zhaoying, Zhou Jiejie who loves me so much, and even Sun Jia. It's really confusing just thinking about it. However, Yang Ming really didn't take it seriously. In his opinion, there was no difference between 1 year and 10 years. He didn't want to have anything to do with Xiya. Well, 1 year it is. Yang Ming nodded. Is there anything else to add? Yang Ming said this, but it made Chen Mingyan a little embarrassed. She shook her head and said, nothing, that's all. Alright, let's not talk about this. Are we going out now? Asked Yang Ming. Okay, then you don't want to watch TV? Chen Mingyan glanced at the program on TV and said, it turns out that Xiya's song is over. I was wondering why you were willing to leave. Sweat. Yang Ming was a little embarrassed. How do I know when she is done? I didn't even notice. I'm just joking with you. Why are you so nervous? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's helpless look and found it funny. The two people went out of the house and then walked to the commercial street. Chen Mingyan's house wasn't far from the commercial street, but it wasn't close, so the two people took a taxi and rushed to the location of the temple fair. However, coincidentally, when they just got out of the car, they met Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan. Wang Xiaoyan was walking proudly in front, but Li Yixuan followed behind her. Yang Ming. After Li Yixuan saw Yang Ming, his eyes suddenly lit up and he quickly greeted him. At this time, Wang Xiaoyan also looked back and saw Yang Ming. She nodded to him. Yang Ming was used to this. There were some misunderstandings between the two people. The relationship was really tense. It was good to meet and nod. Are you also here to visit the temple fair? Asked Li Yixuan. Yeah. Chen Mingyan nodded and then pointed to Wang Xiaoyan who was walking in front and whispered, why doesn't your girlfriend like to talk to people? Chen Mingyan didn't know what the relationship between Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan was. At the barber shop, Li Yixuan only told Yang Ming about the relationship between the two people, and he didn't say hello to Chen Mingyan before he left. So, Chen Mingyan only thought that Wang Xiaoyan was his girlfriend. AI, what girlfriend? I'm on the way to pursue. Li Yixuan smiled bitterly. Right, buddy, the trick you taught me last time, I used it when I went back, but it didn't work. What trick? Yang Ming was stunned. He simply didn't remember what trick he taught him last time. It was no wonder. At that time, Yang Ming was annoyed by this guy. He had no choice but to talk nonsense and made up an idea for him. It's to borrow money from her. Li Yixuan said, I followed your instructions and went back to borrow 2,000 yuan from her, but she didn't seem to care at all. She still looked very rich, and she didn't rush to find me to return the money. Sweat. Yang Ming had a headache when he heard it. This guy really did it? But since he was asked again, Yang Ming had no choice but to say, maybe 2,000 yuan is nothing to her, right? You should borrow more. It makes sense. After listening, Li Yixuan nodded thoughtfully and said, I think so too. I borrowed too little. It's nothing to her. Then I will be ruthless. I will borrow 10,000 yuan from her. Yang Ming had cold sweat after he heard it. Please don't let Wang Xiaoyan know that this is my idea. If she knows, then I'm done for. What are you talking about? What borrowing money? Chen Mingyan was somewhat inexplicable. Yang Ming, do you owe him money? Or does he owe you money? No one owes anyone money. Yang Ming said quickly, it's fine. We are just chatting casually. We are talking about a web novel. Oh. Chen Mingyan shook her head. Why do you still read those web novels? It's so boring. I had nothing to do that day and went to take a look. It was all made up. What special ability? It was all nonsense. Don't read that thing in the future. Ugh. Yang Ming scratched his head. What is my special ability? However, he couldn't tell Chen Mingyan. He just nodded perfunctorily to show that he understood. Although Wang Xiaoyan didn't talk much, because she knew Yang Ming, she slowed down her pace for the sake of Zhao Ying's face. The four people walked side by side. But it was still very cold. There was nothing to say. When they came to the commercial street, Li Yixuan pointed to something sold on the street and asked Wang Xiaoyan if she wanted them. Wang Xiaoyan was expressionless. At first, she shook her head. Later, she didn't even shake her head and directly ignored him. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan looked at each other and smiled. This Li Yixuan was obviously a foil. Chen Mingyan bought several things. The hair clip that she bought in high school last time had been used until now. Chen Mingyan also wanted to change a few new ones. Therefore, when they came to a small stall selling hair accessories, they stopped. Although Wang Xiaoyan and Li Yixuan didn't talk much, after all, she was a girl. When she picked up the hair clip with Chen Mingyan, the two people would whisper. Yang Ming was smiling all the way, but his heart had been secretly alert. Because he felt that someone was following them. Moreover, this person is also a master. It can be said that he is at least on par with me, or even better than me. Because Yang Ming looked back several times, he didn't see who was following them in the crowd. Yang Ming didn't know the purpose of this person, and he didn't know who he was following. Is it me? Or is it Chen Mingyan? However, this possibility wasn't high. Yang Ming only felt that someone was following them after he met Li Yixuan at the commercial street. Therefore, the target of this person who was following them was likely to be Li Yixuan or Wang Xiaoyan. Could it be a bodyguard sent by Li Yixuan's family? It was no wonder that Yang Ming thought so. It was normal for a rich young master like him to go out with a few bodyguards. However, wasn't this bodyguard's kung fu a bit too high? Since ordinary means couldn't find out who was following them, Yang Ming simply didn't look back. From time to time, he closed his eyes. Yang Ming could clearly see everything around him. Soon, Yang Ming locked his target on a middle-aged man. Let's call him a middle-aged man for the time being, because from his ordinary appearance, it was difficult to see his age. More than 20? Looks older? More than 30, just this age? Or in his 40s, looks younger? In short, this person was the kind of person who wouldn't take a second look if he was placed in a crowd. His appearance was so ordinary that you couldn't remember him at all. You would take the initiative to ignore him. If it weren't for Yang Ming's super special ability and keen insight, it would be difficult to find this person. However, after Yang Ming knew the location of this person, he didn't alert the enemy. Yang Ming wanted to see what the purpose of this person was. When a person was a small character, life was dull. But as this person's ability improved, the people or things he encountered were different. This logic was strange, but it was the truth. If you weren't in your position, you wouldn't scheme. If Yang Ming wasn't an assassin and didn't have so many hidden identities, he wouldn't pay attention to things like being followed. I say, your family seems to be quite rich. Yang Ming looked at Li Yixuan and asked. It's okay. When it came to his family, Li Yixuan immediately became full of confidence. My old man can be considered as one of the top in Donghai. Oh? I heard that the young masters of rich families have bodyguards when they go out. Do you have one? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Bodyguard? I don't have that. How rich is that? You have to bring a bodyguard when you go out. Li Yixuan shook his head. Probably only the 4 young masters of Donghai go out with bodyguards. 4 young masters? What is that? Yang Ming had never heard of the 4 young masters in Donghai. It's just a few prodigals. The father is rich, and the son is prodigal. It's nothing. Li Yixuan was obviously unwilling to mention this. Although his family was rich, compared to those people, it was nothing. Oh. Yang Ming didn't care. What 4 young masters? They were called so because of their father's face. In Yang Ming's view, they were the 4 big idiots. However, one thing was certain now. That was, the person behind was not Li Yixuan's bodyguard. Then what was his purpose? Moreover, it seemed that Li Yixuan's family was not particularly rich. Everything became more suspicious. Yang Ming wasn't afraid of anything. He would deal with whatever came his way. If someone dared to find trouble with him, he would make sure that he wouldn't be able to return. But Chen Mingyan's side, Yang Ming had to be careful. Chen Fei was the captain of the criminal investigation team. His usual job was basically to offend people. Offending this and offending that. Especially the families of some criminals, there was an extreme existence of revenge. They did not dare to retaliate against Chen Fei, so naturally, they would make a move on his daughter. Although this situation was rare, it didn't mean it didn't exist. There was also a precedent for the family members of the police officers being retaliated against by the family members or friends of the prisoners. Then 10, then 10,000, then 10, then 1, 10,000. The person who followed them saw that Yang Ming and the other three stopped in front of the small stall selling accessories, so he no longer went forward. Instead, he pretended to find a stall and looked at it. However, since Yang Ming had already noticed him, he wasn't afraid that he would do it again. As long as he remained vigilant, he couldn't make any big movements. Chen Mingyan chose a few hair clips, and Wang Xiaoyan also chose a few. Pay up. Chen Mingyan now didn't have to be polite with Yang Ming. The matter between the two people was basically settled. Chen Mingyan also began to exercise her rights as a wife. Yang Ming opened his wallet and took out a 100 banknote and handed it over. Over there, Li Yixuan also quickly said flatteringly, Xiaoyan, let me pay. Aren't you out of money? You want to lend me money to buy things? Wang Xiaoyan didn't appreciate it at all and glared at Li Yixuan. Do you all count together? The stall owner didn't hear the words of Li Yixuan and Wang Xiaoyan. He took the 100 yuan handed over by Yang Ming and asked. Let's count them together. Yang Ming said indifferently. The boss gave Yang Ming the money, and Wang Xiaoyan didn't refuse. She picked up the hair clips and put them in her pocket as if it was natural. In her opinion, she had done enough for Yang Ming. What was the point of buying 2 hair clips? Yang Ming was too lazy to bother with her because of the 2 embarrassing things. The 4 people went out of the commercial street and walked to the entertainment street. Yang Ming had been paying attention to the person behind him this time. Sure enough, when Yang Ming and the others walked forward, the person also walked forward. Li Yixuan, this guy, was rich and overbearing. When he came to the entrance of the entertainment street, he directly exchanged 200 yuan of game coins. Then, he gave half of it to Yang Ming and said, Come, it's my treat. Just now, you bought the hair clips. This time, I will pay the bill. He said this deliberately for Wang Xiaoyan to hear. It seemed that Yang Ming paid for Wang Xiaoyan because of his face. Wang Xiaoyan wanted to spend her own money to buy the game coins, but Li Yixuan had given it to her, so it wasn't easy to refuse. She took a few and they entered the entertainment street together. Yang Ming found that the interests of the girls were similar. Sure enough, Chen Mingyan also took a fancy to the bag fishing game. It should be said that she took a fancy to the prize there. This time, Yang Ming didn't simply give a suggestion. He was afraid that the waiter here would recognize him. Obviously, Wang Xiaoyan was also very interested. The 2 girls paid the game coins and started to play. Li Yixuan kept giving advice to Wang Xiaoyan, but Wang Xiaoyan simply pretended not to hear it. Taking advantage of this time, Yang Ming said to Chen Mingyan, You play first. I am going to the toilet. I drank too much water in the morning. Chen Mingyan didn't doubt him. She nodded and continued to play the game. Yang Ming wasn't going to the toilet at all. He was going to find the person who was following behind. If he didn't figure out the true intention of this person, then it would always be a problem, so Yang Ming planned to meet this tail. Yang Ming pretended to walk to the back as if nothing had happened. On the way, he talked to a cleaning auntie. Auntie, I want to ask. Is there a toilet nearby? Toilet? Yes, there is. You go straight along here. It is about 300 meters. On the commercial street, there is a public toilet, said the auntie. Thank you. Yang Ming deliberately said it loudly. The tail wasn't far from here. He could definitely hear the conversation between Yang Ming and the auntie. Yang Ming raised his head and looked around. He lifted his leg and walked forward. The tracker obviously saw that Yang Ming was looking for the toilet, so he didn't care. In other words, his eyes weren't on Yang Ming at all, but the three people who were playing the game over there. Therefore, Yang Ming was more and more sure that this person wasn't looking for him, but one of the remaining three people. But he was afraid that it was Chen Mingyan. Otherwise, Yang Ming wouldn't take the risk to alert the enemy. Pa. Yang Ming reached out and patted the tracker's shoulder. The tracker's heart was stunned. His vigilance was very strong. When Yang Ming came over, he did notice him. However, when he saw that Yang Ming was asking about the direction of the toilet, he was automatically ignored. Moreover, the observation object of the tracker wasn't Yang Ming. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so easily patted on the shoulder by Yang Ming. Buddy, let's find a place to talk. As Yang Ming spoke, his right hand had already casually pressed the acupuncture point behind the tracker's neck. If this guy dared to resist, then the consequences would be death or injury. Yang Ming seemed to put his hand on the tracker's neck, but the tracker's heart was in turmoil. His fatal acupuncture point was held by someone. Although he didn't know if Yang Ming was unintentional or intentional, he didn't dare to be rash. If it was unintentional, then it was fine. After all, there were many coincidences in this world. But if it was intentional, then who was this guy? How could he actually control me? Even if there were some elements of underestimating the enemy and the opponent's luck, but in the assassin world, winning was winning, and losing was losing. Regardless of the process, only the result. No matter what the reason was, if you failed, then you may lose your life. No matter what means you used to get it, the bounty was yours. Therefore, the tracker pretended to be surprised and said, "You are. I don't know you? Don't know me? You didn't know me, but you followed me for so long?" Yang Ming sneered, "Your tracking method is too clumsy." Clumsy? The tracker was stunned. His tracking methods were considered to be one of the best in the world. Now, it was actually said to be clumsy? Before this, the tracker was very confident in his tracking skills, but it was damaged by Yang Ming's words. It was no wonder that he had never failed before. Moreover, even if the person who was being followed noticed that someone was following him, it was difficult to find him in the crowd. He was very conceited about his makeup skills. However, Yang Ming discovered it. How would he know where Yang Ming's special ability was? No matter how superb the tracking technique was, could you prevent others from having eyes on the back of their heads? Now Yang Ming's situation was similar to having eyes on the back of his head. Moreover, this eye was equipped with infrared telescopes. If he couldn't find this stalker, then Yang Ming's special ability would simply be disabled. However, when Yang Ming said this, the stalker finally understood that Yang Ming didn't hold his acupoint by luck, but deliberately. This seemingly indifferent man in front of him was a master among masters. In fact, when it came to skills, Yang Ming wasn't the opponent of this stalker. However, the stalker had a preconceived impression, so he didn't dare to easily fight with Yang Ming, not to mention that Yang Ming was holding his acupoint at the moment. "I didn't follow you." The stalker looked at Yang Ming and said, "Friend, which road are you on? We don't know each other. Please make things easy for me. If you didn't follow me, then who are you following? One of the four of us?" Yang Ming snorted. But he thought in his heart, "Of course, you are not following me. If I knew that you were following me, I would have already killed you." The stalker didn't speak, but apparently, he acquiesced to Yang Ming's statement. Yang Ming frowned and said, "Please, I don't want to kill people in public." "Where are you going?" The stalker saw that he couldn't escape, so he had to accept his fate. "Just on the side of the road." "I just want to know your purpose." Yang Ming said faintly, "However, you don't want to be perfunctory. Although I don't want to kill people here, nothing is absolute." The stalker was speechless. Originally, he was the one who threatened others. Now, he had become the object of threat. It was really a case of shooting the goose all day long, but the goose packed his eyes. "Speak." Yang Ming got the tracker to the side of the road and asked. The tracker gritted his teeth and said, "I promise I don't want to harm you or your companions, but I can't tell you my purpose." "You're quite stubborn." Yang Ming smiled and casually patted the tracker. Yang Ming's trick was tried and tested time and time again. No matter how stubborn you were, it was guaranteed to make you want to die. You. What is your relationship with Senior Feng? The stalker trembled all over. Apparently, Yang Ming's unique skill had made his whole body itch unbearably. However, he still widened his eyes and asked with difficulty. Who the hell are you? Killing intent flashed in Yang Ming's eyes. However, when he recalled that this person called Feng Tian Senior Feng, he did not continue to attack. We're on the same side. We're on the same side. Although the stalker was tough, Yang Ming made him feel like ants were drilling into his heart. Yang Ming didn't believe this guy's nonsense. Feng Tian's identity was a secret, and he had retired from the underworld for many years. Even during his heyday, there were very few people who had seen him, let alone know his surname. Therefore, it was fine if this guy didn't say so. Once he said so, Yang Ming was even more suspicious of his identity. I'll give you one last chance. If you don't make it clear, don't go back today. Yang Ming said with a sneer. The stalker was obviously hesitant. You too, what are you doing? At this time, an old lady wearing a red armband came over and said, private stalls are not allowed here. Are you going to set up a stall? Set up a stall? Yang Ming was somewhat inexplicable. What stall am I setting up? Don't you want to set up a fortune-telling stall? You don't learn good things at such a young age. Why are you setting up a stall to cheat money? The old lady reprimanded, you stand up. I'm just resting here. What fortune-telling? Yang Ming was a little dumbfounded. This old lady obviously regarded him as a swindler. Stand up. Hurry up. The old lady pointed to her armband and said, I'm the business assistant of the temple fair. Auntie, you misunderstood. Yang Ming wanted to explain, but the stalker interrupted Yang Ming's words. The stalker suddenly said, Auntie, this guy is a swindler. He pulled me and wanted to read my fortune. He didn't let me go. Okay. You still dare to say that you're not a swindler? You stand up. The old lady said, if you don't stand up, I'll call for help. Yang Ming was really helpless this time. He had to stand up with the stalker, but his hand never left the stalker's neck. What's wrong with you? You're not being honest when you stand up? Let go of me. As the old lady said, she reached out to grab Yang Ming's hand that was on the stalker's neck. Yang Ming was helpless. In front of this old lady, he really couldn't do anything to the stalker. He had to let go of his hand resentfully. It didn't matter if Yang Ming let go, but the stalker suddenly broke free from Yang Ming's restraint and escaped in the opposite direction. Yang Ming sighed for a while. He helplessly looked at the stalker's disappearing back and shook his head. If it weren't for this old lady, he might have asked something. However, Yang Ming also admired this guy's endurance. Although Yang Ming didn't use too much strength, the pain on his body was enough to make ordinary people roll on the ground unbearably. But this person not only didn't, but he could also escape. Sure enough, he was a ruthless character. However, the more ruthless such a character was, the more Yang Ming was not at ease. Yang Ming even faintly felt that if he fought with him face to face, the outcome was still unknown. What's going on? Why did he run? The old lady looked at Yang Ming in surprise. Auntie, you really know how to cause trouble. Yang Ming said snappily, that guy owes me money. I finally found him, but he ran away. Ah? The old lady saw that something was wrong when the stalker ran away. Now that she heard Yang Ming say so, she suddenly realized. She said embarrassedly, You see how it is? I don't know. Sorry. Forget it. Yang Ming waved his hand and helplessly turned to leave. This guy knows Feng Tian. Which group is he from? Feng Tian only has one disciple. If there must be one more, then Dong Jun can be counted as one. Other than that, Feng Tian didn't have any other disciples. And in the assassin world, there was no acquaintance. Feng Tian wouldn't be so stupid to announce his identity. This matter seems to be really troublesome. Yang Ming planned to go to Feng Tian's place at night no matter what to explain this matter to Feng Tian. This couldn't be delayed. Back at the entertainment street, in front of the fishing bag game stall, he saw Chen Mingyan holding a super big plush bear with a smile. It's actually the grand prize. It can't be, right? This works too? I didn't help her, but she actually got the grand prize? How is it, Yang Ming? Am I awesome? Chen Mingyan proudly shook the plush bear in front of Yang Ming. Quite awesome. How did you do it? How many times did you play? Yang Ming was really surprised. Just once. Hee hee. Chen Mingyan laughed. Yang Ming opened his eyes wide. He couldn't help but admire Chen Mingyan's luck. It's really too good. So lucky. Yang Ming gave a thumbs up and said sincerely. What luck? There's a skill to this. When Chen Mingyan heard Yang Ming say that she relied on luck, she immediately disagreed. I thought it through carefully. There's a skill to this thing? It can be thought through? Yang Ming was surprised. Yeah, you see, I got the red card from the bag in the middle of the first row. Chen Mingyan nodded and explained, do you know why I wanted to fish this bag? That's because the most dangerous place is the safest place. Chen Mingyan said her thoughts, but it was surprisingly similar to Yang Ming's statement yesterday. Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan in amazement. Wasn't this what he said to Lin Jiyun yesterday? If he wasn't sure that Chen Mingyan wasn't around, Yang Ming even thought that she had eavesdropped on his logic. How is it? I'm the daughter of the criminal police captain. My logic isn't bad, right? Chen Mingyan looked at Yang Ming's surprised look, and she was very proud of it. Amazing. Yang Ming thought of a sentence, like father, like daughter. Wang Xiaoyan didn't get the big prize, but only a few small prizes. But even so, she didn't show the slightest unpleasant expression. Her whole person was completely indifferent. Yang Ming was a bit puzzled. When I saw her a few times before, this girl was quite lively and talked a lot. She was quite a cute little delinquent girl. What is she doing now? Is she deliberately indifferent to Li Yixuan? Does she want to attract Li Yixuan's attention? If this is the case, I have to admit that this little girl has a way of fishing for rich guys. However, I can't rule out the possibility that she didn't like Li Yixuan at all. She simply didn't give him a good face. Yang Ming held the teddy bear, but his mind kept thinking about the identity of the stalker just now. This person wasn't simple. Yang Ming tried very hard to remember his appearance, but he still couldn't find any characteristics. The entertainment street's projects today were obviously more than yesterday. Yesterday was the first day of the Chinese New Year. Some vendors might want to take a break, so they didn't set up their stalls. But today, they were all out. Several people continued to walk forward and came to the side of a game simulation of a golf game. Wang Xiaoyan was obviously very interested in this. Just now, she saw that Chen Mingyan got a big prize at once. While she was envious, she was competitive and wanted to win a big prize to show her ability. In the final analysis, Wang Xiaoyan was also an 18 or 19-year-old girl. She wasn't as indifferent as she looked on the surface. As for the surface, it was completely out of disgust for Li Yixuan. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan liked it, Yang Ming and the others stopped. Chen Mingyan also paid a few game coins and planned to play a game. However, Chen Mingyan couldn't play this kind of skill game. The rules of the game were very simple. There were 4 rows of holes in front of the player. Each row had 8 holes, and there was space between the holes for the ball to pass. The first row of volleyball holes were all red. 2 holes in the second row were blue, and the others were red. 2 of the holes in the third row were yellow, and the rest were all red. The fourth row was also full of red holes. Each player only had 3 chances to hit the ball. As long as 2 balls hit the holes of 2 different colors, they would be able to win the prize. If the 3 balls hit 3 holes of different colors, then they could get the biggest prize. However, this possibility was very small. It was relatively easy to hit 2 holes of different colors, but it was a bit difficult to hit 3 holes of different colors. Because the yellow and blue holes were in a row, unless they could control the strength of the hand and the trajectory of the ball. Therefore, there were many people who hit 2 balls, but there were few who hit 3 balls. Chen Mingyan spent a long time, but she only hit 2 holes of different colors. The third ball was hit into the last red hole because she used too much force. The gift she received was a mobile phone flashing light. Compared to the price of 5 game coins, it was obviously a loss. However, most of the people who played games just wanted to have fun. If they really cared about the value of the prize, they wouldn't play this kind of game. However, Wang Xiaoyan's performance was very good. The 3 balls perfectly entered 3 holes of different colors. Li Yixuan was full of flattering praise. This time, Wang Xiaoyan also got a big plush toy. She was even with Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming noticed that on Wang Xiaoyan's indifferent face, there was a faint smile on her face. It turned out that this chick was indeed pretending. Yang Ming thought so in his heart. Finally, the last moment came. Although Yang Ming was very reluctant to face it, he still had to face it after all. That was, several people came to the registration of the rock climbing game. Looking at Chen Mingyan's eager eyes, Yang Ming had to bite the bullet. Xiaoyan, how about I help you get the ultimate prize? Li Yixuan said, my rock climbing skills are good. No, I want to climb by myself. Wang Xiaoyan shook her head. Then, regardless of what Li Yixuan said, she ran to sign up on her own. Li Yixuan also quickly followed behind her. Seeing that Wang Xiaoyan signed up, Li Yixuan naturally did not want to be outdone and also signed up. Although most of them were men climbing, there were also a few couples climbing together. Therefore, it was not abrupt for Wang Xiaoyan to sign up. However, because Wang Xiaoyan signed up, Chen Mingyan was also a little tempted. She hesitated and said to Yang Ming, I also want to play. This? I don't think so. It's very dangerous. I'm afraid you will fall. Yang Ming said with some worry. You see, Wang Xiaoyan has signed up. It should be fine. Chen Mingyan insisted. That's okay, but you must be careful. Yang Ming saw that Chen Mingyan insisted, so he didn't say anything. The safety measures of this rock climbing were good. Even if she fell, there would be no problem. Therefore, Yang Ming also agreed and signed up with Chen Mingyan. This time, Yang Ming used his own real name to participate in the game. On the one hand, Chen Mingyan was watching, so he couldn't fake it. On the other hand, it was fine as long as the name was different from yesterday's. After the organizer explained the safety standards and precautions to Yang Ming and the others, everyone was given a set of protective gear. He didn't recognize Yang Ming. After all, there were too many customers every day. People came and went. Besides, there were many people who looked similar. Yang Ming deliberately dressed up. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. It was obviously Chen Mingyan's first time rock climbing. She was a little nervous as she watched the people in front of her fall one after another. When she was about to climb, she was a little timid. Yang Ming, I am a little scared. Hee, if you are scared, don't go up. Yang Ming persuaded her. Then I don't want to. It's embarrassing to escape. Chen Mingyan shook her head quickly. Don't worry. No one will laugh at you. You're a girl. Yang Ming comforted her. Chen Mingyan hesitated, took a deep breath, and said, Can you protect me under me? Okay, no problem. Yang Ming climbed here like he was playing. Although he couldn't catch up with Spider-Man, he was almost there. When it came to rock climbing, every player had a fixed climbing route. Before a person came down, the person below was not allowed to climb immediately. This was also done to prevent danger from occurring. Otherwise, if the person above fell, wouldn't the person below be smashed down? In this way, it would be strange not to be injured. However, Yang Ming proposed to the organizer that he wanted to climb immediately under Chen Mingyan. In the beginning, the organizer didn't agree. After all, it was a bit too dangerous to do so. However, after Yang Ming stated several times that they would be responsible for the consequences if there was any danger, the organizer agreed. After all, when signing the agreement, there was a lawyer nearby. The whole process was fair. Yang Ming just added a clause in the agreement. In this way, even if Yang Ming and the others were in danger, it had nothing to do with the organizer. Just now, after the organizer mentioned the danger of Yang Ming doing so, Chen Mingyan had already changed her mind. She didn't want Yang Ming to do so, but Yang Ming insisted that he must climb behind Chen Mingyan. And he stated that he would be responsible for the consequences if there was any danger. This made Chen Mengyan very moved. It was said that husband and wife were birds in the same forest, but they flew separately in the face of disaster. She and Yang Ming were not husband and wife yet. He could ignore his own safety for her safety. How could this not make Chen Mengyan feel moved? When Li Yixuan saw Yang Ming doing this, he also wanted to learn from Yang Ming, but he thought that his technique was not good enough. Even if he made this request, Wang Xiaoyan would not agree, so he had to shut up. Chen Mengyan, Wang Xiaoyan, and Li Yixuan climbed up the rock wall at the same time, while Yang Ming followed closely behind Chen Mengyan, fearing that she would have an accident. In the beginning, Chen Mengyan still felt that rock climbing was just so, and it was very simple. But the more she climbed, the more she felt that her strength was not enough. Not only was her arm strength not enough, but she was also worried that she would fall and hit Yang Ming. Chen Mengyan's forehead couldn't help but sweat. Although Li Yixuan was a man, he was not necessarily better than Chen Mengyan. He didn't climb much, and he began to sweat. Wang Xiaoyan, on the other hand, didn't have much difficulty. Although she didn't climb fast, her step-by-step was very solid and steady. Finally, Li Yixuan couldn't hold on and fell down at once. Fortunately, there was an air cushion below, so it wouldn't cause physical harm. Li Yixuan fell down, and Chen Mengyan couldn't hold on anymore. She glanced at Li Yixuan's miserable state, and her hand slipped. She almost couldn't hold on. She couldn't help but be shocked. Yang Ming, you get out of the way. I can't hold on anymore. I can't hold on anymore. Come on, Mengyan. We will reach the top soon. Yang Ming said indifferently. Yang Ming, I'm going to fall down. You get out of the way. Chen Mengyan saw that Yang Ming didn't get out of the way, and she was suddenly anxious. The sweat on her forehead doubled. If I get out of the way, what will you do? Yang Ming smiled and said, Mengyan, if you can't hold on, then come down. Yang Ming, I am serious with you. At this time, it's not the time for you to be a hero. If I fall, I will definitely hit you. Chen Mengyan was anxious. She was angry and touched. But the strength of her hand was getting weaker and weaker. She couldn't hold on any longer. However, Chen Mengyan still clenched her teeth and didn't dare to let go easily. Now, although Chen Mengyan was very moved by Yang Ming's persistence, she was more annoyed by Yang Ming's stubbornness. Now is not the time to be persistent. Why doesn't Yang Ming know how to be flexible? If she were to fall down, wouldn't she fall onto his body? Yang Ming also saw that Chen Mengyan was afraid that she couldn't hold on, so he didn't retreat but moved forward. He quickly climbed up a few steps to close the distance with Chen Mengyan. Chen Mengyan tilted her head and looked down. She couldn't help but be anxious. Yang Ming, why are you still climbing? Quickly avoid it. Chen Mengyan's tone had become very strict this time. In this critical moment, Chen Mengyan naturally couldn't be pleasant. If I avoid it, what will you do? Fall down? Yang Ming said and shook his head. Chen Mengyan was angry. Her hand slipped, and her whole body fell down. Although Chen Mengyan's hand had already tried very hard to catch the gap on the rock wall, the speed of the slide was too fast. She couldn't catch it at all. Yang Ming climbed up again and didn't know how to avoid it. Seeing that Chen Mengyan was about to fall, Yang Ming lowered his head and bent his body into a bow. Chen Mengyan sat directly on Yang Ming's shoulder. Yang Ming quickly used his other hand to support Chen Mengyan from behind to prevent her from leaning over. Only Yang Ming dared to do such a dangerous action. He was almost catching up with the acrobatic troupe. If it were another person, they would definitely be directly smashed down. Chen Mengyan screamed because she felt that she had smashed onto Yang Ming's body. However, after the scream, she found that she stopped in midair and didn't continue to fall. However, the private part between her legs was hurting badly from the pressure. However, this kind of shameful thing, Chen Mengyan could only endure it herself. How could she say it? Are you okay? Yang Ming looked up and looked at Chen Mengyan and asked with concern. I'm fine, you. Chen Mengyan thought, even if my lower part hurts, I can't say it. However, seeing Yang Ming's dangerous action now, Chen Mingyan was very worried. Are you okay? It's okay. I have great strength. Yang Ming smiled and said, you support me. Don't let go. And, let's jump down together. Chen Mingyan saw that Yang Ming was so concerned about her. Her heart was as sweet as eating honey. The previous complaints about Yang Ming playing the hero were also swept away. Why are you jumping down? Don't you want to get the prize? Yang Ming asked. What prize? How can we get it like this? Chen Mingyan said, let's go down quickly. It's very embarrassing for us to be like this. It's not good to let people see it. What's not good about it? I'm carrying my wife. Who can control it? Yang Ming said indifferently. Then we can't stay here all the time. Chen Mingyan said with amusement and anger. And, of course, we can't stay here. You clamp me with your legs. Yang Ming said. Oh. However, Chen Mingyan blushed. Why is Yang Ming's word so ambiguous? It sounds like. Well, let's climb up little by little. After Yang Ming finished speaking, his hands and feet began to exert force. Ah? Climb? You still want to climb? Chen Mingyan was shocked. You mean you want to carry me up? What's wrong with that? Yang Ming smiled. If both of us go up, that's 2 prizes. No, this is too dangerous. Chen Mingyan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. We can't risk our lives for 2 prizes. How about I jump down first, and you go up by yourself? No. Yang Ming firmly refused Chen Mingyan's request. How can I leave you alone? How is this leaving me alone? Chen Mingyan smiled bitterly. Okay, Yang Ming, I know you love me very much. Okay, don't take the risk. You don't believe me? Yang Ming didn't say anything else. He just said so. Ai. Chen Mingyan sighed. Since Yang Ming said so, what else could she say? Therefore, she had to nod and accept this fact helplessly. Even if he was carrying a person, Yang Ming didn't seem to struggle to climb up. When he was training, Fang Tian asked him to climb the telephone pole while carrying a big stone. However, Yang Ming did this to move Chen Mingyan. After all, Yang Ming felt that among his women, only Chen Mingyan was the most difficult to control. She was also the most jealous little prick. If he got her, then whether it was Lan Ling, Lin Jiyun, or Xiao Qing, it wouldn't be a big problem. Therefore, what Yang Ming had to do now was to move Chen Mingyan enough to move her. Therefore, on the rock wall, there was a fantastic story. A young and strong man carrying a beautiful girl. Oh, it should be said that he was carrying her. They were going to the top of the rock together. Naturally, the crowd below also saw this scene, and one after another, they exclaimed in surprise and admiration. The organizers naturally didn't let go of this opportunity to advertise. They wantonly played up the touching relationship between Yang Ming and this couple below. Chen Mingyan was intoxicated in this warm atmosphere and gradually forgot the danger. She smiled happily in the cheers of the crowd. What is love? This is love. Never leave, never abandon, and live and die together. These 8 words were an oath, but also a shackle. Those who could truly live up to these 8 words were few and far between. Happiness and touching were sometimes just a moment. At this moment, Chen Mingyan felt that she was the happiest woman in the world. A woman's love was so simple. A moment could make them give a lifetime. Before, the relationship between Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming was the kind of sweetness and warmth that went with the flow. It was very plain, but it was very real. But at this moment, it was a vigorous passion. Although it was short, it was unforgettable. It turned out that the kind of love in novels did exist. Chen Mingyan was so dizzy that she even forgot where she was. Suddenly, she heard a burst of even more enthusiastic cheers. Her feet seemed to be on the ground. Chen Mingyan calmed down and found that she was already standing on the platform at the top of the rock wall. We're here. Yang Ming stood up with a smile and said, You're good. You didn't move. We really came up. Chen Mingyan looked down in disbelief and then looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming actually managed to climb up that straight and steep rock wall with her in his arms. Chen Mingyan could no longer suppress the passion in her heart. She threw herself into Yang Ming's arms and took the initiative to kiss Yang Ming. Oh! The crowd below cheered again. Yes, this wonderful, touching, and thrilling drama was even better than the blockbusters on TV. The people present were moved by the deep feelings between Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan. Yang Ming was originally a thick-skinned person. He didn't care about other people's opinions. Chen Mingyan took the initiative to kiss him. How could he refuse? After a long time, the two separated. Chen Mingyan shyly lowered her head. Although not many people dared to follow Yang Ming's approach. If they didn't have the ability, it would be a joke with their lives. However, it promoted the business of rock climbing. Many people began to be eager to try and sign up. The organizer didn't care about these prizes at all. He had rock climbing businesses in many places. Now was the time for publicity. Yang Ming was a living advertisement that was 100 times better than the advertisements on TV. Compared to the investment in TV commercials, what was this little bit of prize money? Moreover, the organizer recognized Yang Ming as the winner of yesterday's grand prize from the moment he climbed to the top. However, he didn't expose these. There was no need. Whether Yang Ming was yesterday's grand prize winner or not, it didn't matter. There was no law that stipulated that people who participated in the game once were not allowed to participate in the game a second time. Therefore, the organizer didn't bother about it. What's more, the woman beside Yang Ming seemed to have changed. Then, he couldn't be annoying. Not only did the organizer pretend not to know Yang Ming, but he was also worried that others would recognize Yang Ming. Because in that case, maybe others would think that Yang Ming was invited by himself. Needless to say, the organizer's idea wasn't unreasonable. At this moment, someone really had this idea. Wang Dugwang's house lived near the entertainment street, so he took his girlfriend to wander around here every day for the past 2 days. Yesterday, he saw that Yang Ming had won a grand prize, and today, he won 2 more. Naturally, he was dissatisfied and jealous. However, jealousy was jealousy. He couldn't do anything about it. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan received a double gift. As they were receiving the prize, the crowd cheered again. It turned out that Wang Xiaoyan also climbed to the top. However, the one who cheered the loudest was Li Yixuan. The organizer wasn't afraid that someone would climb to the top. He was afraid that no one would climb to the top. If one person couldn't get the grand prize, then his business wouldn't be able to continue. There would definitely be a lot of people who would jump out and accuse him of being a liar. But now it was different. Seeing that someone had succeeded, other people who were eager to try would actively participate. Wang Xiaoyan took the prize calmly and put it in her pocket. She wasn't happy at all. Because Yang Ming stole her limelight again. Girls had a competitive mentality. Originally, Wang Xiaoyan thought that she would definitely be better than others in rock climbing, but she didn't expect that Yang Ming would make such a big move and overshadow her limelight. While she was angry, she felt that it wasn't worth it for Zhao. Yang Ming and this Chen Mingyan were stuck together like glue. Why did Zhao join in the fun? When I go back, I must talk to Zhao. I shouldn't be entangled with this Yang Ming anymore. After getting rid of the onlookers, they quickly left the rock climbing area. When Yang Ming heard that the organization wanted to find a TV station to interview him, he was so scared that Yang Ming ran away immediately. This wasn't a fun thing. If I were to be on TV, wouldn't I be done for? It didn't matter if others saw it, but if Lin Jiyun's family saw it, it would be terrible. Yang Ming, I want to play that darts. At this moment, Chen Mingyan was attached to Yang Ming like a little bird. This was the first time that Chen Mingyan took the initiative to be intimate with Yang Ming in public. Okay. Yang Ming enjoyed the current situation very much, so he didn't think before he spoke. He just nodded and agreed directly. But as soon as he said it, Yang Ming immediately regretted it. Because what Chen Mingyan wanted to play was the darts that Yang Ming played yesterday. Yesterday, I already won a crystal brooch and an air humidifier from the boss. If I do it again today, isn't it a bit too much? However, he had already promised Chen Mingyan, and Chen Mingyan was also eager to go over there. Yang Ming was helpless, but he could only follow her. However, Yang Ming had already made up his mind. No matter what, he wouldn't help Chen Mingyan, so the boss wouldn't say anything. However, Yang Ming thought too much about his character. When the boss saw Yang Ming's arrival, his face immediately turned green. He had a good impression of Yang Ming's a big lost. Little brother, are you here to make trouble? The boss said with a black face, no one does what you do. You came yesterday, and you came again today. Yang Ming was immediately furious after hearing it. D*MN, I haven't even opened my mouth yet, and you're already talking so much? He glared at the boss, and the boss was so scared that he immediately didn't dare to speak. Yang Ming had a big waist. He was much better than the skinny little monkey. Besides, even if Yang Ming came every day, he couldn't do anything. He opened the door to do business, and people didn't force him to buy or sell. What could he say? However, the boss's words were still heard by Chen Mingyan. You came yesterday? Chen Mingyan asked in confusion. Yeah. I came to accompany a relative of my family. Yang Ming hummed and said. Oh. Although Chen Mingyan was puzzled, why didn't Yang Ming tell her that he came to the temple fair? She didn't ask much. She was still immersed in the happiness just now, and her mind was a little dull. Seeing that Yang Ming didn't have a helper, the boss was relieved. However, in her heart, she despised Yang Ming fiercely. Yesterday, he brought a beautiful girl, and it was obvious that they were a couple. Today, he brought the same. He even lied to her and said that he came with his relative yesterday? Humph. The boss looked at Yang Ming's eyes and became despised. Fortunately, Yang Ming didn't know his thoughts. If he knew, he would definitely make this guy lose money again. Chen Mingyan didn't ask Yang Ming for help. She was having fun by herself. Yang Ming just watched from the side and cheered. Chen Mingyan received several prizes. Although they weren't particularly expensive, it was good as long as she was happy. After leaving the entertainment street, Wang Xiaoyan received a phone call. She told Li Yixuan and everyone that she had something to do, so she left first. Li Yixuan offered to send her off, but he was mercilessly rejected. Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan didn't care, but Li Yixuan was a bit uninterested. He found an excuse and said goodbye to Yang Ming. Looking at Li Yixuan's back, Yang Ming shook his head and said, I think he is quite dangerous. That Wang Xiaoyan doesn't like him at all. Yeah, I think so too. He is quite pitiful. Chen Mingyan also saw the clues and sighed. But Li Yixuan was a person who couldn't see clearly. He wouldn't turn back until he hit the wall. After Wang Xiaoyan and Li Yixuan left, Chen Mingyan and Yang Ming's emotions weren't affected at all. The two people walked hand in hand to the performance street. The performance street was much more lively than yesterday. There was actually a dance performance by the Miao people. Yang Ming didn't think much about it. He just said casually, I don't know if Lan Ling can dance this. It is quite good. After Chen Mingyan heard it, she pouted. But when she thought about what Yang Ming did to her, Chen Mingyan was also relieved. She was also more open-minded about things. It should be very beautiful. I also like it. If there is a chance, let her teach me. Ah? Yang Ming looked at Chen Mingyan incredulously and widened his eyes. What did you just say? Nothing. Forget it if you don't understand. Chen Mingyan had just put a lot of courage. How could she repeat it? Hee. Yang Ming laughed. He laughed very treacherously and happily. What are you laughing at? Chen Mingyan said with a bad mood. Nothing. Hee. Although Yang Ming said so, he laughed even more happily. Well, when Lan Ling comes back, I will definitely tell her. Then after you learn it, you two dance together for me to see. You wish. Chen Mingyan glared at Yang Ming. Today was Chen Mingyan's happiest day. Her state of mind had also changed. She seemed to be more attached to Yang Ming. However, because of the rock climbing just now, she hurt a little between her legs. After strolling around the performance street, Chen Mingyan used the excuse that she was a little tired and asked Yang Ming to send her home. In fact, Chen Mingyan wanted to go back and rest. Chen Fei and Mother Chen hadn't returned home yet. At Chen Mingyan's house, after spending a while with Chen Mingyan, Yang Ming got up and left. Originally, with today's atmosphere, Chen Mingyan wanted to give herself to Yang Ming immediately. However, considering that she was injured accidentally, she didn't say it in the end. She thought that after she recovered, she would develop further with Yang Ming. Coming out of Chen Mingyan's house, Yang Ming received a call from Ho Zhenhan. Feng Wanjiang was an impatient person. Yesterday, they just discussed the investment intention. Today, he couldn't wait to invite the boss of an automobile group in the south. They were discussing the issue of parts OEM. Originally, Ho Zhenhan planned to entertain at the Nightless Club, but the boss of the automobile group specified to meet at the Moon Island Hotel. Moreover, his tone was very bad *SS. He only had 1 hour. Although Ho Zhenhan was a local, he couldn't do anything. After all, the headquarters of the automobile manufacturing group wasn't in Songjiang. It seemed that the boss was on vacation in Songjiang. Feng Wanjiang didn't know what relationship he had to contact this person. It was already giving face for the boss of a bankrupt factory to receive him. You can't ask for more, right? Therefore, Yang Ming didn't mind after listening. For this matter, if it were him, he would do the same. It was understandable. Therefore, he comforted him, Big Ho, we are the ones who are asking for help. Just do what he says. Keep a low profile. Brother Yang, I understand this truth. I have agreed to go to the Moon Island Hotel with Feng Wanjiang. I just want to report to you. Ho Zhenhan said, also, I want to ask. Brother Yang, are you free? Factory manager Feng said that he wants you to come with your father. Well, I will tell my father. What time in the evening? Yang Ming didn't refuse. After all, his father would be the boss of the factory in the future. 7:30 in the evening, said Ho Zhenhan. Okay, you pick me up at my house at 7 o'clock. Yang Ming instructed. Back at home, Yang Ming told his father about Feng Wanjiang's invitation to dinner. His father didn't want to go. He said that it was useless for him to go, but Yang Ming persuaded him, Dad, after the factory's restructuring, you will be the chairman. This kind of thing must be done by you. Yang Dehai thought about it and felt that this was the case, so he reluctantly agreed. However, he told Yang Ming not to talk nonsense after going in the evening and to listen to factory manager Feng. Yang Ming smiled indifferently. He wasn't a child anymore. He naturally understood these things. The Moon Island Hotel was not a particularly luxurious hotel in Songjiang. However, its characteristics were European-style architecture. The style inside was all European style. Even the waiters could speak many foreign languages, so this place was very popular with foreign tourists. This wasn't the sphere of influence of Bao Sanli and Ho Zhenhan. It could be said that Ho Zhenhan simply didn't put this small place in his eyes. After all, this was just a small hotel, and the visitors were all foreigners. It had no impact on the local hotel business. However, it was a bit strange that the boss of the automobile group would actually designate this place to receive Feng Wanjiang. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ho Zhenhan came to Yang Ming's house on time. He picked up Yang Ming and Yang Dehai and rushed to the Moon Island Hotel together. Feng Wanjiang was already in the car. When he saw Yang Dehai, he quickly greeted, Old Yang. Factory manager Feng. Yang Dehai nodded quickly. Old Yang, don't call me factory manager. I'm not going to be one soon. Feng Wanjiang shook his head and said, I have already communicated with the leaders in the city about President Ho's investment. They have agreed to the restructuring of the factory. After the Spring Festival, the documents will be released. My position as the factory manager will come to an end. Factory manager, you are such a talent. Even if the factory is restructured, it will still keep you. Yang Dehai quickly comforted him. This was because Yang Ming had also said before that Feng Wanjiang would come down and take control of the technical production. Oh? That's great. I have to thank you, President Yang, hee. Feng Wanjiang made a joke, but what he said was indeed a fact. Yang Dehai would be the president in the future. Look at what you said. Yang Dehai was a little embarrassed. Hee, I think old Feng is doing a good job. Ho Zhenhan saw Yang Ming give him a wink and immediately said, Uncle Yang, you can arrange a manager or something for him in the future. Okay, as long as you say so. Yang Dehai nodded and said. The car drove to the Moon Island Hotel. The boss of the S. de Lutong automobile group in the south was very arrogant. Yang Ming and the others had already ordered the dishes in the private room, but this guy didn't appear. He only arrived when the dishes were almost served. As soon as he entered, he sat on the main seat and said with a flushed face and the smell of alcohol, "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it. I still have guests over there." "Thank you, President Wan, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come. Let me toast you first," Feng Wanjiang said as he was about to raise his glass. "Why are you drinking?" President Wan waved his hand and said, "Are you okay?" "I came here to hide from the wine. Let me tell you, I have an important guest over there. After I go back, I will continue drinking. I came here just to catch my breath." "Yes, yes." Feng Wanjiang awkwardly put down the wine glass, then said embarrassedly, "President Wan, can you give us some of the car parts orders this year?" Oh, waiter, give me a cup of hangover tea. Mother asterisk cur, these foreigners can really drink. I almost died from drinking. President Wan belched and called the waiter. Feng Wanjiang had to shut up. When President Wan finished speaking, he was about to continue speaking. The waiter had already come in with the hangover tea. President Wan took the hangover tea, then took a sip and rinsed his throat. Then, he spat it into the bowl in front of him. Suddenly, the water splashed onto the dishes on the table. The tea that President Wan spat out flew everywhere. After President Wan finished spitting, he drank a few more mouthfuls of tea. Then, he smacked his lips and said, "This dish is cold. Take it away and change it according to the original order." The waiter immediately looked at Ho Zhenhan and Feng Wanjiang. Seeing Ho Zhenhan nod, the waiter went to do it. Yang Ming had been watching all this coldly. This President Wan is really arrogant. Although it was true that he had a favor to ask of him, business deals were mutually beneficial. How could he be so arrogant? Moreover, Yang Ming also saw that this President Wan had no sincerity at all. However, Yang Ming had been enduring. He was waiting to see how President Wan would answer Feng Wanjiang in the end. If he really gave the factory a part of the order, then today's matter would be over. A real man knows when to yield and when not to. Yang Ming would endure today. If not, then no matter who he was, he wouldn't be able to leave this private room normally. As for Ho Zhenhan, he had always acted according to Yang Ming's signal. Yang Ming didn't let him move, so he naturally wouldn't act rashly. The only thing he could do now was to follow President Wan's intentions here. President Wan finished fooling around and then said slowly, "Oh, yes, what did you say to me just now?" "President Wan," I said, "can our factory accept a part of the order for the OEM of parts?" Feng Wanjiang quickly said briefly. He didn't dare to delay anymore. Otherwise, President Wan wouldn't know where to go. "Which factory are you from?" President Wan said drunkenly. "Songjiang Bus Factory. Previously, Xiaobing had told you about it." Feng Wanjiang said respectfully. Xiaobing was a translator. President Wan had foreign friends around him, so he spent money to find a translator, which was Xiaobing. Xiaobing was a native of Songjiang. Feng Wanjiang didn't know how to contact Xiaobing through his connections, so he got to know President Wan. "Bus factory? Isn't that a bus factory?" President Wan waved his hand. "We don't buy buses. We don't buy." Feng Wanjiang said quickly. "It has nothing to do with us whether you buy or not. We make cars, not buses." President Wan shook his head. "President Wan, this is the case. Our factory is going to be restructured. We need to introduce some new equipment to specialize in the processing of parts." Feng Wanjiang explained, "Take a look and see if you can give us some orders for parts processing." "Oh, orders." President Wan said drunkenly, "That's fine. When you are done, come to me again." "It's not done, but it's being restructured now. We can sign a contract first." Feng Wanjiang said, "Although the bus sales of our bus factory are not good, the air conditioner compressors and condensers we produce are famous in the country. Can you see if you can buy some first?" "Oh, air conditioner. I'm not hot now. I don't need to turn it on." President Wan didn't know if he was really drunk or deliberately pretending to be confused. In short, it made Feng Wanjiang very embarrassed. It's not the air conditioner. It's the air conditioner compressors produced by our factory. Feng Wanjiang explained patiently. Before he finished speaking, President Wan's cell phone rang. President Wan waved his hand and took out the cell phone. He glanced at it and picked it up. Hello, what's wrong? What's the matter? Okay. I'll go back immediately. After that, President Wan stood up and was ready to walk out of the private room while shaking his head. Feng Wanjiang saw this situation and immediately became anxious. President Wan, don't go yet. The order hasn't been settled yet. F*CK, what F*King order? Don't you just want some money? President Wan said with a hiccup, come to me tomorrow. I'll give you 100,000. As for the F*King air conditioner, you can go home and use it. President Wan, we're not asking for money from you. We really have a sincere cooperation. How can you talk like this? Yang Dehai, who hadn't spoken, couldn't sit still at the moment. Being called a beggar, Yang Dehai's face wasn't as thick as Feng Wanjiang's. He was a little unhappy immediately. F*CK your mother. Why do you think it's not enough? President Wan said coldly, looking at you acting like a grandson just now, I gave you 100,000. Otherwise, it wouldn't even be 10,000. A group of idiots who don't know what you're talking about. For the first time, Yang Dehai was scolded in such a way. The muscles on his face were twitching. He pointed at President Wan and said while trembling. Why? Are you exposed? Are you angry? President Wan looked at Yang Dehai and joked. F*CK your mother. When Yang Ming saw his dad being humiliated, how could he hold it in? No matter what President Wan said before, it was said to Feng Wanjiang. He could pretend that he didn't see it, and Feng Wanjiang was really thick-skinned. He didn't care about this. But Yang Dehai was different. Where had he seen such an occasion? So Yang Ming was angry at the time. He directly picked up the teapot on the table and smashed it at President Wan's face. Pa! President Wan's head was bleeding. He held his head and held. Ho Zhenhan saw that Yang Ming had made a move. What was there to hesitate about? He walked to the door of the room with a grin and locked the room from the inside. He didn't let the people outside come in. Apologize. Yang Ming kicked President Wan's stomach and directly kicked him. You dare to hit me? President Wan said angrily, do you know who I am? I'll give you a chance. Do you believe that I will crush your head on the spot? Yang Ming stepped on President Wan's head and said fiercely. Most of the time, Yang Ming was easygoing. Before making a move, he would give the person in front of him a chance to repent and apologize, but this time was different. The person he insulted was Yang Ming's father, which Yang Ming couldn't tolerate. Now, it was already good that he didn't kill him. Yang Ming had already restrained a lot of his anger. But even so, President Wan's head was still full of big footprints. President Wan's head was stepped on by Yang Ming. Even speaking was a little difficult. His cheeks opened and closed like a big toad. So, sorry. President Wan also sobered up a lot. He had the attitude of a wise man who knew better than to fight when the odds were against him, so he had to apologize. He was thinking about how to retaliate against these people when he went out. Louder. I can't hear you. Yang Ming increased the strength of his foot. Sorry, I was wrong, said President Wan loudly. Call me Grandpa. Yang Ming didn't show any signs of sparing him. For Yang Ming, there were two weak spots. One was his woman, and the other was his parents. If anyone touched Yang Ming's weak spot, the consequences would be very tragic. Grandpa. Grandpa. President Wan said intermittently, you have mercy on me. Yang Dehai was also stunned by this sudden change. When he recovered, he saw that Yang Ming was stepping on President Wan's head. He was immediately shocked. Big Ming, what are you doing? Let go of President Wan. Humph. Yang Ming sneered and raised his leg. President Wan hurriedly got up and ran out of the door. What the hell? Yang Ming scolded and then gave Ho Zhenhan a look. Ho Zhenhan immediately understood. No matter who you are, what your identity is, how prominent your position in the south is, it's fine if you can call the wind and summon the rain. But in Songjiang, Yang Ming's territory, if you dare to be dishonest, then you won't have a good time. Therefore, Ho Zhenhan immediately called to arrange it. It was estimated that if this President Wan wanted to leave Songjiang, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. Big Ming, how can you do this to President Wan? Yang Dehai said angrily, if you do this, can he still give orders to the factory? Forget it, old Yang. Don't talk about Yang Ming. Feng Wanjian shook his head and said, if I were a few years younger, I might have beaten him up too. Ah? Why? Yang Dehai was very puzzled. He didn't have the experience of the business world like Feng Wanjian, and he wasn't a smooth person. However, Feng Wanjian was already a veteran in the business world. From President Wan's words, he had already understood what he meant. This guy had no sincerity to cooperate at all. He was completely treating them as beggars and was only giving them charity in the end. Therefore, it could be said that this business was impossible even if Yang Ming didn't do this. Old Yang, can't you tell? Feng Wanjiang smiled bitterly and said, President Wan has no intention of cooperating at all. He treats us as beggars. He wants to use 100,000 yuan to send us away. So it's like this. Yang Dehai thought for a long time and probably figured out the key. He sighed and said, but Big Ming, aren't you a bit too much? What if President Wan calls the police? Huh? Yang Ming immediately smiled. It was possible to say that President Wan found someone to retaliate against him, but it seemed impossible to call the police. First, Yang Ming didn't do anything to him. Second, what evidence did he have to prove that Yang Ming hit him? Sure enough, Ho Zhenhan immediately said after listening, Uncle, you can rest assured. I will take care of everything. This? Yang Dehai didn't know Ho Zhenhan's ability. He didn't know what to say. However, Feng Wanjiang knew what Ho Zhenhan did, so he said to Yang Dehai, President Ho is a capable person. Old Yang, you can rest assured. Nothing will happen. It's really disappointing. Yang Ming said faintly, Uncle Feng, Dad, because of that old guy, we didn't eat. Let's go. Let's go to another place to eat. Nightless club, my treat. Ho Zhenhan quickly got up and said. Just go home and eat a bite, right? Besides, didn't we change another dish? Said Yang Dehai. Big Ho, you can go back. The atmosphere here isn't good. Let's go to your place, said Yang Ming. Okay, brother Yang. Ho Zhenhan nodded and went to do his job. Originally, the dishes that had been ordered couldn't be returned, but Ho Zhenhan was too lazy to talk nonsense with the little waiter. He directly called their boss. When the boss saw Ho Zhenhan, he immediately blamed the waiter for not having good eyesight. He quickly said that this meal was his treat. It was free of charge. Ho Zhenhan also accepted it calmly and didn't refuse. Although Ho Zhenhan usually didn't find trouble with Moon Island, it didn't mean that he was afraid of Moon Island. It was just because the scale of Moon Island wasn't big, and the business project didn't conflict with him. The boss of Moon Island also understood this, so he was also respectful to Ho Zhenhan. A group of people came to the Nightless Club. Ho Zhenhan directly took Yang Ming and the others to the VIP private room upstairs. When they passed by the guest rooms on the 4th floor, suddenly there was a heart-wrenching roar from one of the rooms. Ho Zhenhan immediately frowned and asked the underling next to him, what's going on? Is someone causing trouble? No, President Ho, it's our guests. They are all in the same group. The underling explained, maybe they are just fooling around? Ho Zhenhan nodded and didn't say anything. After all, the guests who came to the Nightless Club were very mixed. Some of them came to gamble. It was normal to have internal strife after losing the bet. Yang Ming didn't care. He casually glanced over there. However, Yang Ming immediately frowned and fell into contemplation after seeing it. After looking at it for a while, Yang Ming walked to the VIP private room with Ho Zhenhan. The waiter came. Ho Zhenhan handed the menu to Yang Dehai and Feng Wanjiang and asked them to order. Yang Ming excused himself to go to the bathroom. After standing up, he gave Ho Zhenhan a look. Ho Zhenhan also went out. What's wrong, Brother Yang? After Ho Shinhan left the private room, he quickly asked. Just now, in the guest room downstairs, there seems to be a problem. Find someone and ask who they are. Yang Ming faintly instructed. Okay, Brother Yang. Although Ho Shinhan didn't understand why Yang Ming suddenly cared about this, he didn't ask much. He directly followed Yang Ming's instructions. After a while, an underling ran over with the registration data and said, President Ho, there are 3 people registered in room 409. One of them is a fatty who is a foreigner. Although the other 2 people are not foreigners, they are not regulars. They are new faces. When did they check in? Asked Yang Ming. The underling was very well behaved. He looked up at Ho Shinhan because now it involved some information in the hotel. He couldn't simply say it to others. It's okay. What Brother Yang asks you, just say it. Ho Shinhan nodded to the underling. Yes, Brother Yang. The underling quickly continued, they checked in this afternoon. I personally received them. What did the foreigner look like when he came? Asked Yang Ming. He seemed to be asleep. He was carried by another man with a hooked nose. The underling said, this person said that the foreigner was their boss. Okay, I got it. You go to work first. Yang Ming waved and said. Okay, Brother Yang, President Ho, I will go first. The underling said respectfully. After the underling left, Yang Ming picked up the information sent by the underling and looked at it. The hooked nose was called Zhang Hunan. The other short fatty was called Xing Shubong. The foreigner was registered as James Bond, which was obviously a fake name. As a result, the names of the 2 men were likely to be fabricated. Yang Ming looked at it and opened his mouth wide. D*MN 007. Brother Yang, why are you looking at these? Asked Ho Shinhan, baffled. Big Ho, I think things don't seem to be that simple. Yang Ming said, I think, why does it seem like these 2 people kidnapped a foreign old man? Kidnapping? Ho Shinhan was stunned. You mean, these 2 people are kidnappers? There is this possibility. Yang Ming nodded and said, I didn't want to get involved in this matter, but since it happened in the Nightless Club, I can't ignore it. Ho Shinhan also nodded. The Nightless Club had always been known for its safety. If people knew that there was a kidnapping case in the Nightless Club, it would have a considerable impact on the reputation of the Nightless Club. Now the public opinion news was very *ket up. If these 2 people really committed a crime, the newspaper would report that the kidnappers kidnapped foreign tourists in the Nightless Club. It would spread like wildfire, and it would become the Nightless Club kidnapping foreigners. In the end, it would become that the Nightless Club was a black shop. Originally, the Nightless Club's background in the underworld was to ensure the safety of the guests, but as a result, even some people would think that the Nightless Club was doing black business. Should I call for help? Ho Shinhan's face couldn't help but become solemn. No need. It's just 2 little thieves. You don't have to be so serious. Yang Ming smiled and waved his hand. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun fighting with that guy surnamed Wan. Let's go down and practice with them. Okay. Ho Shinhan knew Yang Ming's skill, so he didn't need to worry. Old Buffon had suffered a lot today. He came to Songjiang for a vacation with his company's chairman, Frank. He could have enjoyed it, but he didn't know how the news that he was a rich man was known by 2 desperados, which led to this scene. Old Buffon was the current patriarch of a big family in Europe. This family didn't sound very impressive, but many large companies in Europe were secretly controlled by the Buffon family. For example, Frank's Luton Automobile Group was controlled by the old Buffon family. This wasn't surprising. This situation was also happening in China. It was said that the chairman of Frank's domestic subsidiary invited Frank to come here for a vacation. In order to please, Frank brought old Buffon along. Old Buffon had read Marco Polo's travels in his early years, so he yearned for the local customs of China, so he followed Frank to Songjiang. Frank was an old drunkard. The several company executives he brought were also drunkards. When they came here, they drank every day in addition to sightseeing. Although old Buffon didn't like to drink, they came out to play together. It wasn't good to interfere with Frank. After all, it was a vacation now, not work. Old Buffon couldn't interfere with this. Therefore, Frank drank all day in the hotel with the receptionist on the China side, and old Buffon strolled casually on the street, enjoying the local customs here. Originally, there were bodyguards following old Buffon every day, but today, old Buffon thought about strolling around the hotel in the morning, so he didn't inform the bodyguards to follow him. But he didn't expect that something would happen just as he was strolling around the hotel entrance. Speaking of which, this matter was also old Buffon's fault. Old Buffon saw an old man practicing swordsmanship in a small forest not far away. Old Buffon was a fan of China's kung fu. He was almost obsessed with it. When he was at home, he watched The Legend of the Condor Heroes, The Return of the Condor Heroes, and the Demigods and Semi-Devils. Moreover, he also got a bunch of secret martial arts manuals and studied them at home. Although there was no result, he still enjoyed it. Today, when he saw this old man practicing his swordsmanship, he wanted to take a closer look. Old Buffon didn't know much about China's human relations. He had watched too many historical dramas and thought that there were still some martial arts masters in China who knew how to leap onto roofs, vault over walls, and use hidden weapons. Old Buffon walked near the old man and watched the old man practicing his swordsmanship. Suddenly, two men rushed up and directly controlled old Buffon. Old Buffon was just about to call for help, but his mouth was covered by the hook-nosed Zhang Hunan. Old Buffon was horrified. He knew that he was being held hostage by the bad guys. He pinned his last hope on the old man practicing his swordsmanship. He hoped that the old man would be like the heroes on TV and help out righteously. Then, he would beat up the two bad guys in front of him. However, what disappointed old Buffon was that the old man didn't save him. He was also trembling there. It was no wonder. This old man was here to exercise his body and practice Tai Chi. When it came to fighting, he couldn't do it. Old Buffon was disappointed, and he also had doubts about China's kung fu. Could it be that those are special effects in the movie? Are they all legends? Are they just for show? Although someone had told old Buffon before that there was no such thing as acupuncture points, hidden weapons, and the like, it was all a lie. However, there was also an old Chinese medicine practitioner who once told old Buffon that from the perspective of Chinese medicine, the ceiling of acupoints also existed. Therefore, old Buffon firmly believed that in China, there must be a person with extraordinary abilities. Old Buffon was kidnapped. Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubong. Let's call them that for the time being because these were their pseudonyms. The two men caught old Buffon and brought him to the nightless club. There was no other reason. They knew that this was Bao Sanli's territory, so it was definitely relatively safe. The police couldn't come here for an inspection. Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubong were two roaming criminals. They kidnapped the young master of a big boss in the south and wanted to squeeze some money out of him. They didn't expect that the big boss didn't care at all. The two men killed the hostage in a fit of anger. Later, they learned that the young master was only the adopted son of the big boss. He had several adopted sons outside. Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubong were almost angered to death when they learned the truth. However, they couldn't do anything. It was a fact that they killed someone. No matter who they killed, they couldn't do anything. Being wanted by the police, the two men began to flee. The most infuriating thing was that they didn't get a penny. It wasn't even enough for travel expenses. They fled from the south to Songjiang. Then, they occasionally wandered around the Moon Island Hotel. They wanted to find some ways to make money, and they saw old Buffon. Because old Buffon had two bodyguards around him, Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubong thought that this foreigner must be very rich. Otherwise, he couldn't afford to hire bodyguards. Therefore, the two men planned to find an opportunity to kidnap the old man and extort some travel expenses. Otherwise, the two men really couldn't survive. After waiting at the entrance of the Moon Island Hotel for 2 days, they finally found an opportunity for old Buffon to travel alone. When the two men saw old Buffon come to the grove, how could they hesitate? They rushed up and caught old Buffon. Moreover, the two men were now not afraid that old Buffon would see their faces and call the police because there was no need to hide. Now, the two men were already wanted criminals by the police. Old Buffon had been knocked unconscious, and no one came to rescue him. Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubang smoothly got old Buffon to the nightless club. People who mingled in the underworld naturally had their own channels to inquire about information. They knew that the local tyrant of Songjiang was Bao Sanli, and the nightless club also belonged to Bao Sanli. So, they planned to get old Buffon into the nightless club's private room. In the private room, old Buffon was tortured inhumanly. Why? These two people thought that old Buffon, a foreigner, definitely couldn't understand Chinese. So, in order to make him afraid and not dare to be stingy, they gave old Buffon a round of beating without saying anything. Both Zhang Hunan and Jing Shubang used to be in the underworld. They were good at fighting. It was easy and pleasant to beat old Buffon up. Although old Buffon learned a bunch of martial arts from the TV, he didn't have any actual combat experience. He was knocked to the ground in a few moves. Therefore, there was the scene that Yang Ming heard before. Old Buffon was stunned. How could he know that these two people would start fighting without saying anything? After he was beaten black and blue, he remembered and shouted, "Spare me. Heroes, spare me. You can speak Chinese?" Zhang Hunan was stunned. Yes. Yes. Two heroes, spare me. Old Buffon liked Chinese Kung Fu. In order to study Chinese Kung Fu, he naturally had to learn Chinese. In addition, he usually watched a lot of Chinese wuxia dramas, so he was still very fluent in Chinese. That's easy. Jing Shubang and Zhang Hunan stopped and said to old Buffon, "Do you know why we caught you?" "Heroes. Heroes, stop fighting. Why did you catch me?" Old Buffon spoke in the tone of a small character in a TV series. "We brothers are in the underworld. Recently, we have nowhere to go. We lack a sum of money to escape." Zhang Hunan said, "You seem to be quite rich, old man. How about this? You give us a sum of money, and we will let you go." "This? How much do you want?" Old Buffon wasn't a fool. This was a foreign country. Even if he took out the money, would these two people in front of him let him go? He had seen too many examples of kidnappers getting the money and then killing the hostage. Humph, you seem to be quite rich. We want 1 million. Zhang Hunan just opened his mouth and was interrupted by Jing Shubang. $1 million. Jing Shubang was afraid that Zhang Hunan would ask for less. This old man was a foreigner, but he was different from the moneybags in the south. The price given to the moneybags was 1 million, but the price given to this foreign old man was changed to US dollars. "Heroes, I don't have US dollars." Old Buffon planned to delay time with these two people. He hoped that Frank could find his disappearance and then call the police to find him. T. Zhang Hunan said, "You are a foreigner. How can you not have US dollars?" "I came from Europe. How can I have US dollars?" Old Buffon said helplessly. "Europe? Don't Europe use US dollars?" Zhang Hunan scratched his head. "Europe uses euros. They are more valuable than US dollars." Jing Shubang had more knowledge than Zhang Hunan. "Then 1 million euros. So much money. I can't make the decision." Old Buffon found it funny. 1 million euros? I can even take out 10 billion euros. But the key problem is that I can't easily give the money to these two guys. Old Buffon also saw that these two people were ruthless masters. Maybe when I just gave the money, the other side would go to heaven. Therefore, he could only deal with these two people. "You can't make the decision? No way, right? Look at how rich you are. You can't even take out 1 million euros? Zhang Hunan said with a frown. "Just listen to his nonsense." Jing Shubang didn't believe old Buffon's words. "Don't waste time. Just say it. Do you want money or your life?" "Yes. I'm not afraid to tell you. Buddy, we have already killed a person who didn't pay. You don't want to be the second one, right?" Zhang Hunan sneered. Old Buffon's heart was stunned. These two guys really have blood on their hands. It seems that I can't not guard against them. I have to think of a way. Otherwise, I may lose my life and money. Dang dang dang. Just as old Buffon was hesitating, there was a knock on the door. Zhang Hunan was shocked and then shouted, Who is it? Waiter, I'm here to deliver toiletries. Yang Ming said. No need. We just came here to rest for a while. We don't need those things, said Jing Shubang. Oh. Yang Ming responded faintly. He took the universal room card handed over by Ho Jinhan and inserted it into the keyhole. Kata, the door was opened. Yang Ming strode in directly. F***CK. Didn't I not let you in? You mother***ker. Zhang Henan was furious. He jumped up and pointed at Yang Ming. Hurry up and get out. Yang Ming had been watching outside for a long time. He confirmed that these two people were indeed carrying out a kidnapping. Therefore, this matter really couldn't be ignored, especially when it involved foreigners. The public opinion of this news was not necessarily on which side. If this matter was blown up, maybe the Nightless Club would also take the blame. It was also possible to suspend business for rectification. Yang Ming determined the identity of these two guys, so he didn't show mercy. When Zhang Henan pointed at him and yelled, Yang Ming waved his hand and slapped Zhang Henan away. What are you doing? Jing Shubang was smarter. Seeing the change, he immediately took out a fruit knife and put it on old Buffon's neck. Don't come over. If you do, I'll kill him. Jing Shubang saw that Yang Ming knocked down Zhang Henan without saying anything, so he subconsciously thought that Yang Ming was old Buffon's man who came to rescue old Buffon, so he quickly took old Buffon as a hostage. I don't know him. Yang Ming said faintly. His eyes did not look at the knife in Jing Shubang's hand. The Nightless Club is my territory. I don't want anyone to do something else here. So, whether you want to extort, don't do it here. Otherwise, I will make all of you disappear together. Ah? Jing Shubang opened his mouth wide in shock. He didn't expect that the person who came was actually representing the Nightless Club instead of rescuing old Buffon. He was a little dumbfounded at once. They don't want you to cause trouble in their territory. You threaten them with old Buffon? You are dreaming. Therefore, the knife that Jing Shubang pressed on old Buffon's neck gradually loosened. Buddy, we are all making a living in the underworld. Who doesn't have anxious moments? Please make things easy for us and turn a blind eye. Jing Shubang's tone softened. After all, this was Songjiang, and it was the Nightless Club. Songjiang was the territory of the boss. If he wanted to make a living here, he had to lower his voice and beg others. Yang Ming picked up the room card in his hand and played with it. He seemed to be contemplating, but Yang Ming suddenly threw the room card out. Shwa. With a sound, Jing Shubang's arm that was holding the fruit knife was cut off. The sharp knife and half of his hand fell to the ground together. Ao. Although Jing Shubang was a tough guy, it was impossible for him to not feel anything when one of his hands was cut off. He was in so much pain that he couldn't help but howl. China's Kung Fu. Old Buffon's eyes suddenly flashed with stars. He looked at Yang Ming with a look of worship. It's too bad *SS. A martial arts master. It was no wonder that old Buffon was so excited. A piece of plastic room card could actually cut off a person's hand bone. How much strength did this require? In the eyes of many people, the plastic card was light. How could it be thrown so far? Moreover, it could cut off the hand bone? It was simply incredible. It violated the principles of physics. But old Buffon didn't think so. Because he felt that there was internal force in this world, and Yang Ming must have used internal force. Therefore, he was very sure that the young man in front of him must be a martial arts master. Thinking of this, old Buffon was excited. Why did I come to China? Wasn't it to see the martial arts masters here? However, I have been here for such a long time. Except for an old man who practiced swordsmanship, I haven't seen anyone. In addition to being disappointed, I didn't expect that in my most critical moment, a martial arts master actually appeared. He was like a hero who came out of nowhere. 2 moves. He only used 2 moves to defeat 2 criminals. How powerful was his kung fu? Although the top bodyguard hired by his family could also do this, the other move that Yang Ming showed was what really attracted old Buffon. Old Buffon didn't even care about the blood on it. He reached out and picked up the room card. He looked left and right, but he couldn't find any clues. It was so light. Never mind using this to cut off a person's hand bone. Even if I threw it out myself, it would be strenuous. Yang Ming didn't bother with old Buffon. Instead, he went straight to Jing Shubong, who was howling on the ground, and kicked his neck. Jing Shubong, who was howling like a ghost, suddenly became mute. He opened his mouth, but his throat couldn't make any sound. Don't shout. It's annoying to listen to it. Yang Ming frowned and said. Yang Ming used his foot to hit Jing Shubong's mute acupuncture point. The reason why he did this was that this floor was all guest rooms. If Jing Shubong continued to shout, it would inevitably affect the guests in other rooms. Therefore, Yang Ming could only show a little in order not to attract unnecessary trouble. However, except for Ho Zhenhan, there was only one foreigner present. Yang Ming wasn't afraid that they would say anything. However, the foreigner was old Buffon. He was a person who knew what was good for him. In wuxia novels, there were similar scenes where one couldn't speak after being hit on the mute acupuncture point. Therefore, when he saw Yang Ming use his foot to gently touch a certain part of Jing Shubong's body, Jing Shubong's voice stopped abruptly. If this wasn't a hit on the acupuncture point, then what was it? Old Buffon was so excited that he almost fainted. I really got a blessing in disguise. I was kidnapped, but I was rescued by a real martial arts master. It seems that I didn't suffer in vain. Hit on the acupuncture point. Hit on the acupuncture point. Old Buffon shouted excitedly. Don't shout. If you want to become mute, I will fulfill your wish. Yang Ming glanced at old Buffon and said coldly. Cool. Old Buffon said halfway and quickly shut his mouth. He didn't dare to continue. However, when he saw Yang Ming's indifferent eyes, he suddenly thought of Dugu Chobai in wuxia novels. It's so cool. Foreign old men generally kept a young heart. They were even crazier than young people when they went crazy. Old Buffon was such a person. In order to study China's kung fu, he learned the Chinese language completely. He unconsciously used some popular online terms. Big Ho, go online and check if these two people are wanted criminals. Yang Ming heard from Zhang Henan that he had killed a person before, so he association wondered if these two people were wanted criminals. Okay. Ho Zhenhan nodded. If they aren't, you know what to do, right? Yang Ming instructed. Understood. Ho Zhenhan replied simply. Old man, are you okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? For this old man, Yang Ming still had some headaches. He had to appease this old man now. He couldn't let him go out and talk nonsense. Nothing. I'm fine. Old Buffon's eyes were now full of Yang Ming's heroic image. How could he care about the pain in his body? He said directly, Hero, please accept me as your disciple. As old Buffon spoke, he didn't care if Yang Ming agreed or not. He knelt on the ground with a putong sound. He couldn't be blamed for such a big scene. He saw on TV and in novels that those martial arts sects had to kneel when they wanted to be apprenticed. Therefore, old Buffon didn't care about his status and identity in the family. He directly knelt in front of Yang Ming. Besides, kneeling to the master wasn't a shameful thing. If he really succeeded in being apprenticed, then old Buffon felt that his face was shining. The patriarch of the Drucker family, who was also old Buffon's old friend, old Drucker, was also a martial arts fanatic. He often discussed martial arts with old Buffon. Therefore, old Buffon thought that if he really had a master as his master, he could definitely show off in front of old Drucker. Old Buffon's move made Yang Ming a little stunned. After a long time, he frowned and said, Old man, don't joke around. I saved you just because this shop has something to do with me. Get up quickly. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. No. Hero, you must accept me as an apprentice. Old Buffon imitated those who wanted to be apprenticed on TV. He said with snot and tears, I came to China from afar just to be an apprentice. I want to learn China's kung fu. Hero, if you don't agree, I will kneel and never get up. Yang Ming looked at the foreigner in front of him. He really didn't know what to say. Why is he so stubborn? You get up first. If there's anything, we can talk about it later. Yang Ming said perfunctorily. Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming didn't immediately agree, so he had to stand up. He also heard that the apprenticeship was a very complicated process. Those who were strong in kung fu would examine the apprentice's character and qualifications when they accepted an apprentice. It was said that the master was like a father, and the apprentice was like a son. Therefore, the master would carefully consider before accepting an apprentice. It was impossible to accept an apprentice easily. Otherwise, if the apprentice's character was bad and brought disaster to the world, it would be terrible. Therefore, after old Buffon figured it out, he wasn't in a hurry. In his opinion, the apprenticeship must be sincere. Isn't there a saying? It's called, where there is a will, there is a way. There is another saying, there is nothing difficult in the world, but there is a will. Therefore, old Buffon decided to pester Yang Ming. He didn't believe that Yang Ming wouldn't accept him as an apprentice. Seeing that Yang Ming turned and left the room, old Buffon quickly followed him respectfully. Anyway, he had made up his mind. Wherever Yang Ming went, he would follow. Following someone isn't illegal, right? Besides, Yang Ming is a master. He definitely won't bother with me. Make up your mind. You must succeed. Old Buffon hummed a song and followed him out. Ho Zhenhan was stunned. This old guy's face is bruised and swollen, but he is still so happy. This foreign old man is full of energy. Ho Zhenhan shook his head and waited for the younger brother's report in the room. Those in the underworld all had their own methods and sources of information. When taking in underlings, they also had to verify whether the person had any cases on them. The current era was different from the past. Ho Zhenhan's place was not a shelter. If there was a fugitive or something, it would be F***ket up. Although Ho Zhenhan wasn't afraid of trouble, he had to avoid these things more or less in the underworld. You're in the underworld, but harboring a wanted criminal is a bit too much. Soon, the identities of these two people were found out. Ho Zhenhan didn't say anything and directly sent them to the police station. When he came to the room next door, Yang Ming planned to ask about the identity of this foreign old man. If he was a tourist, then he didn't need to care about him. If he was a resident here, then he really had to talk to him. He didn't want him to go out and make a fuss. Old man, where are you from? What happened just now? Asked Yang Ming. In front of his master, he had to tell everything he knew, so he quickly replied, Master, I'm the current head of the Buffon family in Italy. This time, I'm here with a friend, who is also the chairman of the company controlled by my family to travel to China. I have been looking forward to China for a long time. I want to see those legendary martial arts masters, and then worship a master as my master. When Yang Ming heard old Buffon call him master, he couldn't help but frown. Who is your master? I haven't promised to be your master yet. Yes, future master. Is this okay? Old Buffon quickly changed his words. Yang Ming found that this foreign old man's face was really thick, but he was a little helpless. What is your family? What kind of company is that? Our family. Ugh, it's an ancient family. Old Buffon didn't know how to explain it. In his opinion, this kind of family only existed in Europe, and there was no such family in China. So, he hesitated for a long time. It's very rich, very powerful, and controls a lot of companies and politicians. Sweat. Yang Ming touched his chin after listening. Isn't this old Buffon too direct? Doesn't he know how to be discreet? Don't you know what modesty is? That company is an automobile manufacturing group called Lutong Group. Old Buffon continued. Lutong Group, a car manufacturer? Yang Ming was shocked, but his face was calm as he looked at the old man. In other words, he is the owner of that car company? The fat man, President Wan, that I beat up today, isn't he also from the Lutong Group? Could it be a subsidiary of this guy in China? There is a big Lutong Group in the south. What is the relationship with your family's automobile group? Asked Yang Ming. It's a subsidiary of the group in China, said old Buffon. Sure enough. Yang Ming didn't know what to say. Just now, President Wan was arrogant and stood in front of me. Now, his boss's boss is respectful to me. What kind of logic is this world? How long are you going to stay here? Yang Ming naturally wouldn't directly ask him to interfere with the bus factory's order. If so, this old man would definitely take the opportunity to blackmail him with the matter of apprenticeship. I'm not going to leave. I want to stay here and learn kung fu. Old Buffon really didn't stop until his words were shocking. He suddenly threw out a heavy bomb and scared Yang Ming. It's not that I want to criticize you, but you are already so old. Why do you still want to learn kung fu? Yang Ming was really dumbfounded. People learn kung fu from elementary school. Isn't it too late for you to start learning now? I don't ask to be like you, flying on the roof and walking on the wall. I just want to be better than the average person. Old Buffon said, isn't your kung fu divided into internal kung fu and external kung fu? I definitely can't practice internal strength. My future master, please teach me some external kung fu. Yang Ming was speechless. He thought, you asked me to teach you internal kung fu. I have to know it first. I haven't seen anyone who really practiced internal kung fu. Moreover, I'm an assassin. Can I teach you these things? If you go back and show off in front of others and accidentally kill someone, then you'll be done for. Master, you can rest assured. I will definitely be a good apprentice. Just accept me. I promise that I won't use kung fu to do evil. I will save the world and be a qualified kung fu person. Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming didn't speak and quickly said. It's not that I don't accept you, but my kung fu is too fierce. I'm afraid that you can't control it well and kill people. Yang Ming said with some helplessness. It's okay. I definitely can't learn so much. You just have to teach me how to chop the head and hit the acupuncture point without touching it. Old Buffon said excitedly. Because he heard Yang Ming's tone, it seemed that he was going to let it go. How could he not work harder? Chop the brick with your hands. This is simple. You go home and take a pressure cooker to cook the brick for a few hours. Then, you can chop it. Yang Ming said, as for hitting the acupuncture point without touching it, I don't know how to do it. How can I teach you? Ugh, future master, didn't you just hit the acupuncture point without touching it? That person suddenly became mute. Old Buffon said. I was hitting the acupuncture point without touching it. Do you think I know the one yang finger? Yang Ming glared at Old Buffon. Oh? Future master, do you know someone who knows the one yang finger? Old Buffon suddenly became spirited. I don't know. Emperor Duan has been dead for hundreds of years. How can I know him? I didn't cross over. Yang Ming said with annoyance, regarding the matter of accepting an apprentice, let's talk about it later. I still have other things to do in these 2 days. That, future master, this matter of apprenticeship can't be delayed. You have to promise me. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep. Old Buffon was anxious. What does it have to do with me if you can't sleep? Yang Ming wasn't moved by the question. How about this? Future master, you have to promise me first so that I can calm down. As for when you will hold the apprenticeship ceremony and teach me martial arts, that is up to you. Old Buffon said. Okay. I'm afraid of you. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, I will promise you for the time being, but I have to further observe your character. Also, don't call me master in front of outsiders. Then, what should I call you? Old Buffon was troubled. His master was the person he respected the most in his heart. If he didn't respect his master, it would be a bit difficult for him. You can call me Mr. Yang or Yang Ming directly. Yang Ming said. Then I will call you Mr. Yang. Old Buffon nodded and said, Master, then let's hurry up and do something first. Old Buffon was very good at climbing up the pole. When Yang Ming agreed, he changed future master to master. Work? I am the one who is going to do the work, not us. Yang Ming shook his head. It's okay, master. Don't you need someone to run errands for you? I will run errands for you. Now Old Buffon's idea was to let Yang Ming finish his work quickly so that he could officially accept him as an apprentice. Then do whatever you want. Yang Ming said helplessly, but he was secretly happy in his heart. With this guy around, the problem of the bus factory is not a problem. When old Buffon saw that Yang Ming agreed, he immediately followed up. He was afraid that Yang Ming would run away. Although Yang Ming had promised to accept him as an apprentice, this was just a verbal promise. After all, there was no formal apprenticeship ceremony. Moreover, Yang Ming also said that he wanted to test him, so old Buffon's heart was still a little nervous. Although the words of the people in the martial arts world were of great weight and the most important, Yang Ming hadn't officially accepted him yet, right? Old Buffon naturally didn't dare to be careless. "Master, where are you going now?" asked old Buffon. "I am going to have a meal with my dad and a friend of his." "You follow me," said Yang Ming. "Okay. I am going to see the Grand Master." Old Buffon didn't know what politeness was, so he agreed directly. Yang Ming originally planned to ask old Buffon to go together, so he didn't say anything. Instead, he took him to the VIP room upstairs. Although old Buffon's face was bruised, he didn't feel that anything was wrong. After entering the private room, Yang Dehai was baffled when he saw old Buffon. "Big Ming, this is..." If it was normal times, Yang Dehai wouldn't be so baffled, but the current situation was different. This old Buffon's face was full of injuries like a homeless man. It was no wonder that others would be baffled. "Dad, this is my, how should I say?" Yang Ming didn't know how to introduce him. "Just consider him as a friend of mine." "Grand Master." Old Buffon just wanted to speak, but he saw that Yang Ming was already glaring at him. He quickly changed his words. That. Old Buffon was really in a dilemma. He called Yang Ming as Mr. Yang, so he couldn't call him Mr. Yang Dehai. Logically, in terms of seniority, Yang Dehai was a grandfather, but he was already so old. Although old Buffon was an expert in China, he was stumped at the moment. He didn't know what to say. "Call my dad old Yang," Yang Ming instructed. Old Buffon turned to look at Feng Wanjiang again. Feng Wanjiang didn't know how old Buffon came out, so he politely shook hands with him. "Old Buffon, you call the chairman of the car company who came with you and ask him to bring that President one over." After old Buffon sat down, Yang Ming said to old Buffon casually. Okay. Old Buffon nodded and agreed without thinking. In his opinion, as long as he could do what his master told him to do, he must do it. If he couldn't do it, he had to find a way to do it. Yang Ming's words made Yang Dehai and Feng Wanjiang surprised. They cast inquiring gazes at Yang Ming. Old Buffon didn't say much. He took out the phone directly and called. Then he said in Italian in a commanding tone, "Frank, now bring your chairman in China with the surname Wan. Come to the Nightless Club immediately, private room 601. He didn't know what Frank said, but old Buffon hung up the phone and said to Yang Ming, "Mr. Yang, they will be here soon." "Dad, Uncle Feng, let me introduce. This is old Buffon. He is the actual shareholder of the European Lutong Automobile Group. Our biggest Lutong Group here is his subsidiary here," Yang Ming said. "Ah." Feng Wanjiang was shocked. He quickly stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Buffon, welcome. Uncle Feng, you don't have to be so polite to him. If you have any request, just mention it later." Yang Ming said. Faintly. Yes. With my relationship with Mr. Yang, just say whatever you want. I will do it. Old Buffon also said quickly, "We are all on the same side." "We are on the same side." After listening to old Buffon's words, Feng Wanjiang began to have some doubts. "That's not right? This guy can't be a liar, right? The shareholder of the Lutong Automobile Group, how noble is that? The boss of a subsidiary here, President Wan, is already arrogant enough. How can this person, who has a higher status than the boss of the head office, be so easygoing?" This wasn't the key. What made Feng Wanjiang most suspicious was that this old Buffon's face was full of injuries. How could he not see that he was a big shot? Therefore, Feng Wanjiang whispered to Yang Dehai, "Old Yang, why do I feel that this is so unreliable? This old Buffon. Could he be a liar? Yang Ming is still young. Could he be fooled?" After old Buffon said this, Yang Dehai began to have some doubts. He nodded and said, "I think it is a bit strange. This old Buffon is speaking Chinese. No, I have to ask Big Ming. You have to ask about this. Otherwise, you will be cheated. Feng Wanjiang said. Yang Dehai stood up and then waved to Yang Ming. Big Ming, you come out with me. I have something to tell you. Oh? Yang Ming stood up, baffled. Then, he followed Yang Dehai out of the private room and asked, Dad, what do you want to say? Why don't you say it in the room? Big Ming, this old bouffon, how do you know him? Yang Dehai asked very seriously. Dad. Are you doubting his identity? Yang Ming was stunned and thought of his father's worries. Yes. Big Ming, this old bouffon looks very suspicious. Yang Dehai said. Factory manager Feng also said that this old bouffon doesn't look like a rich person. Dad, you see that he is quite down and out, but he is quite easygoing. He is different from the arrogant President Wan, right? Yang Ming said with a smile. This? I guess so. Yang Dehai nodded. Dad, I will tell you the truth. In fact, old bouffon was just kidnapped by 2 gangsters. In the private room downstairs, Ho Zhenhan and I rescued him, so he is very grateful to me. It is normal for him to be easygoing to you. He just escaped from the Devil's Denver. It is normal for him to be injured. Yang Ming explained with a smile. It turned out to be like this. Yang Dehai nodded and said, if this is the case, then I am relieved. Right, where are the 2 gangsters? They were sent to the police station by Ho Zhenhan. Yang Ming said, Dad, when President Wan and the others come, you will understand everything. As they were talking, they saw President Wan, whose face was bruised and swollen, and a foreigner walking over quickly. When President Wan saw Yang Ming, he immediately flew into a rage. He pointed at Yang Ming and said, Good boy, you are here. Well, you have guts. Don't go. The people I am looking for will be here soon. See if they don't kill you. At #yen %yen and. The foreigner's face darkened as he yelled at President Wan. President Wan immediately became obedient. He returned to the foreigner's side with a flattering expression and whispered a few words to him. The foreigner snorted and walked to private room 601. President Wan glared at Yang Ming fiercely. Yang Ming didn't care at all. Even Yang Dehai felt that President Wan was not as superior as before. He now believed in old Buffon's identity because Frank and President Wan had indeed rushed here. President Wan and the others just entered the private room, and Yang Ming and Yang Dehai followed them in. President Wan is getting anxious. Are the 2 of you not done yet? However, in order to show how much face and power he had in the country in front of the boss, President Wan still scolded, You 2 guys, get out of here. However, when he was halfway through this sentence, he felt that something was wrong. Because sitting next to old Buffon was actually the director of the bus factory just now. When he looked back again, he saw old Buffon standing up enthusiastically and giving his seat to Yang Ming. President Wan's head suddenly buzzed. What is going on? What the hell is going on? Could it be that I drank too much and my eyes were blurred? However, after rubbing his eyes, he found that this was the case. This foreigner named Old Buffon was actually respectful to Yang Ming. Mr. Buffon, do you have any orders for me to come here? In President Wan's view, Frank was already a superior existence, and this existence was so respectful to Old Buffon. Then, Old Buffon to this person named Yang Ming. President Wan felt dizzy for a while. It can't be. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Is he playing with a small character like me? Seeing the bruises on old Buffon's face, President Wan was stunned. Could it be that old Buffon was also beaten up by Yang Ming like me? After the beating, I found out that this Yang Ming has other identities, so I am so respectful to him? President Wan was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. He also sobered up a lot. Mr. Yang, this is Frank. If you have any requests, just mention it to him. Old Buffon said, Frank, you remember. In the future, what Mr. Yang says is equivalent to what I say. What he tells you to do, you just do it. Old Buffon thought that what his master said was the same as what he said. It was even better than what he said, so he instructed Frank. Okay, Mr. Buffon. Frank nodded respectfully and said, Mr. Yang, this is my personal business card. If you need anything, you can contact me directly. As Frank spoke, he handed over a business card with both hands. There were only a few contact numbers on it. There were no other titles. Obviously, it was a personal business card. Yang Ming took the business card and said, "Okay, Mr. Frank. I will contact you directly if I need anything." President Wan was a villain. He bullied the weak and feared the strong. He acted according to the wind. In front of Frank and old Buffon, he was a dog. In front of people like factory manager Feng who needed his help, he was a master. President Wan regretted it now. Why was I so impulsive just now? Why did I pretend to be a bad *SS in front of Yang Ming? Now, they even dared to beat the boss's boss. Why would they be afraid of me? Moreover, I once complained in front of them that Frank was an alcoholic. If this were to spread to Frank's ears, wouldn't I be finished? Thinking of this, President Wan's legs softened. He knelt on the ground with a plop and said, "Mr. Yang. I'm sorry. You're a great person and don't mind my wrongdoings. Please don't mind me. I offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. In fact, for a big shot like you, I'm just a dog. It's not worth being angry with me." President Wan, you are. Feng Wanjiang quickly came over and wanted to help President Wan up, but President Wan still didn't dare to get up. If Yang Ming didn't speak, how could he dare to get up? At this time, old Buffon also understood what was going on. This person surnamed Wan seemed to have a grudge with Master. As Master's proud disciple, he said, "Frank, what's the matter with this person?" "I don't know." Frank naturally didn't know President Wan and Yang Ming's resentment. "Forget it." Yang Ming waved his hand. "I didn't mean to embarrass you. It's just that I didn't like to hear the words you said to my dad." Yes, I apologize. I apologize now." President Wan quickly crawled to Yang Dahai and said, "Uncle Yang. I was wrong." "What did you call him?" When old Buffon heard President Wan call Yang Dahai Uncle Yang, he was immediately unwilling. "Do you want to be on the same level as Master? Then, aren't you my elder?" No, Master Yang. I was wrong." President Wan heard old Buffon's displeasure, but he didn't think of the relationship between them. He just thought that old Buffon was just dissatisfied with his title. Although old Buffon was still very dissatisfied with President Wan's title, he didn't say anything when he saw that Yang Ming didn't say anything. "President Wan, what are you doing? Get up quickly." Yang Dahai was an honest person. How could he bear to see President Wan kneel to him? He quickly reached out and helped him up. Yang Ming didn't mean to embarrass this guy. He was only annoyed with him because he was disrespectful to his father. Now that President Wan's face was ruined, he couldn't be arrogant in the future. Yang Ming didn't intend to continue to trample on him. "President Wan, when are we going to sign the order for the Songjiang bus factory?" Yang Ming said faintly. Sign. Before President Wan could speak, Frank spoke first. "Manager Wan, give all the orders that you can to the Songjiang bus factory." Anyway, old Buffon had the final say in his group. Since old Buffon asked him to do so, he had no reason to object. Besides, it was just the Songjiang bus factory. Even if all the orders were given to them, it wouldn't be much. It wouldn't have any impact on the global deployment. "Right, Manager Wan, do you have any obsolete equipment? Just give it to them directly." Old Buffon suddenly thought of something and said. "Ah? The equipment was just installed this year," said President Wan. "It was just installed." Old Buffon thought about it and said, "How about this? You give the equipment to Mr. Yang's bus factory. In the future, these things will be manufactured by the bus factory. You don't need to do it, and you can save some effort. We don't need to pay for the equipment. Just pay for the order first." In order to please Yang Ming, old Buffon was doing his best to show his diligence. He was afraid that this master wouldn't accept him if he wasn't happy. Okay." President Wan nodded quickly. Anyway, Frank was also present. "I'll just do what they say. I don't care so much about it. I just need to keep my position now. The rest has nothing to do with me." "That's fine. Let's talk about business here." Let's eat something first. I'm hungry too. Yang Ming saw that the waiter had started to serve the dishes, so he waved his hand and said, Dad, Uncle Feng, let's eat first. Yang Dahai was a little numb to this son who always surprised him. First, he suddenly got admitted to a key university before the college entrance examination, then he found a campus belle to be his girlfriend, followed by making money to start a company, and then he found a mistress. This series of things had made Yang Dahai immune. So at this moment, besides being a little surprised about old Buffon, he didn't have any other thoughts. But Feng Wanjiang was different. He felt like he was in a dream. President Wan, who was arrogant just now, became more obedient than a dog in a blink of an eye. Moreover, Feng Wanjiang increasingly felt that Yang Dahai's son wasn't simple. Not only was he buddies with Song Jiang's boss, but he also brought the boss of President Wan's boss over in a blink of an eye. This wasn't the key point. The key point was that this old Buffon was pleasing Yang Ming. Anyone could see it. Who is this Yang Ming? He is so bad *SS. No wonder he dared to beat up the pig head of President Wan in the private room. He has someone behind him. I really underestimated the Yang family before. I thought that Yang Dahai's family was relying on his brother, Yang Dashan, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case. The young master of the Yang family was the real bad *SS. Yang Ming accompanied Chen Mingyan to the temple fair for a day. He was really hungry. He didn't care much and just picked up the rice and started to eat. But Feng Wanjiang and Yang Dahai were embarrassed to eat because there were other people present. Mr. Yang, do you want to order another bowl of rice? Old Buffon saw that Yang Ming finished a bowl of rice in a few bites and asked quickly. Everyone in the room was shocked, including Yang Ming. He also frowned. This old Buffon, isn't his performance a bit too much? Even if he wants to please me, shouldn't he consider the occasion? Aren't you adding trouble to me? Yang Ming's face sank and whispered, Mr. Buffon, you are hungry too. Hurry up and eat something. Oh, yes, yes. If you don't finish it, I don't dare to eat. Old Buffon said immediately. Yang Ming almost died of anger when he heard it. I said it in a low voice. No one could hear it except for old Buffon, but this old Buffon had a loud voice. With such a shout, everyone in the room heard it. However, Yang Ming could only be helpless. If he scolded old Buffon again, then his master-servant relationship with old Buffon would be exposed. However, Yang Ming thought about it and gave old Buffon a wink. Then, he said loudly, Old Buffon, even if I am your savior, you don't have to do this, right? Although I saved you, you don't have to be so respectful to me. After that, Yang Ming said in a very low voice in old Buffon's ear, if you don't want me to give up on you, cooperate with me. Oh. Old Buffon suddenly understood and then said cooperatively, Mr. Yang, as the saying goes, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. What's more, you saved my life. I can't repay it all in my life. Don't you have a saying in China? You saved me. You are my second parent. Seeing that old Buffon started to talk nonsense again, Yang Ming quickly kicked old Buffon under the table and said, well, don't mention this matter again in the future. Didn't you help me a lot? It's my duty. That's what I should do. Old Buffon said quickly. At this time, President Wan knew that Yang Ming was old Buffon's savior. Feng Wanjiang also understood why old Buffon was so respectful to Yang Ming. However, Feng Wanjiang was also a little puzzled. Why is this Yang Ming like the white-browed hero? Is he saving people everywhere? First, it was Ho Zhenhan's mother. This time, it was old Buffon. The people he saved were all big shots. Yang Dahai had known this for a long time, but he didn't understand the living habits of foreigners. Seeing old Buffon so enthusiastic, he thought that they were like this to their savior. In fact, anyone would be very respectful to their savior, but old Buffon was a little overboard. With old Buffon as the middleman, the Songjiang bus factory's order had no resistance at all. It was better than expected, which made Feng Wanjiang very happy. He was also full of confidence in the future of the factory. What made him happiest was that Ho Zhenhan promised to let him stay in the factory. Although he would work for Yang Dahai, he didn't care about this. In Feng Wanjiang's view, old Yang was a good person. He was very easygoing. Working under him, old Yang wouldn't make things difficult for himself. Moreover, with the strong relationship between Yang Ming and old Buffon, it was difficult for the bus factory not to develop. As for the future, it was up to Feng Wanjiang and President Wan to discuss. This time, President Wan changed his previous attitude and was always smiling. In the evening, old Buffon insisted on sending Yang Ming home personally. Yang Ming had no choice but to agree to this request. He also understood old Buffon's meaning. Old Buffon was afraid that Yang Ming would disappear and couldn't be found again. But he didn't think about it. The factory was there, and it was a cooperation with old Buffon's family company. If Yang Ming ran away, wouldn't it be easy to find him? If they stopped the cooperation directly, wouldn't Yang Ming appear? Yang Ming actually wronged old Buffon. Old Buffon really didn't mean this. Sending Yang Ming home was completely out of respect for his master. After Yang Ming returned home, Yang Dehai was very serious and called Yang Ming to his room. "Big Ming, do you have a lot of things that you haven't told me and your mother yet?" Yang Dehai took out a pack of white grape cigarettes from his jacket pocket and prepared to take one out. Yang Ming took out half a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Yang Dehai. "Dad, you smoke this. Don't smoke those cheap cigarettes in the future." Yang Dehai nodded and didn't say much. He took the cigarette in Yang Ming's hand and lit one. Yang Ming had been depraved for a period of time. He smoked and drank, so Yang Dehai was also clear about it. "Nothing much." Yang Ming sighed and said, "Dad, what do you want to know?" "That Ho Zhenhan, I heard from factory manager Feng that he is a person from the underworld." Yang Dehai frowned. "How are you so familiar with him? Don't you know what he does?" "Dad, didn't I tell you before? I saved Big Ho's mother." Yang Ming smiled and said, "Besides, being in the underworld isn't as bad as you think. I'm not afraid that you know now. In the past, I was in the underworld for a period of time. I just know. I don't want you to have too much contact with these people." Yang Dehai shook his head. "I'm afraid that you will go astray again." "Go astray?" Yang Ming said with some helplessness, "Dad, the current society is like this. If you don't have any social connections, it's difficult to do anything. Unless you are in the factory all your life. Do you know how many businessmen in our Songjiang want to have a relationship with Big Ho? Take Uncle for example. Isn't Uncle a loyal partner of Big Ho? Now that he opened the entertainment city, Big Ho has half of the shares. I know this, but..." Although Yang Dehai was stubborn and old-fashioned, he wasn't a person who couldn't listen to other people's advice. Especially in the recent period of hearing and seeing, he knew that his previous method wasn't working. When he became the chairman in the future, he had to try to change himself and make himself more tactful. "Forget it." Yang Dehai said, "I understand what you mean. I will work hard to change it in the future. It seems that my original idea is no longer suitable for this society." "That's right, Dad. You're too honest. You think too simply about the relationship between people." Yang Ming said, "However, in fact, as long as you are happy, it's fine. Your son is here to support you. You can do whatever you want. Not to mention other things, your son is still very useful in Songjiang." "Haha. Little bastard." Yang Dehai suddenly laughed after listening. "You are capable now. You can even support me." Yang Ming was also very emotional. Since he got the special ability until now, it had been a year. It was like a lifetime ago. Originally, in his eyes, Wang Shifan, who had a strong foundation and a wide social network, had become very unworthy of mentioning. He collapsed just like that. "I don't know what happened to you, kid. Suddenly, your brain became enlightened, and your luck became better." Yang Dehai was also very strange. His son, who was originally a good-for-nothing, had unknowingly become so sensible. "Hee, I don't know." Yang Ming smiled and said, "This is also a blessing in disguise. Our current boss in the underworld of Songjiang, in addition to Ho Zhenhan, the other is Bao Sanli. My relationship with him is also good. So, Dad, you can rest assured. Now you have a relationship with both the underworld and the underworld." "How do I have a relationship with both the underworld and the underworld?" Yang Dehai wondered, who do I know in the underworld? Of course, it's my father-in-law, your in-law. Yang Ming smiled. You kid. Don't trouble old Chen. Yang Dehai said quickly, right, how do you know the person named Bao Sanli? In the beginning, in the detention center, we were in a room. Yang Ming said, just like that, we know each other. Our relationship is also good. Dad, you also know that in that kind of place, if you don't mix with other prisoners, it will be very disadvantageous. Yang Dehai nodded. He also understood this truth. If you have a tense relationship with a person in a cell, then you can wait to be bullied all day long. So, he said, you really have a blessing in disguise. It's just that the girl named Lin Jiyun. AI. Right, do you have news about her? Yang Dehai's words suddenly made Yang Ming embarrassed. He hadn't thought about Lin Jiyun's matter to tell his father. Because he had just mentioned Lan Ling before. Now, if he brought up Lin Jiyun, wouldn't it seem that he was a bit too much? It seemed that this matter could only be discussed slowly, so he said, not yet, but I will pay attention. For the first time, father and son had a deep conversation. It was at this moment that Yang Dehai really regarded Yang Ming as an adult. The two also made a discussion on the development of the bus factory. Yang Ming advocated to give up the current bus production project, eliminate the production line, and focus on the parts processing market. If this was done well, it would be more profitable than bus manufacturing. Yang Dehai also thought so. Most likely, Feng Wanjiang also had the same idea. Moreover, the empty car manufacturing license plate could be sold separately for financing. Yang Ming wasn't very interested in the vehicle manufacturing industry. This wasn't the focus of his development. He just wanted to find something for his father to do. Yang Ming was also very happy. For many years, his father was so open for the first time. Even when he was admitted to university, his father wasn't as happy as he was now. In the early morning, in his sleep, Yang Ming's cell phone rang. Yang Ming thought that it was the kind of lucky call that would hang up after one ring, so he didn't bother. Because this kind of phone call was often made at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, when people woke up in the morning, they mistakenly thought that a friend was calling them, but they didn't hear the phone ring when they were asleep. However, the ringtone of the phone didn't hang up after one ring, but it continued to ring. Who is it? Yang Ming picked up the phone in a daze. I am Zhaoying. There was a clear and sweet voice on the phone. Yang Ming was stunned and woke up a lot. Zhaoying? Where are you? Why are you calling so early? I'm at the airport. I can't get a taxi now. The airport bus won't be available until 7 o'clock in the morning. Zhaoying said, I don't mean anything, and it's a little cold, so I called you. Oh? You didn't wear more clothes? Asked Yang Ming. It's not cold on the plane, and it was still warm when I got on the plane. It's almost the same as our autumn. Zhaoying said, I didn't bring my coat. It's at home. You wait for me. I will pick you up. Yang Ming said without thinking. Oh. I don't have to trouble you. It's only 3 o'clock. Zhaoying was a little embarrassed. You have woken me up. You don't need me to pick you up, hee hee. Yang Ming said with a smile, wait for me. I'll be there in a while. Zhaoying silently hung up the phone, and her heart was filled with emotions. Although Yang Ming was younger than her, he was the one who took care of her every time. This made Zhaoying automatically ignore the age gap between the two people. She was also caught in the crossroads of feelings and couldn't extricate herself. Zhaoying was also very conflicted. She didn't know what to do. For example, when she went home this time, when her mother asked about her boyfriend, she suddenly thought of Yang Ming. Originally, she could have taken the afternoon flight back today, so she didn't have to suffer so much. But she remembered that Yang Ming promised her that he would take her to the temple fair, so she couldn't wait to buy a midnight flight ticket. Because tomorrow, she had to go to school to report. There was no time, so she was in such a hurry. Yang Ming rubbed his eyes. He first called Ho Zhenhan and asked him to find an underling to send the car to his house. In the middle of the night, Yang Ming couldn't bear to trouble Ho Zhenhan. Ho Zhenhan agreed. He said that he would come over himself, but Yang Ming didn't agree. After the phone call, Yang Ming got up and washed his face. Then he left a note for his parents, saying that his friend was coming, and he had to go out to pick her up. Then Yang Ming went downstairs. He thought that it would take a while for Ho Jinhan to come, so Yang Ming deliberately dawdled for a while. As a result, when he went downstairs, he saw that the BMW had already been parked in front of his house. Brother Yang. The person who got off the car was Wang Jinda. Ho Jinhan sent him. This kid felt honored. He also understood Yang Ming's identity, so he felt that he had a better future if he followed Yang Ming. "Anne, it's you." Yang Ming nodded. "Are you sleepy?" "I'm not sleepy. I'm full of energy. I'm fine." Wang Jinda smiled. "Let's go to the airport." Yang Ming got into the car. Along the way, Yang Ming slept for a while, but Wang Jinda didn't dare to relax. When they arrived at the airport, Wang Jinda carefully pushed Yang Ming and said, "Brother Yang, we're at the airport." "Oh?" Yang Ming was a light sleeper. After Wang Jinda parked the car, he woke up, but his eyes were closed. But even so, Yang Ming could clearly see everything around him. "Wait for me here for a while. I'm going to pick someone up." Yang Ming opened his eyes and instructed. "Okay, Brother Yang. Do you want me to go with you?" Wang Jinda wanted to carry a suitcase or something. "No need." Yang Ming waved his hand. He was meeting with Zhao, so he didn't want any outsiders around them. Wang Jinda saw that Yang Ming didn't want to bring him, so he didn't say anything. He was still quite clever. He also understood that it might be inconvenient for Yang Ming to bring him along. After getting out of the car, Yang Ming directly rushed to the exit of the domestic arrival hall. The exit was different from the waiting hall. The temperature here was lower. Zhao didn't wear many clothes, so she should be cold. So Yang Ming didn't dare to delay. When he arrived at the domestic arrival hall, Yang Ming quickly found Zhao, who was resting on a chair. Yang Ming walked over quickly. Many people were resting on the chairs in twos and threes, waiting for the airport bus in the early morning. Yang Ming sat next to Zhao, but Zhao didn't open her eyes. She just held her suitcase tightly. It was no wonder. There were many people coming and going in the airport. The seats on the side may often be occupied by different people. Yang Ming took off his coat and gently covered Zhao Ying's body. When he came out of the house, Yang Ming deliberately wore a coat because he was afraid that Zhao Ying would be cold. Ah. Zhao Ying was still very alert. She felt that there was suddenly something on her body. She immediately woke up. When she opened her eyes, she found that Yang Ming was sitting next to her, and he was covering her body with a coat. Zhao Ying couldn't help but feel happy. She whispered, "You are here. Anne, I saw that you were asleep. I was afraid that you would catch a cold, so I thought about covering you with a coat. In the end, I woke you up." Yang Ming said apologetically. "No, I didn't fall asleep. I just took a break." Zhao Ying smiled. "It has nothing to do with you. Then let's go. The airport is too cold." Yang Ming said. "Okay. Right, how did you get here?" asked Zhao Ying. "A friend drove me here. He is at the door." Yang Ming said, "Let's go. It's warm in the car." "And, then let's go. Don't make people wait." Zhao Ying said quickly when she heard that a friend was waiting outside. "Hee, it's fine." Yang Ming said, "It doesn't matter." As Yang Ming said this, he pulled Zhao Ying's suitcase and walked out of the door. "Why did you bring so few things?" "What else do I bring?" Zhao Ying said, "Originally, my mother said that she would bring me a bunch of local specialties, but I don't think it's useful. Now, Songjiang doesn't lack anything. What isn't sold in the supermarket?" "That's true. It's not like the past. It's not easy to buy things." Yang Ming nodded. Out of the airport building, Yang Ming took Zhao Ying to Wang Jinda's car. "BMW? Your friends?" Zhao Ying looked at the car in front of her with amazement. Zhao Ying and Yang Ming didn't have much contact. She didn't know much about Yang Ming's friends, so when she saw such a luxury car here, she was inevitably surprised. "Anne, get in the car." Yang Ming smiled and opened the back door, letting Xiaoying sit in the back. He also sat next to her. When Wang Jinda saw that Yang Ming came back with a beautiful woman, his face immediately showed a clear expression. He thought, sure enough, I was right not to go. Otherwise, I would be a third wheel. Where are you going, Brother Yang? Asked Wang Jinda. Let's go back to the city first. Yang Ming looked at the time in the car and said, it's only 4 o'clock. Let's find a hotel to rest. Can we go back to the nightless club? Asked Wang Jinda. In his opinion, any hotel wasn't as cheap as his hometown. Okay. Let's go back to the nightless club. Yang Ming nodded. When Yang Ming spoke, Xiaoying blushed unconsciously as if Yang Ming wanted to take her to a hotel to get a room. Although Xiaoying also knew that this idea was unlikely, she couldn't help but think in that direction. Looking at Xiaoying next to him, Yang Ming had an impulse to hold her in his arms. However, Yang Ming didn't know Xiaoying's thoughts. Is she the same as me? Do we have feelings for each other? But what was certain was that Xiaoying didn't have a boyfriend yet. Otherwise, she couldn't find me to pretend to be her boyfriend. It could even be said that Xiaoying now had very few friends of the opposite sex. Yang Ming sighed slightly and closed his eyes. Xiaoying also took this opportunity to take a break. The car stopped at the entrance of the nightless club. Yang Ming and Xiaoying got off the car. Wang Jinda took the initiative to assume the role of a porter and helped Yang Ming and Xiaoying carry things. Moreover, in order not to affect the normal conversation between Yang Ming and Xiaoying, he deliberately kept a distance from the two of them. Wang Jinda had already booked the room. He was He Zhenhan's assistant, so when he spoke in the nightless club, he was under one and above all. It was very effective. However, Wang Jinda misunderstood the relationship between Yang Ming and Xiaoying. He directly prepared a couple suite for the two of them. Moreover, he was afraid that Yang Ming didn't prepare well enough. He even prepared things like condoms and put them on the bedside table. Originally, he wanted to prepare some sex toys, but he was afraid that Yang Ming would be disgusted, so he gave up. However, necessities like condoms were still prepared with several brands. He didn't know which brand Yang Ming used, so he simply prepared several boxes. Wang Jinda was a bit too smart, but he was too smart for his own good. He originally wanted to please Yang Ming. As a result, he misunderstood the intention of Yang Ming coming to the hotel to get a room. Yang Ming just thought that Xiaoying had been on the plane for the whole night. It was still early, so she should rest first. However, Wang Jinda thought that Yang Ming couldn't wait to find a hotel to XX. Therefore, when Yang Ming and Xiaoying entered the room, Yang Ming saw the things on the bedside table. His face turned green. Xiaoying naturally saw the things on the bedside table. If it was one or two, it would be ignored, but Wang Jinda put several boxes there. As long as people had eyes, they could see it. Looking at Wang Jinda, who was smiling at the door, Yang Ming was angry. He glared and pointed to the boxes of condoms on the bedside table. You bought them? Hurry up and take them out. Ah? Wang Jinda was stunned. He scratched his head and wondered, what's wrong, Brother Yang? Don't you use these brands? Don't be angry. Tell me what brand you want to use. I will buy it now. Wang Jinda couldn't be blamed for saying this. In his current thoughts, he already thought that Xiaoying was Yang Ming's woman. So when he saw Yang Ming get angry, his first thought was that these brands of condoms weren't what Yang Ming wanted. At this moment, the expression on Yang Ming's face was as good as it could be. However, Xiaoying was looking in front of him, so he couldn't say too much. He just said with a sullen face, buy your second hand. I don't need these things. Oh. Oh. Wang Jinda looked at Xiaoying and looked at Yang Ming. Then he suddenly said, I understand, I understand. Then he quickly walked to the bedside table and put away the boxes of condoms. Yang Ming thought that he really understood. Who would have thought that when this kid walked to the door, he actually said to himself, it turns out that Brother Yang is a drug user. Yang Ming really wanted to kick him. This kid, isn't he a bit too creepy? It's a bit outrageous. Xiaoying also looked like she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She naturally understood now that all of this was done by Yang Ming's friend on his own initiative. But even if it wasn't done by Yang Ming, Zhao Ying was still a bit embarrassed. After Wang Jinda went out, Yang Ming scolded, "This kid, King messed around. Don't bother with him. Forget it, he is actually kind-hearted." Zhao Ying said with a red face, "It's just a misunderstanding of our relationship. If you and Chen Mingyan came, you wouldn't scold him." Ugh. Yang Ming was embarrassed and said, "Mingyan and I didn't, that." "Hee, who are you kidding?" Zhao Ying smiled. "Do you think I don't know college students nowadays? In that case, Sister Ying, you've also experienced it?" Yang Ming asked mischievously. "Why are you talking about me? I don't have a boyfriend yet." Zhao Ying glared at Yang Ming. "Huh. Just kidding." Yang Ming said, "Sister Ying, you should rest for a while. You can't sleep on the plane. You must be very tired." "Okay, but this room only has one big bed. What are you going to do?" Zhao Ying said, "You were woken up by me in the middle of the night. You probably didn't sleep well, right? Then should I ask him to change to a double room for us, or should I get another room for myself?" Yang Ming asked. "Forget it, there's no need." Zhao Ying shook her head and said, "We still have to trouble them. It's already good enough that they entertain us. How about this? Just lie down and sleep with me. You're not taking off your clothes anyway." "That's fine." Yang Ming naturally wanted it. In his heart, he still had feelings for Zhao Ying. This feeling made Yang Ming have a special mood every time he saw Zhao Ying. It was natural to think of that summer night, that night. The moment when the two people almost kissed each other. Yang Ming even had the same thoughts as Zhao Ying sometimes. If I were more active and overbearing at that time, would Zhao Ying have become my first woman? Or the second one besides Lin Jiyun? It should be said that she was the first woman in a real sense. However, the past was the past. It was difficult for Yang Ming to see through Zhao Ying's thoughts. Zhao Ying was now like a close friend and sister to him. Her eyes were not mixed with other things, so Yang Ming didn't dare to take a step further. Sharing a bed with Yang Ming, Zhao Ying's mood was also very nervous and excited. How could it be so easy to fall asleep? Although she was very calm on the surface, and closed her eyes as if she was sleeping, her heart was fiercely churning. "Yang Ming, haven't you done it with Chen Mingyan yet?" Zhao Ying hesitated. "Yang Ming shouldn't lie to me about this kind of thing. Back then, when he came clean about Lan Ling, he explained everything clearly to him. That is to say, if I take the lead and do it with Yang Ming, then am I more advantageous than Chen Mingyan?" Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's heart couldn't help but be eager. For her, tonight may be a good opportunity. However, it may also be a double loss. She could only bet on which one of Yang Ming's feelings for her and Chen Mingyan was deeper. Zhao Ying wasn't sure, but she was more willing to believe that Yang Ming loved Chen Mingyan more. How to say it, this seemed to be a bit contradictory, but she really didn't want Yang Ming to be a person who was fickle. So in a moment, Zhao Ying also had a plan. If she really had something with Yang Ming now, then she would be too sorry for Chen Mingyan. Chen Mingyan treated her as a big sister and told her all her thoughts, but she had to scheme against her. Zhao Ying absolutely couldn't do this kind of thing, and she didn't want to do it. Therefore, the two people who loved each other in their hearts could only pretend to be very calm and lie on the bed honestly. Fortunately, in the end, sleepiness prevailed. When the two people woke up again, it was already 10:30 in the morning. Both of them were awakened by a burst of firecrackers. During the Chinese New Year, there was nothing else but the sound of firecrackers. Yang Ming rubbed his eyes and sat up. He glanced at Zhao Ying next to him. She had also opened her eyes. "You're awake." Yang Ming smiled and said, "How was your sleep?" "It's okay." Zhao Ying said with a bitter face, "I may not be used to the bed in this hotel. I have a bit of neck pain and shoulder pain. How about, then we don't go to the temple fair? Let me send you home?" Yang Ming asked with concern. "No, I want to go." Zhao Ying shook her head again and again. "I suffered such a big pain to fly back in the middle of the night. Aren't I rushing to go to the temple fair? Otherwise, it would be better if I came back this afternoon. Then I will give you a massage." Yang Ming smiled and then reached out to massage Zhao Ying's shoulder. He really didn't have any other thoughts. When Fang Tian trained him, he also taught him a lot of massage techniques. Because when performing tasks, it was inevitable that there would be contusions or other accidents. Learning to self-massage could solve a lot of problems. Jiao Ying was blushing because of Yang Ming. However, seeing Yang Ming's serious look, Jiao Ying didn't refuse. Moreover, the place that was massaged by Yang Ming was really comfortable. It seemed that Yang Ming was really giving her a massage and didn't want to take advantage of her. In fact, even if he took advantage, Jiao Ying wouldn't say anything. At most, she would feel that Yang Ming was a dishonest person, but she was too lazy to talk about him because her heart had already had his shadow. Being massaged by Yang Ming like this, Jiao Ying's shoulder and neck suddenly felt better. She couldn't help but be surprised. Yang Ming, you really know how to massage. Otherwise, what do you think I'm doing? Yang Ming listened to Jiao Ying's words and didn't know what to say. I don't think I'm a liar. Hee hee. Jiao Ying smiled. I'm much better. It's okay. Let's go. Right, it's already 10 o'clock. Can we still go to the temple fair? Of course, there are people at the temple fair all day long. Yang Ming smiled and reached out to Jiao Ying, wanting to pull her up. But in a moment, he reacted. The person on the bed now was Jiao Ying, not Chen Mingyan. When he massaged Jiao Ying, the intimate action instantly closed the distance between the two people. Yang Ming subconsciously regarded Jiao Ying as a close person, so the scene just now happened. Seeing Yang Ming's awkwardness, Jiao Ying smiled. I don't need you to pull me up. I can get up. Hee hee. Yang Ming laughed twice. On the other hand, Wang Jinda was somewhat inexplicable about Yang Ming's anger yesterday. He couldn't figure it out, so he got up early in the morning and went to consult Ho Shenhan. After Ho Shenhan heard it, he scolded Wang Jinda, blaming him for acting on his own initiative. Yang Ming might have picked up a relative or a good friend. What is going on with you doing this? When Wang Jinda heard it, he patted his head and suddenly realized. It seemed that he really thought a bit too much, so he didn't even dare to see Yang Ming's face and hid directly. So now, Yang Ming's driver also became Ho Shenhan. They had breakfast in the Nightless Club's restaurant. It was already past the breakfast time, but who was Yang Ming? With a word from Ho Shenhan, the restaurant re-prepared a hot breakfast. After Yang Ming and Jiao Ying ate, they went to the temple fair. Yang Ming looked at the familiar temple fair sign and couldn't help but touch his nose with a bitter smile. Chinese New Year, 3 days, but I came here 3 times with 3 different beauties. This was probably one of the rarest examples in history. There was nothing for Ho Shenhan to do in the temple fair. After informing him, Yang Ming let him go back first. However, Yang Ming said, call Wang Jinda to pick me up in the evening. This kid, he thinks that he will be fine by hiding. Yang Ming wanted to kill this Wang Jinda's spirit. This guy was young, but he relied on his clever mind and always acted on his own initiative. This kind of character had both advantages and disadvantages in the business field. If he didn't handle it well, he would suffer a loss, so Yang Ming planned to train this kid. After Ho Shenhan left, Yang Ming and Jiao Ying started to stroll from the beginning of the temple fair. After all, Jiao Ying was older. Although she was curious about the things in the temple fair, she wasn't as eager as Chen Mingyan and the others. In the commercial street, they casually bought some gadgets. Then, they went back to the performance street. Why didn't they go to the entertainment street first? Because Yang Ming was more awkward there. Yang Ming was afraid that Jiao Ying would take him to play something, so subconsciously, Yang Ming led Jiao Ying to another road. It's really lively here. Jiao Ying looked at the bustling crowd and said sincerely, I have been in Songjiang for so many years. This is the first time I have come to the temple fair. Who asked you to go home during the Chinese New Year? Naturally, you couldn't see it. Yang Ming smiled. Yeah, I was busy taking care of you students. I didn't have time to study these things. Jiao Ying nodded and said, now, I am a student again. I have time to do something I like. Right, Sister Ying, are you not going to be a teacher in the future? Asked Yang Ming. Didn't I say? I want to be a strong woman in the business world. Jiao Ying nodded and said with some longing, it's just that my parents think that the career of a teacher is very stable and the income is good. They don't want me to do business. If this is the case, why are you still studying as a graduate student in the economics department? Yang Ming asked with a smile. Hee, I took the exam behind my parents' back, but it has already become a fact. What can I do if they don't let me? Zhao Ying also smiled slyly. I am acting first and reporting later. When they know, it will be too late. Hey! Yang Ming, what is that over there? Why are there so many people? Zhao Ying suddenly pointed in a direction not far away as she spoke. Oh? Yang Ming looked up. It turned out to be a performance of a beauty and a python. A very beautiful young woman was dancing with an incomparably huge, terrifyingly strange-looking python, attracting the continuous cheers of the crowd. It's a beauty and a python show. Yang Ming said to Zhao Ying, there are a lot of people watching. Let's go and have a look. Of course I'm going. Since she was here, Zhao Ying didn't want to have any regrets. However, after taking 2 steps, he said, that's not right. Yang Ming, when did your eyesight become so good? I wear contact lenses. Yang Ming was sweating profusely as he quickly gave a perfunctory answer. That's right, at such a distance, no one would be able to see clearly, but I actually described it so clearly. Contact lenses? Zhao Ying was stunned. You wear contact lenses? That's right. Have you forgotten? When I was in my 3rd year of high school, there was an exam where you helped me put on my contact lenses. Yang Ming nodded seriously. Oh. I remember now. It was that time. Zhao Ying nodded. I thought you were deliberately distracting me to cheat. So you are really short-sighted? Hee, a little bit, not serious. Yang Ming smiled awkwardly. He was afraid that Zhao Ying would expose him if she continued to ask, so he changed the topic. Sister Ying, why don't you believe in my ability? Do I need to distract the invigilator's attention to cheat in the exam? Yang Ming's implication was that if I cheated, I would have copied it directly. There was no need to use such a cheap trick. Hee, then how did I find out that your paper was the same as Zhang Bin's paper? What else do you have to explain? Zhao Ying said. I studied better than him. Maybe he copied it from me. Yang Ming said shamelessly. Your paper seemed to have his name written on it, right? Zhao Ying twitched her mouth. Now Yang Ming's results were better than Zhang Bin's. That was for sure. But before that, it was hard to say. As the two of them were chatting, they came to the place where the crowd gathered. Sure enough, there was a performance of the acrobatics of a beautiful woman and a python. A young woman was dancing a giant python. She was circling back and forth in the air. The python danced with her movements. Everyone present was amazed. Even Zhao Ying seemed to be in a daze. She looked very excited. It was no wonder that girls were more interested in this kind of acrobatic performance. Just look at the tourists who were screaming and clapping their hands. Suddenly, the young woman's gesture changed. The python's body suddenly straightened. It flew back and forth on a wooden stick that the young woman waved. Then the python opened its big mouth. The young woman didn't know what was in front of its mouth. After that, a fire dragon flew out. It was just in the direction of Yang Ming and Zhao Ying. Ah! Zhao Ying was shocked and shouted in panic. Because the flame was about to burn her and Yang Ming. Of course, this was just what she thought. In fact, the flame was still a long way away from them. Moreover, even if it touched people, it didn't matter because this was a special low-temperature flame used for acrobatics. It wouldn't burn people at all. But Zhao Ying didn't know. In a hurry, she grabbed Yang Ming's arm and hid her whole body behind Yang Ming. This was a girl's unique nature. When they were in danger, they liked to hide behind a man. In Zhao Ying's subconscious, she had already regarded Yang Ming as her support, so this idea was stronger. When she saw the flame coming, she subconsciously thought that Yang Ming would protect her. Yang Ming saw Zhao Ying's appearance and couldn't help but smile. It was rare for Zhao Ying to show a little girl in front of him. He hadn't felt like this for a long time. Yang Ming sighed and took the opportunity to hug Zhao Ying's shoulder, letting her lean more comfortably in his arms. In fact, among the girls present, not only Zhao Ying had this reaction, but many girls were like Zhao Ying. They screamed and jumped into their boyfriend's arms. The flame disappeared in an instant. It was calm as if it had never appeared. It didn't burn anyone present. At this time, the girls screamed again and cheered loudly for the performer. Xiaoying also realized the ambiguity between the two. She awkwardly broke away from Yang Ming's arm and coughed twice with a red face. She didn't know what to say. Although Yang Ming was the one who touched her, she took the initiative to pull Yang Ming's arm first. Yang Ming was only one step closer to her foundation. She couldn't say that he was a hooligan, right? This matter couldn't be explained clearly. Yang Ming didn't insist. Xiaoying struggled, and he let go of his hand. His action was very natural, without the slightest pretentiousness. Xiaoying couldn't find anything wrong with it. In fact, Yang Ming was now guessing Xiaoying's mentality. The moment just now, especially the moment when it was close to danger, was the most real moment of Xiaoying's inner thoughts. In the face of danger, very few people could keep calm for a moment. And this moment of not being calm reflected the real thoughts of this person. Therefore, when the danger came, the first thing Xiaoying did was to grab his arm tightly and hide behind him. What did this mean? The most likely thing was that in Xiaoying's heart, she still regarded him as someone to rely on, just like in the past. He just didn't know why Xiaoying was now much colder to him. Could it be because of Chen Mingyan? This possibility couldn't be ruled out. Another guess was that Xiaoying just used him as a shield. When the danger came, she just grabbed a person to block in front of her. This was human instinct, and it was also a very realistic guess. If this was the case, then Xiaoying would grab anyone to block her face. However, it seemed that Xiaoying wasn't that kind of person. All of this was Yang Ming's guess. Now Xiaoying's expression had returned to normal, as if the thing just now didn't happen. Yang Ming sighed at the same time, but he was also very helpless. A person's thoughts were the most difficult to understand. You were scared just now, right? Yang Ming asked with a smile. A little. I thought the fire was going to burn me. Xiaoying nodded with lingering fear. Then you pulled me to block in front of you. Weren't you afraid of burning me? Yang Ming couldn't understand, so naturally, he wanted to ask Xiaoying. Xiaoying wasn't on guard. How would she know that Yang Ming was asking? She said without thinking, at that time I subconsciously thought that you could protect me. Yang Ming, didn't you say before? You want to protect your sister? Why? You don't want to admit it? How can I? Yang Ming said with a dry smile, but he was overjoyed in his heart. Sure enough, inadvertently, Xiaoying still revealed her inner thoughts. Xiaoying trusted me, but this kind of trust, is it based on the relationship of siblings, or something else? Xiaoying's last sentence of protecting his sister made Yang Ming a little confused. Does Xiaoying still treat me as a younger brother? Both of them didn't continue this topic. They watched the performance for a while before leaving the performance street. I heard that the things in the entertainment street are very fun. Xiaoying suddenly said. That, the entertainment street is for children to play. Yang Ming really didn't want to go to the entertainment street. Many people knew him there, especially after he was in the limelight twice in 2 days. No, I watched our Songjiang's local satellite TV at home. The introduction on it is very fun. Xiaoying said with great interest, especially a new rock climbing game. I want to see it. Yang Ming listened to Xiaoying's words and suddenly felt a chill on his back. No way? She really wants to go? Moreover, it's rock climbing? Then, okay. Yang Ming couldn't help it. Seeing Xiaoying's look of expectation, he couldn't bear to refuse again. He had to nod. I have accompanied my previous 2 girlfriends. Xiaoying isn't the only one left. If I like her, I have to treat her fairly and treat her equally. This is also to cultivate my own fairness in advance. Xiaoying was different from Chen Mingyan. She was only interested in some small games. She didn't have much interest in those that were obviously gambling, such as bag fishing, card drawing, treasure digging, and so on. From this, it could also be seen that Xiaoying was a very rational person who could control her emotions very well. Needless to say, this kind of temperament was really more suitable for business. There wouldn't be a situation where she gambled the entire company out of passion. The games that Zhao played were all games with heavy entertainment, such as goldfish fishing and other leisure games. Zhao used a game coin to exchange for 2 small goldfish. It was still very cost-effective. Yang Ming accompanied Zhao. He enjoyed the warmth of this moment as if he had returned to the past. Sure enough, as Yang Ming expected, someone recognized him. This person was the boss of the rock climbing club, who was also the organizer. However, he did not expose Yang Ming's identity. He only nodded at Yang Ming in a friendly manner. To be honest, the organizers really hoped that Yang Ming would come here. Because rock climbing was a new project in Songjiang, it had just entered here. It was in the stage of publicity and development, and the organizers didn't want to make money at this time. They only wanted to bring more popularity. After all, he was the only one who had obtained the exclusive right to operate Songjiang. He was preparing to enter the amusement park, children's amusement park, and some large parks. Yesterday, under the leadership of Yang Ming, the atmosphere of rock climbing had become unprecedentedly high. At the very least, the people who came yesterday had accepted this new sport. But today, it was a lot worse. Although there were a lot of people climbing, the atmosphere was not good enough. Atmosphere is a very wonderful thing. It can arouse people's emotions and passion, making people rush to be the first to linger. For example, Yang Ming and Chen Mingyan's loving scene yesterday touched a lot of couples. Wang Duguang was the person who lived near the entertainment street. He saw the whole process of Yang Ming's rock climbing yesterday. After he went back, he couldn't stand his girlfriend's nagging. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and climb the rock today. In fact, Wang Duguang was a guy with a strong jealousy, but he didn't have a lot of courage. He was the kind of person who was bad. "Sir, do you want to rock climb?" The organizer smiled and said to Yang Ming. In his heart, he still hoped that Yang Ming could pull up the atmosphere. Yang Ming was stunned. Looking at the organizer's fake expression, he understood in his heart that he had become a prop. But it doesn't matter if it's a prop. The key is that he didn't expose me. In this way, I won't be too embarrassed in front of Zhao. Although who he came with didn't have much to do with Zhao, Yang Ming still didn't want to ruin the current atmosphere in his subconscious. "Do you want to try?" Yang Ming turned his head and asked Zhao. "I don't want to." Zhao shook her head and said, "I'm a little scared. But I want to watch you climb." "That's good. I will show you a big prize." Yang Ming nodded. Bullsh *T. Zhao certainly didn't believe it. "I watched the introduction on TV. This is very difficult. There are only a few people who can climb up." "That's not necessarily true. Isn't that right, boss?" Yang Ming smiled and asked the organizer next to him. "Hee, yeah. Maybe you can get a big prize." The organizer smiled and nodded. "Then I'll count on your auspicious words." After Yang Ming signed the agreement with the organizer, he went to prepare for the activity. When Wang Duguang saw Yang Ming at first glance, he recognized him. Wang Duguang looked at Yang Ming and then looked at Zhao next to him. There was a burst of anger in his heart for no reason. D*MN, aren't you F*King capable? You can't come every day, right? Isn't this acting? Moreover, you F*King change a beautiful girl every day. Wang Duguang was the kind of person who couldn't bear to see others better than him. Moreover, because of Yang Ming's scene yesterday, not only did he spend 200 yuan today, but he also had to suffer here. Therefore, he directed all his anger and resentment toward Yang Ming. If it weren't for Yang Ming, he wouldn't have to suffer here. Looking at Yang Ming moving his hands and feet, Wang Duguang was even more angry. D*MN, you can do it. Just you wait. When climbing, Wang Duguang chose the rock path next to Yang Ming. Why? Because the side of the rock path was the rope that came down. Wang Duguang's mind had a plan to mess with Yang Ming. Since you let my wife force me to do this F*King thing, then I'll do it once and let you know the consequences of being struck by lightning. Of course, he didn't dare to openly provoke him, so he could only pretend that it was an accident. Because he had the belief to mess with Yang Ming, Wang Duguang climbed very quickly. Wang Duguang was proud. It seemed that he really had the talent for rock climbing. As Yang Ming climbed up, Xiaoying began to worry. Just now, she only had a playful attitude and wanted to ask Yang Ming to climb up for her to see. However, when she was really in this situation and saw Yang Ming above her, Xiaoying couldn't help but be afraid. How could I ask Yang Ming to play such a dangerous game? Xiaoying blamed herself. Couldn't I just see how others play? Why did I ask Yang Ming to go up? Just as she was worried, a more shocking scene appeared for Xiaoying. Another rock climber next to Yang Ming, Wang Duguang, suddenly shook his hand and fell down. However, Wang Duguang had a premeditated plan. All of this was an act. He instantly grabbed the rope by his hand and swung in the direction of Yang Ming. Help! Help! Wang Duguang pretended to be anxious and grabbed Yang Ming randomly. His legs kept kicking back and forth, but it was all aimed at Yang Ming. Yang Ming! Xiaoying was anxious. What's wrong with this person? If you want to fall, then just fall. Why are you grabbing Yang Ming? Do you want to fall together with him? In a moment of desperation, he didn't care about the danger and rushed to Yang Ming's side. In the beginning, Yang Ming really thought that the guy next to him couldn't hold on and was going to fall. He wanted to help him, but he immediately realized that something was wrong. There was no panic in this guy's eyes, but there was a kind of excitement, a perverted excitement. But there was more jealousy and gloating. Seeing that this guy's every grab and every kick was directed in his direction, Yang Ming understood everything. This guy is doing it deliberately. He wants to get me down. Could it be, this person is jealous of me? Yang Ming wasn't a fool. It was impossible that no one recognized him after 3 days of rock climbing. Maybe this guy next to him was one of them. Everyone has a jealous mentality, but some people have a serious jealousy, and some people have a mild jealousy. And this guy next to him was obviously too jealous. Yang Ming wanted to teach this guy a lesson. Suddenly, he saw Xiaoying running toward him. He was touched, but he suddenly had a plan. Now, isn't it the best time to test Xiaoying's thoughts? And I can take advantage of the situation. Hee. Thinking of this, Yang Ming had a plan in his heart. He pretended to be physically weak and exclaimed, "Don't pull me. Don't pull me. Quickly move away. Save me. Save me." Although Wang Duguang was shouting for help, his actions were crazily trying to pull Yang Ming down. The organizer saw the scene above and was very anxious. While he asked Xiaoying to hide further away, he also took out the microphone and asked Wang Duguang not to disturb others climbing. There was an inflatable cushion below, so it was fine even if he fell. Wang Duguang wouldn't listen to the organizer. He came for Yang Ming, and it was intentional. He wanted to get Yang Ming down. Seeing that the organizer had interfered, Wang Duguang became even crazier. He pulled and pulled. He wanted to drag Yang Ming down as soon as possible. However, how could Yang Ming be so easily dragged down by him? Saying that Yang Ming was a gecko was a bit belittling him. Seeing the opportunity, Xiaoying was not far below him. Yang Ming began to move. F***ck your mother. Yang Ming cursed in his heart and then kicked out with his foot. Wang Duguang's body was like a kite with a broken string. He flew out with a whoosh. Of course, Yang Ming held back a lot of strength. He wouldn't kick him to death directly. However, he would definitely let him suffer a little. Wang Duguang directly flew out of the range of the air cushion below, but because he landed on his butt, although it was very painful, his body wouldn't have any major problems. Yang Ming didn't want to cause any trouble, so he just taught him a lesson. Now, Yang Ming had more important things to do. After Yang Ming kicked Wang Duguang, he also pretended to be physically weak and fell from the rock wall. However, Yang Ming's posture when he fell was very special. After rotating 180 degrees in the air, he fell down on his stomach. So, a strange scene appeared. After Yang Ming fell from above, he directly pounced on Xiaoying's body and pushed Xiaoying down on the inflatable cushion. Because the cushion's elasticity was very good, Yang Ming was not afraid of hurting Xiaoying. Yang Ming just wanted to take the opportunity to lie on Xiaoying's body and take advantage of her. He wanted to see Xiaoying's attitude towards him. However, what he didn't expect was that because the speed of falling was too fast, after Yang Ming pushed Zhao Ying down, Yang Ming's mouth coincidentally kissed Zhao Ying's mouth. Yang Ming dared to swear that this was definitely not intentional. Although he was a little lecherous, he wasn't anxious. Coincidence, it was just a coincidence. Yang Ming was stunned, and Zhao Ying was also stunned. However, Zhao Ying also knew that this was not Yang Ming's intention, so she didn't care about these details. She just looked at Yang Ming with concern. Just as she wanted to ask, she found that her mouth had already been sealed by Yang Ming. When Zhao Ying opened her mouth, Yang Ming immediately felt it. Yang Ming's heart. What does Zhao Ying mean? Could it be that she wants to open her mouth and take the initiative to ask me to kiss her? Seeing the tenderness in Zhao Ying's eyes, Yang Ming's heart moved. He might as well go all the way. Since it was already like this, it wouldn't be easy to explain. He might as well go straight to the next step. Because Zhao Ying opened her mouth, Yang Ming easily put his tongue into Zhao Ying's mouth. Woo-woo. Zhao Ying was concerned about Yang Ming's safety, but she didn't expect Yang Ming to suddenly kiss her. Zhao Ying was shocked. Her whole body trembled. She wanted to say something, but unfortunately, Zhao Ying wanted to speak, and her tongue couldn't help but move. In this way, it touched Yang Ming's tongue. It looked like she was cooperating with Yang Ming to kiss. However, that moment of existence made Zhao Ying's heart beat faster. Such a strange feeling. So comfortable, and so shy. Zhao Ying's mind went blank with a boom. What was left was only the desire for her lover. However, Yang Ming didn't know. He thought that Zhao Ying was responding to him, so he immediately put down the worry in his heart and continued to kiss Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying was in a daze, and she began to cooperate with Yang Ming. In the crowd watching by the side, there was a warm applause. This scene was simply too interesting. It was too comedic and mythical. Although the organizer saw that Yang Ming failed to climb the rock, the effect was not bad. The atmosphere of the entire venue was brought up by Yang Ming, and he was secretly happy. Yang Ming is really my lucky star. It seems that I must get to know him when I have the chance. At that moment, Zhao Ying's heart was confused, and her feelings were also lost. However, Zhao Ying was still the kind of woman who was rational over everything after all. Previously, she could reject Yang Ming in a very impulsive situation, which explained this point. However, at this moment, she almost made a big mistake in a daze. What am I doing? Yang Ming's current girlfriend is Chen Mingyan. What is going on with me? No, absolutely not. At least, not now. Thinking of this, Zhao Ying's mind suddenly woke up. She quickly withdrew her tongue, and then turned her head to the side. Ah! A shrill and despairing voice sounded lonely and abrupt amidst the cheering voices. Yang Ming and Zhao Ying were shocked at the same time, because the owner of the voice was very familiar to both of them. Chen Mingyan was very happy these 2 days. Yesterday, Yang Ming actually carried her to climb the rock wall. This was such a happy and exciting thing. Chen Mingyan had some insomnia the whole night. It was the first time she missed someone so much. She missed him very much. At all times, her mind was filled with Yang Ming's figure. Although I used to like Yang Ming very much and love Yang Ming very much, I have never been crazy like this. Chen Mingyan experienced the taste of passionate love for the first time. This feeling made her happy and nervous. Early in the morning, Chen Mingyan received a text message from Yang Ming, saying that he had something to do today and had to accompany a friend. Chen Mingyan couldn't help but be a little disappointed. That part of mine doesn't hurt very much today. I originally wanted to develop further with Yang Ming. It seems that I can only wait for a few days. Chen Mingyan also felt very strange about her thoughts. Although Chen Mingyan didn't reject some intimate relationship with Yang Ming before, she just felt that the relationship between the two people had reached that point, so it was dispensable. But now, Chen Mingyan had a special impulse to give herself to Yang Ming for the first time. Yes, she didn't want to wait for a moment. She hoped that this moment would come sooner. However, when Yang Ming said that he had something to do today, although Chen Mingyan was a little disappointed, she wasn't angry. She decided that she would be an obedient girl in the future. She would no longer be willful and would no longer cause trouble for Yang Ming. Therefore, Chen Mingyan just told Yang Ming to be careful and didn't say anything else. At home, she was a little bored, so she decided to walk around the street. Unknowingly, she came to the temple fair. Chen Mingyan didn't know why she came here. Probably because there were beautiful memories of Yang Ming and herself here. Chen Mingyan felt that she was like a happy little woman. It was just a small matter, and she felt very sweet when she recalled it. Since she came here, Chen Mingyan decided to go to the rock climbing place yesterday. That was the place that was most unforgettable for Chen Mingyan. When Chen Mingyan came to the rock climbing game on the entertainment street with a happy mood, she saw a scene that broke her heart. She even couldn't believe her eyes. How is this possible? The man on the air cushion is actually Yang Ming, and he is actually kissing another woman. This was nothing. What Chen Mingyan couldn't accept was that the woman Yang Ming kissed was actually Zhao Ying. This made Chen Mingyan's tears burst out instantly like a flood breaking through a dam. Zhao Ying, the person that I have always respected, is actually under Yang Ming. How can this be? All along, Chen Mingyan had been treating Zhao Ying as a teacher and respected her as a sister. Moreover, she told her thoughts without reservation to this big sister. But, she actually stole my man behind my back. This made Chen Mingyan unable to imagine. This blow was a bit too big. If the person under Yang Ming was Lan Ling or even Zhou Jejia, Chen Mingyan wouldn't be so angry. But, this person is Zhao Ying. The person that I thought was the most impossible was doing one thing behind my back. Chen Mingyan screamed loudly, covered her face, turned around, and ran away quickly. In this world, who can I trust? On one side is my most intimate lover, and on the other side is the teacher and sister that I admire. And it is these two people who did such a dirty thing behind my back. Chen Mingyan couldn't accept it, couldn't understand it, and couldn't imagine it. Looking at Chen Mingyan who disappeared into the crowd, Zhao Ying and Yang Ming were shocked at the same time. Pushing Yang Ming away, Zhao Ying said reproachfully, "Hurry up and chase after her. What are you waiting for? Then you." Yang Ming was really hesitant. He just kissed her, and now he wants to chase another woman. This kind of rubbish, Yang Ming really couldn't do it. Why do you care about me? Hurry up and chase after Chen Mingyan. Zhao Ying said angrily, "There is nothing between us. Just explain to her." Then, Yang Ming was still hesitant. "I am really scared of you." Zhao Ying said helplessly, "Let's go. I will go with you and help you explain." Seeing that Zhao Ying not only wasn't angry with him, but also wanted to help him explain, Yang Ming felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Zhao Ying gratefully, then nodded. The two people quickly separated the crowd and chased in the direction where Chen Mingyan left. "Mingyan!" Yang Ming shouted loudly. Chen Mingyan's pace wasn't very fast. After all, she was a girl, and she was sad. Her vision was a little blurred from crying, so Yang Ming didn't chase for long before he caught up with Chen Mingyan. He didn't know if she heard Yang Ming's call. Anyway, Chen Mingyan lowered her head and ignored Yang Ming. "Mingyan, you wait." Yang Ming quickly ran 2 steps and stopped in front of Chen Mingyan. "Get out of the way." Chen Mingyan glanced at Yang Ming and said. "You heard. Mingyan." Yang Ming quickly said, "In fact, things aren't like what you think. I don't want to listen." "Bastard, you're chanting scriptures." Chen Mingyan covered her ears with her hands. At this time, Zhao Ying also rushed over and persuaded Chen Mingyan, "Mingyan, really, I have nothing to do with Yang Ming. It was just an accident. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake?" Chen Mingyan sneered and looked at Zhao Ying. "Zhao Ying. You go away. I don't want to see you again." Chen Mingyan wouldn't be so impulsive, but at the moment, she was blinded by her feelings. Moreover, she didn't want to be polite to Zhao Ying anymore. A woman who even stole other people's husband wasn't worthy of respect at all. "Mingyan. Zhao Ying smiled bitterly. "Can you calm down first?" "I'm calm? Am I not calm down?" "I think I'm very calm." Chen Mingyan said hoarsely, "Zhao Ying, I don't want to see you again." As Chen Mingyan said, she was going to leave. Zhao Ying quickly pulled her. "Let go. You're a woman who steals other people's husband. Chen Mingyan pushed Zhao Ying angrily, and Zhao Ying staggered. Yang Ming reacted quickly and quickly held Zhao Ying. Chen Mingyan took the opportunity to break away from Zhao Ying's hand and left quickly. Chen Mingyan, you're too much. Yang Ming couldn't stand it and couldn't help but scold. If it weren't for my quick reaction, Zhao Ying would have been pushed down by her. Really? You're blaming me because of her? Chen Mingyan turned around and smiled sadly. Tears streamed down her face. Then, she turned around and ran away quickly. Yang Ming. Mingyan is angry. Zhao Ying quickly pulled Yang Ming and said, don't scold her. Besides, I didn't do anything. But, you can't push people indiscriminately when you're angry. Yang Ming also knew that Chen Mingyan was definitely angry now, but... Chen Mingyan's temper, when can she change it? Forget it. Yang Ming shook his head and said, don't worry about her first. Let her calm down and think about it herself. Okay. Zhao Ying saw that Yang Ming said so, and she couldn't say anything more. Zhao Ying, I'm sorry. Mingyan's temper is a bit impatient. Yang Ming said apologetically. Impatient? Humph, I can help you cover it up this time, but next time, you can't have crooked thoughts again. Zhao Ying snorted. Don't think that I didn't know what you were doing just now. This? Yang Ming said with some embarrassment, just now, weren't you the one who took the initiative to open your mouth first? Ah? Zhao Ying was stunned. What did I open my mouth for? I wanted to talk to you. Hey. Yang Ming's mouth was wide open. But, your tongue is moving too? Nonsense, your tongue doesn't move when you talk. Zhao Ying said snappily. Ugh. Yang Ming broke into a sweat. It can't be, right? But that's fine too. Did he really make a mistake by mistake? However, if she wanted to talk before, then after that, wasn't Zhao Ying very cooperative with me? Yang Ming glanced at Zhao Ying and saw that her face was red. Could it be? Yang Ming secretly guessed Zhao Ying's real thoughts, but he didn't dare to ask easily. Otherwise, who knew what strange excuses Zhao Ying would find? Yang Ming, let's go back. Zhao Ying sighed and said. Let me send you back. Yang Ming nodded. With such a thing happening, both of them didn't have the interest to continue shopping. After sending Zhao Ying back to her residence, Yang Ming stopped a car and went directly to Fang Tian's place. There were two things to do when he went to Fang Tian's place. One was to prepare for tomorrow's trip together, and the other was to talk to Fang Tian about the stalker he encountered yesterday. As for the unlucky Wang Daguang, he was sent to the hospital. It was said that he had a femoral fracture. He couldn't sit or stand for a while. He could only lie on the bed. You're here? Fang Tian glanced at Yang Ming and said indifferently. Old man Fang, you are finally back. Yang Ming didn't be polite. He sat on the chair and drank a sip of water and said, how was it? Was it fun to go abroad? Did you find a few foreign girls? Do you think I can still find girls at my age? Fang Tian glanced at Yang Ming and said, don't talk about these useless things. Are you ready? We will leave tonight. Isn't it tomorrow? Asked Yang Ming. After 12 o'clock, it will be tomorrow. Fang Tian said, go early and come back early. Okay, no problem. Yang Ming had nothing else to do, so he nodded readily. This was his first mission, and he couldn't help but be very excited. This is the target's information. You should familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible. After writing it down, destroy it directly. As Fang Tian said this, he took out a document report from a pile of broken newspapers and handed it to Yang Ming. It's best not to carry this kind of thing with you. Yang Ming nodded. As a qualified assassin, he wouldn't carry the target's file with him all the time. In that case, if he was captured, it would be difficult to get away with evidence on him. After receiving the information, Yang Ming didn't dare to be careless and looked at it seriously. Dorsk, it might be a pseudonym, but he had been using this name since his debut. Birthplace unknown, age unknown. One of the world's biggest drug lords, active in South Africa and Europe. Although the information was very little, there were a lot of photos. After Yang Ming wrote down his appearance, he nodded and said to Feng Tian, "I have written it down." "Burn it if you have written it down." Feng Tian took back the information in Yang Ming's hand and threw it into the stove. According to reliable sources, the target will attend a private party on a luxury ship. What we have to do is to get on this ship and wait for the opportunity to make a move. After we succeed, we should get away as soon as possible because this Dorsk has a deep background in the local area. Don't create unnecessary problems. Who wants to kill him? Yang Ming frowned. It also required courage to find an assassin to kill a big drug lord. A temporary government of an African country, and Dorsk is a sworn enemy. Feng Tian said faintly. Oh. Yang Ming didn't understand this. Killing a drug lord actually involved a temporary government. But this didn't matter. Since Feng Tian felt that this matter could be done, then it could be done. Yang Ming just did what Feng Tian said. However, for the first mission, Yang Ming couldn't help but ask, "But, old man Feng, is there a bounty for this mission?" "No." Feng Tian shook his head. "Ah?" Yang Ming was surprised. "*MN, it can't be, right? For free? I just wanted to practice for you, so I took this mission." Feng Tian snorted. "Such a simple mission is not worth the king of assassins. But since it's your first time, I will find you a simpler one." "So that's the case." Yang Ming nodded and said reluctantly, "But why do I feel like I'm at a disadvantage?" "Oh, the temporary government promised. After the mission is done, they will give me a diamond mine. If you can sell it, try it." Feng Tian thought about it and finally thought of this matter, then he said indifferently. "What? Diamond mine?" Yang Ming was shocked and opened his mouth wide. "It can't be, right? It's a waste if we don't take this thing. Won't we be rich if we get a mine? Do you think that every diamond mine can produce diamonds? Even if it can be produced, it will be divided into several parts." Feng Tian said indifferently, "Many mines may be dead mines, or there will be no more after a few diamonds are opened. What's the point of wasting so much energy? Besides, who would go to such a deserted place?" Yang Ming was speechless. This Feng Tian looks so poor. Why is he so arrogant? He doesn't want the diamond mine? He doesn't want it, but I want it. Whether it's a dead mine or not, wouldn't I know at a glance? As for the amount of diamonds, wasn't it just a matter of a glance? For Feng Tian, this mine might be no different from trash, but it was different in Yang Ming's hands. "Do you want us to pick a mine randomly, or do you want us to pick a specific one?" asked Yang Ming. "Just pick randomly, but can you understand it?" asked Feng Tian, baffled. "I have a friend who can understand it." Yang Ming naturally couldn't tell Feng Tian about his own matters, but he could tell others about Lan Ling's sixth sense. This wasn't a secret. In Yunnan, because Lan Ling's father took her to gamble, many people knew that Lan Ling's sixth sense was very accurate. "She knows how to read this?" Feng Tian said, "Really? Do you know people in this field?" "She doesn't know how to read this, but her sixth sense is particularly accurate." Yang Ming smiled and said, "She has a grandpaswa. You should know him, right?" "Grandpaswa?" Feng Tian frowned. This surname was very rare. Among the people he knew, there was only one with this surname. "Are you talking about Senior Zhua of Yunnan's Miaojiang?" "It should be." Yang Ming nodded and said, "The Grand Master once saved his life." "That is undoubtedly Senior Zhua," said Feng Tian. "Is your friend his grandson or granddaughter?" "No, my friend is the granddaughter of the Miaojiang's leader." Yang Ming explained. "Your little girlfriend?" Feng Tian glanced at Yang Ming. "Hee hee." Yang Ming laughed twice. "I have arranged a marriage for you." Feng Tian suddenly said. "What? Arranged marriage?" Yang Ming looked at Feng Tian in amazement. "Old man, what kind of international joke are you making? You arranged a marriage for me?" "I'm not making international jokes, but this marriage is international." Feng Tian was rarely humorous, but this humor was a bit too cold. "Old man Feng, although you are my master, how can you treat marriage as a joke? Besides, I already have a girlfriend. Aren't you adding trouble to me?" Yang Ming looked at Fang Tian's serious look. He was annoyed and amused. Besides, how old am I? You arranged a marriage for me? Oh, the engagement doesn't affect your girlfriend. It doesn't matter. Fang Tian said, this is the old rule. The marriage of the king of assassins was arranged by my master. Then why don't you get engaged? Asked Yang Ming. My situation is special. Fang Tian. Since you haven't gotten engaged, then let's talk about this later. Yang Ming wasn't willing to get engaged with someone he didn't know, let alone an international marriage. Could it be that he was going to marry a foreign woman? Fang Tian wasn't in a hurry anyway. He just casually mentioned this to Yang Ming. Oh yeah, I met a guy at the temple fair yesterday. He looked ordinary, but his skills were good. He seemed to recognize my acupoint sealing technique and asked me about my relationship with you. Yang Ming remembered the person he met at the temple fair yesterday, so he told Fang Tian about how the person followed him and was restrained by him. Oh? Fang Tian hesitated and asked, what was the person's accent? How should I say it? His Mandarin was very standard, but he was definitely not a local. Yang Ming thought about it. This person seemed to have put on makeup to make people feel that he was ordinary. It was easy to ignore him in the crowd. As for his skills, I didn't test it. Because he was directly restrained by me, he couldn't perform. That day, who was with you? Fang Tian nodded and asked. Me, my girlfriend, Chen Mengyan, and 2 friends. Yang Ming said. What friends? What are their names? Fang Tian seemed to be very interested in the 2 people. One is called Wan Xian, and the other is called Li Yixuan. Yang Ming said, what's wrong? Oh? After Fang Tian heard it, he nodded thoughtfully. Then he smiled and said to himself, so that's the case. What's the case? Yang Ming asked, baffled. Nothing. I know about this. You don't have to worry about it. Fang Tian waved his hand and said, don't worry. He won't do anything bad to you, and he doesn't seem to be your opponent, hee. Oh. Yang Ming saw that Fang Tian didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask any more. Anyway, it didn't have much to do with him. Yang Ming went home and packed his luggage. He said goodbye to his parents and said that he was going to work on the jewelry company's business. His parents didn't suspect anything. In fact, Yang Ming couldn't be considered as lying. After all, he had a diamond mine. It could be considered as working for the jewelry company. Originally, he wanted to say goodbye to Chen Mengyan before leaving. However, because of the misunderstanding with Chen Mengyan, Yang Ming hesitated and decided to forget about it. He would talk to her after he came back. Before leaving, he went to Lin Jiyun's place. Anyway, it was close to Fang Tian's house. He told Lin Jiyun to look for Ho Zhenhan if she had anything. He believed that in Songjiang, there were very few things that Ho Zhenhan couldn't do. As for old Bufan, Yang Ming called him and told him that he was going out. Although old Bufan was very regretful, he also knew that a master like Yang Ming often traveled around the world. However, what made him happy was that Yang Ming promised to accept him as a disciple, but he could only teach him some ordinary martial arts. Even so, old Bufan was already very happy. He also knew that at his age, it was basically impossible for him to cultivate a peerless martial art. At 3 o'clock in the morning, after Fang Tian received a phone call, he said to Yang Ming, "Are you ready? Let's go now." Yang Ming nodded. He was very excited and nervous. Taking advantage of the night, Fang Tian took Yang Ming to the site of a cargo port on the coast of Songjiang. It wasn't far from Yang Dashan's original battlefield. On the sea, there were boats passing by in 2s and 3s, emitting little lights. "Come up." Fang Tian pointed to an open container and said faintly, "We are going in here?" Yang Ming looked at the direction that Fang Tian pointed. It was a large container that was enough to accommodate dozens of people. "Yes." Fang Tian nodded, then opened the container and said, "Someone will come to load the ship in a while. We are going to transfer here to Europe." "This is smuggling?" Yang Ming scratched his head. He looked inside the container. There was nothing, it was bare. From here, it would take a few days to reach Europe, right? He had to stay in this container for a long time. Yang Ming was helpless when he thought about it, but there was no other way. He gritted his teeth and went in. Fang Tian greeted a man in black not far from the container. The man nodded and made an okay gesture. After Fang Tian came in, the man in black closed the container with a clang sound. Do you feel okay? There is no electricity here. We have to spend a few days in the dark. Fang Tian said plainly, as an assassin, you should also train to adapt to the dark. In the dark, Yang Ming didn't have any discomfort. Because of the special ability of his eyes, Yang Ming could see things as if it was daytime. Therefore, the training in this aspect could almost be ignored. Old man, I was born with good eyesight. I can see very clearly here. Yang Ming smiled. Really? How many is this? Fang Tian extended 4 fingers. 4, but now it has become 3. Yang Ming said. Because Fang Tian's hand immediately retracted a finger after Yang Ming said 4. Your eyesight is not bad. Fang Tian nodded with satisfaction. Even without training, you are better than me, who is professionally trained. Is there a cushion or something like that? The ground is a bit too hard. Yang Ming pointed at his feet and said, how do I sleep? Just sleep like this. Fang Tian said with a blank expression, a qualified assassin needs to adapt to the environment, not to change the environment. Okay. Yang Ming waved his hand and said, you are so long-winded. Old man, I got it. Go to sleep. Starting tomorrow, I will train you. Fang Tian threw his backpack aside and then lay on the ground. After a long time, Yang Ming felt that the container began to move. He raised his eyes and looked outside. The container was lifted up by a crane and then placed on a worn-out cargo ship. Yang Ming's container was pressed down by many different containers. Yang Ming was secretly shocked when he saw this. If there was an accident on this ship, Fang Tian and I couldn't escape even if we wanted to. But since we are here, let's take it as it is. Since it had become a fact, there was no other use to worry. With a muffled whistle, the freighter slowly moved. Yang Ming closed his eyes and soon fell asleep. There was no light or sunlight in the container. It was always dark. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Ming was woken up by Fang Tian. Wake up, kid. Today's training has started. Fang Tian roared in Yang Ming's ear. Yang Ming opened his eyes and looked at the sky outside through the container. Sure enough, the sun was shining brightly. Looking at the position of the sun, it should be around 9 o'clock in the morning. Yang Ming sat up and asked, when will we arrive? I'm not sure. I don't know how this ship's route is arranged, but naturally, someone will get us out when we arrive. Fang Tian opened his backpack and took out a pack of compressed biscuits. He threw it to Yang Ming. Eat some. Oh. Yang Ming took the compressed biscuit and opened it to eat. Yang Ming had long known that he would need to eat this in the next few days. Although he was mentally prepared, when he really ate it, he understood how bad it was. This was different from the compressed biscuits sold in the supermarket. The compressed biscuits in the supermarket were popular and the taste was good. However, Fang Tian's compressed biscuits were specially made from an unknown source. Not only was it bad, but it was also as hard as a rock. The only advantage was that it could resist hunger. After Yang Ming ate 2 pieces, he felt full. The biscuits that he ate were stuffed to the brim in his stomach as if they were foaming agent. After drinking the mineral water that Fang Tian handed over, Yang Ming nodded and said, I'm done. Okay, let's start the special training. Fang Tian stood up. How is the special training? Asked Yang Ming. You hit me, then I hit you. Fang Tian said word by word. Yang Ming was speechless. Is this also considered training? Isn't this sparring? Yang Ming and Fang Tian had sparred more than once. Although he could withstand a few moves, he still lost to Fang Tian in the end. Yang Ming also knew that although he had worked very hard, the gap between him and Fang Tian was a few decades. He couldn't catch up overnight. Therefore, the only thing Yang Ming did in the container every day was to spar with Fang Tian, then eat and sleep. Although the excrement of both of them was packed in sealed bags, it was inevitable that some strange smell would be emitted. After a few days, the smell in the container was very bad. Moreover, something that shocked Yang Ming happened in the middle of it. One night, there was a harsh alarm sound on the calm sea. Yang Ming and Fang Tian opened their eyes at the same time. Yang Ming looked outside and saw 2 patrol warships from an unknown country approaching the cargo ship. What should we do? Yang Ming glanced at Fang Tian and asked, it seems that someone is coming to check the ship. Oh. Fang Tian looked at the watch on his hand and stretched lazily. He said indifferently, investigate? How of them? Move the container down? Yang Ming had already seen the situation outside. Although the 2 small warships had guns and cannons, there was no crane. It was a bit difficult to check the ship. Don't worry about it. Fang Tian said faintly, it may be the coast guard of a small country that wants to get some income. After that, he closed his eyes and continued to sleep. Sure enough, after Yang Ming saw the 2 warships close to his side of the cargo ship, an officer with a big nose said something to the sailor. Then the sailor also said something to the big nose in the same language and made a few gestures. After a while, another sailor came over with 2 bundles of US dollars in his hand and threw them to the big nose. After the big nose took it, he flipped the inside of the banknotes with his fingers and then nodded with satisfaction. After a few words to the other officers behind him, the 2 warships left. The few sailors on his side of the cargo ship also returned to the cabin one after another. They didn't look panicked at all. It seemed that they had experienced this kind of thing, so they were used to it. They didn't take it seriously at all. Looking at the appearance of the people on the warships, Yang Ming also knew that here was not far from the destination. After a few hours, the ship finally docked at a dock. Oh, it wasn't a dock because Yang Ming saw another giant cargo ship. The small cargo ship that they were on was docked beside another giant cargo ship. The crane on the giant cargo ship lifted the containers on the small cargo ship one by one and placed them on the deck. When the crane lifted the box that Yang Ming and Fang Tian were in, it paused obviously. Then, the speed became very slow and steady. It placed the box alone in another place. After the box landed, a foreign fat man rushed over with a few sailors and then ordered the sailors to quickly open the container. Oh, God, what is this smell? The fat man complained in broken Chinese. Hazek, you are still so fat. It seems that your weight loss plan has failed. Fang Tian smiled and greeted him. Dear Fang, I finally see you again. My good brother, I thought I would never see you again. Hazek directly gave Fang Tian a bear hug. Don't lose me. I can't die even if you die. Fang Tian pushed the guy in front of him away and then gasped, you dead fat man, you are crushing me. Ha, I found that my appetite has increased again, so I am so fat. Sorry. Hazek shook his head. Let me introduce you. This is my nephew. Fang Tian pointed to Yang Ming. Hello, little guy. You are really more handsome than this uncle. As Hazek said this, he gave Yang Ming a bear hug again. Yang Ming couldn't avoid it, so he had to let him hug him. Who knew where this guy learned this damn etiquette from? Is everything ready? Fang Tian asked Hazek. Don't worry. I will naturally do the thing that you, an old friend, asked me to do. Hazek said casually, you can be more relaxed for the next route. You don't have to stay in that damn container anymore. Well, then I will go first. This time is tight. I will catch up with you another day. Fang Tian patted Hazek's shoulder and said. Oh, well, I wanted to look for you for a drink. Hazek also understood Fang Tian's temper. He knew that if he said that he had something, then it definitely couldn't be delayed. The plane is ready. It is on the deck over there. It will take you to Henry Resort Island. Hazek said, the cruise ship you said will pass by Henry Resort Island in 2 days. This is your boarding card and identity document. As Hazek said this, he took a portfolio and handed it to Fang Tian. Then he said, of course, you can also get on the ship. This identity document and boarding card are just for emergencies. There is no problem with these 2 things. They can be used normally. It was done in my name, Hazek. If I use it, will it cause you any trouble? Fang Tian opened the portfolio and glanced at the documents. Then he asked with a smile. Haha. I'm not bragging. Who dares to find trouble with me, Hozek? Hozek laughed disdainfully. Fong, the question you asked is not a friend's question. I'm just kidding. Fong Tian waved his hand. Don't worry. We will try not to use the boarding card to board the ship. Up to you. Hozek shrugged and said, I wish you good luck. With Fong Tian and Yang Ming, Hozek boarded a private jet on the deck. Hozek waved goodbye to Fong Tian on the side. The plane slowly took off and headed for Henry Island. Henry Island didn't belong to any country. It was a private island. The Henry family was a declining aristocrat. They used their last family property to buy this island. Of course, without their aristocratic identity, this island couldn't be bought easily. After that, the Henry family had been managing the island into a vacation place for the rich. After a few decades, this place had a small reputation in Europe. On the island, there were casinos, luxury hotels, and entertainment venues. Many rich people enjoyed this place. What does this Hozek do? After boarding the plane, Yang Ming asked Fong Tian. He is an arms dealer. His background is very strong. He is the exclusive spokesperson of many munitions factories. The local government has to be courteous to him. Fong Tian introduced, but he is very loyal. His relationship with me is very close. Yang Ming nodded. No wonder he was so arrogant just now. He said that whoever dares to find trouble with him. It seems that he is really not afraid that others will find trouble with him. A big drug lord died. Even if the local government was suspicious, they wouldn't do anything to him, the arms dealer. It was clear at a glance who was more important. In the future, I will slowly hand over my relationship to you. While you accept my network, you have to try to make some friends. Fong Tian said to Yang Ming. The plane was parked at the private parking lot of Henry Island. Obviously, many people here knew this plane and ran over eagerly. It seemed that Hozek's influence was still great. Yang Ming and Fong Tian were now a pair of father and son who traveled here from the Middle East. They were also Hozek's big customers. The staff of Henry Island naturally didn't dare to offend them. They directly arranged the best room for them and gave them delicious food. The two of them had a big meal in the room and then had a good sleep. Tomorrow evening, the Alice cruise ship will dock at the dock of Henry Island for an hour. Fong Tian looked at the information in his hand and said, What you have to do is to use this 1 hour to get on the ship and kill the target. Okay. Yang Ming nodded. What if this guy is with others? Lead him away. Fong Tian said with a blank expression, or kill them together. Ugh. Yang Ming frowned and said, This isn't good, right? There is nothing good about it. You are an assassin. Sometimes in order to protect yourself, you have to do something ruthless. Fong Tian looked at Yang Ming and said, If one day I want to betray you, you have to kill me without hesitation. This? I can't do it. Yang Ming shook his head and said bitterly. Ai. Fong Tian sighed. I know you are a soft-hearted person. This is your strength and also your weakness. Well, I will act according to the circumstances tomorrow. Yang Ming said. The night of Henry Island was a paradise for the rich. On the entire island, there were songs and dances. Many high-class prostitutes were wandering around, waiting for those rich guests to spend a lot of money for them. Yang Ming and Fong Tian rested early. Both of them were not in the mood to enjoy all this. Fong Tian was indifferent to these, but Yang Ming felt very melancholy because of what Fong Tian said to him just now. However, in order not to attract the attention of others, sometimes it was still necessary to put on an act. The next day, Yang Ming and Fong Tian appeared in the casino on time. Hozek had asked them to prepare the bargaining chips for them. Both of them took some to play separately. Although Yang Ming could use his special ability to cheat most of the time, he didn't do so. He just kept himself in a state where he didn't lose or earn. However, even if this was the case, it wasn't easy. After spending the morning, Yang Ming and Fong Tian had a meal in the restaurant in the casino at noon. Because the two people were silent, the waiter thought that it was because they didn't speak the same language. In the afternoon, Yang Ming and Fong Tian came to the seaside. While they were basking in the sun, they ordered some seafood barbecue and drank some draft beer. They really looked like a pair of father and son who were here for a vacation. Calm, calm. When he was walking, Yang Ming was also floating. Apparently, he was also drunk. After returning to the room, Fang Tian fell on the bed. Yang Ming also said that he wanted to sleep. He asked the waiter not to disturb them again. The waiter nodded and left the room. Then, he hung a "Rest, do not disturb" sign at the door. After the waiter left, Yang Ming and Fang Tian immediately woke up like ordinary people. There were no traces of drunkenness. Get ready. There are still 2 hours. Fang Tian looked at his watch and said. Everything is ready. We are just waiting for the Alice to dock. Yang Ming took a deep breath. Although it wasn't the first time he killed someone, his previous killings were justified self-defense. This time, he was actually going to kill a person. Although this person was guilty of a heinous crime and deserved to die. But, Yang Ming was still a little nervous. Relax. Don't be nervous. Fang Tian saw that Yang Ming's current mood was a little chaotic, so he comforted him. I know. Yang Ming nodded. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the huge Alice cruise ship was anchored at the harbor of Henry Island. The Alice was currently one of the largest luxury cruise ships in the world. It weighed 145,000 tons. It was as big as 5 Titanics. It could accommodate 3,000 tourists. It also had an airport that could take off and land ordinary commercial aircraft, 3,500 ordinary rooms, and 1,200 luxury rooms. There were hospitals, restaurants, cinemas, and even a small theme park. It was a real, floating city. In addition to the huge size, the Alice also reflected the extreme luxury. The central hall was 7 stories high. Other modern facilities included a cigar club, a wedding church, a duty-free shop street, and so on. The cruise ship also prepared a variety of luxurious exercise facilities for people who needed to burn calories. On the top rooftop of the cruise ship, there was a climbing wall more than 10 meters high. Every passenger could get a free climbing opportunity here. The Alice also put a set of very advanced artificial surfing equipment on the ship, which could create very perfect waves. Many surfers could do a variety of difficult moves in this small range of a few meters. Surfing here, you didn't have to be afraid of the waves hitting you to the bottom. In front of the Alice, most ships could only be said to be a small sampan. Back then, the Titanic weighed only 46,000 tons. These were to reflect the luxury of the Alice. At this time of the year, the owner of the Alice would invite business tycoons, celebrities, and movie stars from all over the world to gather on the Alice for free. Why did they do this? It seemed to be a very loss-making business, but in fact, it was not. After these elites from all walks of life returned, they were free-living advertisements. Under their publicity, the annual income of the Alice was thriving and increased sharply every year. Henry Island was also one of the important docks. Every year, many rich people boarded here, and then the Alice would continue to sail. After a week around the world, it would repass every docked place. The whole cycle took about 3 months. Of course, if someone had something to do, they could also take the plane on the ship back first. Yang Ming looked at the boarding card in his hand. The strength of this Hozek could be imagined. In such a grand celebrity convention, Hozek actually got the boarding card for 2 people. It was really not easy. Yang Ming and Fang Tian actually changed and became oil tycoons of a Middle Eastern emirate. It was ridiculous. However, all of this was real. When a person's power and influence reached an amazing limit, there were few things in this world that he couldn't do. Yang Ming was very surprised how Fang Tian knew Hozek, and it seemed that the relationship between the 2 people was good. Old man, if Hozek wants to kill Dorsk, will it be as troublesome as us? Yang Ming suddenly wanted to ask this question. No, he can take a gun and kill Dorsk directly, and then there won't be any trouble. Fang Tian said faintly, no matter how strong Dorsk's background is, in front of Hozek, he is nothing. Oh, then why don't you let Hozek help us kill Dorsk? After Yang Ming asked this question, he knew that he had asked a very stupid question. If it wasn't for you to practice, this kind of person isn't worth it for me to come here. Fang Tian snorted. Dorsk might be a powerful figure, but in the eyes of Hozik and even Feng Tian, he wasn't even as good as an ant. What did this mean? This was strength, whether it was the strength on the surface or the strength in the dark. As long as one was strong enough, one wouldn't be trampled on. Thinking of Dorsk, Yang Ming couldn't help but association with Wang Shifan. They were destined to be tragic figures. It's almost time. Feng Tian looked at his watch and then pointed to his ear. Wireless headphones, keep in touch at all times. Don't worry, Master. Yang Ming nodded solemnly. Unlike his previous playful look in front of Feng Tian, his address to Feng Tian had also changed to Master. For the first mission, Yang Ming still attached great importance to it. Make it quick. With your strength, it's still very easy to kill Dorsk. Feng Tian smiled. I wish you good luck. Yang Ming smiled to comfort himself, then he opened the window of the room and jumped out nimbly. Feng Tian picked up the binoculars and looked in the direction of the sea. Feng Tian shook his head. Yang Ming's heart is a bit too soft. I don't know if this mission can be successful. In order to facilitate the operation, Yang Ming and Feng Tian chose a room on the first floor. Opening the window, Yang Ming could easily do things outside. Although the second and third floors were not difficult for Yang Ming, it was easy to be discovered by others when he climbed down. It was not as convenient as the first floor. Looking at Yang Ming's figure that was hidden in the woods, Feng Tian nodded with satisfaction. This kid's comprehension and ability are not bad. I didn't choose the wrong apprentice. Even Yang Ming's kindness could be regarded as a merit. Feng Tian didn't want his apprentice to become a murderous person. However, when it jeopardized his own interests, Feng Tian also hoped that Yang Ming's heart could be hardened. Yang Ming chose a beach far from the dock, then he dived into the sea with a special curved straw in his mouth and swam to the Alice. Although Yang Ming could board the ship legitimately with the boarding card, he would definitely leave a record. If he disappeared after boarding the ship, then when the murder case came out, it was obvious that he would become the key suspect. In this way, it would definitely bring some trouble to Hozik. Although Hozik said that he wasn't afraid of trouble, Yang Ming didn't want to do this. The first mission was also a test for himself. If everything was well prepared and he could easily kill the target, then what was the point of it? Therefore, Yang Ming still chose the most conventional way. He and Feng Tian pretended to drink too much and went back to the room to rest. The waiter could prove this. After they returned to the room, they never came out again. Then, Yang Ming chose to leave the room from the window and board the ship by swimming in the sea. In this way, he could fake proof that he was not present. Although if someone wanted to investigate, they could definitely find some clues. Who would dare to investigate Hozik's guest? Unless they had conclusive evidence. But then again, even if they had conclusive evidence, they had to think twice before investigating Hozik's people. Moreover, the dead person was just a big drug lord. No matter how strong his relationship was, the nature of his profession was there. No one would stick up for a dead person. Perhaps, Dorsk's death might touch the interests of some people, which made them very upset. However, since the interests had been lost, it was obviously unwise to offend another strong character. What's more, Yang Ming would not leave any evidence at all. In this way, the entire assassination process was much safer. Yang Ming needed to find Dorsk's location himself because the position of a person on the ship was particularly arbitrary. It was impossible to be fixed in a certain position. This was a very challenging and difficult figure for other assassins. Whether you were an experienced assassin or a fledgling assassin, you couldn't predict the position of the target now. This was also a test that Feng Tian gave to Yang Ming, a test of Yang Ming's ability to adapt. However, for Yang Ming didn't have any difficulty. Finding people was Yang Ming's strength. As long as he hid in a corner, he could use his special ability to scan the situation in the entire cabin. Soon, he could find Dorsk. This was one of the advantages of Yang Ming, an advantage that he had over any assassin. Yang Ming chose to board the ship from the deck facing away from the dock. This was the landing strip for private planes. At this time, no one was here. This was also Yang Ming's detection. He found that there was no one here, so he swam here to board the ship. On the side of the ship, there was no place to put his hand, but Yang Ming had put a special suction cup on his hand. He could easily adhere to the surface of the metal with a little water. Therefore, Yang Ming easily climbed to the deck of the cruise ship and hid directly behind a seaplane. Although Yang Ming had used his special ability to investigate, there were no suspicious people nearby, but for safety, Yang Ming still hid. Yang Ming looked at the watch on his hand. It was now 7:20. He still had 40 minutes. The Alice would set sail at 8 o'clock and leave the dock at Henry Road, so he had to finish the battle before 8 o'clock. Dorsk was an extremely arrogant person, but he also had the capital to be arrogant. Although he couldn't be compared with Hazik, his status on this cruise ship was already very high. Most entrepreneurs knew his identity behind the scenes. They wouldn't easily go against this person. For his arrogance, they would tolerate it. However, in this way, Dorsk was even more unscrupulous in doing things. However, today, Dorsk was very annoyed. Yes, he was unusually annoyed. Ever since he boarded the Alice, no one had dared to disrespect him. Every day, Dorsk lived a carefree life under the compliments and flattery of others. Every night, some Hollywood female stars took the initiative to accompany him, which made Dorsk feel very comfortable. The pinnacle of power was just like this. Looking back at the politicians and businessmen who pretended to be serious, they were actually not much better than him, but they pretended to be serious. They wanted to sleep with women, but they were still hiding it. Dorsk's desire was extremely inflated. He thought that he was a local emperor, a king who could do whatever he wanted. However, today, he encountered a very humiliating thing. The women that he liked, which one of them didn't take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms? Regardless of whether you were a pure and innocent girl outside or a movie star, in his own bed, there was no difference between you and those high-class prostitutes. The women who slept with Dorsk could get a huge check. This money was enough for these people to work for a year or even a few years. So, how could those women not flock to him? Sometimes, at night, there would even be 2, 3, or even 4 women in Dorsk's bed at the same time. Dorsk didn't refuse any of them, and he was happy to do so. In his opinion, as long as he hooked his little finger, the beautiful women on the ship could line up and wait for him to choose. However, all of this was destroyed by a hateful woman. This was what Dorsk couldn't tolerate. Is this Hong Kong star very bad *SS? She actually rejected me in public? Dorsk couldn't help but become angry. This was a challenge to his dignity and his authority. If everyone imitated her, then he didn't need to mingle. Although this star was a little famous, and her father was also a businessman, in Dorsk's eyes, that level of small businessman was like an ant. He didn't need to put them in his eyes at all. Things were like this. Today, Dorsk was invited by a Japanese friend and condescended to attend an Oriental dance party. In his opinion, his identity as a Caucasian was incomparably noble. Condescending to attend a colored ball was already giving him enough face. If it weren't for the Japanese man's flattery, saying that he was the most awesome person in the world, Dorsk would not have gone to this dance party. The Japanese man was the leader of a certain extreme organization. He was going to do some white powder business with Dorsk, so he was bowing to him. As soon as Dorsk came to the dance party, he found many famous actresses to accompany this old pervert. The feeling of being surrounded by stars made Dorsk feel very refreshed, and his mood was very comfortable. He hugged the 2 actresses and began to move his hands up and down unscrupulously. These 2 actresses had been instructed by the Japanese man, and they were very cooperative with Dorsk. However, when Dorsk saw another girl who was as beautiful as a celestial being, he immediately felt that the 2 actresses in his arms were 2 piles of dung. Dorsk's eyes were straight. Yes, this girl was too beautiful. Mixing in the flowers every day had made Dorsk's taste very tricky. Usually, there were very few women who could enter his eyes, let alone someone who could make his heart move. He hadn't wanted a woman so much for a long time. Yes, this long-lost desire made Dorsk very excited. Although he did mechanical exercises in bed every day, it was only to vent his desire. There hadn't been a woman who could make his heart move like this for a long time. Dorsk immediately let go of the woman in his hand. The only thing left in his eyes was the Oriental girl. He walked towards the girl with what he thought was a very gentlemanly and elegant pace. He wanted to get her into bed and make her his subject. This was Dorsk's only thought. There was no woman that Dorsk couldn't get if he wanted to. Therefore, he wasn't worried about being rejected. There was nothing that Dorsk couldn't do. He had this confidence. As for the Japanese team leader, when he saw Dorsk suddenly walking in one direction, he quickly followed him. In his opinion, Dorsk was his god of fortune. "Beautiful lady, please allow me to dance with you," Dorsk said to Xianxia in what he thought was the most elegant posture. Xianxia accompanied her father to attend the party on the Alice. In other words, her father used Xianxia's fame to attend this party. Although Xianxia's father, Xianxia, was also a very powerful boss in Hong Kong with a lot of money. But there were more than one or two rich people in the world. In a small place like Hong Kong, Xianxia was a very important figure. But looking at the world, it was really nothing. Most of the rich people were concentrated in economically developed places like Europe and the United States. Therefore, it could be said that Xianxia was barely qualified to attend this party. But his daughter, Xianxia, could. Xianxia was a popular little queen in Hong Kong, Taiwan, mainland, Singapore, and Malaysia. Of course, she was qualified to attend this party. Originally, Xianxia didn't like to attend this kind of party, but she couldn't stand her father's coaxing and pestering. She reluctantly attended this party. At this kind of party, those other stars were looking for relationships and money, but Xianxia didn't need these. She was already popular enough, and she wasn't short of money. Her own income was already a lot, and the money at home was more than enough to spend. Xianxia wasn't greedy. As long as she had enough to spend, it was fine. Moreover, Xianxia had a concert tour after the New Year, so she couldn't stay on the Alice for long before she had to fly back to Hong Kong. Today, she was just accompanying her father to meet a few old friends. Xianxia, who was standing next to her father, suddenly saw a Caucasian man coming to this side. Although Xianxia didn't know what he was going to do, she still nodded to him politely. When Dorsk reached out and invited Xianxia to dance, Xianxia politely refused. Xianxia wasn't used to this occasion, and she wasn't an escort. However, Xianxia's refusal made Dorsk feel very proud. His face immediately changed. He said a few words to the Japanese team leader next to him, and then the Japanese team leader immediately said to Xianxia, "This is Mr. Dorsk. He asked you to dance." "It is your honor." "I'm sorry. I don't know him, and I can't dance." Xianxia frowned and said faintly. She had tried her best to be polite. If it was Hong Kong, Xianxia would turn around and leave. Xianxia had never heard of Dorsk, but Xianxia had heard of it. When he heard the Japanese team leader say the name of Dorsk, his expression was obviously stagnant. He immediately said, "Hello, Mr. Dorsk. This is my daughter. She came out with me to attend the party. She is not very used to this kind of occasion. Please forgive her." English was the official language of Hong Kong. Xianxia and the Japanese team leader both used English. Dorsk should be able to understand. "Xianxia, I know you." The Japanese team leader sneered after listening. "I know your daughter." As for Xianxia, who doesn't know her? Not used to this kind of situation? Who are you trying to fool? You want to pretend to be pure when you're a celebrity? Let me tell you, how many female stars want to spend a night with Mr. Dorsk, but they don't even have a chance. Don't be so shameless. If you know what's good for you, then cooperate obediently. This guy was now trying to please Dorsk. His organization was only a small organization called the Tomorrow Group. It couldn't be compared with those large organizations. The supply of white powder was naturally very small. In order to open up a new supply, he worked very hard to find a relationship with Dorsk. As for Dorsk's request, he naturally tried to satisfy it. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a relatively popular celebrity. In their country, no matter how pure the female star was outside, she was just a tool to accompany the guests here. So, he didn't put Xianxia in his eyes at all. "Eagle Temple team leader, please respect yourself." Xianxia frowned and said, "If you don't leave, I will call security." "Humph." Before the Eagle Temple team leader spoke, Dorsk snorted coldly. Then, he glared at Xianxia fiercely and looked at Xianxia lecherously. He said, "Let's wait and see." Although Dorsk thought that he was very bad *SS, he didn't need to look at anyone's face when doing things. But this was the Alice after all. In other people's territory, he couldn't not give face to the owner. He wasn't so bad *SS that he couldn't put the owner of the Alice in his eyes. Although the owner of the Alice, was just a woman, no one dared to underestimate the strength behind her. No one knew who was standing behind Alice, and no one knew what would happen if they provoked Alice. Because she was a terrifying existence. As for how terrifying, no one knew, but there was a rumor in the upper class. It was said that behind Alice, there might be the power of a country. Therefore, Dorsk chose to temporarily swallow his anger. Once the security came, he would lose even more face. It was better to leave first and make plans later. However, Dorsk also thought that although he didn't want to have any conflict with Alice, he felt that Alice wouldn't take the initiative to embarrass him. As long as he didn't embarrass her in front of the public, then she would mind her own business and mind her own business. Dorsk, who returned to the room, was very angry. He smashed several teacups in a row, and the Eagle Temple team leader said some very disgusting flattering words. That chick doesn't know how to appreciate favors. She actually didn't give you face. The Eagle Temple team leader said, she is simply tired of living. Humph. *MN, no matter what method I use, I must get her. Eagle Temple, do you have a good idea? Dorsk looked up at the Eagle Temple team leader. This is simple. Just catch her. If she doesn't obey, then just force it on her. Are you still afraid of her? The Eagle Temple team leader said disdainfully. Is it okay? Dorsk thought so in his heart, but he felt that it was necessary for him to pretend to be a gentleman. After all, he had never treated a woman like this before. She's just a celebrity. Her father is just a businessman in Hong Kong. On this Alice, is there anyone who can do anything to you, the great Mr. Dorsk? The Eagle Temple team leader said, I think even if you kill someone, no one dares to do anything to you, right? Ha 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 ha. Dorsk laughed arrogantly. That's right. Have I, Dorsk, been afraid of anyone? That's fine. I will leave this matter to you. *MN, she actually dared to refute my face. I will teach her a lesson. Tonight, I will make her unable to get out of bed. Don't worry. Mr. Dorsk, leave this matter to me. The Eagle Temple team leader smiled slyly. He patted his chest and promised, I'm the best at doing this kind of thing. NN, if you do this well, then I can consider giving you a part of the European and American quotas. Dorsk was in a good mood and made a promise. No problem. The Eagle Temple team leader said excitedly, thank you, Mr. Dorsk. I will do this well. Then you go quickly. I can't wait for a moment. I can't wait to push her down on the bed and *CK her fiercely. Dorsk said lasciviously. Right, Mr. Dorsk. This is the best aphrodisiac in our country. The Eagle Temple team leader suddenly thought of something. Then, he took out a small bottle from his pocket and handed it to Dorsk. This medicine can greatly improve endurance. Although Mr. Dorsk is born with great strength, and it's not a problem for you to *CK her all night, if you take this medicine, your endurance can double, so you can teach that chick a lesson. The Eagle Temple team leader carried this kind of medicine with him. Obviously, he wasn't a good person. He was basically the same kind of person as Dorsk. Dorsk was very comfortable with the flattery of the Eagle Temple team leader. He gladly accepted the bottle of medicine and said, not bad. You are very clever. I like it very much. Don't worry. In your words, as long as you do it well, there will be great benefits. Hi. Thank you, Mr. Dorsk. The Eagle Temple team leader went out to do the job. Although Shu Haikwa knew that Dorsk and the Eagle Temple team leader weren't good people, they wouldn't cause any trouble on the Alice. When they returned to Hong Kong, it would be his territory. He wasn't afraid of them. Therefore, Shu Haikwa really didn't take this matter to heart. He didn't remind his daughter to guard against anything. It was also because of Shu Haikwa's carelessness that the Eagle Temple team leader took advantage of it. After Xianxia accompanied her father to deal with his friends for a while, she planned to go back to her room to rest. She had to fly back to Hong Kong tomorrow, so she had to have a good sleep tonight. After Xianxia said goodbye to her father, she went out of the banquet hall and walked to her room. Just as she was about to reach the room, two black-shirt macho men suddenly rushed out from the corner and walked quickly to Xianxia. "You guys." Xianxia just wanted to ask, but her mouth was blocked by a black-shirt macho man. Then another black-shirt macho man quickly took out a tape and directly sealed her mouth. Xianxia looked at the two people in front of her in horror. She wanted to call for help, but she couldn't make any sound. In this way, she was carried by the two black-shirt macho men and walked in another direction. On this ship, which was known for its safety, she could still be hijacked. This made Xianxia very puzzled. Every passenger on the ship, including the entourage they brought, had to undergo a detailed identity check and registration. Therefore, on this ship, there shouldn't be such a situation because everyone's identity was registered with the owner. However, such a thing still happened on this ship. It was hard for people to not think deeply about it. Xianxia immediately thought about the purpose of these people. Seeking money? Seeking revenge? It seems that the possibility of seeking money is not high. The people who can board this ship are either rich or noble. If it is seeking revenge, who have I offended recently? Wait. Could it be the guy named Dorsk? As she was thinking about it, the answer to this question was revealed. "What are you doing?" A tourist on the ship passed by and saw the two black-shirt macho men holding Xianxia. He quickly asked. "We are working for Mr. Dorsk. If you don't want to die, shut up," the black-shirt macho man said to the tourist fiercely. When the tourist heard Dorsk's name, he immediately lowered his head and didn't dare to say anything. He walked away dejectedly. And Xianxia, at this moment, also understood that the people who were sent to catch her were indeed Dorsk's people. Xianxia was taken to a luxury private room. The Eagle Temple team leader was sitting in a chair. When he saw Xianxia come in, he said with a sinister smile, "Xianxia, big star, aren't you awesome? You don't even give face to Mr. Dorsk?" As he said this, the Eagle Temple team leader stood up and tore the tape on Xianxia's mouth. "Let me tell you. Mr. Dorsk will be here in a while. He will punish you well. He will make you scream in bed. Ha 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 ha. What you are doing is illegal." Xianxia didn't know what to say. She also knew that this wasn't Hong Kong. No matter how tough she was, it was useless. Illegal? Haha. The Eagle Temple team leader seemed to have heard a big joke. He looked at Xianxia mockingly. "This is the Alice. I can tell you that. Mr. Dorsk is the law. No one can go against his words. Aren't you afraid that the owner of the Alice will know about this?" Xianxia knew that today's matter might not end well, but she wouldn't give in so easily. "The owner of the Alice, hee." The Eagle Temple team leader shook his head. "Miss Alice and our Mr. Dorsk don't interfere with each other's business. She won't fall out with him because of a little star like you. Moreover, you have nothing to lose. I just want you to scream in bed for a night. Don't worry. Mr. Dorsk's ability is very strong. He will make you very happy, hee. You're shameless." Xianxia was so angry at the Eagle Temple that her face turned red. Hee, you can say whatever you want." The Eagle Temple team leader looked at Xianxia lecherously. TSK, you're really beautiful. If Mr. Dorsk didn't like you, I might be tempted. But it's okay. Don't worry. When Mr. Dorsk is tired of playing, brother will continue to serve you. Hee. Go to hell. Xianxia glared at the Eagle Temple team leader and said fiercely. Haha, I won't die. Don't worry. But you have to be careful. Mr. Dorsk is very brave. Don't be killed by him. The Eagle Temple team leader turned and said to one of his men, "You guys guard her. Don't let her run away. I will inform Mr. Dorsk that he can come and enjoy the feast." "Yes, team leader," the black-shirt macho man said quickly. Dorsk didn't expect the Eagle Temple team leader to do things so quickly. It was only 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Good, efficient. However, although it wasn't time to sleep at night, he couldn't wait. The Eagle Temple team leader came to the suite with Dorsk. When Dorsk saw Xianxia, his eyes suddenly lit up. You wait for me in the room outside the suite. Stay there for me. Dorsk hurriedly ordered. Okay, Mr. Dorsk. The Eagle Temple team leader nodded. Right, have you taken the medicine? After that, he looked at Xianxia with a deep meaning. Oh, yes, take the medicine. Dorsk nodded and said, if you didn't remind me, I would have forgotten. You. Go and get some water for Mr. Dorsk. Forget it, there is no need. I will get it myself. As the Eagle Temple team leader said, he picked up the teacup and poured a cup of hot water for Dorsk. He handed it to Dorsk and said, Mr. Dorsk, please enjoy. Oh, okay. Dorsk took the teacup. After taking a piece of medicine, he returned the cup to the Eagle Temple team leader. Is this medicine really effective? Of course, this was invented by a scientist called 7 times a night. It is the latest aphrodisiac. It is very effective. But for a strong person like Mr. Dorsk, it can only be the icing on the cake, said the Eagle Temple team leader. Not bad, then you can go out. Dorsk nodded casually and accepted the flattery gladly. The Eagle Temple team leader took his men out of the room. Xianxia had been tied to the bed with her hands tied behind her back. He wasn't afraid that she would run away. After the Eagle Temple team leader closed the door, Dorsk couldn't wait to take off his clothes. The effect of this medicine was really strong. Dorsk found that he had already begun to have a reaction. Haha, beauty, you are going to be mine soon. Dorsk said as he took off his clothes. You are really shameless. You disgusting white-skinned pig. Xianxia looked at Dorsk, who was already naked. She was simply angry and ashamed. At this moment, she really regretted coming to this party held by the Alice. In Hong Kong, who dared to treat me like this? Although my father wasn't the richest person in Hong Kong, he was also a man of his word. Even those who mingled in the underworld didn't dare to mess with me. The boss of the entertainment company had to look at my face. Who dared to humiliate me like this? However, at this moment, the Dorsk in front of her didn't put her in his eyes at all. He didn't even put her father in his eyes. Xianxia knew that any threat was useless to the person in front of her. It couldn't change the facts in front of her. Xianxia really had an urge to cry. My chastity was actually destroyed in this situation. After mingling in the entertainment circle for so long, Xianxia had always been clean. She didn't even have a boyfriend. Because, in the depths of her heart, there was another existence, the person she loved the most in this life. Xianxia had always been looking forward to the day when she would see him again. Her first time must be his. However, this vision was going to be shattered today. My body was actually going to be ruined by such a disgusting white-skinned pig in front of me. Xianxia really wanted to cry but had no tears. Ai. Xianxia sighed faintly. If I could have insisted on not coming to Hong Kong, I wouldn't have embarked on the path of the entertainment circle, right? There wouldn't be such a thing today, right? In that case, I should be very happy with that person, going to school and leaving school every day. At this age, I should be in college with him. I heard that college is a paradise for lovers. However, all of this was very far away from me. Xianxia was desperate. She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for the upcoming humiliation. What would I do after that? Xianxia didn't know. Maybe I would try my best to retaliate against the man in front of me. He destroyed my vision with his own hands. In the entertainment circle, although Xianxia was clean, it was inevitable that her friends would talk about that aspect when they usually talked. Xianxia was also a mature woman. Of course, she could understand what they were talking about. However, Xianxia was luckier. With Xu Haikua as her father, she didn't need to give up her body to get what she wanted. However, Xianxia wasn't the only celebrity in this situation. One of Xiaoya's close friends was also the daughter of a consortium's boss. She was also a small celebrity, but she wasn't as famous as Xiaoya. However, her private life was chaotic enough. She had changed boyfriends for 20 to 30 times. She often told Xiaoya how comfortable and wonderful the thing between men and women was. She always encouraged Xiaoya to find a boyfriend to try. However, Xiaoya shook her head every time and said with a smile, "This kind of thing naturally has to be done with the person I love most." The person you love might be hugging another woman right now. This close friend of hers said. However, Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. But in her heart, she had been longing for the sweetness with that person many times. The hazy and immature feelings in her childhood had been upgraded to love as Xianxia grew older, true love. Although this situation was rare, Xianxia was such a stubborn girl. She would never turn back once she set her mind on something. However, this beautiful memory was interrupted by Dorsk's obscene laughter. Dorsk had taken off all his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. Why didn't he take off his shorts? Because this involved a personal reason. Although Dorsk had sex every night, he felt very inferior. This was because his lower body was very short and not vigorous. It was like a little caterpillar. He couldn't be compared to those fierce men. Although the woman who had sex with him didn't dare to have any dissatisfaction, she had to pretend to be very satisfied. But the more it was like this, the more inferior Dorsk felt. This was a physical defect that couldn't be made up for. Therefore, Dorsk developed a habit. He wouldn't take off his shorts until the moment before he officially did something. If you dare to come over again, I will bite my tongue and commit suicide. Xianxia had no choice but to threaten him in the end. If I die, I think Miss Alice can't just ignore it, right? Yes, but even if you die, what can you do? Where is this place? This is Henry Island. There is no law that can do anything to me. Old Henry and I are old acquaintances. Haha, what do you think he can do to me? Dorsk sneered. There is also Miss Alice. Do you think she will stick up for a dead person? You are right. No one will stick up for a dead person. A voice that was colder than Dorsk's came from behind him, which made him feel a little creeped out. Yang Ming didn't spend much effort to find Dorsk. What made Yang Ming surprised was that this guy was actually preparing to flirt with a woman. And he actually knew that woman. It turned out to be the big star, Xianxia. Good heavens, what is this? Yang Ming didn't have much interest in the safety of the star, but this Xianxia might have some secrets, so Yang Ming could save her. Now that Dorsk's exact location was found, the next thing was much easier. Yang Ming took off the waterproof suit on his body and then fixed his hair. He walked openly to Dorsk's room. There were 800 if not 1,000 passengers on this ship. It was impossible for everyone to know each other, so no one came out to question Yang Ming's identity. Moreover, Yang Ming's body had no water, but his hair was a little wet. However, it was like he had just swum or taken a shower. There was nothing special about him. When he came to the door of the room where Dorsk was, Yang Ming used his special ability to check the situation inside. This was a luxury suite divided into 2 rooms, inside and outside. There were only 2 people, Dorsk and Xianxia, in the inner room. Dorsk had begun to take off his pants, and Xianxia was tied to the bed in horror. In the outer room, Yang Ming saw the Eagle Temple team leader and 2 black-shirt macho men. Obviously, these 3 people were outside to keep a lookout, so they weren't good people. These 4 people, in the eyes of Yang Ming, were already dead people. The door of the room was easily opened with a lily key, and Yang Ming walked in. Daradesuka. The Eagle Temple team leader saw Yang Ming actually pushed the door and walked in directly. He subconsciously asked in Japanese. Daradesuka, what do you mean? However, then he knew that Yang Ming might not understand, so he immediately asked in English, who are you? I'm here to take your life. As Yang Ming spoke, the Eagle Temple team leader widened his eyes and stared at Yang Ming. There was an iron nail between his eyebrows. Before the Eagle Temple team leader could speak, he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he died. Although the 2 black-shirt macho men saw how the Eagle Temple team leader died, they didn't have a chance to say it. Because the 2 of them fell to the ground. Yang Ming wasn't willing to talk nonsense with such small fries. He held a pile of steel nails in his hand that he bought at the hardware store for 1 yuan. The highest realm of an assassin was that anything could be used as a murder weapon. Although Yang Ming hadn't reached this realm yet, he was almost there. He could easily take a person's life with just a few simple tools. The 3 watchdogs were easily disposed of. Yang Ming didn't even look at them because they were already dead. Yang Ming had this confidence. If he wanted to kill someone, it was impossible for them to survive under his hands. Yang Ming found that he had really changed a lot. He remembered that he had accidentally killed Ji Shuixing in the beginning. He actually felt uneasy for a long time because of it. But now, he didn't feel any discomfort. He didn't know if he was gradually becoming cold-blooded, but Yang Ming knew that the people he killed weren't worthy of sympathy because they were all people who deserved to die. If Yang Ming really wanted to kill an innocent person, Yang Ming really couldn't do it. Perhaps Dorsk was too arrogant. He didn't even lock the door of the inner room. Yang Ming didn't even use the Yuri key and directly opened the door. However, Dorsk did think so. Because in Dorsk's view, the Eagle Temple team leader was just a dog who had a favor to ask of him, so he would do his best to be a dog. When Yang Ming opened the door, he just heard Dorsk talking nonsense. Yang Ming found it funny. He couldn't help but reply to him coldly, "You are right. No one will stick up for a dead person. Similarly, no one will stick up for you tomorrow." Dorsk spoke in English, and Yang Ming answered him in English. Yang Ming was complacent about his speaking ability. It seemed that the strengthening training this time was still very effective. As an assassin, he had to learn many foreign languages. Under Feng Tian's coercion, Yang Ming had to take a lot of discs that Feng Tian gave him to recharge and learn. Now, Yang Ming's English level had a small achievement. At least, daily conversations were no longer a problem. "Who are you? How did you come in?" Dorsk was shocked by Yang Ming's voice. The small bird under his body was even smaller. "You don't need to know because you must die today," Yang Ming said coldly. "Eagle Temple. Eagle Temple, you bastard, where did you go?" Dorsk roared angrily. As he roared, his hand quickly touched his clothes. Maybe he was going to take a gun. Xia's heart was very excited at this moment. She couldn't believe her eyes. "It's him. It's really him." Although his voice had become more rough and the person had become more handsome and tall, Xia still recognized the person in front of her at a glance. However, how is this possible? How did he suddenly appear in this place? Xia even suspected that all of this was a dream. Such a fantastical thing could only happen in such an imaginative dream. The princess was kidnapped by the big bully, but at the critical moment, the prince appeared. What she thought during the day, she dreamed at night. Therefore, she had such a strange and outrageous dream. "The person outside is called Eagle Temple?" Yang Ming shrugged and said, "You don't have to call him that. He has already gone to the Western Heaven. If you want to find him, you can see him in the Western Heaven soon." Dorsk was horrified, but he didn't answer. The movements of his hands didn't stop for a moment. "Take your time to find him. Don't worry. I will give you a chance to take out your gun." Yang Ming smiled indifferently. Dorsk's face was red and white. His purpose had been seen through by Yang Ming. Yang Ming was still so fearless. What did that mean? It meant that Yang Ming wasn't afraid of him taking out his gun. Dorsk gave up the idea of taking out his gun. Instead, he turned to beg for mercy. "What do you want? How much money do you want? I will give it to you." "Oh?" Yang Ming's heart moved. He looked at Dorsk and said faintly, "Give me your bank account and password." "This, you want it all?" Dorsk was shocked. "Why? You don't want to give it to me?" Yang Ming snorted and tapped on Dorsk's body. Dorsk suddenly twitched and rolled on the ground. However, the sound insulation of this luxury suite wasn't just for show. Outside, there was no sound at all. Even if Dorsk shouted himself hoarse, no one would hear him. Dorsk hadn't figured out what Yang Ming was going to do. The muscles of his whole body began to become dislocated. The twisting pain made him scream miserably. At the beginning, Dorsk thought that the pain was only momentary, but he helplessly found that this kind of pain was endless. Dorsk didn't know what Yang Ming did to him, but he couldn't think about it. His whole brain was in a state of confusion. Xia, with her eyes wide open, looked at the strange scene in front of her. She was shocked. Yes, this must be a dream. Otherwise, there was no way to explain the facts that happened in front of her eyes. Because in Xia's eyes, Yang Ming had become a great magician. With a casual wave of his hand, he could make Dorsk suffer unbearably. This was impossible to appear in reality except in a dream. Pain. I can't take it anymore. Dorsk was like a big rat that had eaten poison, struggling and twisting on the ground. Yang Ming was unmoved and stared coldly at Dorsk. You're not human, you're the devil. Dorsk roared. Now he could only think so. In the eyes of most Westerners, he didn't understand what the acupuncture point was. Yang Ming's gentle finger could make Dorsk suffer inhuman torture. Who else could do it except the devil? Do you want to say it? Yang Ming smiled evilly. I can make you feel better. How about it? Do you want to try? I will say. Dorsk's brain nerves were out of control. Whatever Yang Ming asked him, he would say, my account in the Swiss bank is XXXXX. The password is XXXXX. Very good, I am very satisfied. Yang Ming nodded and secretly remembered the password. He picked up the phone and began to transfer the money. It was best to get this thing done as soon as possible, so as not to lose the money. Yang Ming also had an account in the Swiss bank, so he was familiar with the phone transfer. It was easy to transfer all the money in Dorsk's account to his own account. However, this Dorsk was really King rich. He actually had more than 30 billion euros in his account. Yang Ming really wanted to shout out CK. He had struck it big this time. Originally, Dorsk wouldn't have said the account password so easily, but now his body was completely out of control, and he didn't think before speaking. If he was replaced by a strong-willed person, he might be able to grit his teeth and hold on, but Dorsk was different. He was used to being pampered. His life had always been smooth. Even his fingers had never been broken. How could he bear such a strong pain? Yang Ming was transferring the money over there, but Dorsk was suffering here. He was still suffering from the torment of pain. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. Dorsk couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, just kill me. I can't stand it anymore. It's too uncomfortable. Well, as you wish. Yang Ming answered Dorsk's question very quickly this time. An iron nail was inserted into Dorsk's forehead. After Dorsk's fat body twitched a few times, he lay straight on the ground and didn't move. Xianxia couldn't help but scream. Yang Ming actually killed someone. Xianxia was a girl. When she saw a person die in front of her, it was inevitable for her to scream. The originally fantastical dream suddenly turned into a bloody scene. How could Xianxia not be flustered? Yang Ming, is there someone around you? Feng Tian also heard Xia's scream and immediately asked nervously through the wireless headset. Yes, replied Yang Ming. Kill her. Feng Tian decisively ordered, kill her immediately. She has seen the process of you killing someone. She can't stay. The sound of the headset was very loud, and the room was very quiet, so Xia heard the words clearly. However, she was half happy and half worried. She was happy that the person in front of her was really Yang Ming. It's really him. But the worrisome thing was that Yang Ming actually wanted to kill him to silence him. Yang Ming frowned and looked at Xiya. He was hesitant in his heart. Asking him to kill Xiya, he couldn't do it. Although he had nothing to do with this big star, Yang Ming knew that she was innocent. She was just caught by Dorsk. Yang Ming, don't hesitate. Hurry up and do it. Time is running out. The ship will depart in 10 minutes. When Feng Tian saw that Yang Ming didn't move for a long time, he immediately became anxious. Yang Ming hesitated. He turned and walked toward Xiya. Don't kill me. I'm Sue. Xiya just wanted to speak, but her mouth was suddenly covered by Yang Ming. Pretend to scream. Yang Ming silently mouthed 4 words. Xiya suddenly understood that Yang Ming wanted her to pretend to be killed. She nodded quickly. Yang Ming let go of Xia's mouth and then gave her a look. Xia immediately screamed. Yang Ming quickly covered Xia's mouth again, and then said silently, you won't betray me, right? Xia nodded hard. Even if Yang Ming didn't remind her, she wouldn't say it. Betray Yang Ming? How is this possible? Unless I kill her. Yang Ming released the hand on Xia's mouth and nodded with satisfaction. He removed the rope on Xia's body. As he was about to leave, Xianxia said silently, "Can we meet again?" "Maybe." Yang Ming still had a lot of things to ask her, but this time it couldn't be done. The ship would depart in a few minutes. Yang Ming had to leave here as soon as possible. Yang Ming flashed out of the luxury suite, but Xianxia screamed excitedly, "Ah, so cool." At this moment, Xianxia's eyes were full of little stars. From the moment Dorsk was killed, she knew that this wasn't a dream because Xianxia never had such a bloody dream. She bit her lip and found it painful. She immediately understood that everything in front of her was real. The person she had been waiting for had appeared. At her most critical moment, he had appeared. Although Xianxia couldn't believe that all of this was true, all of this really happened in front of her eyes. Although Xianxia had a lot of questions in her heart, she couldn't ask. She didn't know who the person on the other side of Yang Ming's earpiece was, but that person wanted Yang Ming to kill her. It was really abominable. Fortunately, Yang Ming's heart was still so kind. Although he didn't recognize her, he didn't kill her. This made Xianxia very happy. At the moment when Yang Ming got rid of Dorsk, she was afraid that Yang Ming had become a murderous demon king. But now it seemed that Yang Ming wasn't like that. Yang Ming didn't think as much as Xianxia. The reason why he didn't kill Xianxia was that he didn't want to kill innocent people. The other reason was that he still had a lot of things to ask Xianxia. He quickly slipped out of the cabin and came to the deck. Yang Ming instantly disappeared into the waves. When he went back, Yang Ming didn't need to wear a waterproof suit because it wasn't necessary. Soon, he returned to his room on Henry Island. Yang Ming took off his wet clothes. He didn't obey Fang Tian's order. His heart was still a little nervous, but on the surface, he pretended that nothing had happened and said, "It went smoothly. Dorsk has been killed." "Oh." Fang Tian looked straight at Yang Ming and only spat out one word. "Old man, why are you looking at me like that? It's creepy. Even if it's my first mission, and it's so smooth, you don't have to look at me like that, right?" Yang Ming said uncomfortably. "Do you know that girl?" Fang Tian asked faintly. "Which one? What girl?" Yang Ming was shocked, but there was no unnatural expression on his face. "What do you think?" Fang Tian smiled faintly. "It's the girl that you let go." "Ah?" Yang Ming was exposed by Fang Tian's behavior just now. He was a little embarrassed and immediately blushed. How did you know?" "Playing tricks." Fang Tian snorted. "If you kill someone, can you let the person scream before they die?" Sweat. Yang Ming immediately understood how Fang Tian saw through him. It's really a case of being too smart for one's own good. The scream that I let Xianxia scream became a flaw instead. Fang Tian was right. The people that I want to kill will die immediately. How can there be time to scream? The older the ginger, the spicier it is. The road is your own path. I won't say much. Fang Tian waved his hand. If you know her, then you find a way to deal with it yourself. I understand, she won't betray me. Although Yang Ming said so, he didn't understand Xia's character at all. Well, take a bath and rest. Fang Tian said, the current mission is over. With a loud whistle, the Alice set sail. No one knew that 4 people had become corpses on this ship, except for Xianxia. But Xianxia was determined not to say it. Because this was a little secret between her and Yang Ming. There had been no little secret between the two of them for many years. This made Xianxia couldn't help but think of the past and the things that happened when they were in school. After Dorsk's death, Xianxia quickly returned to her room. She wanted to sort out her thoughts. What happened today was really too exciting. It was even more cinematic than acting in a movie. The hero saves the beauty, one move to defeat the enemy. In the end, I really saw him again. This time, it also made Xianxia make her final decision. She decided to take the initiative to go back to Songjiang to find him. Yes, no matter how much resistance there was, she wasn't afraid. Yang Ming took a hot shower and washed his clothes. Otherwise, they were full of sand. Even if they were dried, he couldn't wear them. After all this was done, Yang Ming prepared to rest with peace of mind. Out of the bathroom, he found that Fang Tian was lying in bed watching TV, So he said, "Old man Feng, I got an unexpected fortune. Do you want some?" "How much?" Feng Tian asked casually. "Tens of billions of euros." Yang Ming said and sighed in his heart. It was said that drug trafficking was the most profitable business in the world. It seemed that it was true. The richest people weren't the billionaires on the list of the world's richest people, but the income of those billionaires was legal. The richest people were those who were involved in illegal activities. "Oh, you keep it for yourself." Feng Tian seemed to have no interest at all and shook his head. "Are you serious, old man? You think it's too little?" Yang Ming looked at Feng Tian in amazement. "Not a lot," Feng Tian said honestly. There was only one thought in Yang Ming's mind. This old man is pretending. The next morning, Feng Tian threw a tantrum with Yang Ming in the cafeteria. He complained that he drank too much wine yesterday afternoon. He didn't even board the Alice at night. Such an opportunity to enjoy was lost in vain. The waiter looked at the father and son arguing and didn't dare to say anything. When they heard that they didn't board the Alice, they felt some sympathy. After Feng Tian and Yang Ming finished their meal, they checked out and left Henry Island. The reason was simple. The two of them had missed the boarding time of the Alice. There was no need for them to stay any longer. No one doubted this reason because this reason was too simple and clear. The two of them were oil tycoons. Of course, they were qualified to board the Alice. Moreover, many tourists here also stayed here for the sake of boarding the Alice. "Are we going back?" Sitting on the return plane provided by Hozik, Yang Ming had no scruples. "Go back to Songjiang directly?" "No, I'll bring you to a place and give you some training," Feng Tian said. "Where are we going?" Yang Ming asked curiously. Because Feng Tian didn't mention this matter beforehand. "You'll know when you get there," Feng Tian said mysteriously. Feng Tian was like this. If he wanted to say it, he would say it. If he didn't want to say it, it was useless to ask him. So, Yang Ming simply stopped asking. After a few hours of flight, the plane landed at a private parking lot on the edge of an ancient castle. "What is this place?" Yang Ming looked at the medieval castle in front of him and asked very strangely. "A friend's home." Feng Tian smiled and explained, "Here, you will become the best assassin in the world." In the following days, it was training day and night. Yang Ming couldn't even remember the days because the training wasn't carried out according to a fixed time every day. Instead, the training started when he woke up. Even before he woke up, Yang Ming was pulled up for training. In the beginning, Yang Ming was very skeptical about what Feng Tian said. "What's so special here? Can I become the best assassin in the world?" But now he understood. Feng Tian's words were not unreasonable. Here, Yang Ming was familiar with the use and disassembly of various firearms. He also learned to fly a plane, sail a boat, and so on. Every day, there was a lot of simulation training and even real confrontation training. Yang Ming didn't know what this place was, and he didn't know why there were so many people with extraordinary skills training with him. The only thing he knew was that his progress was lightning fast. Feng Tian left missions for Yang Ming every day. He didn't answer Yang Ming's other questions. Yang Ming was too lazy to ask again and devoted himself to the training. What surprised Yang Ming was that not only was the equipment here comprehensive, but even some of the environments were simulated very realistically. Desert, jungle, swamp, barren mountain, and so on. The simulation of survival and confrontation in various scenes made Yang Ming have a qualitative leap. Feng Tian's missions were similar to the actual assassination missions. He let Yang Ming kill the target in different scenes and environments every time. Some were in the light, some were in the dark. There were 1-on-1, 1-on-10, and even 1-on-100. However, Yang Ming finally completed Feng Tian's request. "Old man Feng, your apprentice seems to have good qualifications." Outside the training ground, another old man laughed at Feng Tian. "Old man Wang, I think you want to say that the son-in-law I chose for you is good, right?" Feng Tian rolled his eyes at the other old man. "Hee, it's the same, it's the same." Old man Wang nodded with satisfaction. "What's the same?" "Far from it. Feng Tian glared and said, "People say that a master is like a father. You are satisfied with my apprentice, but I am not satisfied with your daughter." The two old men were bickering outside the training ground, but the servants on the side didn't dare to make a sound. The family master, Wang Songshan, who was usually very serious, only behaved like a child when he was with this person with the surname Feng. 10 days of training ended quickly. It was only 10 days, but Yang Ming felt unusually fulfilled. Leaving just like that? Yang Ming was a little unsatisfied. The environment here made him a little fascinated. This was indeed a good place to improve himself. Previously, Yang Ming thought that he was already very powerful. At least in the city, he was invincible. However, when he came here, he realized that his kung fu was far from enough. For these different environments, he simply lacked practical experience. Let's go. You still have a chance to come here in the future. Feng Tian smiled ambiguously. Yang Ming didn't delve into Feng Tian's smile. This old man is often mysterious. Who knows what he means? Feng Tian said in his heart, "Kid, this is half your home in the future. You can come here whenever you want, right? Aren't you not satisfied with the marriage I arranged for you? I will arouse your desire first. Then, let's see if you are still satisfied or not." Although Yang Ming was reluctant to leave, he had been out for more than 10 days. He had to go back. Otherwise, his parents would definitely be anxious. When they went back, they still took the plane first, then changed to a boat on the high seas and smuggled back. Yang Ming didn't need to worry about all this. Hazik had already arranged it properly. However, the returning boat was more broken than the previous one. It was a fishing boat. The entire cabin was filled with the stench of seafood. However, when Yang Ming was training, he had stayed in worse environments. Now, this environment was nothing to him. Although they encountered some trouble when they returned to the country and met the patrolling marine police, Yang Ming and Feng Tian were not afraid because they were legal citizens with ID cards. There was no need to be afraid. After checking everyone's formalities, the marine police left. It was a daunting experience. When Yang Ming and Feng Tian once again set foot on the land of Songjiang, it was already 15 days later. After briefly explaining a few words to Feng Tian, the two separated. Fortunately, after returning home, Yang Ming's parents didn't suspect anything. They just asked about Yang Ming's well-being. "Right, Big Ming, when you were gone, there was a girl named Xianxia who called you no less than 10 times. She seems to be a friend of Yang Li." Mother Yang had seen Xianxia at Yang Li's house, so she had a vague impression of her. "Xianxia? Why is she looking for me?" Yang Ming muttered to himself and suddenly slapped his thigh. This is bad. How could he have forgotten about this? I promised Xianxia that I would go to her house to pretend to be her boyfriend during Chinese New Year. Big Ming, what's wrong with you? Mother Yang saw Yang Ming's strange behavior and asked with some surprise. Mom, I forgot something. I will make a call first. I will talk to you and Dad about this trip later. Yang Ming finished and quickly ran back to his bedroom. End of chapter 639. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.